Chapter 1 First Encounter. Please wait. Just as the elevator doors were about to close completely, a pair of well-defined hands reached in, forcing the doors to reopen. This action infuriated Zhen Zhu, who was already inside the elevator. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, not during working hours, and with so many elevators in the building, why did this person have to block the one she was on? She had been enjoying herself outside when her mother called her back to work, and now she was even more irritated by this intrusion. Just wait until this person enters the elevator. She was determined to scold this oblivious individual. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Zhen Zhu's expression transformed. All the words she had rehearsed in her mind evaporated, leaving only one thought. This person was incredibly handsome. Lin Yan, who had just returned from the field, entered the elevator, panting slightly. He offered an apologetic smile to Zhen Zhu, who stood inside, and said, "Sorry," before pressing the button for the 22nd floor. Not only was he good-looking, but his voice was also melodious. Zhen Zhu silently assessed him and responded with a bright smile. "It's fine." Lin Yan smiled back and nodded, then turned around, standing perfectly straight as he waited for the elevator to ascend. The 22nd floor housed the design department, and he was carrying a pile of blueprints, indicating he must be a designer. Zhen Zhu stood behind him, taking in his appearance. He was tall at 168 centimeters and wearing high heels. She barely reached his shoulder. He must be at least 185 centimeters tall, quite impressive. However, his clothing choices left much to be desired. The t-shirt paired with shorts waisted his long, slender legs. His shoulders appeared broad, and he would likely look quite dashing in a suit. The more Zhen Zhu observed him, the more satisfied she became, ultimately deciding to inquire about his name. "What's your name, and how old are you?" Lost in thought about how to report to his supervisor, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback by her question. Without much thought, he replied, "My name is Lin Yan, and am 25 years old." Though he was unfamiliar with designer brands, he sensed that this young woman, adorned in jewels and exuding an air of authority, was not someone to be trifled with. Perhaps a leader of some sort, as an ordinary worker. He felt it prudent to respond honestly. Zhen Zhu was pleased with his demeanor and was about to ask if he was a designer when they reached the 22nd floor. Noticing the elevator had arrived, Lin Yan offered Zhen Zhu a slight smile as a farewell and swiftly exited, as if he had an urgent matter to attend to. Zhen Zhu pondered thoughtfully. Lin Yan, what a pleasant name. Coincidentally, she had just mentioned to Angel that her current athlete suitor was overly flattering and rather tiresome, only to encounter this refreshing Lin Yan. It seemed they were destined to meet. She planned to check with the HR manager about his personal status. If he were unmarried, perhaps she could invite him to accompany her for a few days. How fortunate he would be to spend time with the young lady of the Zhen family. He was quite attractive, and she mused that offering him 500,000 a month would be reasonable. If he suited her fancy, she wouldn't mind increasing the amount. Oh, how delightful that would be. Lin Yan was unaware that he had caught the attention of the young lady from the Zhen family. He regarded the serendipitous encounter with indifference. Upon returning to the company, he hurried into his supervisor's office, breathless as he reported the issues he had encountered on site. "Brother Wang, take a look at this." He unfurled the blueprints, casually placing a book from the desk on top to weigh it down. He then retrieved his phone, locating the recently taken photographs, and began to meticulously compare them while speaking to his supervisor. "You're familiar with the design of Jin Gue Huating." The company had promised a fully furnished interior, with all cabinets made of solid wood and the bathrooms equipped with international premium brands. Our model home was arranged according to this design. However, upon visiting the site that is about to be handed over, I discovered a completely different situation. He enlarged the images on his phone for his supervisor to see. This cabinet, just by looking at the grain, it's apparent it's made of composite materials, and the odor is quite pungent. As for this wash basin, I cannot even identify the brand. It's so obscure that even I, as a designer, have never heard of it. Moreover, the tiles laid on the floor are hollow. I could hear them cracking beneath my feet. This isn't just isolated to one unit. I randomly inspected 6 buildings, and every single one exhibited the same issue. Lin Yan spoke earnestly to his supervisor, "Brother Wang, we need to report this. The construction company is passing off inferior materials as quality goods, which will certainly not pass inspection, and customers will not agree to accept the properties. We should act swiftly while the customers remain unaware and devise a remedy." The Brother Wang he referred to was the head of the design department, who had personally mentored him during his internship 3 years prior. imparting invaluable knowledge, and treating him with kindness that in Lin Yan's eyes, the master, barely over 40, was the most trustworthy individual in the company. However, Wang Xiang did not display the level of anger Lin Yan anticipated. Upon seeing the photographs, he was momentarily surprised, but that astonishment faded within seconds as he took a seat, appearing contemplative. After waiting for what felt like an eternity for a response, Lin Yan, filled with urgency, implored, "Please say something. To me, this quality is wholly unacceptable. A minor discrepancy could be overlooked, but this is an entirely different matter. I cannot sign off on a passing inspection." Wang Xiang chuckled softly before finally speaking. "Xiao Lin, do you know which construction company is responsible?" Lin Yan promptly replied, "Of course it's Zhao's, a well-known renovation company that has consistently worked with us." He furrowed his brow and continued, "They handled the last project too, and there were no issues during my inspection. The quality was outstanding. What has gone awry this time?" Wang Xiang did not respond to his inquiry, but instead posed an apparently unrelated question. "What is the surname of our chairman's wife?" Confused by his supervisor's question, Lin Yan answered, "Zhao. She is our financial director master. Have you forgotten?" Wang Xiang silently regarded him, and Lin Yan's mind raced as he opened his mouth, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Seeing that Lin Yan had grasped the implication, Wang Xiang nodded and retrieved a bottle of cold water from the small refrigerator beside his desk, offering it to him, saying, "Indeed, the legal representative of the Zhao family enterprise is none other than the brother-in-law of our company's chairman, Mr. Zhen. Although the Zhao family operates under his name, the true authority rests with Mr. Zhen, fact well known among the long-standing members of the company. Mr. Zhen's brother-in-law possesses only a primary school education and is entirely disengaged from the company's operations, merely reaping dividends each year. Therefore, what you have mentioned is undoubtedly orchestrated by our company without our authorization. The Zhao family would not dare to act in such a manner." Lin Yan displayed an expression of disbelief, even distorting the plastic water bottle in his grip. Chapter 2, please look into that individual named Lin Yan. Wang Xiang sighed and remarked, "This is not the first occurrence of such matters. We must simply turn a blind eye. Even if we report it, the company will likely disregard it and perceive us as ungrateful. In the end, we will all face the consequences." Lin Yan, unable to contain his frustration any longer, retorted, "But what about the home buyers? They have invested their life savings into purchasing a home, eagerly anticipating its completion, only to be met with such subpar quality. Surely, they cannot accept this." Wang Xiang shrugged. "There's nothing we can do. We must accept it. The legal department of Zhen Corporation is renowned nationwide, and those who engage in lawsuits against Zhen have little chance of success. Besides, ordinary people seldom have the time to pursue legal battles. The quality may be slightly lacking, but it is not uninhabitable. When the situation escalates, the company will simply spend a little to placate the complaints." Lin Yan could scarcely believe that such words were spoken by his mentor. He widened his eyes and argued, "That is simply unacceptable. Home buyers pay exorbitant prices for high-end renovations, yet they receive such poor quality homes. This will undoubtedly tarnish our company's reputation." Wang Xiang, sensing Lin Yan's stubbornness, felt a mix of helplessness and patience as he advised him. Zhen Corporation is a leading enterprise in Shenzhen and is already quite conscientious. Which real estate developer can claim they do not cut corners? Our company has merely saved a bit on the interior design, yet the overall quality of the houses remains satisfactory. Furthermore, concerns regarding the company's reputation are not matters for us, the lowly employees, to ponder. As for today's incident, do not mention it to anyone outside. Just sign what you need to sign, and let us focus on earning our livelihoods without overthinking. It brings no benefit." Lin Yan's perception was irrevocably shattered. He had been interning at Zhen Corporation since his junior year of college, and now, after 3 years, he had developed a deep fondness for the company's motto, integrity and virtue. It resonated perfectly with his own life philosophy. Since joining Zhen, he had diligently worked as a designer, and due to his earnestness and dedication, he had recently been promoted to team leader, allowing him to engage in acceptance inspections. Initially filled with confidence and a determination to repay the company with even greater diligence, he was unprepared for the harsh reality that starkly contradicted his beliefs. The company's actions had nothing to do with integrity and virtue, rendering his previous notions utterly laughable. Wang Xiang recognized that Lin Yan would likely struggle to accept this truth, but he had a meeting to attend and could not engage in further discussion. He stood, walked over to Lin Yan, and gently patted him on the shoulder, offering consolation. "I have responsibilities above and below. Your family has its challenges as well. This is merely a job. There is no need to take it too seriously. Heed your mentor's advice. Do not overthink it and focus on your tasks." Lin Yan mechanically nodded, clutching the deformed bottle of mineral water, and stiffly exited the room. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhu emerged from the elevator, humming a tune as she made her way to the office of the financial director. The 28th floor was entirely dedicated to finance, and everyone greeted her as she passed. "Miss Zhen, hello. You've arrived. You look truly beautiful today." Today, Zhen Zhu was in exceptionally high spirits, smiling and waving at everyone, who appeared pleasantly surprised. It was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, where she often disregarded them entirely, scarcely offering a word in response. It felt as though the sun had risen from the west. This sentiment was shared not only by her colleagues, but also by Zhen Zhu's mother, who noticed her daughter's unusual exuberance. Whenever she was summoned to the office, Zhen Zhu typically wore a discontented expression, devoid of any smile. Observing her daughter seated at her dedicated desk, her mother inquired, "Darling, is there something delightful happening today? Do share with me." Zhen Zhu approached and affectionately clung to her mother's arm, revealing that there was nothing particularly special. She was simply overjoyed at the prospect of working alongside the stunning Zhao Xiaofan, the most beautiful woman in the Zhen family. "You always know just the right words to cheer me up. But tell me, why did you not come yesterday when I called?" Zhen Zhu's mother chided playfully, though inwardly she relished her daughter's sweet words, completely defenseless against her charm. "Oh, I had things to attend to. I went for a manicure yesterday. Look, Mama, isn't it lovely?" She extended her delicate hand for her mother to admire. Though slender, her fingers were plump and her nail beds round, exuding a sense of fortune. She had chosen a bamboo and bamboo shoot design for her nails, vibrant green and particularly elegant for the summer. Zhen Zhu's mother, pleased that she had avoided the dizzying black hues, complimented her. "Yes, it is beautiful." Then she added, "You could also go for manicures after work, you know. It is already a great leniency for you to come in at noon. Look at your two brothers. Don't they arrive by 9? Zhen Zhu internally rolled her eyes, bracing herself for the daily lecture. She could not comprehend why, despite their wealth, she was not allowed to enjoy herself freely. Why must she be burdened with financial lessons? Sensing her daughter's impatience, Zhen Zhu's mother chose to refrain from further provocation, concluding with, "Everything I do is for your own good. Even though we are well off, you must learn to manage, or else you might be deceived by outsiders." Zhen Zhu merely uttered an "oh," then shifted her chair beside her mother to glance at the second quarter financial report, her mind wandering as she wished for the discussion to conclude swiftly so she could seek out human resources to investigate Lin Yan. After an hour and a half of discourse, her mother finally grew weary, taking a sip of water. "Let us pause here for today. You can review the rest on your own. I will continue tomorrow." Zhen Zhu felt a wave of relief. Not even bothering to return her chair, she cheerfully announced, "I'm off to the restroom," and skipped away. She took the elevator to the 26th floor of the management department, this time ignoring the greetings from those she passed, walking straight into the office of the human resources manager. The manager, a woman around her mother's age who had watched her grow up, greeted her with a smile. Rising to meet her, "Miss, what brings you here today?" Zhen Zhu reclined on the sofa by the door, addressing the respectful HR manager standing beside her. "Please assist me in locating an individual who works on the 22nd floor, named Lin Yan, age 25. The HR manager silently mourned for the unfortunate soul, recalling the last time the young lady had requested a similar inquiry. That individual had been dismissed on the same day. She pondered how Lin Yan had managed to incur the young lady's ire, but such matters were of no concern to her. Her duty was merely to comply with the young lady's directives. Thus, she replied demurely, "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." Returning to her desk, she logged into the company's internal HR portal and searched for Lin Yan. There was only one Lin Yan in the Zhen Corporation, and his age matched the young lady's description. Clutching her laptop, she approached Zhen Zhu and detailed Lin Yan's personal information. Chapter 3. A Sugar Baby? Lin Yan, Born on August 1st, 1995, stands at 188 centimeters tall, is unmarried, and his registered residence is in Hebei province. He holds a bachelor's degree and began interning in the design department in October 2017, currently serving as the group leader of the third team in the design department. She paused momentarily before cautiously inquiring, "Would you like to know about his salary?" Zhen Zhu waved her hand dismissively. "No need. What is his phone number?" The HR manager slowly recited the number, which Zhen Zhu entered into her phone, saving it with a simple, "Thank you." She then stood and made her way outside. The HR manager hurriedly escorted her to the door, saying, "It's my pleasure, Mississippi. Please take care." She accompanied Zhen Zhu to the elevator, pressing the button for her floor and smiling as she bade her farewell. Upon returning to the 28th floor, Zhen Zhu first sought out her assistant. Although she seldom graced the office with her presence, she had an assistant solely dedicated to her affairs. "Xiao Yezi, what are you up to?" she called out from a distance. Upon hearing her voice, Yezi's back stiffened. She quickly set aside her work and hurried over to Zhen Zhu, her face beaming with a smile. "Miss, I'm currently preparing for the weekend event. The venue has been secured, and the hotel is drafting the menu. Shall I send it to you for approval shortly?" Zhen Zhu recalled that she had arranged to go swimming with her close friends, Angel and Xiao Cuckoo, on Saturday, and thought it might be a perfect opportunity to introduce Lin Yan to them. "That sounds good. Please send it to me later. Grab your phone and come with me to the lounge first." The two entered Zhen Zhu's exclusive lounge, a lavishly decorated space equipped with a meeting area, a private bed, and a shower for her use. As soon as Zhen Zhu entered the meeting room, she sank into her sofa and languidly stated, "Please contact Lin Yan from the design department and inform him that I greatly admire him, offering a monthly stipend of 500,000 for his attire." Oh, wait. She suddenly recalled that Lin Yan was an employee of their company, not a male model, and reconsidered, let us say 500,000 as overtime pay, and he should be on call for my needs. If he finds the compensation unsatisfactory, tell him we can negotiate. Yezi listened, astonished, thinking to herself, "Good heavens, are there not plenty of male models and athletes outside? Why extend such offers to a company employee? Would he even be willing?" However, the commands of the young lady hold paramount significance. Despite her myriad internal questions, she can only obediently jot down the phone number and reply, "All right." Zhen Zhu nodded and said, "Let us call him now to avoid your subsequent procrastination in responding." Yizi mused to herself, "Young lady, is it truly my desire to delay my response? Those male models traverse the country, and reaching them is no simple feat moreover. As a 24-year-old recent college graduate without a boyfriend, my days are spent either pursuing male models or athletes, with messages increasingly brazen, inquiring about overnight stays and wardrobe choices. The young lady treats me like an insider, sharing everything, yet those indecent remarks are hardly what I wish to hear. As a graduate of a prestigious 211 university, majoring in accounting, she envisioned a career immersed in numbers, not in the company of male models. Having graduated over a year ago, she felt as though she were on the verge of becoming a madam. Alas, who can choose their circumstances? With a deep sigh in her heart, she suppressed her grievances, prioritizing monetary considerations. She replied obediently, "Yes, young lady." Having engaged in such tasks numerous times, she required no mental preparation and directly dialed the number. Upon connection, she introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yizi, assistant to Ms. Zhen Zhu, the financial vice president of Zhen Corporation." Lin Yan, having just endured a setback that afternoon, was engrossed in sketching as a means of coping, and upon receiving the call, he was perplexed. "Who? Zhen Zhu? Isn't she the chairman's daughter? Why would her assistant be contacting me?" After a few moments of contemplation, he hesitantly responded with a murmur. Hearing his reply, Yizi continued, "The information I am about to convey may not be suitable for others to overhear. Could you please move to an empty conference room?" Lin Yan obediently entered a conference room, turned on the lights, closed the door, and addressed Yizi on the other end of the line. "I am the conference room." Yizi expressed gratitude for his cooperation, stating, "The matter is this, Ms. Zhen admires you and is willing to offer a monthly overtime payment of 500,000 yuan, requesting your availability after working hours and on weekends. Her words were delicately phrased. Yet Lin Yan failed to comprehend. He asked, bewildered, what overtime payment of 500,000 yuan? Surely, Ms. Zhen is aware that the company compensates employees for overtime work and weekend shifts. There is no need for additional payment. Yi, taken aback for a moment, realized she had overlooked the fact that Lin Yan was not like the male model she had contacted previously. Those accustomed to such discussions understood the terminology, but Lin Yan, as a company employee, was perplexed by the mention of overtime payment. Who would interpret it otherwise? Yet, was it appropriate for her to bluntly state that the young lady wished to support him financially? This seemed rather improper. She glanced at Zhen Zhu, who elegantly rolled her eyes in disdain, exclaiming, utterly useless, give me the phone. Yi pouted and handed the phone to Zhen Zhu, who, upon receiving it, spoke directly. Lin Yan, this is Zhen Zhu. I inquired about your name earlier today in the elevator. Do you recall? Lin Yan immediately recalled the exquisite girl adorned in jewels and murmured, you are the chairman's daughter? Zhen Zhu readily affirmed, indeed, the Zhen family is mine. Her assistant's earlier remarks had evidently eluded Lin Yan's comprehension. She candidly stated, I find you quite intriguing and would like you to accompany me. I assure you, I will not waste your time. I will provide you with a monthly sum of 500,000. This amount is not fixed. Should you bring me joy, there may be opportunities for more. With one leg crossed over the other, she patiently awaited Lin Yan's acceptance. Who would refuse the chance to be with the daughter of the Zhen family, especially with monetary compensation? On the other end of the line, Lin Yan was blinking furiously. Now, he understood. Zhen Zhu was proposing keep him. Had he unwittingly entangled himself with something unsavory? This afternoon had already shattered his perceptions. And now the chairman's daughter was jesting with him. There were whispers about her penchant for amusement, often surrounded by various men. But what did that have to do with him? He was a respectable individual, not for sale. It was utterly ludicrous. Just as he was about to firmly decline Zhen Zhu's offer, he recalled his master's earlier words. One must not offend those in high places. Alas, his family desperately needed this job, so he resolved to speak diplomatically. Zhen Zhu, initially patient, found Lin Yan silent, merely breathing heavily. After waiting for a minute, her patience waned, and she snapped, are you going to respond or not? Chapter 4. Lin Yan, you are fired. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan endeavored to suppress his irritation, responding in a calm and courteous manner. Thank you for your recognition, Miss Zhen, but I fear my abilities are insufficient to work alongside you. I hope you can understand. Zhen Zhu abruptly rose, seething, you refuse me? Lin Yan hastily offered his apologies. I sincerely apologize. Zhen Zhu interrupted him with a cold laugh. How amusing. In all my life, this is the first time I have been rejected. Lin Yan, you possess quite the audacity. Realizing her tone was off, Lin Yan quickly reiterated his apologies. I'm so sorry. Apologies are futile. You have already offended me. Where has your defiance gone? If you had the courage, you wouldn't be apologizing, Zhen Zhu declared haughtily. At a loss for words, Lin Yan struggled to articulate a response, stammering, I. Zhen Zhu, uninterested in his explanations, declared, you just claim to lack ability, correct? Very well. If you are indeed incapable, then you should not remain at Zhen Corporation. I hereby formally notify you. You are fired. Await your termination notice from Human Resources. As if that weren't enough, she added, do maintain your pride. Do not come begging me. Even if you do, I shan't forgive you. With that, she hung up the phone, furious enough to hurl it against the wall. My phone, Yi exclaimed, rushing to catch her beloved device, but alas, she was too late. It struck the wall before tumbling to the ground, the tempered glass back shattering into fragments. Tears welled in Yi's eyes. It was the latest model she had purchased just last month for over 10,000 yuan, now reduced to ruins. She gingerly picked up her phone, silently weeping. Zhen Zhu looked down upon her lackluster demeanor and exclaimed, hold it together. No more tears. It's merely a broken phone. What's the big deal? I'll transfer you 20,000 now. Go buy a new one after work. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and sent Yi the sum through WeChat. Clutching the remains of her phone, Yi stifled her sobs, sniffling in deep frustration. This wasn't merely about money. It was about respect. How could one be so inconsiderate as to throw someone else's phone in anger? After completing the transfer, Zhen Zhu dismissed Yizi entirely and called the HR manager. Yes, it's me. Please send a termination letter to Lin Yan immediately. Reason? Just say he lacks capability. Isn't that too harsh? The manager questioned. Zhen Zhu, feeling irritable, bit her lip and replied casually, just make up any excuse. Just ensure he is let go. If my mother asks, just say he offended me. Nothing more. Understood, I'll handle it, the manager affirmed. Having given her instructions, Zhen Zhu looked up to find Yizi still dazedly crouched on the floor. Her patience thoroughly exhausted, she narrowed her eyes and threatened, Are you not leaving? Don't you want to keep your job? Startled, Yizi quickly rose, averting her gaze as she withdrew under Zhen Zhu's menacing glare. Lin Yan, upon receiving the call's conclusion, was utterly bewildered, grappling with the reality of his dismissal. He stumbled back a few steps before collapsing into a chair, pounding his head in frustration. Why had he forcibly pried open that elevator door earlier? Had he not taken that elevator, he would never have encountered Zhen Zhu, and thus, he would not have lost his job. He had only intended to benefit the company by rushing back. Yet he ended up being reprimanded by his supervisor and losing his position altogether. How infuriating! After a bout of self-recrimination and sighing, he realized that no matter what he did now, it was futile. He must accept the reality. Fortunately, his professional skills were commendable, and he was confident he would secure another job soon. Besides, he had a part-time position to consider. Perhaps he could inquire if that company was hiring, as their collaboration over the years had been quite amicable. With this thought, his despair began to wane. Indeed, he possessed both hands and feet. He could pursue any endeavor without compromising his integrity. With renewed resolve, Lin Yan strode out of the conference room. The HR manager awaited him near his desk. Prior to this, she had consulted with General Manager Zhao, Zhen Zhu's mother. After listening to her report, Zhao stared at her for a few seconds, seemingly unable to believe the news. However, moments later, she averted her gaze, offering a resigned smile. Zhen Zhu is quite headstrong, but terminating a team leader is not a significant issue. Inform Lin Yan that the company typically compensates 1 month's salary for a termination. We will compensate him 2 months this time as a gesture of goodwill. The payment will be processed before the end of the day. I hope he can lead a good life until he finds his next job and does not harbor resentment towards the company. Understood. You are truly kind-hearted. The HR manager complimented. Zhen Zhu's mother merely shook her head, not engaging further, and instructed, please proceed with the arrangements. The human resources manager, with head bowed, exited and returned to the office to draft the termination agreement personally. She initiated the necessary processes and subsequently called each leader for their approval. Finally, she rushed back to find Lin Yan, holding the stamped agreement in hand. Upon seeing him, the HR manager courteously invited him back into the conference room. Once seated, she presented the termination agreement for his review and informed him of the company's decision to compensate him with 21. She added that the reason for his dismissal would be documented as a departmental change, suggesting he could explain to future employers that he was let go due to business adjustments. She assured him that the internal system would reflect this, so he need not worry about background checks. Lin Yan held the termination agreement in his hands, unsure of what to say. The company was indeed compensating him generously, and the HR manager seemed to have his best interests at heart. Yet, after 3 years of dedicated service to Zhen's company, he found it absurd to be dismissed simply for refusing to comply with the chairman's daughter. Wasn't that a touch ludicrous? Noticing his troubled expression, the HR manager, fearful of an impulsive reaction, hastily advised him, You're only 25, having graduated university just 2 years ago. Even if you leave Zhen's company, a bright future awaits you. I urge you to accept reality and refrain from futile resistance. Some forces are beyond your imagination. It would be wise to take your compensation and leave quietly before any trouble arises. Lin Yan's chest heaved with emotion. He had indeed felt a surge of impulse to shout in the corridor, to expose the chairman's daughter's tyrannical behavior. If they force him out, why should she escape unscathed? Yet, after the HR manager's counsel, he reluctantly acknowledged his powerlessness. Zhen's company was a leading enterprise in Shenzhen, and Chairman Jin Chongsheng held significant influence. If he wished to remain in this circle, it was imperative not to offend Jin's company. Losing his job was minor. Inciting Zhen Chongsheng's wrath could lead to far graver consequences, even personal danger. Resigned, he resolved to keep the peace for the sake of his family's financial needs. He would endure this moment, retreat gracefully, and accept the compensation. With newfound determination, he picked up a pen and swiftly signed his name on 3 copies of the agreement, returning them to the HR manager. After confirming the accuracy of the documents, she handed one back to him, stating, "This one is for you to keep. I will take the other 2. The compensation will be transferred to your salary account shortly, and due to time constraints, there is no need for a formal handover. Please clear your personal data from the company computer and pack your belongings. You need not explain anything to anyone. The company will issue a notification later. You may leave at the end of the day." Lin Yan nodded, finally speaking the first words since their meeting. "All right." Seeing that he seemed to have come to terms with the situation, the HR manager felt relieved. She stood, opened the door, and exited the conference room, with Lin Yan following slowly behind her. Chapter 5. An unjust world. Upon returning to his office after a meeting, Wang Xiang happened to glimpse the HR manager and Lin Yan exiting the conference room in succession. He wondered what the HR manager could want with Lin Yan. Though he maintained a composed demeanor, after exchanging pleasantries with the HR manager, he subtly signaled Lin Yan to accompany him to his office. Lin Yan, dejected, followed him inside. Appearing as a different person from the one who had argued so passionately earlier that afternoon. Observing his apprentice's expression, Wang Xiang immediately inquired, "What is the matter? Why did the HR manager summon you?" Lin Yan slumped into a chair, tilting his head back against the rest, and in a muffled voice replied, "Master, I have been dismissed. The company wants me to leave today." "What?" Wang Xiang exclaimed in shock, rushing to Lin Yan's side and straightening him up with a firm hand. His tone turned serious as he continued, "How could this happen? You are one of my most promising talents, recently promoted, diligent and responsible, with no record of error. I step out for a meeting and the company decides to terminate you? This is unfathomable. They cannot dismiss someone without informing their direct superior. Please, tell me precisely what transpired." Lin Yan unfolded the termination agreement and handed it to Wang Xiang, stating, "Master, nothing is impossible. To be frank, I have offended the chairman's daughter." Although the HR manager mentioned the company would issue a notification regarding the matter, Lin Yan felt it essential to clarify the situation with his direct superior, who was also a trusted ally. Wang Xiang took the document, neglecting to read it, his brows furrowing deeply. Initially intending to mediate and possibly remedy the situation, he was disheartened to learn the cause of the dismissal. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Apprentice, why did you provoke the young lady? The chairman dotes on her. She has always been accustomed to getting her way. If she decides to act against you, I fear there is little I can do to assist." Grateful for his master's concern, Lin Yan patted Wang Xiang's wrist and said, "Thank you, master. However, I assure you, it was never my intention to offend her. I barely know her, having only seen her once." He proceeded to recount the entire incident to Wang Xiang. Upon hearing the account, Wang Xiang felt a sharp pain at his temples. He slowly sank into the chair beside Lin Yan, letting out a long sigh, inwardly cursing Zhen Zhu for her reckless behavior, as Lin Yan was a valuable asset he had painstakingly nurtured for the company. Among all the designers who joined the company alongside Lin Yan, he was the most capable and resilient, and Wang Xiang had high hopes for him, even considering him as a successor. Alas, it was too late for regrets. After a moment of reflection, he could only offer a comforting pat on Lin Yan's shoulder, saying, "It is true that one should not be swayed by wealth and power. I support your decision. Though we are employees, we must live with dignity. Do not lose heart. I have a classmate in the design department of a real estate company. I will call him shortly to inquire if they are in need of personnel. We earn our keep through our skills, and there are ample opportunities beyond Jin's firm." "Thank you, master." Lin Yan knew that his mentor would understand. Wang Xiang checked the time and noted that it was almost the end of the workday. He instructed, "You should head home now and gather your belongings. Ensure you do not leave anything essential behind. This evening, I shall treat you to dinner, and we will drown our sorrows together." He returned the termination agreement to Lin Yan. Very well. Lin Yan accepted the document and exited the office. Time was of the essence, yet fortunately, his computer contained little in the way of personal items, merely a collection of company blueprints meticulously organized by project. He logged out of his WeChat, deleted the entire folder, and proceeded to gather his personal belongings into a large bag. Just as he finished, the clock marked the end of the workday. His 3 team members stared at him in bewilderment, unsure of what was transpiring and hesitant to approach him. It was not until Lin Yan shut down the computer, pushed his chair back, and cleared the desk entirely that he turned to his team members and, with a hint of melancholy, said, "Continue to work hard. I shall take my leave first." His team members were eager to inquire further, but Lin Yan shook his head, explaining, "The company will issue a notification regarding this matter shortly. It is not that I wish to withhold explanations from you. Rather, I believe this situation would bear no benefit for you." He scanned each individual with his gaze, finally smiling as he added, "Though I'm still young, I owe my position as team leader to your support. I am grateful for your assistance during this time, and I wish you all the best for the future." With that, he bowed deeply. His team members hastily rose to return the gesture, embracing him one by one. Despite his youth, Lin Yan demonstrated remarkable responsibility and fairness in leadership, devoid of any pretentiousness, an admirable quality. "Brother Lin, I wish you all the best. Your excellence will undoubtedly lead you to even greater heights," they expressed warmly. After exchanging heartfelt embraces, Lin Yan cast one last glance at the desk he had toiled over for 3 years, hoisted the large bag, and strode decisively out of the company. That evening, in a private dining room, Wang Xiang had imbibed too much, his tie hanging loosely around his neck, his speech slightly slurred. He raised a glass of liquor, eager to toast with Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan intervened, taking the glass from his hand and replacing it with a cup of tea, saying, "Master, let us call a night. We cannot drink any further, for you must work tomorrow." This considerate remark ignited Wang Xiang's fury. His voice rose sharply as he gesticulated wildly, exclaiming, "Work? To hell with work. These capitalists only know how to exploit us laborers. Just look at you. After over 3 years of dedicated service, creating immense value for the company, you are dismissed simply for refusing to entertain the chairman's daughter. Where's the justice in that?" His indignation stemmed from genuine sympathy for Lin Yan and fueled by alcohol. He expressed the frustrations he had been unable to voice earlier. Tears streamed down Lin Yan's face as he recalled the countless late nights and the immense effort he had invested in his projects. Feeling utterly disheartened at the apparent futility of his struggles, the two embraced and wept together, their voices rising to such a level that the restaurant manager was compelled to intervene, politely requesting that they lower their volume as it was disturbing nearby diners. Wang Xiang attempted to stand and argue with the manager, but Lin Yan swiftly restrained him, wiping away his tears and stepping in front of Wang Xiang to apologize, saying, "I apologize. We have finished our meal and will be leaving shortly." Due to Wang Xiang's inebriation, it was Lin Yan who ultimately settled the bill for the evening. After exiting the restaurant, he supported Wang Xiang with one hand while deftly hailing a ride with the other, ensuring that the inebriated Wang was safely delivered home to his wife. Subsequently, he opted for a shared bicycle, leisurely pedaling his way back. The moon tonight is particularly full. In September in Shenzhen has finally shed its sweltering heat. As he rode, he contemplated rising early the next morning to craft his resume, aiming to complete it by midday. Then targeting a few familiar companies before resorting to a broader search. He must secure employment without delay. Chapter 6. Industry Blacklist in the Dead of Night. Lin Yan was not the only one lingering outside. Zhen Zhu had yet to return home. Troubled and disheartened, she consumed half a bottle of red wine alone. Upon Angel S' arrival at the club, she noticed a young man pouring wine for Zhen Zhu, who, dissatisfied, snapped, "Fill it to the brim." "Didn't I just tell you that? Are you deaf?" The boy, seemingly new and unaccustomed to such reprimands, appeared quite aggrieved yet obediently filled her glass to the top. Finally satisfied, Zhen Zhu raised her full glass and gulped it down. With a bemused expression, Angel approached and asked, "What S with you today? Drinking so much?" It was indeed puzzling. Zhen Zhu typically sipped only half a glass from start to finish, preferring to flirt with young men rather than indulge in alcohol. As Zhen Zhu welcomed her, she embraced Angel and said, Don't even get me started. I encountered a foolish man today, and it infuriated me. Glancing at the young man standing idly nearby, she bellowed, "Why are you just standing there? Don't you see Angel has arrived? Go fetch her favorite whiskey." The boy quickly bowed in apology, timidly uttering, "I'm sorry," before turning to retrieve the drink. Angel, redirecting her attention from the boy, inquired, "Why are you so upset?" Zhen Zhu recounted the events of the afternoon, concluding with, "Even though I dismissed him, my anger remains. I, Zhen Zhu, have never been rejected by any man. Who does he think he is?" This statement rang true. Her beauty and affluence had always ensnared the hearts of men, both domestically and abroad. Seeing her distress, Angel felt a surge of indignation as a good friend, yet could not devise a suitable revenge plan in the moment, and so they both continued to drink in silence. After a while, Xiao Kiki entered, smiling apologetically. "Sorry, ladies, I had to work some extra hours at the hotel, so I'm late. I'll punish myself with 3 shots." With that, she poured herself 3 glasses of whiskey and downed them. After her impromptu self-reprimand, noticing Zhen Zhu's lingering displeasure, she curiously remarked, "I was only a little late. You shouldn't be so upset." Zhen Zhu remained silent, her countenance still dark as she sipped her drink. Angel, wishing to clarify, chimed in, "She's not angry with you. She was slighted by someone this afternoon." Lin Yan's rejection of Zhen Zhu was conveyed to Angel, who indignantly remarked, "What a presumptuous individual. How dare he upset our dear Zhen Zhu? Just wait. I shall devise a plan to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuku finally relaxed, chuckling softly as she responded, "Zhen Zhu is simply too kind-hearted. If someone were to slight me in such a manner, merely dismissing them would not suffice. If he claims to lack capability, then he should never work again." Curious, Angel inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Kuku, twirling her cup, observed the golden liquid swirling within and replied lightly, "We could blacklist him within the industry. Given Zhen Zhu's father's stature, a mere utterance about Lin Yan offending the Zhen family would deter any company from hiring him." Angel's eyes widened in delight as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Exactly! How could I not have thought of that? But wait, we cannot let this reach Zhen Zhu's father. He is vehemently opposed to her having so many male friends. He would surely be furious." Xiao Kuku placed her cup on the table and patiently explained, "It doesn't need to come directly from her father. His secretary can convey the message. To outsiders, what the secretary says is tantamount to what her father would say. This is a trivial matter. I doubt her father's secretary would object." At last, Zhen Zhu spoke up, raising her wine glass towards Xiao Kuku and affirming, "Indeed, this is a minor issue that wouldn't warrant my father's attention. Having his secretary intervene will suffice." "Thank you, Kuku. This is an excellent idea." Xiao Kuku raised her glass in return, stating, "You're welcome. Sisters are meant to share burdens and offer solutions. It's my honor to assist you." The two clinked their glasses, exchanged smiles, and in that brief moment, they had irrevocably altered a man's future. The following day, Lin Yan awoke early, had a simple breakfast, and began crafting his resume, attaching his portfolio. He reached out to several companies where he had previously worked part-time over the past 2 to 3 years, all of which had previously invited him to join them. At that time, he had declined, expressing no desire to leave the Zhen family. When these companies received his inquiries, they were taken aback but tactfully refrained from asking about the reasons for his departure. In this day and age, it was quite common for employees to come and go. As long as one's skills were up to par, other matters were of little concern. After a lengthy day of networking, he finally secured interviews for the following 2 days, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated starting work the following week. Lin Yan stretched lazily, humming a tune as he prepared to cook for himself, so engrossed that he neglected to have lunch, planning to boil a couple of eggs to replenish his energy later. He was blissfully unaware that misfortune was about to befall him. The human resources managers at the companies where Lin Yan had scheduled interviews felt a sense of trepidation upon receiving a call from Secretary Zhen Changshin. Why would the secretary of such a prominent figure contact them? It was to inform them that Lin Yan had offended the Zhen family, and they were advised against hiring him. The HR managers promptly assured the secretary, "Rest assured, We are quite discerning and will not consider his application. After hanging up, they remained shaken, pondering the extent of Lin Yan's transgression that warranted such a personal intervention from the chairman's secretary. Cease your musings and promptly cancel the interview notice. It is imperative that you do not entangle yourself with him, lest the Zhen family misinterpret the situation. Thus, having just finished his lunch, Lin Yan received a series of phone calls, each informing him that the interview had been canceled and that the company was no longer hiring. 1 or 2 calls might have been manageable, but receiving 4 calls in succession with the same disheartening news left Lin Yan quite anxious. He pressed for clarity, asking, "Please do not use this as an excuse. What is the true reason? Do we not have a productive conversation this morning?" The interlocutor hesitated, failing to articulate a coherent response, before finally uttering, "Do not inquire further. I will not divulge anything," and hastily concluded the call. "Hello? Hello?" Lin Yan immediately attempted to return the call, only to be met with a notification indicating that the recipient was unavailable, having blocked him. Undeterred, he dialed the previous companies, but to no avail. Each one had similarly blocked him. Frustrated and unable to remain seated, he began pacing in his modest rental apartment, his mind a tumult of emotions. Chapter 7. Discovering the blacklist. No, he could not simply sit idly by, regardless of the circumstances. He would dismiss these companies as potential employers and turn to the internet to submit his resume. Resolute, he set aside his trepidation and logged onto a recruitment website, submitting applications for 20 positions before pausing. As evening approached, the day had shifted from hopeful anticipation to profound disappointment, leaving him utterly fatigued. Having eaten a late lunch, he decided to forego dinner and instead venture out for a run to clear his mind. Equipped with his headphones, he exited his apartment, traversing a dimly lit path before merging onto a main road, skillfully avoiding the electric bikes, and gradually fell into a rhythm of running. He had lived in Shenzhen for 3 years. Prior to his departure from his last position, his monthly salary had exceeded 20,000 yuan. Yet, he still resided in a 1-bedroom unit in a village within the city, which, despite the lengthy commute and subpar conditions, furnished only with a bed, a table, chairs, and a wardrobe, was affordable. With a mere 1,000 yuan in rent each month, he could sleep, bathe, and cook, and for that reason, he tolerated the circumstances. Every penny he earned was meticulously allocated, as he planned to save for several years before assisting his mother in finding a kidney donor. Thus, he exerted himself tirelessly at work and sought additional part-time opportunities whenever possible. Although he had managed to save 300,000 yuan thus far, he was still far from the amount needed for his mother's surgery. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender. He must strive to emerge from the quagmire of unemployment, for his mother relied upon him. After a week of submitting resumes without receiving any responses, Lin Yan found himself in a state of bewilderment. Was the job market truly this dire? How could it be that all real estate companies were not in need of designers? Even the ordinary design positions with salaries below 10,000 yuan had yielded no replies. What was the underlying cause of this predicament? With little time for contemplation, he completed a design drawing for a part-time project he had undertaken prior to his departure and submitted it to the client. The client, who shared his surname and was affectionately referred to as Brother Lin, often jested that they must have been related 3 centuries ago. Upon receiving the drawing, Brother Lin did not request any modifications and promptly transferred the payment to him. Having received the funds, Lin Yan expressed to Brother Lin, "I have some availability lately. Should you have any tasks that require assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you." After sending this WeChat message, he noticed that the other party's chat box displayed typing for an extended period. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he received a response, "Brother, let me be honest with you. In this industry, it seems no one will dare to employ you again. The Zhen family has hinted that you've offended them. As you know, the Zhen family holds significant sway in the Shenzhen real estate market. Given their influence, which company would risk offending them by hiring you? Take my advice and leave Shenzhen or consider a career change. Also, do not mention that I informed you. They have requested that I keep it confidential." Upon reading this message, Lin Yan felt a sudden rush of blood to his head, as if he had become deaf, unable to hear anything around him. After a considerable pause, he stiffly typed a reply. "Okay, brother, Thank you for telling me this. The other side did not respond again. Lin Yan, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto his desk, fiercely grasping his hair in frustration, muttering, "This is outrageous. I merely rejected her. Does she really need to retaliate like this? It's not as if I committed a heinous crime. Being fired is one thing, but to be blacklisted in the industry? What grudge could she possibly hold against me? I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to share an elevator with her. It's infuriating." As he vented his fury, he suddenly heard his phone ring. It was his mentor. He quickly answered, "Hello, master." Wang Xiang replied, "Yes, it's me. I'm currently hiding in a conference room to call you, so my voice might be a bit low. Disciple, please listen to me. I believe the situation has turned dire. A few days ago, I inquired with my classmates about whether their company was hiring designers. They responded that they were in desperate need, so I asked them to find out about the salary. However, after several days without a reply, I couldn't wait any longer and asked them directly. The fellow hesitated and finally said they are no longer hiring. Sensing something amiss, I threatened him with his past indiscretions, and he finally revealed that Zhen's secretary said, "You have offended the Zhen family." How could this be? Lin Yan scoffed. It's the same on my end. All the companies I had arranged interviews with have suddenly changed their minds about hiring. No one is responding to my resumes, and even part-time positions are avoiding me. It must be the work of Zhen Zhu, retaliating against me for my refusal. Wang Xiang pounded his chest, exclaiming, "Goodness! How deep is her vendetta to sabotage someone else's livelihood?" Listen to your master. A wise man does not let pride lead to immediate losses. We should go and apologize to the chairman's daughter. Even if it means spending a few days with her, it would be worth it. As men, we have nothing to lose. You studied design for so many years. What will you do if you abandon this field? Lin Yan resolutely replied, "Master, please stop. I will not apologize to her. I have done nothing wrong." Wang Xiang implored, "Disciple, you are still young, with a bright future ahead. Do not throw it all away for a moment of stubbornness." Zhen's influence in Shenzhen is formidable, and Zhendong shares a close camaraderie with the mayor, a bond that is particularly strong. To put it bluntly, a mere spit from him could easily drown us insignificant figures. We lack the leverage to confront him. Lin Yan remained silent. Wang Xiang sighed and continued, "Your family is not well off, and you are in need of money. It would be prudent for us to lower our heads and navigate through this current predicament. The chairman's daughter is not one to form lasting attachments. She may grow weary of you in a couple of days, and when that happens, you may do as you please without any repercussions, correct?" The thought of Zhen Zhu's face elicited a visceral aversion in Lin Yan. How could he possibly expect her to beg for his favor? No chance. He resolutely rejected his mentor's suggestion, waving his hand dismissively. "Master, please do not persuade me further. I will not bow to Zhen Zhu. If I cannot continue as a designer, I can always pursue another occupation. No matter how dire my financial situation becomes, I refuse to compromise my integrity. My family may be impoverished, but we possess dignity. I refuse to believe that Zhen Zhu has the power to starve me in Shenzhen. Just wait and see. I will find a job." Seeing that he could not sway Lin Yan, Wang Xiang shook his head in resignation. Ah, the youth. How much is dignity worth? When the day comes that you find yourself unable to afford a meal, you will realize that dignity pales in comparison to hunger. I have said my piece. You must take care of yourself." Lin Yan replied, "Master, please take care." Wang Xiang concluded, "If ever you find yourself truly hungry, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will help you." Lin Yan smiled, "Thank you, master." After ending the call, Lin Yan cast aside his earlier despondency, donned his backpack, and stepped out with renewed vigor. He believed that, armed with his abilities, he would undoubtedly secure employment. Chapter 8. Private Detective. Lin Yan first ventured to a nearby building entirely occupied by educational training companies. He had often jogged in the vicinity and had observed children carrying art boards passing by during evenings and weekends, leading him to deduce that there must be art training classes nearby. Indeed, upon entering the building and consulting the directory, he discovered 8 art training centers. He proceeded to promote himself, portfolio in hand, from door to door. 5 of the establishments indicated they were not hiring, yet he remained undeterred. He continued to inquire at the 6th, which revealed a need for staff. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he presented his portfolio and introduced himself. Fortune favored him that day, as the owner happened to be at the front desk. After reviewing Lin Yan's portfolio, he was impressed by the solid foundation of his skills and requested an impromptu sketch. Lin Yan readily accepted, picking up a pencil and drawing with confidence. The owner noted Lin Yan's unpretentious demeanor and evident talent, having previously engaged in similar part-time work, and decided on the spot to hire him, offering a commendable salary with the promise of more should his performance prove satisfactory in the future. Lin Yan was overjoyed, bowing respectfully to the owner and assuring him of his dedication. They agreed on a trial workday for the following day, with the possibility of signing a formal contract if both parties were satisfied. Lin Yan, elated, turned to leave, unaware that someone was trailing behind him. In the evening, within the confines of a club, a man donning a hat replied with his head bowed. He had remained at home throughout the morning and had attended interviews at several art training centers in the afternoon. One of them had agreed to let him come in for a trial tomorrow. If successful, a contract would be signed. Zhen Zhu, shaking the glass in her hand, remarked with disdain, "Humph, he seems to have risen in stature, not deigning to look at me, and has turned to teaching children." Xiao Kiki chuckled clearly. Without the Zhen family, he is nothing. The idea of having someone follow Lin Yan was proposed by Xiao Kiki. Noticing Zhen Zhu's recent despondency, she suggested tracking him to see just how miserable his life had become. Upon hearing this, Zhen Zhu's interest was piqued, and she perked up. However, after several days of surveillance, there was little of note. Lin Yan spent his days cooped up at home, occasionally venturing out for a jog. Finally, they had something of substance. Zhen Zhu instructed the private investigator, before he arrives at the art class tomorrow, meet with the owner first. Offer him 100,000 yuan, provided he does not employ Lin Yan. I believe a sensible person would not refuse such an enticing sum. Xiao Kiki concurred, of course. Given how difficult it is to earn money these days, that 100,000 yuan is equivalent to the income from numerous classes. It's merely a matter of not hiring one individual. It's like handing him free money, and he would surely be amenable. Zhen Zhu extracted a checkbook from her handbag, pinned a check for 100,000 yuan, tore it off, and handed it to the investigator. "Here, take this." The investigator accepted the check with both hands, affirming, "Understood. I will await your news," before exiting with his head down. Meanwhile, Lin Yan remained blissfully unaware, sifting through his wardrobe for attire suitable for his first day at work. Teaching, he believed, demanded a more formal appearance than designing. After considerable effort, he finally selected a shirt, one he had purchased for his interview with the Zhen family. Trying on, he found it still fit well, as he had remained quite busy since graduation and had not gained weight, though it was somewhat wrinkled. He washed it again, vigorously shook it until the creases diminished, and hung it on a hanger to dry outside his room, thus preparing for the next day. The following morning, he awoke early, donned his freshly laundered, wrinkle-free shirt, and rode his bicycle to work with excitement. However, upon arriving at the art training center, the previously affable owner suddenly changed demeanor, shooing him away upon his entrance. Taken aback, Lin Yan clung to the door, pleading, "Brother, have you forgotten? We agreed on a trial today." The owner growled, "That never happened. You must be mistaken." Confused, Lin Yan insisted, "But yesterday, that's not what you said. Miss at the front desk, please corroborate my words. You were present during my interview." He cast a desperate glance toward the front desk attendant. Regrettably, she was powerless to assist, not wishing to oppose her boss and risk her job. Thus, she pretended not to hear, concealing her face behind a book. Just then, a student and their parent arrived, caught in the awkwardness of the situation, unsure whether to proceed inside. Noticing the customers, the owner quickly plastered on a smile, exclaiming, "No worries, come right in." He was merely a credit card salesman, and no matter how much I tried to drive him away, he remained resolute, his audacity unmatched. Only after the parents and students dared to enter did they cast disdainful glances at Lin Yan, as if silently reproaching him. How could a grown man possess such a thick skin? Unable to endure their scrutinizing gazes, Lin Yan decided against further squabbling with such a capricious employer. Thus, he released his grip on the door, standing upright and articulately addressing the boss. "Very well. I wish your company a swift demise." After uttering this, he disregarded the boss's curses and promptly departed, while the boss trailed behind for a few steps before begrudgingly retreating. With a heart full of frustration, Lin Yan pondered the absurdity of the situation. Just yesterday, everything had seemed just fine. What could possibly motivate the boss's outrageous behavior? It made no sense. What benefit could there be in playing such games with himself? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Only Zhen Zhu would derive pleasure from such petty antics. Was it not likely that she was the one orchestrating this disruption in his work, given her capacity to blacklist him across the entire industry? What mischief was beyond her reach? If she were indeed behind this, returning now might just yield evidence. Yes, he would return immediately. He turned and hastened back toward the training center. As he approached a corner, he overheard the training center's owner stating, "I've already sent Lin Yan away. Can I expect the payment you promised?" Just as he suspected, Lin Yan halted, stealthily pressing against the wall and cautiously peering around the corner. He observed a man, clad in a hat, and turned away from him, handing the painting class owner a piece of paper, declaring, 100,000, not a penny less. "You must keep this a secret. Lin Yan must not know that anyone has approached you." "Of course, you need not worry," the painting class owner eagerly replied, his delight evident as he accepted the paper with a broad grin. How extraordinary it was. Avoiding hiring someone could yield a windfall of 100,000. Such occurrences should happen more often, he mused. The private detective, having completed Zhen Zhu's commission, made no delay and headed directly for the elevator. Lin Yan deduced that he intended to leave the premises and quickly descended the stairs, hoping to ambush the man at the elevator entrance, to ascertain whether he had indeed been sent by Zhen Zhu. Chapter 9. Who prompted you to act this way? In his haste, Lin Yan ran faster than usual. Upon reaching the first floor, the elevator had yet to arrive, allowing him a moment to catch his breath and stretch his wrist. Having not engaged in a fight for years, his hands felt stiff. The private detective, preoccupied with the successful completion of his task, looked forward to basking in the praise of the young ladies, confident that a generous reward awaited him. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, Lin Yan swiftly seized him by the throat, dragging him into a nearby stairwell. As a private investigator, he had encountered countless perilous situations, yet this time he had truly underestimated his opponent. Who could have anticipated that Lin Yan, seemingly devoid of guile, would see through the scheme and lay in wait for him? Struggling to breathe, he gestured frantically for Lin Yan to release him, pleading for a civil conversation. Ignoring him, Lin Yan tightened his grip until they reached the secluded stairwell, where he slightly eased his hold, permitting the man to gasp for air, yet still refusing to let him go. The private investigator finally managed to catch his breath, gasping heavily. Lin Yan waited until his panting had subsided before pressing him. "Speak. Was it Zhen Zhu who instructed you to do this?" The investigator, still anticipating a reward from Zhen Zhu, was reluctant to betray her and stubbornly replied, "Of course not. I don't even know who this Zhen Zhu is that you speak of." Lin Yan dismissed his feeble excuses and insisted, "Who else could it be? Stop evading the question and tell me. Was it her?" As he tightened his grip around the investigator's neck, the latter realized he could not withstand the pressure any longer. He thought to himself, "I cannot value money over my life." Coming to this conclusion, he desperately waved his hands at Lin Yan, signaling that he had something to say. Lin Yan coldly warned him, "Think carefully. If you try to deceive me again, I will not let you off easily." The investigator blinked fervently, indicating his sincerity, prompting Lin Yan to release him once more. Gasping for air, the investigator stammered, "Man, your grip is truly remarkable. Enough with the small talk, just speak." Lin Yan feigned a move to tighten his hold again. "Please, don't choke me again. I was really about to pass out. I'll tell you everything." The investigator raised his hands in surrender and confessed, "Indeed, Ms. Zhen instructed me to do this. She asked me to find your employer before you started work and tell him that if he didn't hire you, he would receive 100,000 yuan. The boss readily agreed, which is why he treated you that way." Lin Yan's lips trembled with fury. It was indeed Zhen Zhu, a true scoundrel. Unconsciously tightening his grip on the boss's hand, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What else did she ask you to do?" The investigator stuttered, "A week ago, she instructed me to follow you and report back on where you went each day and what you did. But I haven't done anything wrong. Today was the only incident." He raised 3 fingers in a vow. As he claimed, this week had only brought forth this one outrageous event. At least he had the sense to come clean. Lin Yan released the private investigator and said, "Relay a message to Zhen Zhu for me. I, Lin Yan, am a man she will never possess in her lifetime. She should abandon her futile pursuits. These petty obstacles will not defeat me nor bend my will to her. They will only instill disgust in me." Without waiting for the investigator's response, he turned and left. That evening, at the club, the private investigator trembled as he reported his failure to Zhen Zhu, who was furious and smashed a wine glass in front of him. He recoiled in fright, taking 3 steps back as Zhen Zhu scolded, "You useless fool! You couldn't even handle such a simple task." Meanwhile, Xiao Kiki felt as though the glass had shattered against her own face, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, for she had recommended this investigator to Zhen Zhu, confidently asserting his reliability, only to have him fail. She quickly exchanged glances with the investigator, urging, "Is there some misunderstanding? Speak to us clearly." She hoped the investigator could concoct some excuse to gloss over the immediate predicament. However, the private detective misinterpreted her intentions, believing she was urging him to be candid and forthcoming. Consequently, he hesitantly recounted Lin Yan's words verbatim. This only served to infuriate Zhen Zhu further, as she pointed at the private detective and exclaimed to Xiao Kiki, "Is this the person you recommended to me? Do you think I have money to burn, spending 200,000 just to find someone to irritate myself? Huh?" In a fit of anger, she shattered another cup, lamenting, "My dignity has been utterly tarnished by you all. A bunch of good-for-nothings." Xiao Kiki's face fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed. Although she and Zhen Zhu were classmates during their undergraduate studies, and her family held some influence, she was not favored at home. Thus, she had always maintained a subordinate position before Zhen Zhu. Now, having finally gained a semblance of authority in the matter concerning Lin Yan, she could not afford to squander this opportunity. With this thought in mind, she struck her own face sharply, promising Zhen Zhu, "This time it was my incompetence. I know another person from Hong Kong, someone who specializes in dealing with affluent families, and I have great faith in him. You won't have to spend a penny. Leave this to me, and I assure you, we will bring Lin Yan down." Zhen Zhu's anger began to dissipate slightly as she feigned concern, touching Xiao Kiki's face and saying, "I'm not truly angry with you. Why are you so harsh on yourself? Look, your face is swollen." Xiao Kiki thought to herself, "Were it not for your continued usefulness, would I have struck myself so? Enough of this pretense. Just wait until I achieve success, and you'll see how I repay this." Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained an outward appearance of remorse, stating, "It's all right. It's my fault for trusting him. This time, we will find someone reliable. I promise there will be no mistakes." Zhen Zhu nodded in agreement, declaring, "All right then, I entrust this matter to you. I want Lin Yan to be utterly devoid of a foothold in Shenzhen, to leave in disgrace, haunted by nightmares of this city for defying me. This will be his consequence." Her eyes gleamed with resentment. Xiao Kiki replied, "Very well, leave it to me." She waved away the ineffectual private detective, urging him to leave, then contacted her father's secretary using her personal phone, conversing entirely in Cantonese. After acquiring the Hong Kong private detective's phone number, she promptly called him, introduced herself, and quickly articulated her needs. The detective quoted a fee of 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Without haggling over the price, Xiao Kiki merely inquired about his chances of success. The detective chuckled, "It's a trivial matter, nothing to worry about." Thus, the deal was struck. Xiao Kiki immediately transferred a deposit of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, agreeing to pay the remaining 300,000 upon completion of the task. After finalizing the deposit, she poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Zhen Zhu, saying, "Let us await the news of our success. Cheers." Zhen Zhu accepted the wine, and both women, harboring their respective ulterior motives, smiled as they toasted. Chapter 10. The encounter with a con artist, a true expert reveals their prowess at first glance. The private detective, upon meeting them, presented a dossier of Lin Yan's background, including his educational history, part-time jobs during university, all addresses he had rented in Shenzhen, and even details of his social circle. An exhaustive compilation encompassing everything imaginable and more. Zhen Zhu, Qiao Cuckoo, and Angel were greatly impressed. Angel, the most curious among them, inquired, "Where did you find all this information? It's so detailed." With a smile, he responded in his somewhat halting Mandarin, "I have my own channels. This is a commercial secret, and I cannot divulge the specifics to you ladies." Although intrigued, Angel understood that he relied on this for his livelihood, and there was a reason for his discretion. Having noted that everyone had reviewed the materials, he took the initiative to say, "Miss Qiao has made her intentions quite clear. She wants him to leave Shenzhen. The analysis of these documents suggests he is in dire financial straits, and he will not remain idle. Even if he cannot continue in his current profession, he will strive to seek other employment. Therefore, our next course of action is to ensure that he fails at every job he pursues, which will swiftly lead him to realize that there is no future for him in Shenzhen, and he must relocate to another city. Miss Qiao, does this plan meet your approval?" Qiao Cuckoo glanced at Zhen Zhu, silently seeking her opinion. Zhen Zhu nodded, saying, "It sounds quite plausible. Let's hope you don't disappoint me this time." With a confident smile, he declared, "I assure you, he will be out of Shenzhen within 2 weeks." Zhen Zhu laughed heartily. "Very well. If you truly accomplish this, I will reward you with an additional 100,000 RMB. Bowing slightly, he replied, "Thank you in advance." Miss Zhen, after organizing the documents and placing them into his bag, he gracefully nodded at them and exited. Once he left, Angel finally seized the opportunity to speak, tugging at Qiao Cuckoo incessantly. "Cuckoo, is he really that impressive? Zhen Zhu mentioned he has helped your father with matters. Do you know anything about him? Oh, please share with us." Qiao Cuckoo, pulling back her slightly distorted sleeve, felt a surge of disdain. Were it not for Zhen Zhu's friendship, she would have little desire to engage with Angel, whose lack of intelligence was rather glaring. How could she so casually pry into someone else's secrets? Nevertheless, given Zhen Zhu's close ties to her, she decided to overlook Angel's folly. Suppressing her irritation, she replied innocently, "I merely happened to encounter him in my father's study. I truly have no idea what he has done for him. Besides, I need not be informed of my own affairs." Angel's face fell in disappointment. "Oh right, I forgot. Your father has designated your brother as his successor. It's understandable that he wouldn't share this with you." Her words, though casually spoken, struck a nerve in Qiao Cuckoo, who clenched her fists in silence. Yes, everyone knew how her father favored his mistress over his wife. Her mother was the legitimate wife. Yet as the only daughter, she was deprived of her inheritance rights, often looked down upon by others. Meanwhile, her younger half-brother, despite being 3 years her junior and born out of wedlock, was groomed as the successor simply because he was a son, enjoying a privileged position at the Hong Kong headquarters, basking in glory day after day. In a moment of silent determination, Qiao Kiki vowed to herself that she would thrive magnificently in the future, ensuring that all those who had once looked down upon her would be beneath her feet. Meanwhile, Lin Yan remained blissfully unaware that misfortune was about to befall him once more. Following the ban and interference caused by Zhen Zhu, he refrained from submitting resumes online and opted instead to deliver food. In September, Shenzhen was still sweltering during the day. After 2 days of trial work, Lin Yan had grown accustomed to the life of a delivery driver. Though it was somewhat arduous, it was no more taxing than the farming he had done at home, perhaps even easier than harvesting wheat, save for the heat and the numerous flights of stairs he had to navigate. Nonetheless, he found it invigorating, a perfect opportunity for exercise. Each time he rode his electric scooter against the wind, he felt as if he were soaring, embracing a profound sense of freedom and joy. However, on the very next morning after his trial period ended and he officially began his job, he encountered a daunting challenge. As he emerged from a narrow alley on his scooter, moving at a leisurely pace, an individual unexpectedly dashed out from the side and collided directly with his vehicle. Startled, Lin Yan quickly applied the brakes, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" He hastily parked the scooter and turned to the man lying on the ground. The man remained motionless, and Lin Yan watched in horror as blood began to seep from his pant leg, momentarily rendered speechless. His speed had been negligible, and he and T truly collided with the man. Rather, it was the other individual who had recklessly crashed into him. He was a victim of a scam. Inwardly, He reminded himself to remain calm and composed. Yes, the surveillance cameras. He glanced around, but given the distance from the main street, there were no cameras in sight. Lin Yan sighed quietly, thinking to himself how unfortunate he was. Perhaps, if he spoke to the man compassionately, appealing to his sympathy, he might relent upon seeing Lin Yan's impoverished state. Just as he prepared to assist the fallen man, a crowd suddenly materialized from nowhere. Men, women, and children alike, shouting in distress, "Daddy, what happened to you? Honey, why are you lying here? Who hit my son?" Lin Yan hurriedly attempted to explain. "I was just about to turn on my scooter when this uncle came charging at me. I wasn't going fast. Look, my speedometer shows only 10. It can't possibly cause such severe injury. Perhaps he has a pre-existing condition?" An elderly man wielding a cane gestured emphatically at Lin Yan, his voice brimming with indignation. "Young man, that's not how it happened. My son is perfectly healthy. We came to Shenzhen for a joyous family trip, and in an instant, he's left like this because of you. What more do you have to say?" Lin Yan replied, "I'm not disputing. I'm merely stating the facts." The elderly man, shaking with fury, faltered as he rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. The scene erupted into chaos as an elderly woman wailed, "Heaven has no eyes. Not only have you injured my son and refused to admit it, but you've also caused my husband to faint from anger. I see you wish to take my life. I will not let this go." With that, she lunged at Lin Yan, raising her hand to strike him. Lin Yan deftly evaded the elderly lady, swiftly withdrawing his phone to declare, "I cannot clarify this with you. I shall call the police immediately, and they will vindicate me." Chapter 11. The faux journalist incident. Before he could complete the call, two men appeared, one wielding a camera and the other a microphone. The man with the microphone exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Goodness, it's a traffic accident. We've just secured our material for today." He then thrust the microphone towards the elderly woman, inquiring, "Madam, could you please explain the situation? Who has been injured?" With tears streaming down her face, the elderly lady lamented, "The young man lying on the ground is my son. Our family came here for a vacation, and unexpectedly, he was struck by an electric bicycle, bleeding profusely. The perpetrator refuses to take responsibility, insisting that my son was already unwell. My husband, in his attempt to reason with him, fainted from anger. You are from a television station, right? Please ensure this incident is reported. We seek justice for our family." The host nodded repeatedly, assuring her, "Rest assured, we will air this footage and restore your family's honor." Lin Yan, infuriated by the family's blatant distortion of the truth, tucked his phone away and tapped the reporter on the shoulder, saying, "My friend, I'm not certain which program you represent, but an interview should not solely reflect one side's narrative." The host smiled and responded, "Indeed, what would you like to say?" He turned and handed the microphone to Lin Yan. The cameraman trained the lens on Lin Yan, who addressed the camera with gravity, stating, "The reality is they are fabricating lies. This man deliberately ran into my electric bicycle, and my speed was merely 10 kilometers per hour. How could that possibly inflict injury? Furthermore, I exchanged only a few words with that elderly man before he collapsed. Should I be held accountable for that?" While the host feigned attentiveness to Lin Yan's words, his gaze fixated on the electric bicycle. Once Lin Yan finished, he remarked, "Oh, is that so? Let us check the mileage displayed on the bicycle." He led the camera crew to film the odometer, and after Lin Yan pointed out, he stepped back to allow the cameraman to capture the image. To Lin Yan's astonishment, the cameraman merely pretended to film before abruptly removing the key from the electric bicycle. "What are you doing?" Lin Yan exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom the cameraman's audacity. With the key removed, the bicycle ceased to display its mileage, leaving him without recourse to defend himself. The cameraman lowered the camera, no longer pretending to film, and shook the key at the host, saying, "Boss, I've got it." Hearing the term boss, Lin Yan finally comprehended the situation. It was all an elaborate ruse, and they were clearly colluding. He laughed bitterly in fury. So you've come as a group to orchestrate a scam, have you? Your acting is commendable, but your luck is poor. You've targeted a penniless individual like me. To be frank, I'm merely a delivery worker, utterly broke, no money to spare, and not a life worth taking." The faux host abandoned his pretense, smiling amiably as he replied, "Young man, there is no need to speak so harshly. What a farce. Our encounter is indeed a twist of fate. Look at us. my brothers. It is quite arduous for us in this sweltering heat, and now we find ourselves bloodied from a mere collision. We harbor no intention to deceive you. Let's negotiate amicably. A flat rate of 1 million in medical expenses will suffice, regardless of the severity of the injuries. We shall not demand a single penny more from you. How reasonable is that? Lin Yan regarded him with a cold stare and replied, You may say whatever you wish. I have no money. I shall not part with a single cent. Moreover, I intend to summon the police to apprehend you all. As he spoke, he illuminated his phone to reveal that he had already dialed 110 while the fraudulent host was speaking, and now the call was connecting. In Lin Yan's estimation, the swindlers would surely fear the police, and upon witnessing his defiance, they would retreat. To his astonishment, however, the impostor host erupted in boisterous laughter. Clapping his hands as he exclaimed, It has been ages since I encountered such a foolish young man. This scheme not only promises substantial rewards, but also offers delightful entertainment. Lin Yan was taken aback by this unexpected response, instinctively retreating a few steps. After his laughter subsided, the impostor host approached him menacingly and declared, Brother, I have been to prison several times, and am well aware that demanding a trifling sum from you is of no consequence. It does not even meet the threshold for sentencing. If you have any sense, you will hand over your money promptly. Should you choose to be obstinate, my associates and I will henceforth fixate on you. Ensuring your life is nothing but a series of misfortunes. Pushed back by the mounting pressure, Lin Yan found himself cornered, realizing he stood no chance against such a multitude. In a moment of panic, he recalled the low wall behind him. Beyond it lay the main road, bustling with people. Surely, they would not dare act recklessly in such a crowd. His gaze caught sight of a large sofa behind him. This was the moment. He leaped onto the sofa and, with a swift and agile motion, vaulted over the wall. The impostor host, believing he had Lin Yan cornered in a dead end, was taken aback by the youth's agility as he effortlessly scaled the wall. Seething with frustration, he bellowed to the tall cameraman, Why are you just standing there? Hurry and jump the wall to pursue him. If he escapes, I shall hold you accountable. The tall cameraman promptly leaped over the wall in pursuit of Lin Yan. But the latter was well acquainted with the area and had already vanished around the corner. After searching in vain, the cameraman had no choice but to call his boss to report the failure. The impostor host berated him and then called to report his unsuccessful mission, receiving a scolding in return. Ultimately, he was assigned a new task, to which he nodded fervently, assuring, Yes, I will certainly accomplish it next time. Rest assured. After ending the call, he kicked the man who had feigned injury and was now sprawled on the ground, having succumbed to slumber due to his overzealous commitment. It took several kicks before the man stirred, blinking in confusion, and inquired, Boss, are we done? Can we split the earnings now? The impostor host, infuriated, kicked him several more times, cursing, Money. All you think about is money. You botched the job and still have the audacity to ask for payment. Get out of my sight. The man had been asleep for the latter half, utterly oblivious to what transpired. Even when scolded by the boss, he did not dare to utter a word, merely retreating to a corner with a look of grievance. The faux host cleared his throat and addressed the group, stating that the boss, in his magnanimity, chose not to hold them accountable for their misdeeds. However, he cautioned that should anyone encounter Lin Yan again, they must remain vigilant and fully alert. The crowd responded in unison, acknowledging his words. Satisfied, the faux host nodded and proclaimed they must devise a more ruthless plan, asserting that their previous leniency towards Lin Yan was a mistake. They must ensure he experiences the consequences of their might. Ideas and strategies flowed from the crowd, and at last this band of deceivers departed from Lin Yan's vicinity. Chapter 12. The Revelation of Truth. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Yan cautiously circled back to the earlier intersection, peering inside with trepidation. The individuals had dispersed, leaving only his electric scooter forlornly stationed at the crossroads. He contemplated moving the scooter, but soon remembered the key had been taken from him. Nonetheless, the scooter was of little value. Perhaps those individuals had deemed it unworthy of their interest. He traversed the narrow path for quite some time, eventually discovering the key near the wall he had climbed over. It seemed the pursuer had inadvertently dropped it during their hasty escape. Regardless, he was fortunate to have suffered no tangible loss. However, this location had become untenable. Those individuals had set their sights on him, and there was no telling whether they would return to cause further trouble. He had to relocate immediately. Without the luxury of pondering how he had entangled himself with such a troublesome crowd, he resolved not to waste time with their trivial pursuits. With this thought, he returned to his rented room, gathered his scant belongings, and filled 2 large boxes. He then contacted his landlord to terminate the lease. The landlord expressed surprise, inquiring why he wished to leave after several years of stable tenancy. Lin Yan, with no other option, revealed the truth. He had become the target of fraudsters and feared future complications, hence his desire to move. The landlord responded with understanding, saying, "Now makes sense. I wondered why you would want to leave so suddenly. I happen to have another property in a different district that is quite similar to this one, though the location is even better. It's available now, and I can offer it to you for a reduced rate of 1,000 per month, given that you've had a tough time here." "Thank you, sir. That's wonderful. I was just worrying about where to go next. And you've solved a significant problem for me," Lin Yan exclaimed with relief. "You're welcome. You're a good kid, and I trust you with the rental," the landlord replied. "I'll send you the address of the new place shortly. Let us meet there." "All right, see you soon," Lin Yan said. Thanks to the landlord's kindness, that very night, Lin Yan moved into his new home. After a refreshing shower, he lay in bed reflecting on the world, realizing that there are indeed more good people than bad. And perhaps fortune had not entirely forsaken him after all. He had encountered a stroke of good luck. He resolved to forget the unpleasantness of the past, convinced that tomorrow would surely bring better tidings. The location of his new residence, as the landlord had suggested, was significantly superior, being in close proximity to the commercial district. With numerous buildings and shops nearby, he was confident he would find employment with ease. However, in the following days, his despair only deepened. Despite having relocated to a new home, distanced from his previous residence, those individuals persisted in haunting him, relentlessly entwining themselves in his affairs. No matter what job he undertook, they would invariably disrupt his efforts. For instance, when he worked as a waiter, they feigned being patrons, claiming there were flies in the dishes, and lodged complaints against him, resulting in his dismissal after just half a morning. When he took up a position as a courier sorter, this group inundated the company's headquarters with calls, accusing him of dereliction of duty. Before he could offer an explanation, the supervisor, deeming him an ill omen, promptly discharged him. Subsequently, when he sought employment at a wholesale market, assisting with heavy lifting, they resorted to their old tricks, feigning injury by lying on the ground in a darkened area, startling his fellow workers who subsequently avoided him and reported him to management, thus thwarting his efforts once again. Frustration consumed him, yet these individuals had become shrewd. After achieving their aims, they seized the opportunity during his disputes with others to flee, leaving him utterly unable to pursue them, ensnared in their manipulations. In a final attempt, he feigned interest in becoming a courier, anticipating their arrival to enact a form of entrapment. True to his expectations, they appeared shortly thereafter. He expressed gratitude to the courier for his assistance, and, seizing the moment before they could react, swiftly advanced and seized the faux host, constricting his neck as he had previously done with a private investigator, watching as the man's face turned crimson, his struggles gradually waning. The suddenness of the incident caught the remaining members of the con artist group off guard, yet the tallest among them was the first to respond, attempting to subdue him. With keen reflexes, he evaded the assault, threatening, "Stay back. If you approach, I will truly strangle him." The faux host hastily gestured for his accomplices to retreat, and after a moment's hesitation, they complied, distancing themselves from him. Satisfied, he slightly loosened his grip, allowing the faux host to gulp in air. With an icy demeanor, he inquired, "Let us converse. What have I done to incur your wrath? You have shadowed me for days. You cannot possibly be unaware that I possess no wealth. What, then, is your purpose? Do not lie. My threat to strangle you is no jest." These individuals had rendered him utterly incapable of any endeavor, nearly forcing him to resort to begging. In a fleeting moment, he truly contemplated mutual destruction with them. The faux host, recognizing the gravity of the situation and understanding that he was not being intimidated, admitted, "Please spare me. I am merely following orders. As for my superior, I am but a small fry and truly do not know who he is. He resides in room 1092 of the Wanxia Hotel. Go seek him out. I promise I will never trouble you again. I have a wife and children to support, and I cannot afford to die. Terrified, he soiled himself in fear. Seeing the man in such a state of terror assured Lin Yan of his honesty. He disdainfully released him, warning, I will go find him immediately, but you and your associates must not alert him. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not show you mercy next time. The faux host slumped on the ground, eagerly nodded in agreement, his head bobbing like a garlic pounder. Rest assured, handsome, we will not leak any information. The tall figure, terrified in the presence of his superior, felt a kinship with the fear instilled by Lin Yan, and thus refrained from further provocation, fervently nodding in consent from behind. Lin Yan cast a final glare at these individuals, noticing their necks retract in submission, confirming their silence before he proceeded to Wanxia Restaurant. Ascending the staircase to the 10th floor, he located room 1092, conveniently situated beside the stairwell, facilitating his surveillance. His arrival at the restaurant was in the afternoon, and it wasn't until evening that there was any activity from the room. A man wearing sunglasses exited, conversing on the phone. Miss Xiao, I'm stepping out now. All right, see you at the club shortly. Observing his departure, Lin Yan swiftly descended the stairs to the first floor, exiting the elevator and tailing him out of the hotel. The club was not far, and he intended to walk there. However, after only a few steps, he sensed an unsettling presence behind him. Pretending his sunglasses were smudged, he discreetly removed them, utilizing the reflective surface to glimpse Lin Yan following closely. Raising his eyebrows in intrigue, he mused, interesting indeed. I wonder how this seemingly harmless fellow managed to outsmart that group of con artists, even acquiring my address. It appears those individuals have become utterly useless. Yet, Lin Yan is still too inexperienced to contend with me. Chapter 13. A disgraceful departure from Shenzhen, unaware that he had been detected. Lin Yan believed he was stealthily tailing his target, occasionally seeking cover to conceal himself. Upon emerging from his hiding spot for the third time, he realized he had lost sight of his quarry. As he frantically searched, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Startled, he turned to find a smiling figure before him. Although the man's face bore a smile, an inexplicable aura of menace emanated from him. Lin Yan, he accurately pronounced, removing his sunglasses to scrutinize him closely. You are far more handsome in person than in your photographs. Interested in becoming a star? I could facilitate an introduction. Was this individual truly jesting? Lin Yan found it incomprehensible and, unwilling to engage in further frivolity, directly inquired, I have no interest. Who sent you to trouble me? Unsurprisingly, he was aware of the schemes against him. After being relentlessly targeted for so long, only a fool would remain oblivious. However, he was not some petty lackey to be swayed by Lin Yan's words. With a light chuckle, he replied, Young man, your attitude is inappropriate when seeking assistance. Lin Yan ceased the banter, intending to assert his height and strength to subdue him, as he had with the previous two adversaries. Yet, his intentions were swiftly thwarted. The man skillfully countered his move, quickly overpowering Lin Yan and securing his wrists behind his back, rendering him immobile. Lin Yan, unconvinced, attempted to kick back, scoffing as he said, Don't waste your energy. I have studied martial arts, and your moves are far beneath me. I advise you to cease your struggles. With that, he tightened his grip, rendering Lin Yan utterly immobile. Satisfied, he dragged Lin Yan into a deserted alley and leaned in, whispering, Let us return to our previous discussion. You wish to know who is behind this, correct? It is rather amusing. Do I even need to answer? You must already know, don't you? Suddenly, Lin Yan realized the truth. How foolish he had been. In the 3 years since he arrived in Shenzhen, he had not made any enemies, save for Zhen Zhu. Besides her, who would invest such wealth and resources to target him without any gain. Noticing Lin Yan's silence, he understood that the young man had made the connection. Anyone capable of navigating such obstacles to find him could not be a fool. He continued, Let me speak frankly. Your days in Shenzhen will not be pleasant. China is vast, and you could thrive anywhere else. Why squander your youth in futile conflicts? Moreover, with your abilities, you stand no chance of winning. Lin Yan bit his lip, remaining silent. Observing that Lin Yan was absorbing his words, he released him and placed a comforting arm around his shoulders, adopting a tone of a seasoned elder. I too was young once, and I dreamed of defying those in power. What was the outcome? I fell flat on my face. What you are experiencing now is merely an appetizer. If they are dissatisfied with the results, they will escalate their efforts. Over the years, I have assisted many wealthy individuals, and their hearts are more ruthless than you can imagine. They possess the means to make you vanish without a trace, and by the time your family calls for help, it will be too late. I do not intend to frighten you. I speak only the truth. As an only child with a sick mother, why engage in a reckless display of pride? It would be wiser to leave this place. The world outside holds vast opportunities. Lin Yan struggled internally. Indeed, he had become so immersed in these conflicts that he had forgotten his original intentions. The reason he sought success and wealth was for his mother. If something were to happen to him, what would become of her? No, he could not remain so obstinately lost. He must leave this place, and everything would eventually fall into place. Seeing Lin Yan's expression shift from panic to determination, he sensed his words had struck a chord. He patted Lin Yan's shoulder and said, "I should have shared this with you today, but seeing you is like gazing upon my younger self from years past. I cannot bear to see you destroyed. Listen to me. Pack your belongings and leave Shenzhen at once. The sooner, the better. If you delay," he paused dramatically, feigning an air of mystery, "then everything could become unpredictable." Lin Yan trembled, fully aware that he could not take his words at face value. Yet he found himself still compelled to believe them. Taking a deep breath, he retorted, "I do not require your misguided kindness. Who knows if your words are genuine?" With that, he strode away. He anticipated that Lin Yan would leave Shenzhen promptly, yet he dared not be overly confident. Today, it was precisely because of excessive trust in that group of self-proclaimed professionals that he nearly faced failure. Had it not been for his cleverness in discovering Lin Yan tailing him, and his half-truths that managed to dissuade Lin Yan from his course of action, Lin Yan might have already sought out Zhen Zhu. No, he must personally follow Lin Yan, ensuring his departure before he could relax. This lad is astute. He cannot entrust others with this task. His own involvement is the most reliable. With this thought in mind, he first called Xiao Kiki, informing her of a sudden change in plans that necessitated her absence tonight. Once she acquiesced, he procured several bottles of water and snacks to stow in his bag, quietly making his way to Lin Yan's residence. He rented an hourly room across from Lin Yan's home, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain to surveil him. Upon returning home, Lin Yan wasted no time in packing his belongings. Uncertain of the truth in the words he had heard, he was resolute in his desire to leave Shenzhen. While packing, he dialed his friend. "Hey, Chao Fan, I'm heading to Xi'an to seek refuge with you. Prepare for my arrival." Young Chao Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Why are you coming to Xi'an? Our profession here barely earns 20,000. You must reconsider." Lin Yan sighed deeply, responding, "I can no longer stay in Shenzhen. I noticed you've been busy with meetings lately, so I didn't reach out. I've gotten myself into quite a predicament, and there's no work for me here. After much contemplation, seeking you in Xi'an seems my only option." He briefly recounted his recent troubles to Yang Chaofan. Yang Chaofan was engrossed in the tale and, in his distraction, accidentally dropped his teacup. Hastily grabbing a tissue to wipe the tea from the table, he exclaimed, "My heavens, Yin Yin, you must be the fabled disaster for the affluent. Even the daughter of a wealthy family is captivated by you. This scenario resembles a story where the domineering CEO falls in love with me. Only this is a gender-swap version." Lin Yan, not one to frequent the online realm, had been occupied with part-time jobs and thus found Yang Chaofan's words incomprehensible. Frustrated, he insisted, "Enough with the nonsense. I don't need anything from you but assistance in finding accommodation. My budget is limited. I can only afford a place with a monthly rent of 1,000. Conditions are of little concern." Despite his unreliable speech, Yang Chaofan proved dependable in action, readily assuring, "No problem. There are houses in our village around that price range, fully furnished and suitable for cooking. You can move in with just your suitcase, though it is somewhat distant from the city." Lin Yan nonchalantly replied, "As long as it's affordable, distance doesn't matter. I'll just buy an electric bike for commuting. Great. I'll have my mother assist you in finding a place tomorrow morning. You could trust her to get it done. Thank you, Auntie, he replied. No need for such niceties. Chapter 14. The swimming pool the following evening. Lin Yan arrived in Xi'an via high-speed train, 2 large suitcases in tow. Yang Xiaofan picked him up and directly escorted him to the newly rented apartment. His mother had already prepared everything for Lin Yan. The 1-bedroom apartment was bright and tidy, with complete furnishings. Lin Yan was profoundly touched and intended to treat his parents to a meal. However, Yang Xiaofan stopped him, saying, "You and my parents are on the same wavelength. They gave me 500 yuan to welcome you." With a light-hearted chuckle, he remarked that neither of them was particularly skilled in the culinary arts nor inclined to dine out, thus entrusting the daunting task of hosting to him. "Let us go. It has been far too long since we last met. Let us indulge in a delightful evening repast," he said. Reluctantly, Lin Yan accepted the goodwill of Yang Xiaofan's parents and accompanied Yang to a nearby restaurant. The village boasted several excellent dining establishments, rather than a mere village. Yang Xiaofan's home resembled a slightly more prosperous town, complete with supermarkets, a fresh market, restaurants, and schools. The cuisine of Xi'an is delectable, and the spirits are commendable. After a long separation, they both partook liberally. Upon finishing their meal, they emerged from the restaurant, shoulders intertwined, still yearning for more merriment. Thus, they ventured to a nearby supermarket to procure a case of beer and 2 bags of peanuts, which they brought back to Lin Yan's home. In a nostalgic homage to their university days, they scattered peanuts across the table and sat across from one another, sipping beer. As they drank, an unexpected wave of emotion swept over Lin Yan, and he wept, his voice trembling as he lamented, "This world is so profoundly unjust. The affluent act with impunity, trampling our dignity at will. What have I done to deserve this? All I wished was to avoid sharing a bed with her. And now the entire industry has ostracized me, forcing me to leave Shenzhen. I have toiled so hard to finally earn a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Yet with a mere word from her, I was dismissed, rendering all my efforts futile." He raised a bottle of beer to his lips and downed it in one go. Continuing through his tears, "I have contemplated ending it all with her, but I cannot die. My mother still needs me. I must ensure she undergoes surgery. She has labored tirelessly for me throughout her life, and I cannot bear to watch her perish." Yang Xiaofan, deeply moved by his friend's words, rose with fervor, exclaiming, "I believe you will not be defeated by the challenges before you. These hardships are but temporary. You have left behind that ruthless city of Shenzhen, and a bright future awaits you." He added, "A high school classmate of mine works at a real estate firm, and I have already inquired on your behalf. He informed me that they are hiring, and with your qualifications, you are certain to succeed in the interview." Yang then embraced Lin Yan, reassuring him, "Admittedly, the salary may not match what you earn in Shenzhen, but the workload is manageable. You can also seek part-time work. Achieving a monthly income beyond 10,000 is entirely feasible." Lin Yan, profoundly touched, enveloped Yang Xiaofan in a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming, "My dear brother, those years of sharing instant noodles were not in vain." During their college days, both Lin Yan and Yang Xiaofan had faced financial constraints. Lin Yan managed his finances with foresight, while Yang often found himself destitute by mid-month, resorting to borrowing Lin Yan's instant noodles. Observing Yang explique. Lin Yan eventually invited him to join in part-time work, and together they engaged in tutoring and day labor activities, solidifying their bond. Yang Xiaofan laughed heartily, declaring, "We have triumphed. My friend, now we dine at the expense of the state and need not resort to instant noodles any longer." After graduating from university, he returned home to take the civil service exam, and now enjoys a comfortable position in the town with a relaxed workload and proximity to home. Lin Yan smiled, genuinely pleased for his brother's success, and replied, "Indeed, how wonderful it is." At that moment, in a Shenzhen club, having witnessed Lin Yan board the train during the day, he returned to inquire with Lin Yan's landlord and confirmed that Lin had indeed vacated his rental, stating he was heading to Xi'an for opportunities. He finally felt relieved and reported back to Zhen Zhu and Xiao Kuku in the evening. Zhen Zhu, upon viewing the photograph of Lin Yan looking haggard as he boarded the train and listening to the recording of her conversation with Lin's landlord, became convinced that they had successfully driven Lin away. Just a few days ago, he insisted on staying in Shenzhen. How quickly he has fled. It's rather disappointing. As I haven't had enough fun yet, Zhen Zhu thought, though she feigned regret. Xiao Cuckoo complimented her, saying, "Isn't it due to your remarkable tactics that he realized he had offended the wrong person and fled early?" Zhen Zhu replied with a smile. "Let us consider it his wisdom. Had he lingered, even more formidable challenges awaited him." Xiao Cuckoo eagerly chimed in. "Indeed, we have been quite lenient with him. If he had not left, he truly would have been oblivious." She then pointed out, "This time, we owe a great deal to him. I was initially skeptical when he claimed Lin Yan would be gone within 2 weeks, yet here we are." Zhen Zhu nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Yes, quite impressive indeed." She added without a hint of modesty, "Having worked in this field for nearly 2 decades, such trivial matters are certainly within my capabilities." In truth, there had been close calls, but Zhen Zhu chose not to disclose this, leaving her companions unaware. Zhen Zhu admired his audacious demeanor, believing it stemmed from genuine capability, a notion confirmed by the results. He proved far more competent than the previous inept private detective. Honoring his word, Zhen Zhu promptly retrieved her checkbook, wrote a check for 100,000 yuan, and handed it over. He accepted it with both hands, bowed to the ladies with a knightly gesture, and bid farewell. "Ladies, until we meet again." With his success secured, he quickly departed. Once he was gone, Xiao Cuckoo raised her glass and remarked to Zhen Zhu, "Now that the eyesore has finally left, can we commence our joyous lives? You've been so restrained lately that I felt hesitant to indulge myself." After clinking glasses, Zhen Zhu cheerfully responded, "We've caused you undue suffering, my dear Cuckoo. That truly was uncalled for. This Saturday, I shall host a celebration at the rooftop of your hotel to commemorate the departure of this nuisance. What do you think?" Xiao Cuckoo's face lit up with delight as she eagerly replied, "Of course, that sounds wonderful. I'll take charge of inviting people. Those you referred to last time were quite delightful, weren't they? Fit, attractive, and not at all greasy. Let us invite a few more this time. What do you think about 3 people for one?" Angel looked at her mischievously, saying, "Oh, is the demand so high lately that 2 can no longer satisfy you? You need 3 now?" Before Xiao Cuckoo could retort, Zhen Zhu decisively stated, "No problem at all, since Cuckoo has handled Lin Yan's affairs so adeptly. She absolutely deserves a proper reward this time." She turned to Xiao Cuckoo and inquired, "My dear, do you have any other thoughts? Speak them freely, and I shall fulfill all your desires." Xiao Cuckoo pretended to be understanding, saying, "Actually, I have no particular thoughts. I merely suggested inviting more people because last time Miss Wei seemed somewhat displeased, claiming there were too few attendees for her to choose from. Personally, I don't mind, but I can't have others think you're stingy." She spoke with a tone laden with concern for Zhen Zhu. Zhen Zhu let out a cold laugh and replied, "If it weren't for the fact that her mother is a card friend of mine, I would never have extended an invitation, given her family status. She is utterly unworthy of gracing my presence. Allowing her to attend was already a generous concession, and now she dares to be picky. Very well, I shall never invite her again." In Chapter 15, Vivid Colors of Life, Xiao Kiki tilted her head and said to Zhen Zhu, "Oh dear, don't be upset. I was merely speaking off the cuff." Zhen Zhu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I am not angry. If she wishes to insinuate that I am petty, so be it. This time, gather more people, aiming for 4 individuals each, and ensure they all meet high standards. Provide each person with 10,000 for travel expenses. Regardless of whether they are selected or not, arrange for them to have a room at your hotel to rest. At that time, spread the word widely on social media. I want her to see what she cannot have, making her envious." Xiao Kiki readily agreed. "All right, I'll have the housekeeping department reserve the rooms." Zhen Zhu nodded. "All expenses will be charged to my account. We will settle everything at the end of the month." Xiao Kiki replied cheerfully, "No problem." Her recent efforts to accompany Zhen Zhu were not in vain. Not only had she dealt with Wei Wei, who was at odds with Zhen Zhu, effectively removing her from Zhen Zhu's social circle, but she had also secured a significant contract for the hotel, with male models arriving from various parts of the country. They would surely stay for at least 3 nights, resulting in substantial consumption for dining, lodging, and entertainment, which would reflect positively on the hotel's performance this month. Zhen Zhu remained oblivious to the little schemes in Xiao Keek's heart. Even if she were aware, it mattered little, for her family was affluent and unconcerned about such trifles. She reclined comfortably on the sofa, finally feeling at ease. Humph. Daring to refuse Zhen Zhu was undoubtedly a sign of courting disaster. She must be suffering now. The sight of Lin Yan leaving Shenzhen in disgrace brought Zhen Zhu great satisfaction. Saturday soon arrived, and Zhen Zhu invited a dozen friends from her social circle to a pool party. Xiao Kiki spared no expense, selecting only handsome men with 8-pack abs and towering over 180 centimeters. Everyone enjoyed themselves immensely, and at Zhen Zhu's behest, numerous photos with the handsome men were shared, flooding the feeds of their friends. Naturally, Zhen Zhu was the center of attention. As the one financing the event, she was the golden patron, and thus, all the handsome men surrounded her, flaunting their physiques in hopes of winning her favor. Zhen Zhu did not disappoint their expectations. She mingled with each of them and ultimately selected 4 fortunate individuals to join her as special guests for the evening. The night was filled with joy and excitement. But just as Zhen Zhu lay asleep in the arms of a handsome man, a phone call from her mother jolted her awake. After the phone rang for quite some time, the handsome man beside her handed her the phone. Lying there, barely awake, Zhen Zhu answered without looking. Hello? Her mother lowered her voice on the other end, saying, Darling, your father just saw a video of you from last night, and he is extremely angry. You need to come home immediately and soothe him. Be sweet with your words. Zhen Zhu immediately regained her senses. She opened her eyes and said, All right, thank you, Mom. I will return shortly. After hanging up the phone, she hastily threw off the covers and leapt out of bed, grabbing the dress that had been discarded to the side. However, halfway through putting it on, she discovered it was torn. Uttering a curse, she tossed the dress aside and casually donned a bathrobe, then picked up her phone to call Yizi. Hello, Yizi, you must go buy me a dress right now, something more dignified. Yes, a suit dress will do. Once you have it, bring it to the presidential suite on the top floor of Qiao's hotel. I need it urgently, so I'll give you half an hour. Hurry up. After finishing this call, Zhen Zhu entered the bathroom. Time was of the essence. She needed to bathe and put on makeup before Yizi arrived, ensuring her father did not see her in such a state of indulgence. Poor Yizi, on this weekend morning, was abruptly pulled from her cozy bed by Zhen Zhu's call, barely having time to wash her face. In a flurry, she brushed her teeth, donned a mask, and rushed out. Fortunately, she lived in the city center, not far from the shopping mall. She sprinted to the luxury boutique, where she quickly found the staff member responsible for Zhen Zhu, selecting an outfit that matched Zhen Zhu's usual style and size, paying with Zhen Zhu's credit card. With the clothing bags in hand, she hurriedly hailed a cab to the hotel. When she knocked on the door, the two inside were engaged in a passionate kiss. The male model who had accompanied Zhen Zhu the previous night had initially anticipated a pleasant morning. Zhen Zhu had been quite pleased with his performance and even inquired about his upcoming schedule. Unfortunately, Zhen Zhu had been too fatigued the night before and, upon hearing his response, merely acknowledged it and fell asleep. He had hoped to impress her further in the morning to extend his time with her, aiming to accomplish this year's goals ahead of schedule. However, he was taken aback when Zhen Zhu abruptly declared her departure without a word. As Zhen Zhu emerged from her shower, the model utilized all his charms to entice her, finally managing to kiss her. Yet, just as he was about to discuss future plans, there was a knock at the door. Zhen Zhu recognized it was Yizi and pushed him away, saying, Enough. Go let my assistant in. The model, reluctant, pouted and said, Oh, you're just too delectable. I haven't had enough of you yet. Let her wait a little longer. He continued to embrace Zhen Zhu, unwilling to release her. Zhen Zhu's patience wore thin, and she exclaimed, That's enough. How much longer will this go on? I thought you performed well last night and considered seeking you out again, but your immaturity has ruined that possibility. The model, realizing he had angered her instead of charming her, quickly released Zhen Zhu and began apologizing profusely. Darling, it's just that I'm so fond of you. Please don't be upset. I'll open the door right now, and you must still seek me out in the future. Zhen Zhu merely huffed in response. The model, clad only in a towel, went to open the door. As soon as it swung open, Yi was greeted by the sight of his bare thighs and defined abs, leaving her utterly flustered, unsure where to direct her gaze. She lowered her head, pressed against the wall as she entered, and handed the clothes to Zhen Zhu, who was wrapped in her bathrobe. Seeing that Yi had arrived quite promptly, Zhen Zhu refrained from losing her temper. Glancing at the clothing and recognizing it as a brand she typically wore, she expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Well, at least you're somewhat useful." Yi, not daring to speak, obediently stood by, offering a sheepish smile. Zhen Zhu pointed at the male model and said, "You may return to your room now. Please leave a business card with my assistant. I shall reach out to you if the need arises." The male model, visibly pleased, replied, "Of course, darling." He picked up the trousers draped over a nearby chair, retrieved a business card from within, and handed it to Yi, saying, "Please keep this safe." As he passed the card, he shot Yi a flirtatious glance, which made her feel as though she had swallowed a fly. Yet she maintained a facade of calm and accepted the card. After presenting the card, the male model took his clothes in hand, approached Zhen Zhu, kissed her cheek, and said affectionately, "I'm off now. Do remember to think of me." Zhen Zhu waved him goodbye, and he left, glancing back 3 times. Once he departed, Yi felt a sense of relief wash over her. Regardless of how many times she had witnessed such scenes, the sight of a handsome man selling himself was utterly repulsive and incomprehensible to her. Chapter 16. Zhen Father's Fury. Zhen Zhu quickly changed her attire and requested Yi to dry her hair, for she had been preoccupied with kissing moments earlier and had neglected her hair. After Yi dutifully finished drying her hair and applying her makeup, she finally felt liberated as she sent Zhen Zhu off in her car, relieved that this devilish weekend morning was over and she could return home to resume her slumber. Upon stealthily entering the villa, Zhen Zhu changed her shoes and, upon looking up, found her father seated on the living room sofa. A stern expression etched upon his face as he gazed at her. A jolt of anxiety surged through her. It appeared her father was quite upset, and she needed to act carefully. Thus, she feigned nonchalance and greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Dad. Aren't you going to play golf with Uncle Zhang today?" As she spoke, she settled onto the sofa beside him. Zhen Changsheng remained silent, merely observing her with a piercing gaze. Zhen Zhu felt increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny and forced a smile, saying, "What is wrong, Dad? Why aren't you saying anything?" Zhen Changsheng coldly replied, "Humph. What do you expect me to say? I have no words for you, only reproaches." He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhen Zhu, saying, "What were you thinking yesterday? You invited over 100 male models, and a gaggle of unmarried girls disregarded all propriety, making a mockery of our family's dignity. My reputation has been utterly tarnished because of you." He continued, visibly infuriated. "Do you know what people are saying about you? They call you the modern-day Wu Zetian, surrounded by hundreds of gigolos, wasting your days among men. You are 24 years old. In a few years, you should be marrying. Tell me, with your behavior and style, what man would dare to marry you? Furthermore, I have toiled relentlessly to build this family legacy, not for you to squander it on frivolities." Zhen Changsheng was genuinely enraged. His earlier morning stroll in the garden had been pleasant until he inadvertently encountered his second son, who was watching a video of Zhen Zhu from the previous night. In the video, Zhen Zhu was playfully touching the abs of the male models, while girls beside her egged her on, suggesting, "Why touch the abs? They're useless. Touch something else." A group of girls burst into laughter, and the male model, who had just been touched by Zhen Zhu, exhibited no shyness, actively gesturing for Zhen Zhu to touch him again. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhen Zhu obliged. Witnessing this, the girls laughed even more joyously, playfully asking her, "So, are you satisfied?" Zhen Zhu responded with a smile, "It's not bad. You all should try it too." Consequently, the group of girls approached the male model, giggling, and the video abruptly ended there. Zhen Rue, having watched the video, chuckled softly and remarked, "My little sister certainly knows how to have fun." Suddenly, he heard someone exclaim, "This is outrageous. It is utterly indecent." Startled, he realized that his father had approached without his noticing while he was engrossed in the video. It seemed his father had already seen the footage, and panic set in. He hurriedly stood up to defend his sister, saying, "Dad, please don't be angry. They were just playing around. Zhen Chong, filled with fury, thundered, "What nonsense! A group of unmarried girls, and yet they choose to toy with men. You needn't defend her. Just wait and see how I handle this." With that, he stormed off in anger. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhen Rue discreetly informed his mother. Zhao Xiaofan sighed upon hearing this, saying, "I understand. Your sister has indeed gone a bit too far this time. Stay out of it. I will call her back." Thus unfolded the preceding events. Zhen Zhu found herself on the receiving end of her father's scolding, feeling profoundly aggrieved. Pouting, tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried, "Dad, your thinking is so antiquated. We were merely having fun. We didn't do anything serious." Zhen Chong, seeing her audacity to argue, grew even angrier, retorting, "If you did nothing, then why didn't you come home last night?" Zhen Zhu, sobbing, replied, "It got too late after the event, so I just stayed at the hotel." Pointing at her attire, Zhen Chong asked, "Then why did you change your clothes? You clearly didn't bring any luggage when you left yesterday." Zhen Zhu was left speechless just before she left. She had encountered Zhen Chong returning home, who had personally seen her off, knowing full well she had only taken her phone without even a bag. Noticing Zhen Zhu's silence, Zhen Chong concluded that his suspicions were indeed correct and, in deep distress, lamented, "What has become of our Zhen family? The men are all upright, like your two brothers who never engage in reckless behavior. Yet your aunt and you, who should be the ones most concerned about your reputations, are always involved in such frivolities. I should never have sent you to study in America. It was being around your aunt that led you astray. You were not like this before going abroad." Zhen Zhu, however, disagreed, retorting, "Dad, what is wrong with learning from my aunt? Our family is so wealthy that we could never exhaust our fortune in several lifetimes. Should we not indulge in life as pleasures? Or must we take it all to the grave?" Zhen Chong was taken aback by her lack of remorse and her boldness in arguing back. He sternly replied, "No one is denying you enjoyment, but there are countless ways to savor life. Like other girls, you could buy beautiful clothes, exquisite jewelry, indulge in beauty treatments, travel, or attend ballet performances and musicals. Isn't that enjoyment enough? Why must you seek out romantic entanglements? Those male models come and go. Don't you find them repulsive?" Zhen Zhu nonchalantly remarked, "The matters you speak of are exceedingly tedious. I have grown up amid such trivialities and derive no amusement from them anymore. Now, it is these men who provide me with a semblance of enjoyment." Zhen Chongsheng, witnessing her obstinacy, struck the table with great force, exclaiming, "I believe you are far too comfortable in life. At such a tender age, you dare utter such words? This cannot continue. I must impose some discipline upon you." Startled by the resounding thud, Zhen Zhu shrank into herself, no longer daring to retort. Zhao Xiaofan, having listened from the upper floor for quite a while, initially thought there was no cause for alarm. Zhen Zhu was sweet-tongued, and her father's admonitions would suffice. However, today, to her surprise, Zhen Zhu not only refused to back down, but argued back with increasing defiance, further inciting her father's ire, even prompting him to bang the table. This could not persist. She hastily descended the stairs, enveloped Zhen Zhu in her embrace, and reproached, "Old Zhen, enough is enough. Look at how frightened our darling has become." Zhen Zhu, genuinely terrified, clung tightly to her mother, trembling incessantly. Chapter 17. Zhen Zhu is grounded in the past. Whenever Zhen Zhu erred, Zhen Chongsheng would scold her mildly. But this time he resolved to adopt a different approach. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not speak further. Just look at her now. Does she resemble the refined young lady she ought to be? She has brought shame upon us both. I am utterly embarrassed to venture outside." Zhao Xiaofan chuckled softly. "Is it truly as severe as you claim? Must you be so reluctant to go out? Inquire around. Which family does not face similar issues? It is not solely our daughter who behaves this way." Zhen Chongsheng gazed at his wife and replied, "It is precisely because you indulge her that she has become so unruly. I cannot concern myself with how the daughters of others behave, but my daughter, Zhen Zhu, must not be like this. An unmarried girl consorting with men daily is utterly unacceptable." He spoke passionately, his throat growing dry, and took a sip of the tea beside him, feeling somewhat relieved. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I hereby announce that from this day forth, Zhen Zhu is forbidden from leaving the house. She must remain here to reflect upon her actions. Zhen Zhu immediately lifted her head from her mother's embrace, crying out, Father, I refuse. Zhao Xiaofan interjected, Old Zhen, I merely wish to oversee our daughter. Your actions seem a touch excessive. Zhen Chongsheng dismissed her concerns with a wave, stating, My mind is made up. Your words hold no weight. I have previously indulged her far too much, allowing her to run amok. He turned his attention to Zhen Zhu, articulating each word with gravity. Since your birth, your mother and I have doted on you unconditionally. You have grown up without us ever raising our voices in reprimand. We have nurtured your talents in dance, art, and music, even sending you abroad for your education, never chastising you for poor grades, only wishing for your health and happiness. Yet, how have you repaid our kindness? Not only do you refuse to work at the company, but you also engage in reckless behavior outside, inviting scorn upon us and tarnishing the reputation of the Zhen family. Tell me, do you truly believe you have honored us? I am profoundly disappointed in you. Upon finishing his words, he rose and, with heavy steps, made his way to the study. Zhen Zhu could hardly believe she had been grounded, and she burst into tears while clinging to her mother. Zhao Xiaofan was equally taken aback by her husband's profound anger. She gently consoled Zhen Zhu, urging her to cease crying, while contemplating that once her husband's fury subsided, she would need to persuade him, for it was unthinkable to confine Zhen Zhu at home. After a considerable effort, Zhen Zhu was finally calmed and lulled into a nap. Only then did Zhao Xiaofan descend to the study to check on her husband. Zhen Chongsheng was genuinely incensed today. He had written several pieces in the study before he could regain his composure. Upon noticing his wife's entrance, he snorted disdainfully and inquired, Has she stopped crying? Zhao Xiaofan settled onto the sofa in his study, massaging her temples as she replied, Yes. It took quite a while to soothe her, but she has finally fallen asleep. Zhen Chongsheng set down his brush and moved to sit beside his wife, offering her a head massage. You must have been upset today as well. Our daughter is behaving terribly. It is imperative that she be disciplined properly this time. Zhao Xiaofan, relishing her husband's massage, closed her eyes and remarked, I am not angry with Zhen Zhu. Rather, I am irked by your method of discipline. If the child misbehaves, you should educate her properly, not resort to slamming the table and glaring. Zhen Chongsheng retorted, Educate her properly? Will that make her listen? She assured me she would not frequently change boyfriends. Yet look at her now. She continues to indulge in revelry every day. We can no longer coddle her. In addition to grounding her, I intend to revoke her credit card privileges so she may truly comprehend her misdeeds and amend her wretched habits. Zhao Xiaofan pleaded with her husband. Our dear child has indeed overstepped this time. Grounding her for a couple of days should suffice. But how can you take away her credit card? That is unacceptable. She has never been deprived of money. How will she manage without it? Zhen Chongsheng, however, remained resolute. With a serious tone, he stated, Xiaofan, a jade must be carved to become a gem. It is precisely because we have provided her with an overly comfortable environment that she dares to misbehave with such impunity. Consider this. In a few years, she will be married. Regardless of who she weds, her in-laws will not indulge her as we do. If we do not correct her faults now, once she is married and causes a ruckus, it will not only disrupt her life, but also bring shame upon us all. Do you not see the rationale in this? Zhao Xiaofan fell silent, recognizing the validity of her husband's words. Zhen Zhu could not remain unmarried forever. Observing that his wife understood his concerns, Zhen Chongsheng continued. While her behavior has not yet escalated beyond redemption, we must act swiftly to help her amend her ways. Trust me, let's confine her for a while to temper her audacity. We will also revoke her credit card and withhold her allowance. She revels with male models. Let's see if they will still associate with her when her funds run dry. After all, we have provisions at home, and the company provides meals. She will not go hungry. If we persist in this course, within 6 months, her deplorable habits will surely be corrected. Zhao Xiaofan bit her lip, yet she refrained from voicing her agreement. Zhen Chongsheng sighed deeply and said, Do you think I desire to treat her this way? I do not wish for her to suffer. However, spoiling a child is akin to harming them. She is heading down a perilous path. And after nurturing her for so long, we cannot allow her to descend into degradation. His words struck a chord with Zhao Xiaofei. Having witnessed countless privileged children succumb to darkness due to their parents' indulgence, she resolved not to let her daughter follow suit. With a heavy heart, she finally acquiesced to her husband's approach, stating, "Very well, let us give it a try." Zhen Changsheng grasped his wife's hand tightly, and they exchanged solemn nods. Zhen Zhu had slept through the entire afternoon. During dinner that evening, she felt no appetite, merely fidgeting with her milk and bird's nest porridge. Suddenly, she heard her father announce, "Zhen Zhu, your mother and I have come to a decision. You will be grounded for 2 weeks starting today. Once the grounding is lifted, you will follow your brothers to the company from Monday to Friday." He continued, "I have just canceled your credit card, and neither your mother nor I will provide you with any allowance. Do not expect your brothers to support you. They will not dare." Before he could finish, Zhen Zhu erupted in disbelief, exclaiming, "Father, grounding is sufficient. Why must you revoke my credit card?" Zhen Changsheng disregarded her protests and stated, "Your credit card will be reinstated only when you amend your behavior. If you fail to improve, do not expect to spend a single cent from this family. I will act as though you are not my daughter. Think carefully about your choices." With that, he left the table without touching his meal and retreated to his study. Zhen Zhu turned to her mother, who, with a pained expression, said, "Darling, you must listen to your father. He is doing this for your own good." Overwhelmed by her mother's betrayal, Zhen Zhu collapsed in despair, shouting, "I do not want your version of kindness. Your thinking is too archaic. What have I done wrong? We live in a modern society. What is wrong with me being with several men?" Fearing her husband's anger would escalate upon hearing Zhen Zhu's increasingly outrageous remarks, Zhao Xiaofei hastily covered her daughter's mouth, urging, "Sweetheart, cease this discussion. Please obey your father. Endure this difficult time, and it will pass." Zhen Zhu forcefully removed her mother's hand and retorted angrily, "Regardless, I am not in the wrong, and I will not change. If you insist on revoking my credit card, very well. I shall commence a hunger strike from this day forth, and see whose resolve is stronger." With that, she stormed upstairs and locked herself in her room. Chapter 18. Absurdity. Having overheard Zhen Zhu's audacious declaration, Zhen Changsheng's determination to discipline her only intensified. The following morning, he instructed the household staff, "Do not secretly bring the young lady any food. I wish to see how long she can maintain this defiance." The staff nodded obediently. He then turned to his 2 sons, emphasizing, "You must not let compassion sway you into delivering her food. If I catch you, there will be consequences. Each member of this family bears responsibility for her current state. Now is the opportune moment for us to unite in guiding her towards redemption. Do not hinder my efforts. Understood?" Zhen Zai and Zhen Rui dared not oppose their father. They exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood." Zhen Changsheng then departed for work with his wife and sons. Zhen Zhu had little to eat last night and awoke early this morning. After a long wait for her family to leave for work, she descended to the kitchen, hoping to stealthily procure something to eat. However, the kitchen contained nothing but raw vegetables. All the food had been removed under the directives of Zhen Changsheng. Bewildered, Zhen Zhu found the cabinets devoid of even the simplest snacks like biscuits or cereal. Frustrated, she slammed the cabinet door shut and retreated to her room after drinking merely a glass of water. At noon, the maids did not even bother to prepare a meal. Zhen Zhu spent the day drinking water, and by the afternoon, she felt lightheaded from hunger. Raised in luxury, she initially thought that 2 days without food would pose no significant challenge. After all, don't celebrities often endure hunger? Yet, the reality was far from her expectations. The pangs of hunger were indeed torturous. She contemplated that perhaps if she fell asleep, the discomfort would subside, but hunger thwarted her attempts to rest. Tossing and turning in bed, her mind was a battleground of conflicting thoughts. One voice urged her to capitulate to her father, suggesting that refusing to sleep with a man was not a grave matter. Another voice vehemently opposed this notion, asserting that this was not merely about sleeping with a man, but rather a struggle against feudal ideologies. A single concession could lead to further demands, and she must not relent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sensation of hunger became unbearable, and the first voice ultimately triumphed over the second. Relenting, she decided that foregoing sleep with a man was preferable to enduring hunger. She resolved to apologize to her father at dinner, reassured by the thought that her family would not mock her for a change of heart. Meanwhile, though Zhen Changsheng was at the office, his thoughts remained with his daughter. Upon learning that Zhen Zhu had gone an entire day without eating and had not requested the maids to prepare a meal, he felt a pang of sympathy. He thought to himself that, despite her disobedience, a day of hunger was punishment enough. He would find a way to ensure she ate when he returned home, and other matters could be addressed later. Restless and agitated, he left his office for a stroll. Just as he placed his hand on the stairwell door, he overheard a voice from within. Work is becoming increasingly difficult these days. It was his chief secretary, Xiao Wei, who had served by his side for nearly 20 years. Zhen Changsheng had always treated him well, so he was perplexed by this remark. He refrained from opening the door, opting instead to stand quietly and listen. Xiao Wei seemed to be on a phone call, saying, "Yes, our chairman Zhen is quite remarkable, and he treats me well. I would go to great lengths for him, but do you know what our young lady has asked me to do? You would never guess. She wants me to call various real estate companies to blacklist a small designer. Yes, you just expressed envy for my job, being able to accompany Chairman Zhen. But you have no idea of the tasks I'm truly handling behind the scenes. As the esteemed chief secretary to Mr. Zhen, I engage daily with the executives of various companies, managing contracts worth hundreds of millions. Yet, I find myself compelled to obey the orders of Ms. Zhen, making calls to obscure firms under the guise of Mr. Zhen, threatening them, all while concealing this from him. Alas, my predicament is indeed challenging. Mr. Zhen Changsheng was utterly unaware of this situation. Without waiting for the staff to finish speaking, he abruptly pushed open the door and, facing the startled Xiao Wei, commanded, "Hang up the phone, come to my office immediately, and report the matter to me in full detail, without any concealment." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Xiao Wei was terrified. The chairman rarely ventured into the stairwell. What could be the matter today? He could not afford to let his mind wander into dark thoughts. He needed to clarify the situation with the chairman immediately, lest he lose his job over this. He hastily informed his wife on the other end of the line. Having heard Mr. Zhen's words, she understood and urged, "Just hang up. Apologize to Chairman Zhen properly." "Understood," Xiao Wei replied, ending the call. He composed himself and, feigning calmness, proceeded to the chairman's office. Upon entering, he wasted no time and recounted in detail when Miss Zhen had contacted him, the task she assigned, and how many companies he had reached out to. After listening intently, Zhen Changsheng fixed him with a piercing gaze and inquired, "Do you know the reason behind this?" Xiao Wei shook his head and replied, "The young lady did not disclose it, but I believe her assistant might be aware." "Should I call her assistant?" Zhen Changsheng nodded. "Do it now." "Very well. Please hold on," Xiao Wei responded, retrieving his phone to dial Yezi's number. "Hello, I'm the chief secretary to Chairman Zhen. The chairman is now aware of Miss Zhen's request to blacklist Lin Yan across the industry. He seeks to understand the reasons. Please share all pertinent information without reservation." After this, he activated the speakerphone, and Yezi's voice came through. Slightly hesitant, she stated, "Hello, Secretary Wei. Miss Zhen had a conversation with Lin Yan. She asked him to be available after hours, offering an additional 500,000 yuan monthly for overtime. However, Lin Yan declined, which angered her, leading to his dismissal that very day. Upon hearing this, Zhen Changsheng was furious, nearly wishing to return and slap Zhen Zhu across the face. How brazenly had she brought personal matters into the workplace? When he refused her advances, she retaliated by terminating his employment and sought to ruin his career under the pretense of authority. When had his daughter become so audacious? It was as if he no longer recognized her. In his rage, he seized a nearby cup and hurled it across the room, shattering it with a resounding crash. Tea splattering across Xiao Wei's trousers. Yet, Xiao Wei stood resolutely in place, not daring to flinch. Chapter 19. A brilliant idea having clarified the matter, Xiao Wei informed Yezi on the phone. The chairman is now aware. After hanging up, he returned his phone to his pocket, allowing the tea to drip down his trousers, remaining motionless as he awaited Zhen Chongsheng's next words. Zhen Chongsheng, filled with rage, gasped for breath. After a moment of respite, he lifted his gaze to fixate intensely on Xiao Wei, stating, "Keep the words you just heard to yourself. Do not utter them to anyone. I shall pretend I did not hear what you said in the stairwell. However, if I catch you again, you will be dismissed." Xiao Wei promptly lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Thank you, Chairman, for your magnanimity. Rest assured, I will keep this matter strictly confidential. I was merely venting to my wife in the stairwell. I never disclose company secrets to anyone." Zhen Chongsheng harbored no doubts about his loyalty after years of service. He had some confidence in Xiao Wei. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to emphasize one point further. Gazing at the top of Xiao Wei's head, he commanded, "Lift your head." Obediently, Xiao Wei raised his gaze, and Zhen Chongsheng, with utmost seriousness, declared from now on, "No matter who instructs you to do something, you must not conceal anything from me, not even if it is my family. Do you understand?" His secretary could assist family members, but he must be informed of all actions. This was a matter of the family's honor. Xiao Wei solemnly nodded, assuring, "Chairman, please rest easy. I have only concealed this matter from you. The young lady threatened me, saying if I informed you, she would have you dismiss me. Fearing for my position, I complied." With that, he bowed deeply to Zhen Chongsheng, uttering, "Chairman, I am truly sorry. I was wrong, and I shall never dare to do so again." Zhen Chongsheng recognized his sincerity. Indeed, this time had been somewhat misguided. Yet he felt assured Xiao Wei would not repeat such an error. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it, waving his hand dismissively. "I understand. You may leave now." Xiao Wei bowed once more deeply and exited with his head bowed. Zhen Chongsheng sighed heavily. His daughter had become so arrogant that it was beyond his comprehension. He felt utterly at a loss for what to do. Perhaps it was best to consult his wife. He called Zhao Xiaofen's office, summoning her to his own. When Zhao Xiaofen arrived, she noticed the troubled expression on his face and quickly inquired, "Old Zhen, are you unwell? What troubles you? You seem fine this morning." Zhen Chongsheng took her hand and sat down with her on the sofa, recounting the incident where Zhen Zhu demanded Xiao Wei to blacklist Lin Yan from the entire industry. Concluding with a heavy sigh, "What has become of our daughter? How are we to guide her?" Zhao Xiaofen was aware of Zhen Zhu's actions against Lin Yan, but had initially dismissed it, thinking Lin Yan had merely offended Zhen Zhu with words. She had not realized that the truth lay in Lin Yan's rejection of her, which complicated matters significantly. Holding Zhen Chongsheng's hand, she pondered for a considerable time until, suddenly inspired, she proposed a brilliant idea. "Old Zhen," she said, "listen to me. Do not act hastily. Pretend you are unaware of this matter. I have a plan, but I cannot share it with you just yet. I need to visit Lin Yuan Temple first. Upon my return, we shall discuss it further. All right?" Zhen Chongsheng, uncertain of his wife's intentions, instinctively trusted her, and he nodded in compliance. "Very well, then do hurry back." Zhao Xiaofen replied, "All right, wait for me." She hastily rose and departed, simultaneously calling the HR manager to request the birth date of Lin Yan, instructing her to send it along with a 1-inch photo of Lin Yan. After conveying this information, she quickly dialed the driver to inform him of her imminent departure. Upon reaching the entrance of the company, the driver arrived just in time. She opened the car door, got in, fastened her seatbelt, and, as she settled in, she received the information from the HR manager. Gazing at Lin Yan's earnest 1-inch photo, she silently prayed for a favorable outcome. The vehicle soon halted on a tranquil mountain path, where Zhao Xiaofen instructed the driver to wait. She ascended the path, breathless, until she arrived at the entrance of a Taoist temple named Lin Yuan Guan. Coincidentally, Taoist Yuan was escorting a friend out and was taken aback upon seeing Zhao Xiaofen. "Ms. Zhao, what a surprise. What brings you here at this hour?" After catching her breath for a couple of minutes, Zhao Xiaofen politely replied, "I have an urgent matter and would like to seek your assistance, Taoist. May I inquire if you have a moment to spare?" The friend, noticing the arrival of another guest, quickly expressed gratitude. "Thank you for today, Taoist. I shall take my leave now. Until next time." Taoist Yuan smiled. "Take care." See you next time. Once the friend had departed, he turned to Zhao Xiaofan. Ms. Zhao, please come inside to discuss. Thank you, she replied. When Zhao Xiaofan married Zhen Chongsheng, it was Taoist Ninghui, Ziyuan's master, who matched their birth dates, predicting that they were a perfect pair destined to support each other, live harmoniously, and have a fulfilling family life. Indeed, as Taoist Ninghui had foretold, they had maintained a loving relationship, never having quarreled throughout their years together. Remarkably, despite their wealth, Zhen Chongsheng remained devoted to her, never paying heed to any fleeting distractions. Hence, Zhao Xiaofan held great faith in Lin Yan. Once seated, Zhao Xiaofan articulated her purpose. Taoist, I seek your assistance in assessing the compatibility of my daughter with a young man named Lin Yan. Very well, Taoist Ziyuan replied. Your daughter has reached the age for marriage. Kindly wait a moment. He took a piece of paper, noted Lin Yan's birth date, glanced at the 1-inch photo, and then recorded Zhen Zhu's birth details to analyze their compatibility. Before long, the Taoist concluded his calculations. He first cautioned Zhao Xiaofan. As you have provided only the young man's birth date rather than his complete birth details, there may be some discrepancies in the results. However, the general direction should be accurate. Zhao Xiaofan acknowledged, I understand. What is the outcome? Taoist Yuan smiled. Their union will face numerous trials due to their personalities, resulting in constant disagreements and turmoil in the early stages. Yet, ultimately, the outcome is favorable. They will grow old together and have a complete family. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Xiaofan mused. Indeed, their initial encounter was fraught with conflict. Yet if the eventual outcome is positive, I can find solace in that. With reassurance in her heart, she inquired further, will they support each other in their endeavors? After a moment of contemplation, Taoist Ji Yuan hesitantly remarked, in the early stages, there may be discord, perhaps even attempts to undermine one another. However, as time progresses, they will flourish together, each contributing positively to the other's endeavors. Zhao Xiaofan nodded slowly, reflecting, this is already quite satisfactory. One cannot expect Zhen Zhu to mirror my own experience. Harmony from the outset of their union is unrealistic. Given Zhen Zhu's temperament, a gradual adjustment is essential. It is crucial to adopt a long-term perspective. Life is lengthy, and the ultimate goal is for the two to journey together until the end. She felt immense satisfaction with this outcome. After expressing her gratitude to the Taoist, she hurried down the mountain. Chapter 20. Zhen Zhu softens while seated in the car on her way home. Zhao Xiaofan contemplated for a moment before dialing the human resources manager, requesting the mobile number of Lin Yan's direct superior during his tenure at the Zhen family enterprise. Her intentions were quite audacious. Aside from seeking the insights of Taoist Ji Yuan, it would be prudent to inquire about Lin Yan's character from someone who worked closely with him. When Wang Xiang received Zhao Xiaofan's call, he was utterly bewildered. The chairperson's wife was calling him. What had he done to deserve this? Without any preamble, Zhao Xiaofan inquired directly, Wang Xiang, I wish to understand Lin Yan's character, his strengths and weaknesses. This is of utmost importance to me, and I implore you to provide an honest account. Wang Xiang thought to himself, you have dismissed him and ostracized him from the industry. Now you feign concern about his character? Noticing his silence, Zhao Xiaofan surmised he might harbor grievances against the Zhen family, and thus she proactively continued. Zhen Zhu's father has become aware of her actions and is quite upset. We are currently devising a remedy, which is why I'm inquiring about Lin Yan's background. Please set aside any emotions and share your insights with me. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaofan's words, Wang Xiang felt a sense of reassurance. Perhaps the Zhen family was not devoid of compassion after all. Clearing his throat and smiling apologetically, he replied, you misunderstand me. I bear no ill feelings, merely taken aback momentarily. Lin Yan is a remarkable individual. I was the one who recruited him. He is diligent and earnest in his work, among the best of his cohort, and was promoted to team leader 2 years after his confirmation. Moreover, he possesses a commendable character. He is filial. Despite earning over 20,000 each month, he resides in a village within the city, refrains from purchasing clothes, and seldom dines out, saving every penny to send back home. His mother's health is frail and requires long-term medication. He once mentioned his desire to save a substantial sum for her surgery. Thus, aside from sustenance, he hardly spends it all. Even he admits to feeling inferior. A young man in his 20s, living in the vibrant city of Shenzhen, yet able to resist external temptations. What remarkable self-discipline that requires. He clicked his tongue in admiration before continuing. His personality is quite amiable. He interacts well with colleagues and is very responsible towards his subordinates. Everyone holds him in high regard, and even after his departure, he is often fondly remembered. As Zhao Xiaofan listened, her heart gradually settled, realizing, filial, kind-hearted, and resolute, he truly is a rare gem. From Wang Xiang's discourse, she discerned an unmistakable sentiment of regret. Smiling, she replied, "Thank you for your concern. I appreciate your understanding. There's no need for lamentation. Perhaps in the future, there will be opportunities for you to collaborate again. However, I kindly ask that you keep this matter confidential for the time being. The Zhen family will reach out promptly to arrange compensation." Wang Xiang interpreted her words as a glimmer of hope for Lin Yan's return, which delighted him immensely. He quickly assured her, "Rest assured, Ms. Zhao, I will maintain confidentiality and not disclose this to him. Please convey my gratitude to you and Director Zhen on his behalf." Zhao Xiaofan responded, "Very well. Let us proceed thus." Upon concluding the call, she leaned against the back of the car, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts on how to approach Zhen Zhu's father for acceptance. By evening, Zhen Zhu was nearly famished. The moment she heard the car returning, she weakly dragged herself down the stairs. Zhen Chongsheng had arrived home first. As he entered, he found his precious daughter clad in pajamas, her pale face gazing at him with a pitiful expression, as if burdened by tremendous grievance. Despite his initial fury, the sight of his daughter's sorrow extinguished his ire. He feigned sternness, saying, "Why are you out here in your pajamas? What a sight!" As he changed his shoes and walked towards the sofa, Zhen Zhu hurriedly approached him, wrapping her arms around his. Tearfully, she exclaimed, "Daddy, I was wrong. I won't oppose you anymore. I'll listen to you entirely. I can't bear this hunger. It feels unbearable." Witnessing his beloved daughter weep with such heartache, Zhen Chongsheng's facade of toughness crumbled. He quickly helped her to the sofa and asked with concern, "What is wrong? Where does it hurt? Please tell your father." Zhen Zhu clung to his arm, eyes closed, sobbing, "I feel faint from hunger. I want fish porridge, sweet and sour ribs, and steamed dishes. Daddy, please hurry and have them prepare it." Zhen Chongsheng reassured her, "All right, whatever you desire will be made for you." He summoned the nearby maid and instructed, "The young lady has requested those dishes. Please have the kitchen prepare them immediately." Just then, Zhao Xiaofan returned home. Upon seeing her daughter in tears, her heart ached. After inquiring with Zhen Chongsheng, she learned the cause was her daughter's hunger, which elicited both exasperation and amusement. She embraced Zhen Zhu, gently saying, "You have never known hunger. Why must you endure this for that trifling man? Now look at how distressed you are." Zhen Zhu sniffled. "Mommy, I promise I won't eat fast again. I will obey. I will do anything as long as I get food." Zhao Xiaofan wiped her tears and said, "Of course. My darling can have whatever she wishes to eat. Now, let us wash your face and change your clothes. A meal will be ready shortly." After assisting Zhen Zhu in tidying up, she dressed her in a lovely dress, instantly brightening her complexion. Tenderly, she took Zhen Zhu's hand and led her to the dining table. In the kitchen, movements were swift, and the dining table was adorned with a splendid array of dishes, each one a delight that Zhen Zhu craved. Zhen Chongsheng exclaimed, "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you hungry? Dig in." This was the most delectable meal Zhen Zhu had ever enjoyed. It was no exaggeration to say that everything she saw tempted her palate. Zhao Xiaofan, while assisting her daughter with fish congee, observed Zhen Zhu devouring her food and quickly urged, "Eat slowly, take your time. You've been hungry all day, and if you suddenly overindulge, your stomach won't handle it well. Chew thoroughly and savor each bite. There's plenty for you." In the evening, Zhen Zai and Zhen Rui had social engagements, leaving only the three of them at the table. Zhen Zhu, after hastily eating a few bites, found her appetite waning due to having gone too long without food. She cradled a small bowl and sipped her congee slowly. Zhen Chongsheng, watching his daughter eat obediently, felt a sense of relief and remarked, "Let's put the fasting incident behind us. but your house arrest will remain in effect. During this time at home, practice the piano and dance. Revisit what you've learned. Keeping busy will help you forget those chaotic thoughts. Do you understand? Zhen Zhu looked at her father and replied dutifully. I understand, Dad. I'll start practicing the piano tomorrow. Zhen Changxing nodded in satisfaction. After dinner, Zhen Zhu exchanged a few words with her parents before sleepiness overcame her, prompting her to retreat to her room for a bath and rest. Chapter 21. I want my baby to marry Lin Yan. Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan watched their daughter ascend the stairs, exchanging relieved smiles as they did so. It was fortunate that Zhen Zhu had chosen to relent. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a difficult position, while their intention was to temper her spirited nature. They certainly did not wish to star their daughter. Regardless, they were grateful that their little darling had come to her senses. Nothing could be better than that. Hand in hand, they made their way to the study. Once the door was securely closed, Zhao Xiaofan broached the topic they had discussed earlier that afternoon, saying, Old Zhen, the excellent idea I mentioned today was to have that young man Lin Yan marry our baby. What did you say? Zhen Changsheng could hardly fathom his wife's suggestion. He stood up in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. You want our daughter, Zhen Zhu, to marry that penniless designer? What a joke. Zhao Xiaofan also rose, attempting to guide him back to the sofa, but Zhen Changsheng stubbornly refused to sit. He declared loudly, Our baby is our flesh and blood, the apple of our eye. How could you even consider marrying her off to someone like that? I will never agree to it. With that, he turned his head away, refusing to look at his wife. Zhao Xiaofan anticipated his vehement opposition and did not insist he sit down. Instead, she took a seat herself, letting out a sigh of exasperation. Our baby is your daughter, but she's also my daughter. I went through hell to bring her into this world. During her infancy, I stayed awake countless nights, comforting her through her cries. Every time she fell ill, I wished I could take her place to bear her pain myself. I am the one who wishes the best for her. How could I ever wish her harm? Zhen Changsheng remained resolute, turning his head away, refusing to face his wife. Zhao Xiaofan remarked, The transformation of our child into this headstrong individual is, to be frank, a shared responsibility between us. However, she has matured now, and her mindset is firmly established. Altering her perspective is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. I ponder whether we might place a positive role model in her vicinity, subtly influencing her each day. This approach could prove more effective than our attempts to impose restrictions on her. Zhen Changsheng, brimming with arrogance, seated himself and retorted, That's nonsense. What you're suggesting is sheer folly. Zhao Xiaofan disregarded his words and continued, Consider this. She so easily acquiesced to us today, promising to behave in the future. But has she truly come to a realization? I doubt it. She merely capitulated out of hunger and discomfort, and once this tumultuous phase has passed, she will revert to her old ways. Her character remains unformed. The elders of you used to say that only through marriage does one become a true adult. While this statement may be somewhat reductionist, it does hold a kernel of truth. She opened her phone and displayed a photo of Lin Yan to Zhen Changsheng. This child possesses a commendable appearance. Your daughter has good taste. Zhen Changsheng took her phone, leaning closer to scrutinize Lin Yan's features. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaofan added, If she has a penchant for handsome young men, let us surround her with someone she admires. I inquired about Lin Yan through a superior. He is a good lad. She relayed Wang Xiang's words verbatim, then proposed his mother requires funds for surgery, and we are willing to assist provided he marries our daughter. I am certain he would not refuse such a proposal. A dutiful child like him is likely to treat our daughter well. With him by her side, she may gradually revert to the right path. Don't you think this reasoning holds merit? Zhen Changxing appeared somewhat swayed, but ultimately shook his head, insisting, No, that simply won't do. Regardless of his virtues, he is far too impoverished. Can our daughter truly expect a good life marrying him? Zhao Xiaofan replied, Old Zhen, why can't you grasp this concept? Must our daughter exclusively wed into a wealthy family? How many scions of affluent families truly lead peaceful lives? Given your daily interactions with them, are you not aware? In your circle, aside from you, who is not entangled in extramarital affairs? Do you wish for our daughter to marry only to find both partners indulging in debauchery? What kind of life would that be? Zhen Changsheng countered, Oh, So marrying this poor lad guarantees she won't indulge in such excesses? I see no difference. Zhao Xiaofan responded. At least his son-in-law is less likely to engage in such behavior. Having one wayward individual in the household is already a considerable challenge. If both partners were to behave similarly, then perhaps marriage should be avoided altogether. Zhen Changsheng stared at her incredulously. Zhao Xiaofan grasped his hand, asserting, moreover, considering our family's standing within the entire city of Shenzhen, any marriage for our daughter will be a step down. We cannot bear to see her wed to someone from afar. So what difference does it make if she marries Lin Yan or another? At least with Lin Yan, we can insist that she continues living with us, ensuring her well-being. With her temperament, even as her biological parents, we find ourselves perpetually exasperated. What mother-in-law could possibly endure such a situation? Zhen Changsheng retorted. Our baby is not as terrible as you suggest. Do not belittle her. Zhao Xiaofan sighed again. Old Zhen, you know best whether I have belittled her. In her current state, I am at my wit's end. I can only hope that a good person will be by her side to guide her. Even if Lin Yan cannot help her improve, at least with his looks, he might keep our baby settled for this year and prevent her from running amok. To be honest, I am genuinely worried about her reckless behavior. I fear she may fall ill. Zhen Changsheng pursed his lips and murmured, let me think it over. Zhao Xiaofan nodded, rising to gently squeeze his shoulder in a gesture of comfort before retreating to her room. After a day full of busyness, she needed a soothing bath to unwind. When she emerged from the bathroom clad in her nightgown, Zhen Changsheng was already nestled in bed, his breath indicating he had succumbed to sleep. She climbed into bed quietly and soon drifted off herself. In the dead of night, Zhao Xiaofan was roused from her slumber by Zhen Changsheng's gentle nudge. He whispered, Xiaofan, what did Taoist Ji Yuan say about this matter? Having awoken shortly after falling asleep, his mind had been preoccupied with the issue, and he found it increasingly difficult to rest, prompting him to awaken his wife for clarity. Yawning, Zhao Xiaofan propped herself up and turned on the bedside lamp. Oh, how could I have forgotten to mention the most important detail? I asked Taoist Ji Yuan to assist in discerning their marital fate. He mentioned that they will frequently argue in the beginning, but later on, they will enjoy a harmonious relationship and grow old together, blessed with children. Zhen Changsheng nodded, saying, arguments are not uncommon. How many young couples today do not bicker? The prospect of growing old together is indeed commendable. Zhao Xiaofan concurred, absolutely, and having children as well. Taoist Ji Yuan said they would mutually prosper in the future. Zhen Changsheng bit down on his molars, steeling himself to make a difficult decision. I consent to this marriage. You are right. Marrying anyone is a step down in status, but at least this man is someone we owe a favor to. He would not dare mistreat our baby. Prior to their marriage, we should have her sign a prenuptial agreement. We will not shortchange him, but he must not take undue advantage of our baby. Ultimately, our wealth is meant for her. Zhao Xiaofan immediately responded, you are correct. A prenuptial agreement is essential. Old Zhen, I will find someone to investigate him tomorrow. If there are no issues, I will negotiate with him as swiftly as possible. We cannot keep our baby waiting too long. Zhen Changsheng took his wife's hand and said, Xiaofan, you have worked hard. Zhao Xiaofan smiled and replied, what are you saying? It is all for our daughter. It is no trouble at all. Chapter 22. Zhen Zhu learns of the engagement with the couple's opinions aligned. Zhao Xiaofan commissioned a background check on Lin Yan the following day. The Zhen family was a major client of the firm conducting the inquiry, and the boss's wife had personally entrusted them with this task. So they naturally did not dare to be negligent. That very day, they dispatched an investigator to Hebei. Considering Lin Yan's youth, they assigned a young investigator to the case. However, despite his age, he was quite astute. He parked a car in front of the small supermarket at the entrance of Lin Yan's village, feigning an unintentional pass through this area. Appearing exceedingly parched, he alighted to purchase some water. While selecting his drink, he engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper, who was quite affable. The young man inquired, what is the name of your village? The shopkeeper replied. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, oh, I know your village. My high school classmate Lin Yan hails from there. Doesn't he? The shopkeeper chuckled. Indeed, Lin Yan is from our village. What a coincidence that you are classmates. The young man sighed, alas. I was not as diligent as he. I did not gain admission to a prestigious university. I heard he went to work in Shenzhen after graduation. He must be doing remarkably well. His family must be overjoyed. The shopkeeper responded, yes, he has gone to work in Shenzhen, a big city. I've heard he earns quite a substantial income now, truly a success story. However, it is about time for his family to enjoy a better life. His mother has been unwell since his childhood, and the family relied solely on his father's farming and odd jobs. Since he began junior high, he has scavenged and sold scrap to support his family. You, being his classmate, are aware of these matters, are you not? The young man feigned familiarity, replying, yes, yes. He was quite frugal in high school. The shopkeeper, unaware of any discrepancy, continued, what choice did he have but to be frugal? The family had no money at all. However, things have improved now. I heard from his mother that Lin Yan is earning a good income. Yet, alas, his mother suffers from kidney disease. Medications only address the symptoms, and a transplant is the only viable solution. However, she has a rare blood type, and finding a compatible donor is exceedingly difficult. They do not even have the funds for the surgery, let alone for a transplant. The young man remarked, Lin Yan is quite capable. Perhaps he will indeed earn a substantial income in the future. The shopkeeper sighed, let us hope so. Regardless, their circumstances have certainly improved. The young man took the opportunity to inquire about Lin Yan's parents' names, falsely claiming he would visit them when he had the time. The warm-hearted shopkeeper provided him with the information. Having acquired what he sought, the young man excused himself, stating he had other matters to attend to. Subsequently, he employed the same strategy to question several other villagers, who relayed similar accounts as the shopkeeper. He then visited Lin Yan's high school, deceitfully presenting himself as a member of Lin Yan's company's publicity department, claiming that Lin Yan had rendered significant contributions to the company. He stated he was sent to interview Lin Yan's high school for a promotional video to be showcased company-wide. The young man convincingly played his role, successfully deceiving Lin Yan's homeroom teacher, who praised Lin Yan profusely in his presence. The teacher remarked that during his high school years, Lin Yan not only worked diligently to support his studies, but also utilized every moment to learn, maintaining an admirable character without succumbing to feelings of inferiority due to his family's circumstances. He was resolute and resilient in his studies. Just last year, Lin Yan visited him, revealing that within less than a year after graduation, he had repaid his student loans and assisted his family in clearing their debts. His career was flourishing, making him a paragon among contemporary graduates. The teacher expressed pride in having such a student. After gathering information about Lin Yan, the young man proceeded to the county hospital, spending some money to obtain assistance in acquiring Lin Yan's mother's medical records and the medications she had been taking over the years. After completing all these tasks, Lin Yan had gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation back home. He swiftly returned to Shenzhen, meticulously transcribing the recorded audio into written form to report to his superior. Upon receiving the information, his superior promptly took the documents to Zhen Zhu, personally handing them over to Zhao Xiaofan, all within a span of less than 3 days. Zhao Xiaofan was quite pleased with their efficiency and smiled as she dismissed him, turning her attention to the pages detailing Lin Yan's family situation. She noted that it completely aligned with what Wang Xiang had conveyed. However, she was taken aback to discover that Lin Yan's mother was suffering from a more severe condition than she had anticipated. She had uremia and, regrettably, was also of the rare blood type known as panda blood. Several years prior, a relative of hers had succumbed to uremia, ultimately requiring a kidney transplant at a great expense, one that Lin Yan's family could not possibly afford, especially without connections to secure a donor. It was evident that this marriage proposal was indeed assured. After reviewing the materials, Zhao Xiaofan presented them to Zhen Changsheng. Upon perusing the information, Zhen Changsheng remarked with admiration, "He is truly resilient. Despite his challenging background, he has not been crushed by life's adversities. He persevered through university and secured a position at Jinshe. He is an exceptionally promising young man." His impression of Lin Yan continued to improve. One could say that the humble beginnings of Lin Yan's impoverished family had afforded him no advantages. His current accomplishments were solely the result of his own capabilities and determination. Such individuals are bound to succeed in the future. Seeing that Zhen Changsheng was satisfied, Zhao Xiaofan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled and said, "Well then, we shall discuss this with our daughter tonight, and I will contact Lin Yan tomorrow to expedite the process." Zhen Chongqing nodded in agreement. That evening, Zhen Zhu's brothers, unusually free from social engagements, gathered with their family of 5 around the dinner table. Clearing his throat, Zhen Chongqing looked at Zhen Zhu and said, "I am aware of your intentions to have Xiao Wei blackball Lin Yan across the industry." Zhen Zhu was taken aback, dropping her chopsticks in shock. Goodness, why had she been plagued by such misfortune lately? After all, her father had only recently begun to treat her with a modicum of kindness. Who had divulged this matter to him? Her father abhorred any form of oppression, and she was certain he would be furious once again. As she opened her mouth to explain, Zhen Chongqing gestured for her to be silent and listen. Obediently, Zhen Zhu closed her mouth, apprehensively awaiting her fate. However, Zhen Chongqing was not as enraged as she had anticipated. In fact, he spoke to her in a surprisingly gentle tone. "I can overlook this matter, but I have one condition that you must agree to." Zhen Zhu immediately responded, "I agree. I will agree to anything." At that moment, she would have acquiesced to 10 conditions if necessary. Zhen Chongqing continued softly, "Both your mother and I believe that Lin Yan is a commendable young man. Since you have taken a liking to him, then it is only fitting that you marry him." Zhen Zhu looked at her father in disbelief, exclaiming, "What did you say? You want me to marry him?" Zhen Chongqing affirmed, "Yes, you seemed so infatuated that you were angered by his rejection. Your mother and I are willing to facilitate this, allowing you to see him every day. What do you think? Are you unhappy?" Zhen Zhu abruptly stood up, vehemently retorting, "Of course I am unhappy. Father, I have only met him once and barely exchanged a few words. I do not like him in that way. Why must I marry him?" It would be a miracle if she were to feel joy. Just a few days ago, she had collaborated with her friends to drive that ungrateful Lin Yan out of Shenzhen. How could she possibly agree to marry him? Chapter 23. The failure of resistance. Zhen Chongqing's expression darkened instantly as he bellowed. "Then who do you fancy? Those wild men outside? Do not mention them to me." Zhen Zhu trembled at his shout, too intimidated to retort any further. Zhen Chongqing exhaled deeply, his tone softening slightly. "Your mother and I believe that Lin Yan is a fine young man. He is filial and kind-hearted, and he will surely treat you well in the future. Furthermore, this is a notification, not a request for your opinion. Whether you are willing or not, you shall comply." To think that her father would attempt to arrange her marriage. As the elder brother, Zhen Zhe felt compelled to defend his sister, casually inquiring, "I am curious. Who exactly is this Lin Yan that has garnered such esteem from our parents?" Zhao Xiaofan then recounted Lin Yan's circumstances. Zhen Zhe chuckled, "Father, mother, it is not fair to blame my sister for her reluctance. Given his background, how can he possibly be worthy of my sister?" Zhen Zhu pouted in agreement. "Exactly." Zhen Rui added, "Father, mother, please reconsider. There are so many talented young men in our circle. Why must you choose a poor boy with nothing to his name? What will others think of the Zhen family?" Zhen Chongqing dismissed their objections with a wave of his hand, stating, "Your mother and I have already made our decision, and nothing you say will alter it. His family's financial situation is inconsequential. Our family's prosperity suffices. I do not care for others' opinions. Let them think what they will as long as you refrain from behaving recklessly." Hearing this, Zhen Zhe and Zhen Rui exchanged glances, rendered speechless. In their father's household, his word was law. Once he had decided, there was no room for negotiation. Alas, poor sister. Zhen Zhu sought to resist further, pointing at her 2 brothers. "Father, this is unfair. Neither of my brothers is married. Why must I be the first to wed?" Zhen Chongqing had anticipated this question, responding calmly. "Your elder brother has a fiancée. They are already engaged. Have you forgotten? As for your second brother, he neither cavorts aimlessly nor changes girlfriends daily. I believe he does not require my intervention." Zhen Zhu was left speechless by her father's retort, resorting to childish antics as she stomped her feet and wailed, "I do not want to marry him. I do not want to. I do not want to." Zhen Chongqing pretended not to hear, turning to his sons. "Have you both finished eating? If so, return to your rooms." Understanding that their father intended to discipline their sister, the 2 discreetly retreated to their quarters. Zhen Zhu's voice grew hoarse from her cries, yet her parents showed little reaction. Eventually, she ceased her outcry, pouting and breaking into tears as she lamented. You do not care for me at all, forcing me to marry such a person. Oh, how wretched my fate is. Zhao Xiaofan let out a helpless sigh. Her daughter always resorted to such antics. When her unreasonable demands went unmet, her final tactic was to cry. Would her daughter truly mature? In the past, the sight of her daughter in tears would soften Zhao's heart, leading her to acquiesce to all demands. This indulgence had spoiled her daughter, and this time, she resolved not to yield. After thoroughly preparing herself mentally, she sat down with her daughter, wiping away her tears while saying, It's not that your father and I do not love you. Rather, we have loved you too much, which has led to this behavior. Look at other girls. None of them are so unruly as to be ostracized by the entire industry. And you constantly seek attention from multiple suitors. Frankly, dear, you cannot continue like this. We encourage you to marry for your own good. She spoke earnestly. Lin Yan is a good boy, responsible and kind to his mother. He will treat you well in the future, and he wouldn't dare do otherwise. Consider the wealthy families we know. They're often riddled with their own troubles. Lin Yan's home is simple, and after marrying him, you will still reside with us, avoiding the scrutiny and disdain from others. You will remain our little princess, with no change to your current life. Does that not appeal to you? Zhen Zhu retorted, but his family is so impoverished, and his mother is ill. How can I marry into that? Zhao Xiaofan chuckled. Silly child, if not for his mother's illness, Lin Yan might not even wish to marry you. Zhen Zhu's eyes widened. How could he not want to? What gives him that right? Zhao Xiaofan teased. Simply because he possesses a face that lingers in your thoughts. Zhen Zhu pouted. What are you talking about? His looks are merely average. I'm not fixated on him. I was just furious because he was the first man to reject me, which is why I had Xiao Wei blacklist him. Zhen Changsheng wrapped his fingers on the table in disapproval. How disrespectful. Xiao Wei is not someone you can casually refer to. He is my secretary and old enough to be your uncle. You should treat him with more respect. Zhen Zhu stuck out her tongue. Got it. From now on, I'll call him Secretary Wei. Satisfied, Zhen Changsheng turned back to Zhao Xiaofan. If your anger stems from his rejection, then that is easily rectified. After marriage, you can treat him however you wish. It will surely serve as your catharsis. Zhen Zhu muttered under her breath. I don't need marriage for that. I've already handled it myself. Zhao Xiaofan did not quite catch her words and looked at her quizzically. What did you just say? Fearing her parents would discover the truth, Zhen Zhu quickly replied, Nothing. Nothing. I merely meant that if I want to vent, I don't need to marry him. Zhen Changsheng could no longer tolerate his wife's subtle phrasing and stated plainly. What your mother just said is a secondary reason. The primary reason is that we wish for him to anchor both your heart and spirit at home, rather than gallivanting about. After marriage, you both will work at my company. He is a diligent and earnest individual, and I hope you will be influenced by him to focus more on your career rather than being distracted by the fleeting allure of others. Zhen Zhu was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that her parents' motive for urging her to marry was this. They wished to settle down after marriage. Yet she was inherently fickle. Even if she married someone as handsome as Wu Yinzu, the novelty would soon fade, and she would find it impossible to remain devoted to one person. Zhao Xiaofan, noticing her daughter's perplexed expression, advised, Lin Yan is quite handsome. There truly is no one around us who is more attractive. You will not be at a loss. Your father and I are prepared to finance his mother's medical treatment. And with such a significant debt of gratitude owed to us, he will undoubtedly be steadfastly devoted to you. Just imagine, a charming and devoted gentleman adoring you daily. Even when you take him out with your friends, it would certainly elevate your status, wouldn't it? Moreover, his status is legitimate, far superior to taking male models out. Zhen Zhu blinked, realizing that her parents were resolutely determined to see her wed to Lin Yan. Fine, let it be, she thought. It was not a matter of great consequence. After all, Lin Yan would hold little authority post-marriage, and she could treat him however she wished. This was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that she could seize this opportunity to negotiate some autonomy with her parents, curtailing their overbearing control. Chapter 24. The transaction. Zhen Zhu reluctantly acquiesced, her face betraying her dissatisfaction. All right then, I will heed my parents. Zhen Chongsheng and Zhao Xiaofan exchanged glances, both exhaling a sigh of relief. Their little treasure had finally consented to their wishes. Zhao Xiaofan embraced Zhen Zhu, saying, "Darling, your father and I only want what's best for you. Once you marry, you will understand that a meaningful relationship far surpasses a fleeting romance. It will make you glow with vitality." Silently, Zhen Zhu scoffed inwardly, "Nonsense. Only different men can make me shine." Yet she maintained her composure, and, after hugging her mother, she addressed her parents, "I can agree to marriage. But after I am wed, could you please refrain from being so controlling? Grant me a bit of freedom, will you? Otherwise, I will lose face in front of Lin Yan." Zhen Chongsheng scrutinized her for a moment before replying slowly, "Of course, after marriage, your husband will take charge of you. Your father and I can allow you some freedom, but staying out overnight is still out of the question, so do not entertain any notions of exploiting that loophole." Her father had seen through her intentions, leaving her to weakly respond, "Oh." It seemed that her father was more cunning. This time, she had lost. Zhao Xiaofan chuckled, gently ruffling her daughter's hair. "Do not dwell on other matters. Lin Yan is so attractive that you might swiftly fall in love with him after marriage and forget about seeking thrills elsewhere." Zhen Zhu thought to herself, "Mother, please do not suggest that I will fall in love with him. We are more like rivals." However, she decided to acquiesce. After all, she could not oppose her parents' decision. She would treat this as acquiring a handsome toy, and when she had her fill of him, she would create a fuss with her parents and cast him aside. That, too, seemed rather appealing. Seeing that Zhen Zhu no longer opposed their plans, Zhao Xiaofan assumed she had accepted their proposal and felt a sense of satisfaction. Believing her daughter was obedient. Despite her initial reluctance, once married, the newlyweds would spend every day together, quickly enveloped in sweetness, becoming inseparable. Her daughter was a connoisseur of beauty. She was sure Zhen Zhu would be captivated by Lin Yan. As for Lin Yan, according to those who have investigated, he has never been in a romantic relationship. After marriage, what a predicament it would be. His daughter is so beautiful, enchanting in every way. She would surely captivate him completely. Thus, the matter was settled. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Zhao Xiaofan made a call to Lin Yan. He had just started working at this company, introduced by Yang Qiaofan, and today marked his second day. Just as he settled into his seat, he received a call from a number registered in Shenzhen. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at his buzzing phone, before standing up and walking to the stairwell to answer it. Tentatively, he said, "Hello, who is this?" Previously, those he had employed often caused disturbances at his workplace, and he had become somewhat unsettled. He feared that they might be pursuing him again, even though he had left Shenzhen as they requested. Yet, it was apparent that the caller was not from that group. It was a middle-aged woman with a gentle voice. Zhao Xiaofan introduced herself. "Hello, Lin Yan. This is Zhao Xiaofan, Zhen Zhu's mother." Lin Yan was taken aback, but bravely responded, "What do you want? I have already been driven away from Shenzhen by Zhen Zhu. What more do you desire?" Zhao Xiaofan replied soothingly, "Child, do not be afraid. This was Zhen Zhu's wrongdoing, and I apologize on her behalf. Her father has punished her, and she is currently grounded at home." Lin Yan scoffed. "She has caused me such distress, yet her punishment is merely being grounded? What a heavy penalty." Zhao Xiaofan had prepared for this conversation, anticipating Lin Yan's anger, and thus remained unfazed by his sarcasm. She continued with a cordial demeanor, "Such a punishment is indeed insufficient. We wish to compensate you properly. I have heard that your mother is ill and requires a kidney transplant, correct? Our family can assist you with this, provided you agree to one condition." Lin Yan was taken aback. He did not respond to Zhao Xiaofan's inquiry, but instead questioned, "You have investigated me?" Zhao Xiaofan silently praised his cleverness. He was not led astray by her conditions, but had immediately grasped the crux of the matter. She answered, "Yes. We want to discuss terms with you, and of course, we needed to verify your qualifications first. Rest assured, we did not disturb your mother. All information was gathered through others." She then asked, "Are you interested in making this deal with me?" Upon hearing that she had not troubled his mother, Lin Yan felt a slight sense of relief. He indeed needed the money, so he cautiously replied, "Let me be clear, I will not engage in any illegal activities." Zhao Xiaofan chuckled lightly. Do you think our family is part of the underworld? Rest assured, we do not partake in unlawful matters. Our condition is this. You will marry my daughter, Zhen Zhu. Once married, our family will immediately bring your mother to Shenzhen, securing the best hospital for her matching procedure, as well as covering all expenses for the kidney transplant and subsequent recovery, no matter the cost. How's that sound? Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yan felt as though he were in a dream. What on earth was happening? Zhen Zhu had just used every means to expel him from Shenzhen, and now her mother was inviting him back to marry her. Was the world going mad? He incredulously uttered, "Are you joking?" Zhao Xiaofan, calm and composed, replied, "Lin Yan, I am quite busy and have no leisure to jest with you. The reality is that both I and Zhen Zhu's father regard you as a fine young man and hope for your union. Of course, it is unnecessary for me to divulge the complete truth to you, as you lack the qualification to know. Your role is merely to comply with our family's wishes." Lin Yan thought to himself, having endured repeated humiliations at the hands of Zhen Zhu, feeling utterly defeated, he had fled from Shenzhen to Xi'an like a stray dog, harboring deep animosity towards her. The mere thought of her visage made him feel nauseated. He adamantly refused the idea of marrying her. At that moment, he yearned to decisively reject Zhao Xiaofan's proposal. Yet despite opening his mouth several times, the words of refusal eluded him. After a pause, without a response from Lin Yan, Zhao Xiaofan, half-threateningly, remarked, "Marriage is a significant matter. It is only appropriate that you ponder it. However, I wish for you to understand that opportunities are not abundant. You are most aware of your mother's condition, and I believe that with the financial and material resources of the Zhen family, we can certainly assist in finding a suitable kidney source for her. Please make your decision regarding this arrangement promptly. After all, an earlier transplant could mean an additional chance at life. Wouldn't you agree? I await your reply." Having concluded the call, she began to explore wedding venues. As her beloved daughter's wedding deserved grandiosity, it was imperative to consider multiple options before making a selection. Chapter 25. Submission. After the call was terminated, Lin Yan was engulfed in fury. He kicked a trash bin in the stairwell, producing a resounding noise, yet his frustration remained unquenched as he paced restlessly, his phone clenched tightly in his hand. As he walked, he muttered angrily, "Damn capitalists, toying with us common folk. Even if your daughter resembles a celestial being, her vile character is intolerable. What the hell is this? I detest her so much. Why must I marry her and face her daily? I refuse. I absolutely refuse." Dream on. Exhausted from his tirade, he paused to catch his breath. At that moment, his mother called, prompting him to suppress his heavy breathing and feign nonchalance as he answered, "Hello, Mom." On the other end, his mother spoke gently, "Yin Yan, how is your new job? Is everything going smoothly?" He lied to his mother, claiming the previous company in Shenzhen had collapsed, and that he had come to Xi'an due to the lack of job opportunities, just having begun his new position. His mother, not fully grasping the situation, merely expressed her surprise that even a reputable company like Zhen's could fail, choosing not to press further, so as not to distress her son. Concerned for him, she called during his working hours. Lin Yan reassured her, "Everything is going well, and my colleagues are quite nice. How have you been feeling lately, Mom? Is the pain still severe?" His mother confidently replied, "The pain has subsided. The new medication the doctor prescribed recently is very effective." Lin Yan was acutely aware that his mother was deceiving herself. She was already in the 4th stage of uremia, and despite the doctor's recommendation for dialysis, she refused to comply, opting instead to endure her suffering with medication. Whenever he inquired about her condition, she would insist she felt no pain. Yet his father revealed that she often spent sleepless nights. Overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, "Mom, please go for dialysis. The doctor said it would alleviate much of your pain. I've sent home plenty of money. It should be enough for your treatment. I can still earn more, so don't hold back for the sake of saving." His mother smiled gently, comforting him, "Yin Yan, don't cry. I'm fine, really. I can't bear the cost of dialysis. Your father and I are saving the money you send for your future, buying a house, and marrying a wife. I'm taking my medication every month. I'm not going anywhere." The compassion of parents is boundless. They endure their own suffering, prioritizing their children's well-being above all else. Lin Yan's heart ached with despair, and he wept even more bitterly, feeling a profound resentment towards his own inability. His parents had labored tirelessly to raise him, yet he could not muster enough resources to secure treatment for his mother. He felt utterly worthless. His mother softly reassured him, "Don't worry, dear. Iem metruli fine. The doctor once said I wouldn't live for more than a few years, yet here I am, living well. Focus on your work. There's no need to worry about home." Sniffling, Lin Yan acknowledged her words. His mother continued, "Oh dear, am I being too chatty? I won't bother you any longer. You've just started at your company. You need to make a good impression. Return to your work now. I'm all right." "All right, I'll hang up now," Lin Yan replied. "Remember to eat well. Goodbye," she said before they ended the call. After hanging up, Lin Yan opened the door to the corridor and ascended to the rooftop. He stood by the railing, gazing down at the bustling traffic below for a long while. This world was profoundly disheartening. Ordinary people lacked the privilege to play the game, relegated to mere pawns manipulated at will. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the privileged class represented by the Zhen family, who trampled upon his dignity, effortlessly obliterating the modest achievements he had fought so hard to attain. It was not enough for them to humiliate him and expel him from Shenzhen. They even resorted to using his mother's illness as leverage, coercing him into marrying the arrogant Zhen Zhu. It was a farcical tragedy. His chest tightened with rage as he became disillusioned with this unjust world, contemplating leaping from the rooftop to escape it all. However, just as he placed one foot on the railing, a gust of wind swept by, dislodging a white piece of paper that floated down before being crushed beneath a passing vehicle. A jolt of realization struck him. The fleeting courage he had felt moments before vanished entirely. He withdrew his foot from the railing, stepping back a few paces, and collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. What was I just doing? I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I contemplate suicide? Lin Yan questioned himself in a frenzy. Witnessing the paper shatter before his eyes suddenly awakened a profound realization within him. Suicide was unequivocally not the path he should tread. He was determined to secure treatment for his mother's illness and to step onto the stage of life, rather than remain a mere pawn in someone else's game. The Zhen family desired his union with Zhen Zhu, did they not? Very well, he would acquiesce. As a man, marrying Zhen Zhu would not be to his detriment. An opportunity to wed without financial burden was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Was her temperament not less than amiable? After marriage, they could simply coexist without interference, as long as their family could provide the necessary care for his mother. As for dignity, what did he have to lose when his mother's life was at stake? Dignity was the most precious commodity in the world, and at present, he was far too impoverished to claim it. Yet, he held an unwavering belief that one day he would possess it. Having come to this understanding, he returned Zhao Xiaofei's call. She was taken aback. She had anticipated Lin Yan would reply later in the evening. Not so swiftly. Upon answering, she greeted him, "Hello, Lin Yan." Lin Yan replied with calm assurance, "It is I. I have agreed, but I have one condition. The commitment to treat my mother's illness must be put in writing, signed by both parties before the marriage. Otherwise, I shall not proceed with the wedding." Zhao Xiaofei responded, "That is a given. It will be included in the prenuptial agreement, to be signed by both you and Zhen Zhu. Once signed, it shall be binding. By the way, you are amenable to signing a prenuptial agreement, correct? You know, families such as ours typically require this." This was a precaution against any covetousness towards Zhen Zhu's assets. Lin Yan coldly remarked, "I have no objections. My sole concern is obtaining the necessary treatment for my mother. Everything else is inconsequential." Zhao Xiaofei replied, "Excellent, then it is settled. Please return to Shenzhen promptly. You should get acquainted with Zhen Zhu before the wedding. You two ought to spend some time together to foster your relationship. Additionally, you need to have your measurements taken for a suit. Oh, there is much to be done, and your presence is essential. Return swiftly." Lin Yan took a deep breath and succinctly responded, "Understood." Zhao Xiaofei gently continued, "I will arrange for our company accountant to transfer some funds to you shortly. Do not hesitate to use it. Purchase several decent outfits to wear. A person is defined by their attire, and you are soon to become a member of the Zhen family. You must present yourself well in public." Lin Yan replied simply, "All right." Zhao Xiaofei concluded, Let us leave it at that. Once you finalize your return date, please inform me so I can have our family driver collect you. Lin Yan reiterated understood. Content. Zhao Xiaofei hung up the phone and exited to share the good news with her husband. Meanwhile, Lin Yan gazed towards the distant sky, reflecting. He had ultimately sold himself, utterly and irrevocably, for he had no alternative. Yet, despite this, he would not succumb to despair. Throughout his life, regardless of the adversities faced, he had persevered. He believed that the current hardships were but temporary, and marrying Zhen Zhu did not signify the end of his existence. He intended to leverage the Zhen family's prestige and influence to pave a sunlit path for himself. Lin Yan vowed that he would no longer remain a pawn in another's game. Chapter 26. Resignation. Lin Yan descended from the rooftop and, citing urgent matters at home, submitted his resignation to the new company. The leadership, eager to retain him, soon realized that his resolve was unwavering, likely due to pressing family issues, and thus ceased their attempts to persuade him to stay, acquiescing to his departure. Lin Yan approached his classmate Yang Xiaofan, expressing his apologies for not being able to honor his goodwill, as he had unavoidable commitments. Yang Xiaofan, effort amiable, wafet dismissively, assuring Lin Yan that it was of no consequence and that they could share a drink together another time. Lin Yan smiled in response before exiting the company. No sooner had he stepped outside the building than his phone buzzed with a text message. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a notification from a bank. He read aloud softly, "Online banking income transfer, amounting to 500,000 yuan, with the note, pocket money." A sardonic smile crept across his lips as he mused. "How generous! Since you've bestowed this upon me, I shall not decline. After all, one must offer something in return. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you." Adjacent to the building stood the most opulent shopping mall in Xi'an. With purposeful strides, he entered the luxury goods store on the first floor. The attendant, keen to make an impression, hurried to greet him. In this day and age, many wealthy individuals preferred a discreet demeanor, although this gentleman bore no designer labels. It did not imply he was incapable of affording luxury. With warmth, she inquired, "Good day, sir. What kind of products are you interested in? May I assist you with some recommendations?" Lin Yan nodded in response, stating, "I wish to purchase 2 suits. I would appreciate your guidance." The attendant, taken by his handsome visage and courteous demeanor, beamed even brighter. She gestured for him to follow, saying, "Sir, please come with me. The new arrivals just hit the store yesterday, all designed by masters, characterized by simplicity and elegance, perfect for you." Shortly thereafter, Lin Yan tried on the 2 suits she had recommended. He gazed at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, chuckling softly. The figure within the glass mirrored his amusement. But then he paused, scoffing lightly, and decided against trying on any further styles. After changing back into his own clothes, he addressed the attendant, "I'll take these 2 suits. Please process my card." With a radiant smile, she guided him to the checkout, pondering to herself, just because he isn't dressed in high fashion doesn't mean he can't afford luxury. This handsome gentleman is indeed generous. 2 suits worth over 100,000. And he didn't even inquire about the price. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. After securing his suits, Lin Yan ascended to the second floor to procure several sets of casual attire, followed by designer shoes, belts, and an assortment of accessories. Eventually, he returned to his rented accommodation, burdened with numerous shopping bags and a large suitcase. By the afternoon, he efficiently organized the belongings he had brought from Shenzhen, discarding the tattered suitcase without a second thought, tossing it into the downstairs trash bin. He then sorted through a few personal items, retaining his design sketches, family photographs, and laptop, while discarding the rest of his everyday possessions. Knowing they would be of no use upon his return to Shenzhen, he disposed of them with ease. After tidying up, the entire rented apartment was left with only a set of bedding, aside from a suitcase containing all his newly purchased clothes. He would be staying there tonight, and he planned to leave the bedding for Yang Xiaofan to handle after his departure. At this moment, he was set to dazzle Yang Xiaofan. He donned a designer suit he had just bought and slipped into his new leather shoes, applying some hair wax. He stepped out of the apartment with an air of brilliance, heading to meet Yang Xiaofan after work. Yang Xiaofan, having finished a day of idle work, yawned as he exited the office. Just as he was about to unlock his car, He looked up to see a model-like figure with broad shoulders and long legs standing before him, smiling. He approached, pretending not to recognize Lin Yan, and examined him closely, exclaiming, "What on earth? Am I still dreaming? Who is this handsome guy? Is it really my brother Lin Yan? Did you win the lottery or something? Why the extravagant outfit?" Lin Yan playfully pushed his face away and replied, "I didn't win the lottery, but it's close enough. I sold myself, and I struck a good deal. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal with the money I made." Yang Xiaofan laughed heartily, pointing at him, "Stop joking. I could sell myself, but you definitely couldn't. Seriously, did you hit the jackpot?" He pretended to choke Lin Yan. Lin Yan swiftly sidestepped his hand, smirking, "Nothing is impossible. Let us talk in the car. It's too crowded here." Yang Xiaofan complied, unlocking the car door, and they both settled inside. Once inside, Yang Xiaofan noticed Lin Yan's expression was entirely off. He bore no trace of smile, his face clouded with gloom. An unsettling feeling crept over Yang Xiaofan, pondering whether Lin Yan was truly jesting. As Yang Xiaofan began to speak, Lin Yan interrupted him. In a flat tone, he said, "I made a deal with the Zhen family. I will marry Zhen Zhu. In return, their family will pay for my mother's medical treatment. That's all there is to it." Yang Xiaofan sat in stunned silence, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Lin Yan then added with a sarcastic laugh, "So, I didn't win the lottery. I'm just not that fortunate. This suit was paid for by Zhen Zhu's mother, who insisted I look the part of their future son-in-law. What do you think? Am I handsome enough? Or do I look like I'm being sold?" Finally regaining his voice, Yang Xiaofan hurriedly said, "Don't talk about yourself like that. How could you possibly look like you're being sold? You're incredibly handsome with great charisma, like a movie star." Observing Lin Yan's still grim expression, he surmised that he must be feeling quite miserable about being forced to marry someone he despised. With a sigh, he offered words of comfort. "I can't say whether this choice is right or wrong, but as your good friend, I support you. Your mother's illness has always been a thorn in your side, and this opportunity to secure her treatment is indeed a blessing. You'll find peace in that. As for Zhen Zhu, from what you've described, her character isn't the best. When living together, try not to take things too personally. Keep an open mind. Moreover, although their family is wealthier, it does not grant her the right to mistreat you at will. If you feel wronged, do not remain silent. Resist, do you understand? If it becomes intolerable, consider divorce. Come to me. My door will always remain open for you." Lin Yan was moved by Yang Xiaofan's sincere words, his expression finally brightening a little. He chuckled softly and said, "Why does that sound so much like you're marrying off a daughter?" Yang Xiaofan patted his shoulder, looking quite distressed as he replied, "Isn't that exactly the case? A father's worry extends 1,000 miles. As your father, I am truly troubled." Lin Yan shrugged his hand away, exasperated, and said, "Oh, come on, don't take advantage of me. If you keep talking nonsense, I want to invite you to dinner." "Don't." Yang Xiaofan quickly sat up straight and said, "I'm counting on this meal for sustenance. So, where shall we dine?" Lin Yan replied, "Let us go to the best restaurant in our village. Drive us there." Yang Xiaofan started the car and said, "All right, hold on tight." He turned the steering wheel and headed towards the village's most luxurious hotel. Chapter 27. The first encounter with the Zhen family that evening. Lin Yan poured out his heartache and frustrations to Yang Xiaofan at the dining table. Yang Xiaofan listened patiently, offering occasional words of comfort, which greatly lifted Lin Yan's spirits. The next day, after bidding farewell to Yang Xiaofan at Xi'an Airport, he boarded the flight back to Shenzhen. When Lin Yan arrived in Xi'an, he appeared weary, yet his heart brimmed with a yearning for a new life. However, upon his return to Shenzhen, all his beautiful aspirations for the future vanished, leaving only a fierce ambition to make a name for himself. Before boarding the plane, Lin Yan sent his flight number to Zhao Xiaofan, who promptly acknowledged receipt. Upon landing, just as he collected his luggage, he received a call from the driver, stating he was waiting at the exit. As Lin Yan approached the exit, a man in his 50s waved at him warmly. The man eagerly came over to assist Lin Yan with his luggage, introducing himself as he guided him. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the dedicated driver for the young lady. You can call me Uncle Lee. I have been responsible for driving her since she was 6 years old. This morning, The madam instructed me to also take care of you from now on. Please do not hesitate to ask for my assistance. Lin Yan nodded and replied, Thank you. That is very kind of you. He was still unaccustomed to others doing things for him and felt uncomfortable seeing Uncle Li, who was significantly older, carrying his luggage. He insisted, Uncle Li, let me handle my own luggage. Uncle Li quickly shook his head vigorously, as if to dismiss the suggestion, and shifted the suitcase to his other hand, moving it further away while anxiously saying, Please, you mustn't. It is my duty to carry your luggage. How could I let you do it yourself? You would be embarrassing me. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt he could not insist further. He had just arrived and was unaware of the Zhen family's customs. He did not want his reluctance to cause Uncle Li any trouble. Thus, he reluctantly conceded. All right then. Uncle Li then relaxed, smiling as he said, Your suitcase isn't heavy. We'll be at the parking area shortly. Uncle Li drove Lin Yan for nearly an hour before entering a gated community with strict security. The community was vast, with each villa standing independently and spaced far apart. The car twisted and turned until it halted before an exceptionally tall iron gate. Upon recognizing Uncle Li, the security guard promptly opened the gate. Once inside the courtyard, Uncle Li drove slowly along the straight cement path for nearly 5 minutes before finally turning off the engine. Uncle Li exited the vehicle and walked around to open the door for Lin Yan, respectfully stating, Mr. Lin, we have arrived. Lin Yan replied softly, Thank you, and stepped out of the car. Uncle Li retrieved his luggage from the trunk, carrying it while guiding him inside, explaining, The Zhen family estate consists of several villas. We are heading to the main building, a 5-story structure that serves as the residence of the owners. Adjacent to this main building are smaller villas. Those on the left are for the servants, while those on the right house the cinema, gym, the young ladies' piano room, the ladies' flower room, and so forth. You may visit each of them later. As they approached the entrance, Uncle Li gently pressed the doorbell. Shortly, a maid appeared and smiled upon seeing Lin Yan, exclaiming, Ah, Mr. Lin has arrived. Please come in. The master, mistress, young master, and young lady are all waiting for you in the dining room. She guided Lin Yan to change his shoes and took his suitcase from Uncle Li, placing it aside before respectfully leading him toward the dining room. As they walked, Lin Yan made a conscious effort not to gaze around too much. The Zhen family's opulence was overwhelming. The home was adorned with luxurious decor, and the grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling was merely the beginning. Everywhere he looked, there were exquisite antique porcelain artworks, and the walls showcased numerous masterpieces from renowned traditional Chinese painters. As a design student with a passion for painting, he had taken a year of traditional Chinese painting courses in college and had a modest understanding of the art. If he was not mistaken, all the paintings displayed in the Zhen residence were authentic, truly priceless. The maid led him through the living room and into the dining room. The Zhen family, who had been engaged in lively conversation, fell silent upon seeing the maid escort Lin Yan. Zhao Xiaofan was the first to rise. She waved to Lin Yan. Speaking in a familiar tone, Lin Yan, come over here. Are you tired from the journey? Lin Yan approached Zhao Xiaofan amidst the varied gazes of the assembled family, attempting to appear relaxed as he replied, Hello, Auntie, I'm not tired. Zhao Xiaofan was pleased with his candid response. She had worried that he might be too shy to speak, given his humble origins. However, her concerns were unfounded. Lin Yan, dressed in a tailored designer suit with polished shoes and impeccably styled hair, showed no signs of fatigue despite just disembarking from flight. Tall and slender, with a straight posture, it was no wonder Zhao Xiaofan's daughter had taken a liking to him after just one meeting. He truly exuded vitality. Zhen Changsheng was quite pleased with Lin Yan. The young man displayed a commendable demeanor. In such circumstances, meeting their family without resorting to obsequiousness was remarkable. Instead, he maintained a composed stance, speaking in a familiar tone, which was indeed rare. Clearing his throat, Zhen Changsheng looked at Lin Yan and said, I hope your journey was not too arduous. Please, do not feel restrained at home. Indulge yourself tonight. Lin Yan had only seen Zhen Changsheng from a distance before. The chairman was renowned, and employees often spoke of him with trepidation. Despite the amiable tone he employed, Lin Yan felt a physiological dread, instinctively responding with, Yes, thank you, Chairman. Zhao Xiaofan observed the transformation of Lin Yan from poised to resembling a nervous recruit, almost bursting into laughter. She gently patted Lin Yan's arm and reassured him. "There's no need to be tense. You may call him uncle at home." Lin Yan awkwardly replied, "All right, understood." Zhen Zhu, noticing Lin Yan's somewhat dazed expression, curled her lip in disdain. How foolish. Can't even articulate a proper response." Zhen Zhu, sensing Lin Yan's discomfort, rose with a smile and approached him, saying, "I am Zhen Zhu's elder brother." "Zhen Zhu, you may call me brother as well. Don't just stand there. Let me show you to the washroom. Dinner will be served shortly." It seemed he was attempting to smooth over the situation, indicating that there were indeed kind-hearted individuals within the Zhen family. Lin Yan expressed his gratitude with a smile, saying, "Thank you, brother." Zhen Zhu replied generously, "No need for thanks. By the way, you are remarkably tall, certainly over 185 centimeters, I presume?" As they walked, Lin Yan responded, "Yes, I am 188. Seeing the two engage in light-hearted banter as they headed to wash their hands, Zhao Xiaofan turned to Zhen Zhu and said, "Darling, do not wear such a stern expression. It is Lin Yan's first day here. Show him a bit of warmth." Zhen Zhu replied weakly, "All right, I understand." Once Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu returned from washing their hands, Zhen Zhu guided Lin Yan to sit beside Zhen Zhu, stating, "Please sit next to your sister." Lin Yan nodded and took his seat, while Zhen Zhu circled back to his own position. Chapter 28. The dining table incident. Once Zhen Chongsheng saw that everyone was seated, he raised his glass and warmly addressed Lin Yan. "Welcome to our home. I hope you will come to regard this place as your own and us as your family. I hope you and Zhen Zhu can treat each other with respect, fostering a harmonious coexistence so that we may truly become one family." Lin Yan nodded earnestly in response, raising his glass and affirming, "Rest assured, uncle, I will strive to do so." Zhen Chongsheng smiled with satisfaction and turned to the others, saying, "Let's all raise our glasses to welcome Lin Yan." Zhao Xiaofan and Zhen Zhu simultaneously raised their glasses with smiles, while Zhen Rui and Zhen Zhu reluctantly followed suit, offering their greetings. "Welcome, welcome." Lin Yan tilted his head back and downed the contents of his glass. Seeing him drink straight without hesitation, Zhen Chongsheng praised good alcohol tolerance. He followed suit, and this display of fortitude further enhanced his impression of Lin Yan. Lin Yan indulged in alcohol on an empty stomach, and, after consuming a few drinks, he felt a fiery pain in his stomach. Yet, he relished this self-inflicted sensation and continued to drink 3 more glasses with Zhen Chongsheng. It was only when Zhao Xiaofan intervened, saying, "Old Zhen, what are you doing? It's Lin Yan's first day at our home, and you want to get him drunk?" That Zhen Chongsheng let out a hearty laugh and replied, "It has been ages since I enjoyed drinking at home like this. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Rui hardly touch white liquor, and finally, we have someone who can drink. I got carried away." He then encouraged Lin Yan, saying, "Make sure to eat more vegetables. When not in a rush, let us take our time." Pleased with Lin Yan's drinking demeanor, Zhen Chongsheng even changed how he addressed him. Lin Yan obediently responded, "Sure, as you wish." Zhen Rui, overhearing this, let out a soft scoff and muttered, "He knows how to flatter." Zhen Zhu, sitting beside him, heard clearly and gently tapped Zhen Rui's back, warning him, "Xiao Rui, mind your words." Zhen Rui shrugged it off nonchalantly. Noticing their interaction, Zhen Chongsheng frowned and admonished, "Xiao Zhe, Xiao Rui, no roughhousing at the dining table. What kind of behavior is that?" The two brothers ceased their antics, replying in unison, "Understood." Despite the table being laden with exquisite dishes, Lin Yan found the meal rather tasteless. Having drunk too much earlier, he felt indifferent to the flavors, eating only a little before setting down his chopsticks and sipping slowly on the soup. Zhen Zhu observed Lin Yan for a while, realizing he was not as unruly as she had imagined. On the contrary, he adhered to proper dining etiquette, only taking from the few plates before him. He responded when spoken to, but remained silent otherwise, neither smacking his lips nor making excessive noise, exhibiting a semblance of decorum. Pleased with this revelation, Zhen Zhu continued to watch him, yet Lin Yan appeared wholly oblivious to her gaze, engrossed in his own actions as if she were invisible. Suddenly, it struck Zhen Zhu that he had not once looked at her since their meeting. Holding her chopsticks, she thought, "So, you think yourself aloof, do you? Well then, let us see how I can handle you." With a sudden change in tone, she playfully exclaimed, "Lin Yan, why are you only drinking soup and ignoring the dishes? Here." She placed her chopsticks down and, using serving utensils, placed an entire duck leg into Lin Yan's bowl, blinking innocently and wearing an expression that conveyed her thoughtfulness. "You must try it. Our aunt makes the best duck. Hurry up." Already feeling unwell, Lin Yan looked at the greasy duck leg and nearly retched. Finally, he raised his gaze to Zhen Zhu and, suppressing his discomfort, replied, "Thank you, but I'm full and do not wish to eat the duck leg." Zhen Zhu feigned sadness, saying, "Oh, but I notice you haven't eaten much. You don't dislike me because of past events, do you? Is that why you refuse the food I offer?" Her face contorted into a sorrowful expression, as if on the verge of tears. Lin Yan thought to himself, "Please stop this act. It's utterly nauseating." He held back the urge to vomit and forced a smile, saying, "How could that be? I've forgotten all about those past matters." After speaking, he picked up the serving chopsticks and gently placed a colossal rib onto Zhen Zhu's plate, tenderly remarking, "You see, I eat little, but it appears you have hardly consumed anything at all. You are so slender. You must eat more, do be obedient." Zhen Zhu let out a slight sound of acknowledgement, rendered speechless. Lin Yan, employing her own tactics against her, had raised the stakes too high. She pondered for a moment, yet could not find a retort to Lin Yan's words, resorting to stabbing the rib fiercely with her chopsticks in frustration. Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan exchanged glances, both chuckling. These two, who had previously quarreled so unpleasantly, quickly resumed their endearment upon meeting, sharing dishes and engaging in playful banter. Oh, the youth truly exhibit such sentimentalities. After the meal, Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan summoned Zhen Zhu and Lin Yan to the study. Zhen Changsheng retrieved a prenuptial agreement drafted by their family lawyer from his briefcase and handed it to them, saying, "Take a look. If there are no issues, you two can sign shortly. There are still many matters to attend to." Zhen Zhu and Lin Yan each took a copy and sat down to examine it meticulously. The agreement was divided into several sections. The first delineated the fundamental principles regarding the ownership of premarital assets, detailing Zhen Zhu's properties, vehicles, savings, including company stocks, equity, insurance, trusts, jewelry, and antiques, and stipulating that regardless of whether the parties obtained a marriage certificate after signing, all such assets would remain solely Zhen Zhu's. Subsequent sections addressed the principles regarding marital property, the management of debts incurred before and after marriage, compensation for Lin Yan, the exercise of property rights, changes in property forms and their consequences, applicable laws, and dispute resolution, among others. Lin Yan skimmed through the other clauses. As the wealth belonged to Zhen Zhu rather than him, those stipulations bore little significance to him. His primary concern lay with the section regarding his compensation. The lawyer had explicitly noted that, considering Lin Yan's mother's serious illness requiring urgent treatment, the agreement mandated that within 1 month of marriage, Zhen's family must bring Lin Yan's mother to Shenzhen, ensure her proper accommodation, and expedite the matching and kidney transplant surgery. Furthermore, Zhen's family was to bear all associated surgical and hospitalization costs without delay or evasion. Upon reading this clause, Lin Yan glanced over the remaining terms and found nothing amiss. He took up the pen and solemnly inscribed his name with deliberate strokes. Zhen Zhu, having perused her section for some time, was astonished to discover her substantial wealth. She marveled at the multitude of properties her parents had acquired for her without informing her, as well as the undisclosed bank savings. The company stocks, of which she had little understanding, were managed by her parents. She wondered if she would have the authority to manage the other assets post-marriage. It seemed that marriage did indeed offer some advantages. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she too seized the pen, happily signing her name. Chapter 29. The first handhold Zhen Changsheng carefully stored the signed agreements and smiled at them, saying, "Darling, Xiao Yin, we have been looking into wedding venues, and we are planning to set the wedding date for January 1st next year. New Year's Day signifies a fresh beginning and symbolizes the pursuit of new hopes. It is a splendid day. It is now early October, and with 3 months remaining until the wedding, I plan for you to become engaged by the end of this month, ensuring that the New Year's wedding does not seem overly rushed. Zhen Zhu and Lin Yan both nodded obediently in agreement. Zhen Changsheng gazed at the enchanting couple before him and earnestly remarked, "Regardless of any past misunderstandings, since you have decided to wed, I sincerely hope you will treat one another with the utmost seriousness. For the next few months, Xiao Yin will reside at home. Your room has already been prepared, situated directly across from the nursery. Starting tomorrow, the restrictions on baby will be lifted, allowing you both to venture out and strengthen your bond." Yay! Zhen Zhu immediately leaped with joy, wrapping her arms around her father, playfully declaring her love for him, saying he was the best. Zhen Changsheng playfully tapped her nose, cautioning, although the restrictions have been lifted, there are still places you cannot go. Shopping, dining, and indulging in beauty treatments are permissible, but drinking is off limits. Do you understand? Zhen Zhu nodded vigorously. I understand. She had nearly suffocated from being cooped up at home these past few days, and the prospect of going out thrilled her. After warning Zhen Zhu, Zhen Changsheng turned to Lin Yan. Xiao Yin, prior to the engagement, I advise you to spend ample time with Zhen Zhu. You both need not attend the office this month. Focus on capturing your wedding photos, selecting your attire for the ceremony, and ensure Zhen Zhu does not wander off aimlessly. Is that clear? Lin Yan agreed, responding, I understand. Zhen Zhu scoffed internally. Humph, as if he could keep an eye on her. He'd be lucky if he even knew where she was. Zhen Changsheng continued addressing Lin Yan. Once the engagement is official, your status will be solidified. He paused, contemplating. I recall the design department is in need of a vice president. I shall arrange for you to work there. Make sure to stand out. Lin Yan was taken aback that Zhen Changsheng would offer him a position in the design department. This was incredibly fortuitous. A genuine smile illuminated his face for the first time that day as he replied, I will certainly do my best. Thank you, uncle. Zhen Changsheng rose and approached him. Gripping his shoulder firmly, his piercing gaze fixated on him. Young man, the hardships of the past are behind you. Your life will undergo a remarkable transformation upon joining the Zhen family. I hope you remember my words today. Treat my daughter with sincerity. As long as you care for her, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. Remain steadfast in your intentions. Do you understand? Decades of experience in the business world had instilled a commanding presence in Zhen Changsheng, and Lin Yan felt the weight of his threatening tone and the pain in his shoulder, struggling to keep his head held high. He shut his eyes briefly, desperately concealing his true thoughts, before finally raising his gaze to Zhen Changsheng, resolutely promising, Uncle, I will remember. Zhen Changsheng nodded slowly, withdrawing his hand from Lin Yan's shoulder, reverting to his previous amiable demeanor. Very well, let's enjoy some tea. Zhao Xiaofen, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, quickly added, Yes, let us have tea. This is a special powder tea sent by Zhen Zhu's uncle. It is said to be perfect for alleviating the effects of drinking. You both indulged quite a bit tonight, so please partake in this tea. It is quite restorative. The four of them, each harboring their own thoughts, sipped tea for a while before dispersing. Upon exiting the study, Zhen Zhu shed her demure fade, crossing her arms as she walked while scrutinizing Lin Yan up and down. She then rose on her toes, leaning close to his face. Startled, Lin Yan nearly touched foreheads with her, swiftly turning his head away and softly questioning, What are you doing? With a beaming smile, Zhen Zhu replied, I think you're handsome and wanted to kiss you. What is the matter? Not allowed. If you don't permit me, I'll tell my parents. She feigned a move towards the study. Lin Yan, unwilling to let her escalate the situation, quickly grasped her sleeve, sighed, and reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, go ahead. With that, he shut his eyes tightly, pursing his lips, presenting himself as if he were bravely facing his demise. Zhen Zhu, however, was not genuinely intent on kissing him. She merely sought to tease him. Seeing his comical expression, she chuckled triumphantly, leaning in closer. Just as her lips were about to brush against Lin Yan's face, she noticed him tremble visibly. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter, her amusement so infectious that she could hardly stand upright. Between fits of giggles, she mocked him. What are you afraid of? I'm just playing with you. Who wants to kiss you? You're as stiff as a board. Instantly, Lin Yan opened his eyes, glaring at her in indignation. Once her laughter subsided, she attempted to grasp his hand, but he resolutely clenched his fist, refusing her. Undeterred, Zhen Zhu clicked her tongue and shifted to tugging at his wrist, exclaiming in disdain, "What s with the act of chastity? You're getting married soon. What is the harm in holding hands?" As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she peered into Lin Yan's eyes, surmising, "You haven't held hands with a girl before, have you?" Caught off guard by her insight, Lin Yan turned his head in embarrassment. Zhen Zhu, still holding his wrist, followed his gaze with a gleeful expression, teasing, "I can't believe I've hit the nail on the head. So Navi, I've stumbled upon a treasure. Don't worry, I will cherish you well." At the edge of his patience, Lin Yan turned to her, gritting his teeth, "You need to show me some respect." Zhen Zhu merely pouted and replied nonchalantly, "As you can see, this is just who I am." Did you really expect someone who wants to pamper you from the first meeting to treat you with much respect? You're overthinking it. Lin Yan felt overwhelmed. In his 25 years, he had encountered no girl as troublesome as Zhen Zhu. With no means to counter her playful defiance, he resigned himself to ask, "What do you truly want?" Releasing his wrist, Zhen Zhu grinned mischievously. "It's quite simple. I want you to hold my hand and escort me back to my room. Can you manage that?" Lin Yan slowly nodded, articulating, "Sure, of course." How could he forget? He had already committed himself. After marriage, they would share a bed. A mere hand-holding was inconsequential. He resolved to thicken his skin, cast aside unnecessary pride, and embrace the situation. He took the initiative to grasp Zhen Zhu's hand, reminiscent of a prince escorting a princess in a film. Once their hands were joined, he coldly inquired, "Are you satisfied now?" Zhen Zhu, observing the exasperated yet resigned expression on his face, felt a surge of satisfaction within her. With an air of haughtiness, she nodded and remarked, "It's passable. But do ensure you hold on to me tightly, even on the staircase." Lin Yan clenched his jaw, forcing out through gritted teeth, "Understood." Chapter 30. The handsome man emerges from the bath after finally dispatching the burdensome Zhen Zhu. Lin Yan retreated to his room. He immediately entered the bathroom, dispensing a pump of hand soap, vigorously scrubbing the hand that had been in contact with Zhen Zhu until it turned a fiery red. Only then did he halt, casting a sardonic smile at his reflection in the mirror, muttering to himself, "How absurd to uphold any semblance of virtue after having acted like a harlot." Ceasing his hand-washing, he exited to unseal the suitcase that the maid had kindly brought into his room. He retrieved a change of clothes and proceeded to take a shower. That night, liberated from all mental burdens, Lin Yan enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, around 7, he awoke, quickly refreshed himself, and donned his athletic attire before heading out for a run. As he jogged along, the maids greeted him warmly, to which he responded with a gentle smile and nod. Tracing the path he had taken the previous day, during his morning run, he discovered the expansive grounds of the Zhen residence, which seemed to stretch endlessly. The front yard boasted not only a vast lawn, but upon returning from another side, he was astonished to find a lake nestled within their estate. Though not large, it featured a meticulously crafted pavilion at its center and a charming wooden walkway, with swans gliding gracefully across the water surface. He slowed his pace, walking to the lakeside, where he paused to admire the serene morning scenery. As he immersed himself in the gentle ripples, a hand rested on his shoulder, startling him. Turning, he found Zhen Changsheng approaching, clad in athletic wear, clearly having just finished his own workout, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. With a smile, he inquired, "Did you sleep well last night? What brings you out so early?" Lin Yan replied earnestly, "I slept very well. I usually rise around this time for work, so I've grown accustomed to it." Zhen Changsheng nodded approvingly, saying, "That's a commendable habit. It seems you've been exercising as well." Lin Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as he chuckled. "Indeed. I enjoy running whenever I have the time." I had just reached the entrance when I spotted the lake and thought it beautiful, prompting me to pause and admire it. Zhen Changsheng beamed at the compliment regarding his lake, responding, "You have a discerning eye. This lake was crafted at great expense by a landscape master. Observing it from the shore is merely adequate. Come, let us visit the pavilion. It offers a truly splendid view." As they approached the pavilion, Lin Yan marveled, exclaiming, The scenery transforms with every step. It is truly exquisite. Zhen Changsheng regarded him with admiration, affirming, "Precisely, I envisioned it this way." It is rare for a young man to possess such insight. Lin Yan humbly replied, "You flatter me. I have a fondness for traditional Chinese painting and architecture. I have heard my teachers speak of these topics and watched a few videos, which emboldened me to share my thoughts." Zhen Changsheng shook his head, insisting, "No need for modesty. My praise is well-deserved." He clasped his hands behind his back and imparted wisdom to Lin Yan, saying, "Little Yan, remember this. Once you become a son-in-law of the Zhen family, you must bear the praises others bestow upon you, even if you lack the capability to merit them. There is no need for humility, for we, the Zhen family, do not require it. Our status and strength are evident in the entirety of Shenzhen, aside from a few government officials who does not wish to curry favor with us. Maintain a lofty demeanor in public. Do you understand?" Lin Yan nodded, absorbing the lesson. "Yes, I understand." One's origins dictate their perspective, and for Lin Yan, a man raised in the countryside, to exhibit such composure was no small feat. Zhen Changsheng silently reassured himself. The child is a good boy. After all, there is ample time to teach him patiently. Thus, he momentarily ceased his lecturing and shifted to casual conversation. In the presence of Zhen Changsheng, Lin Yan felt a palpable tension. As a former employee of the Zhen family, the ingrained fear of the chairman, who wielded immense power, was not easily dispelled. Although Zhen Changsheng was relatively amiable, Lin Yan could not help but feel anxious, albeit significantly less so than the previous night. After conversing with Lin Yan at the lakeside pavilion for a while, Zhen Changsheng led him back home. Each retreated to their respective rooms to freshen up, and during breakfast, the Zhen family gathered, all present except for Zhen Zhu. Zhao Xiaofan, observing Lin Yan's quiet patience, remarked, "Let us begin our meal. If the baby is not working, she typically rises around noon, so there is no need to wait for her." Lin Yan nodded in agreement and began to eat. After breakfast, Zhen's father, mother, and Zhen Zhu's two brothers departed for work. With nothing to occupy his time, Lin Yan returned to his room to glance at his phone. Finding it rather dull, he decided to visit the indoor swimming pool nearby for a swim. The Zhen family's pool was expansive, featuring 6 lanes, each measuring a standard 50 meters. Lin Yan donned his swim trunks and performed some warm-up exercises before plunging into the water. His swimming style was not particularly refined, resembling the typical dog paddle of the countryside, yet his long limbs made his strokes quite visually appealing. Zhen Zhu awoke naturally well before noon, a most unusual occurrence. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was barely past 10, yet sleep eluded her. Displeased, she rose, and after freshening up, she descended the stairs, inquiring of the housekeeper, "Where is Lin Yan?" The housekeeper replied, "Mr. Lin has gone to the swimming pool." Instantly, Zhen Zhu's mood brightened. It was delightful to have a handsome figure to admire in the morning. Slipping on her sandals, she made her way to the pool, just in time to see Lin Yan emerging from the water, shaking droplets from his hair. Upon catching sight of his bare torso, Zhen Zhu let out an audacious whistle and teased, "Your physique is quite commendable." Startled by the unexpected whistle, Lin Yan nearly stumbled back into the pool. Regaining his composure, he cast a bemused glance at Zhen Zhu and retorted, "Is there something you need? What business does a girl have whistling like that?" Zhen Zhu circled him playfully and replied, "Who says girls cannot whistle? Besides, is it a crime to whistle at my fiancé?" With that, she leaned in close, batting her eyelashes at him, and mischievously asked, "May I touch?" Despite Lin Yan's extensive psychological preparation yesterday, all of it proved futile in the presence of Zhen Zhu. This woman relentlessly pushed his boundaries, leaving him exasperated at every turn. Fearing that he might unleash a torrent of insults upon her, he chose instead to seal his lips, adopting a cold demeanor as he stepped back, attempting to evade her. Yet, Zhen Zhu was not one to be so easily dismissed. Observing Lin Yan's intent to depart, she swiftly wrapped her arms around him, nestling against his chest, leaving him with no option to retreat. Lin Yan struggled in anger, exclaiming, "Let go of me." Unfazed, Zhen Zhu playfully responded, "You're so fierce. What's wrong with a little hug?" It's only natural for me to embrace you. Following her words, she nuzzled against his chest, teasingly adding, your heart is racing so fast. Is everything truly all right? Of course, he was nearly exasperated to death. How could his heart not race? Lin Yan rolled his eyes in disbelief, yet found himself utterly powerless against Zhen Zhu's antics. Chapter 31. Dispute by the poolside after a while of playful nuzzling. Zhen Zhu grew bored and began to explore his abdominal muscles, even attempting to venture lower. This pushed Lin Yan beyond his limits. His face flushed crimson as he pushed her away, stammering, "W, were you touching? Why would you go there?" For someone who had never been in a relationship, certain words were simply too difficult to utter. Initially infuriated by his rejection, Zhen Zhu's anger dissipated upon seeing his flushed face. Folding her arms, she boldly declared, "Is it so wrong for me to touch? We're about to marry. I must inspect the goods." Lin Yan frowned and retorted, "Don't speak so harshly. Who do you think is goods?" With a mischievous grin, Zhen Zhu replied, "Oh dear, my mistake. You are certainly not goods. You are worth far more than that." Lin Yan maintained his stoic silence. Zhen Zhu, undeterred, approached him again, gently patting his cheek. "Oh, has your pride been hurt? You seem to have quite a strong sense of self-worth. How amusing." Observing her incessant laughter, Lin Yan felt a deep sense of concern for her well-being. Exhausted by her antics, he turned and dove into the pool, creating a substantial splash. Zhen Zhu, nearly drenched by the water, angrily pointed at him, shouting, "What else with your attitude? Be careful, or I'll tell my parents and have them deal with you." Unfortunately, Lin Yan was too engrossed in swimming to hear her. After a while, Zhen Zhu grew weary of her own outburst and departed in frustration. Only when Lin Yan caught a glimpse of her leaving did he feel a sense of relief. He donned a towel and discreetly made his way back to his room. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhu, having finished her solitary breakfast, found herself lost in thought, pondering how to pass the time. After a lengthy deliberation, she sighed. "It's just the usual, playing the piano, taking walks, or scrolling through my phone. Nothing exciting since I can't go out." Suddenly, she straightened up, her eyes sparkling with realization. Her father had lifted the restrictions last night. Today, she could venture outside. Joyously, she scampered upstairs, causing the maid below to gasp in alarm and repeatedly urge, "My lady, please slow down. Be careful not to trip." Zhen Zhu replied loudly, "Got it." Yet her footsteps remained unceasing as she hastened towards her exclusive dressing room. As the cherished jewel of the Zhen family, Zhen Zhu was bestowed with a dressing room exceeding 100 square meters, adorned with her jewelry, seasonal garments, shoes, designer handbags, and an array of accessories. Periodically, under Zhen Zhu's direction, the servants would clear away the clothes she had grown weary of, replacing them with newly acquired outfits, ensuring that the young lady always remained at the forefront of fashion. Having not ventured outside for a while, Zhen Zhu decided to indulge in a beauty treatment. While selecting her attire for the outing, she dialed Angel. "Hello, Chi-Chi. My father has lifted my restrictions. Shall we go for a beauty treatment soon?" Angel, just awakening, was elated to hear that Zhen Zhu's confinement had ended. She exuberantly replied, "Great. You have no idea how boring it's been during your absence. Finally, you can come out. After our beauty treatment, let us head to the club." Zhen Zhu pouted and said, "I want to go to the club too, but my father won't allow it." Angel consoled her. "It's fine. Your father permitting you to go out is already a positive sign. If you behave well during this period, who knows, he might just loosen the reins in a few days." Zhen Zhu sighed. "Let us hope so. See you at the beauty salon in an hour. I must insist that you dress exquisitely to meet me, as I plan to wear my most beautiful dress out today. If you don't make an effort, I shall surely outshine you." Angel retorted defiantly. "All right, then I shall don my most stunning dress too, which I just brought back from France last month and have yet to wear. Today is our date, and just wait until you see how dazzling I look." Zhen Zhu scoffed. "We shall see who dazzles whose eyes later, but I assure you, it will not be me. Just you wait." Angel shot back. Zhen Zhu decisively hung up the phone, swiftly changed into a breathtaking dress that would surely captivate Angel's eyes, applied a subtle makeup, styled her long hair into a relaxed bun, slipped into high heels, and began admiring herself in the mirror. What a captivating beauty she was. She pouted playfully, planting an air kiss towards her reflection, then cheerfully called the driver. "Hello, Uncle Lee. Please come pick me up. I'm heading out." Uncle Lee respectfully inquired from the other end of the line, "Miss, are you leaving with Mr. Lin?" Zhen Zhu, displeased, replied, "I'm going out alone." "What's the matter?" Uncle Lee hurriedly explained, "I apologize, Mississippi. The master has instructed that you can only leave in Mr. Lin's company, not alone." Zhen Zhu muttered, "What a hassle," before hanging up. Uncle Lee, feeling helpless, understood he could not defy the master's orders. After the call, Zhen Zhu made her way to Lin Yan's room, forgoing the courtesy of knocking as she turned the doorknob and entered. Lin Yan, engrossed in designing on his laptop, quickly shut the screen upon her arrival, frowning as he said, "Why didn't you knock?" Zhen Zhu casually settled onto the room's sofa, remarking, "How amusing. Why should I knock in my own home? Are you hiding something shameful from me?" She regarded Lin Yan with an understanding gaze, hinting at her awareness. Lin Yan was speechless. He could not fathom why their conversation had suddenly descended to such a vulgar level. He solemnly stated, "Do not presume my thoughts with your filthy imagination. I am not indulging in such sordid matters. I am merely painting." "Very well, my thoughts may be impure. Yet how clean are you? Who claims to understand my meaning?" Zhen Zhu replied with a smile. Lin Yan, unwilling to engage in such trivial disputes, opted to change the subject. He directly inquired, "What brings you to seek me out?" Zhen Zhu then explained, "I am going for a beauty treatment. Accompany me." Lin Yan readily nodded, "Of course." Zhen Zhu looked at him in surprise, having anticipated reluctance on his part. She had even prepared to threaten him. Yet here he was, so agreeable. She asked, "Aren't you going to bargain?" Lin Yan replied, "It's merely a matter of going out. What is there to negotiate? I am open to reasonable requests. But the excessive demands from this morning are off the table." The mere thought of the morning's events irritated him, and Zhen Zhu felt a twinge of shame. Seeing his expression darken, she quickly changed the subject. "Let us leave now." Chapter 32. Outing together, Uncle Lee parked the car steadily in front of the beauty salon Zhen Zhu frequented. Lin Yan exited first and stood aside, waiting for her. The car door remained open, yet Zhen Zhu hesitated to step out, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yan. He was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What's the matter? Why aren't you getting out?" Zhen Zhu remained silent, prompting Uncle Lee to clear his throat and remind Lin Yan, "Mr. Lin, the young lady is wearing high heels. It may be somewhat inconvenient for her to exit the vehicle. Please assist her." Realizing the situation, Lin Yan graciously extended his left hand to Zhen Zhu. She shot him a glare before elegantly taking his hand and alighting from the car. Once outside, she did not release his hand, but instead slipped her arm into his, linking them as they walked forward naturally. Lin Yan's body stiffened momentarily, and Zhen Zhu immediately sensed it. She paused, casting him a sidelong glance, and reproached him. In social settings, it is basic etiquette for a gentleman to assist a lady in high heels. You do not think I am taking advantage of you, do you? Lin Yan inhaled deeply, striving to acclimate to this newfound intimacy, and shook his head. Not at all. He endeavored to appear nonchalant as they entered the salon together. Angel had arrived slightly earlier and was currently sipping tea and perusing magazines in the reception area. Upon spotting her from afar, Zhen Zhu called out, "Chi-Chi, it's been a while." Hearing Zhen Zhu's voice, Angel turned with a radiant smile, but her expression froze upon noticing the man Zhen Zhu was with. Pointing at Lin Yan, she exclaimed in horror, "What is going on here?" Zhen Zhu approached her calmly and smiled. "Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé arranged by my parents, Lin Yan. If all goes as planned, I shall be engaged to him by the end of this month." "What?" Angel gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You must be joking. Your parents actually arranged for you to be engaged to him? Have your uncle and aunt lost their minds?" Zhen Zhu gave her a thumbs up, remarking that her description was quite accurate, and she too believed that her parents had lost their minds. Lin Yan, upon hearing her statement, remained unfazed, for even he found the situation rather absurd. Angel was still astonished, grasping Zhen Zhu's hand and bombarding her with questions. What on earth is happening? Why is this occurring? How is it possible that after just a few days apart, you are getting engaged, and to him of all people? Her lips twitched in confusion. unable to fathom how Zhen Zhu could maintain such composure after the significant rift between her and Lin Yan. Certain matters were too sensitive to discuss in front of outsiders. So Zhen Zhu released Lin Yan's hand and raised her chin, addressing him. "We girls require beauty treatments, and it's inconvenient for you to accompany me inside. Please wait for me here." Lin Yan nodded gently, sitting upright on the sofa. Zhen Zhu led the inquisitive angel, whose mind was swirling with countless questions, to their reserved room. After closing the door, she divulged the details. "My parents want me to settle down, which is why they arranged for me to marry him." Angel still could not comprehend. "Your parents wish for you to marry to find stability, yet there are countless eligible candidates. If your family were to let it be known, wouldn't a plethora of promising young men eagerly present themselves for your selection? Why must it be this Lin Yan who seems to irk you so?" Zhen Zhu shrugged helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. My parents have set their sights solely on him." She remarked nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter to me, as I would never be content in any marriage. If I must marry, then so be it. I have nothing to lose." Upon hearing this, Angel chuckled. "True enough. You are not one to conform, and Lin Yan will surely have a tough time following you." Zhen Zhu took offense. "How is that the case? He is the one who stands to gain immensely." She then recounted to Angel the arrangement made by her family to cover Lin Yan's mother's medical expenses. Angel clicked her tongue and remarked, "A true filial son of the present age. Wait, doesn't that make him your child groom? Living in your household before marriage. Doesn't that mean you can dictate the terms as you see fit?" She playfully nudged Zhen Zhu's waist. Zhen Zhu bristled at the thought, responding irritably, "Please, let's not dwell on that. It's utterly tedious. He is an inexperienced virgin who won't allow any affectionate gestures, nor does he permit touching, always blushing shyly." Angel burst into laughter. "Stop with the mock modesty. Isn't it a blessing to have never been in a relationship? You can shape him into the ideal partner of your dreams, from his attire to his demeanor in bed. Everything is malleable to your desires. Finding such a handsome man is no easy feat," though Zhen Zhu felt a flicker of happiness at Angel's compliment of Lin Yan's looks. She stubbornly retorted, "What is so handsome about him? He is merely a bit taller and has a slightly more attractive face. To me, he seems just ordinary." While they were conversing, Xiao Kiki suddenly entered, exclaiming dramatically, "Darling, it's been ages. You look so slender." Although Zhen Zhu had actually gained a bit of weight at home in recent days, Xiao Kiki insisted she was slimmer. Zhen Zhu chose not to engage with that remark, smiling instead. "Well, if it isn't our Kiki, it's truly been a long time. What brings you here?" She hadn't even called for Xiao Kiki. Jia Kiki comfortably settled beside Zhen Zhu, affectionately saying, "It seems we have a tacit understanding. I suddenly felt the urge to come for a beauty treatment." Upon entering, the receptionist informed me of your arrival. "Isn't that a coincidence? As soon as I heard you were here, I rushed over." And Cher, seated nearby, observed the cheerful Jia Kiki and casually remarked, "Aren't you busy today? I tried to schedule with you twice last week, but you claimed to be unavailable." Jia Kiki mused to herself, "Can you compare to Zhen Zhu? She is my esteemed client, frequently contributing to my revenue, while you don't even patronize my hotel." Nevertheless, out of respect for Zhen Zhu, she forced a smile and replied, "I apologize, Chi-Chi, I was truly overwhelmed last week. It's only now that I have time for a facial." And Cher pouted, but said nothing. At that moment, the beautician knocked and entered. Since Jia Kiki had made a separate appointment, they were in different rooms. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Yan, having perused all the magazines on hand and enjoyed a cup of tea, strolled outside several times. Just as his patience was waning, Zhen Zhu finally emerged. Her complexion was radiant, elevating her beauty to another level. She turned to Lin Yan and asked, "How do I look?" Despite his genuine disdain for her, he found it hard to utter insincere words in the face of such striking beauty. Reluctantly diverting his gaze, he offered a perfunctory compliment, "You look good." Zhen Zhu leaned closer with a playful smile, saying, "You should look at me when you say that." Lin Yan had no choice but to meet her gaze and replied, "You look wonderful." And Cher stifled a laugh, thinking how Zhen Zhu's demeanor resembled that of teasing a young bride, finding it rather amusing. Chapter 33. Dressing up Lin Yan, pleased with Lin Yan's compliment. Zhen Zhu happily linked her arm with his, preparing to join in Xie for a shopping excursion at the nearby mall. Just as they took a few steps, they heard Jiaqi calling from behind. Zhen Zhu, Chi-Chi, wait for me. The three turned to see Jiaqi approaching. Initially mistaking Lin Yan for a male model, Jiaqi was taken aback upon recognizing a familiar face. She exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that him?" Zhen Zhu, uninterested in elaborating, nodded and said, "Yes, it's Lin Yan. You've seen his photos. He is about to become my fiancé." Lin Yan, this is Jiaqi, a classmate from my undergraduate days in the United States and a dear friend. Lin Yan, with gentlemanly grace, extended his right hand to Jiaqi, saying, "A pleasure to meet you." Jiaqi, visibly uncomfortable, shook his hand briefly and awkwardly replied, "Pleasure to meet you," before hastily bidding farewell to Zhen Zhu and departing. Lin Yan pondered, why does she seem so uneasy? It's rather strange, but I won't dwell on it. The only one truly concerned was Jiaqi, who walked away seething with resentment, thinking, what does Zhen Zhu mean by this? She clearly stated she would deal with him, portraying herself as his adversary. Yet now she silently intends to become engaged to him? Isn't this undermining my position? What does she take me for? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Zhen Zhu, however, was disinclined to speculate on Xiao Kuku's thoughts. She linked arms with Lin Yan and entered a luxury boutique. Upon her arrival, the salesgirl beamed with delight, eagerly offering private shopping services and respectfully inquired, "Miss Zhen, would you like me to introduce the new collection for this season?" Zhen Zhu casually replied, "Tell me about the men's wear." The salesgirl, perceptively assessing Lin Yan beside her, responded, "Certainly. Our brand's new collection this season emphasizes urban style, which will be quite suitable for this gentleman." As she led them to the men's section, she enthusiastically described several outfits modeled on mannequins. Lin Yan felt a twinge of discomfort. Receiving money from Zhao Xiaofan to purchase clothes was one thing, but having Zhen Zhu buy clothes for him felt entirely different, as if he were a kept man. Once the salesgirl finished her presentation, Lin Yan seized a moment to lean towards Zhen Zhu and quietly said, "You don't need to buy me clothes. I have enough to wear." Zhen Zhu, perplexed by his awkwardness, retorted, "I saw your wardrobe earlier. Those few garments you own wouldn't suffice for even a week if I were changed daily. You aren't planning to wear just those outfits until our engagement, are you? Please don't embarrass me. It might lead others to think our family mistreats you." Lin Yan insisted, "Those outfits are truly sufficient." Ignoring him, Zhen Zhu directed the salesgirl, this one, and these, let him try them all on." As the salesgirl went to fetch the clothes, Zhen Zhu turned to Lin Yan and remarked, "I truly don't understand what's bothering you. I'm the one spending the money, not you. What's there to be unhappy about?" Lin Yan's expression darkened as he replied, "I hope you understand that I'm not your kept man." Zhen Zhu chuckled derisively, "Don't flatter yourself. You pale in comparison to my actual kept men. At least they make an effort to present themselves well when they see me, unlike you, who looks utterly disheveled." Lin Yan was taken aback, just as the salesgirl returned with the clothes, inviting him to try them on. In the presence of others, he refrained from arguing with Zhen Zhu, begrudgingly heading to the fitting room. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhu and Xie chatted outside, awaiting his return. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Yan found himself merely trying on clothes. Zhen Zhu guided him through every corner of the boutique, and he transitioned from initial resistance to utter numbness, simply wanting to expedite the process, wishing for the world to come to an end. Yet Zhen Zhu and Xie were thoroughly engrossed in the experience, relishing the joy of dressing up a doll. They would select outfits for him to try, discuss each one in lively detail, and then decide what to purchase. With his broad shoulders and slim waist, Lin Yan possessed a naturally lean physique, making him an ideal model for any attire. This only fueled Zhen Zhu's delight in shopping, to the point where Uncle Li's car trunk was nearly overflowing. Content, she settled into the car on their way home, resting her head gently on Lin Yan's shoulder, saying, "I'm exhausted. I'll take a nap for a bit. Wake me when we get home." Lin Yan sat upright, allowing her to lean against him, and simply murmured in agreement. Before long, the gentle sound of breathing filled his ears. Lin Yan turned slightly to gaze at Zhen Zhu's sleeping face. All her expressions softened in slumber, as if the usual fierceness and unreasonable demeanor were but a fade. Noticing that the window beside her was ajar, Lin Yan turned to Uncle Li and said, "Could you please close the window? She is asleep." Uncle Li promptly complied, closing the window while a smile crept upon his lips, thinking to himself how considerate Mr. Lin was, surely capable of taking good care of the young lady in the future. Upon returning home from work, Zhao Xiaofan's first inclination was to check on her daughter. Zhen Zhu was reclining and playing on her phone. Spotting her mother, she playfully exclaimed, "The beautiful financial director is back. Did you miss me?" Zhao Xiaofan approached, kissed her cheek affectionately, and embraced her, saying, "Of course, I thought of you all day. Did our baby have a good day?" Nestling in her mother's arms, Zhen Zhu replied with a smile, "Absolutely. I went for a beauty treatment with Chi-Chi and bought Lin Yan so many clothes. Mom, praise me for being capable." Zhao Xiaofan was taken aback, incredulous as she said, "I thought you spent all that money on clothes for yourself." So it was for Lin Yan. Delighted to see the two young ones getting along so well, she praised, "Our baby is truly capable, knowing how to care for others. This makes mommy very happy." Zhen Zhu refrained from mentioning that her motivation for buying clothes was to avoid losing face in front of Lin Yan, instead feigning understanding. "Of course, I treat him well." Zhao Xiaofan believed her, feeling that her daughter was exceptionally sensible. She lovingly gazed at Zhen Zhu. "Lin Yan is a good person, right? I told you that you would soon come to like him. Be honest with mommy. Do you already have a bit of a liking for him?" Zhen Zhu pouted in disdain. "He is so unrefined, completely clueless about fashion. I don't like him yet, but I suppose he is slightly more agreeable since he is willing to accompany me for beauty treatments." She picked up a strand of hair to emphasize her point. Zhao Xiaofan chuckled and playfully tapped her. "Oh dear, men don't need to understand fashion. Just buy him what you want, and he'll wear it. With your sense of style, how could you possibly make him look bad?" Zhen Zhu replied confidently, "That is certainly out of the question. Do you not know who I am?" Zhao Xiaofan embraced her proud daughter, feeling immensely gratified. Chapter 34. Lin Yan's new insight. The days leading up to the engagement were busier than Lin Yan had anticipated. He not only accompanied Zhen Zhu on shopping trips, beauty treatments, outings with friends, and afternoon teas, but was also enrolled by Zhen Changsheng in various courses such as equestrianism, golf, wine tasting, and art appreciation, leading to fulfilling daily experiences. After Zhen Zhu awoke at noon and failed to find Lin Yan, she called him only to learn he was attending some tedious equestrian class. Displeased, she remarked, "Could you not be so obedient to my father? Does missing a single session of this ridiculous equestrian class truly incur a loss? I want you to accompany me shopping." Now, the relationship between Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu had somewhat eased. Their conversations were no longer filled with sharp retorts, provided Zhen Zhu refrained from mischief. "Didn't you find me unrefined? Accompanying you shopping won't offer any value for reference. Why don't you accompany Angel for a stroll? You both have endless conversations to share," Lin Yan remarked leisurely as he rode. Zhen Zhu, refusing to relent, let her temper flare as she insisted, "I don't care. I want you to accompany me right now." Lin Yan found her commanding tone irksome. Had she approached him with a modicum of civility, he might have considered returning early. However, given her obstinacy, he retorted, "I can, but I'm currently at the racetrack, and it will take me over an hour to finish this lap. Please wait for a moment." Zhen Zhu's anger flared instantly, and she exclaimed, "Lin Yan, do you know who you're speaking to?" Lin Yan, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Of course, I know, the esteemed young lady of the Zhen family. My future fiancé." He added playfully, "Are you planning to tell your parents? Go ahead, tell them I skipped class to accompany you shopping, but I refused. Let us see if they support you or me." Recently, Lin Yan had been getting along splendidly with Zhen Changsheng. His intelligence and diligence allowed him to excel in all the courses assigned by Zhen Changsheng, showcasing a commendable academic prowess. While he initially deemed this unremarkable, the contrast with Zhen Zhu's lack of ambition made her appear even more inept. Zhen Zhu, on the other hand, entirely disregarded her studies, preferring play above all else. Whenever Zhen Changsheng conducted surprise checks, she would resort to charming him to evade scrutiny, whereas Lin Yan could articulate his thoughts meaningfully. Over time, it became increasingly difficult for Zhen Changsheng to refrain from frustration towards Zhen Zhu. Consequently, whenever she complained about Lin Yan, he invariably sided with Lin Yan, leaving Zhen Zhu frustrated yet powerless. This instance was no different. In a fit of rage, she paced in her room, berating Lin Yan. "Don't take advantage of my father's recent favoritism. I am his biological daughter. You better be smart about this, for after marriage, you will have to live with me. And you know the consequences of offending me." Lin Yan, unfazed, allowed her words to flow in one ear and out the other. Having heard such remarks repeatedly over the past few weeks, he had developed an immunity to her outbursts. Seeing her fuming did not intimidate him. Instead, he chuckled. "I am well aware of the consequences. It merely means I would be blacklisted throughout the industry, unable to remain in Shenzhen. Young lady, must you always resort to this? Isn't it tiresome?" Zhen Zhu, incensed by his retort, threatened, "If you dare not return today, you will see how I deal with you." With that, she hung up the phone forcefully. Lin Yan, unconcerned by her threats, tucked his phone back into his pocket and continued his leisurely ride. In Lin Yan's assessment, Zhen Zhu was nothing more than a paper tiger, a conclusion he reached after spending more than half a month in her company. He now found it amusing that he had once been apprehensive about interacting with her. After all, she was merely a spoiled little princess. What was there to fear? Lacking cunning and strategy, she would be easily overshadowed by any supervisor at Jin's company. Among her circle of sisters, only Qiao Cuckoo harbored a semblance of cunning. It was only by chance that he overheard Angel inadvertently reveal that the entire scheme against him was orchestrated by Qiao Cuckoo, with Zhen Zhu merely playing the role of an accomplice, as she lacked the guile for such machinations. With this realization, his days became considerably more bearable. Whenever Zhen Zhu treated him kindly, he was more than willing to cooperate with her. However, should she adopt an imperious demeanor, he would not hesitate to assert himself. For her ultimate tactic was to lodge complaints with her parents, which would only serve to amplify her own unreasonable behavior. As such, Lin Yan remained unperturbed. In high spirits, Lin Yan attended his equestrian lesson before driving himself back to the Zhen residence. He had obtained his driver's license while working at Zhen's company, and given Zhen Changsheng's awareness of his demanding schedule, often leaving at the same time as Zhen Zhu, Uncle Li's services as a sole chauffeur were insufficient. Consequently, Zhen Changsheng permitted Lin Yan to select any vehicle from his garage for his personal use. As the head of a conglomerate worth billions, his collection was comprised solely of understated luxury cars, perhaps not the most suitable for a young man. At that moment, Zhen Zhe, who was present during their conversation, suggested, "Dad, why not let Xiao Yin choose a car from my garage? The preferences of our generation should align closely." Zhen Changsheng considered his son's words and replied to Lin Yan, "Please, do not stand on ceremony with your elder brother. He has plenty of cars. Take whichever one you fancy. This weekend, I will take you out to select a new car, and you can switch vehicles as you please." With a smile, Lin Yan accepted the offer. "Thank you, uncle, and thank you, brother." Zhen Zhe, being the eldest son of the Zhen family and groomed as the heir since childhood, possessed a warm-hearted disposition that resonated well with Lin Yan. As a pragmatic leader well-versed in all aspects of the business, he would often enjoy leisurely tea sessions with Lin Yan, engaging in whimsical discussions about design topics. Zhen Zhe playfully draped an arm around Lin Yan's shoulders, feigning displeasure. "Look at you. You are now the apple of Dad's eye, and he's personally taking you to buy a car. I must also have Dad select one for me." Lin Yan recognized the jest in his words and smiled, allowing himself to be embraced without a reply. Observing their camaraderie brought joy to Zhen Changsheng, who then exclaimed, all right, I will also get you a car. You certainly cannot be at a disadvantage, having gifted Xiao Yin a car. You now turn around and request another for yourself. No more. Next time, I shall discreetly give gifts to Xiao Yin without you catching wind of it." Zhen Zhe laughed heartily. "Dad, does the esteemed chairman of Zhen really lack a car? The more vehicles our sons and daughters-in-law possess, the more prestige it brings you. Doesn't he it? You should indulge us more." Zhen Changsheng mockingly rebuked him. "What a twisted logic you have. Enough of your ramblings. Hurry and take Xiao Yin to select a car." With a wave of his hand, he shooed the two away. Chapter 35. Selecting a car, Lin Yan chose a rather understated Lotus from Zhen Zhe's collection of luxury vehicles, favoring those with ample space. Zhen Zhu blinked and inquired, "Are you certain you want that one? There are so many cars. You can choose freely. What I said earlier to Dad was just a jest. Please do not take it to heart. This car is perhaps the least expensive one in his entire garage." Concerned that Lin Yan might feel embarrassed about the price, he kindly inquired again. Lin Yan nodded affirmatively, stating, "I have chosen this car because I genuinely like it. It offers ample space, which suits me better." Only then did Zhen Zhu feel reassured, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, you are the tallest in the family. You ought to select a vehicle with more room, or else your legs wouldn't fit. Come, let's take a drive." Thus, Lin Yan acquired his very first automobile. Generally, Zhen Zhu avoids riding in his car, dismissing it as too inexpensive. Lin Yan only drives when he goes out alone. However, this arrangement suits him just fine, allowing him a tranquil and leisurely experience. After returning from the race course, over 2 hours had passed. Zhen Zhu sat waiting in the living room, and upon seeing Lin Yan enter, she sarcastically remarked, "Oh, you decided to come back, did you? I thought you would simply sleep at the race course." Lin Yan calmly approached, settling onto the sofa beside her, and chuckled. "Is it really worth getting so upset over such a trivial matter?" Zhen Zhu widened her eyes in disbelief, retorting, "Lin Yan, stop with your frivolous demeanor. I've noticed your audacity has grown. How dare you directly confront me?" Engrossed in her tirade, she failed to notice Zhen Chongsheng had quietly returned. Just as she was about to scold Lin Yan further, Zhen Chongsheng's voice resonated softly from behind. "Zhen Zhu, I think you should consider renaming yourself Wu Zetian." Startled, Zhen Zhu quickly rose to her feet, and Lin Yan followed suit, saying, "Uncle, I hope your work wasn't too taxing." Zhen Chongsheng casually handed his briefcase to the housekeeper stationed at the door and approached Zhen Zhu, admonishing her, "You shouldn't berate Xiao Yan daily. He is quite a good person, and you must learn to appreciate him." Zhen Zhu inhaled sharply, incredulous. "Father, are you scolding me without even asking why? Are you still my real dad?" Zhen Chongsheng scoffed. "I would actually prefer if Xiao Yan were my biological son. But is that possible? You constantly spout nonsense." Zhen Zhu pouted in indignation, defending herself to her father. "He is not as wonderful as you claim. You have no idea how he treats me in private. When I ask him to accompany me shopping, he refuses and mocks me, saying I would only get him blacklisted in the industry." "Father, listen to this. Are these the words one should say to their fiancé? Zhen Chongsheng replied. Which of Xiao Yan's words were incorrect? "I find what he said to be quite reasonable. He was in class this afternoon. How could he possibly have time to shop with you? You skip your own classes and yet attempt to lure Xiao Yan into ditching his. It is simply outrageous." Zhen Zhu's cheeks puffed up in fury, resembling a squirrel. After Zhen Chongsheng finished his reprimand, Lin Yan seized the opportunity to mediate, promptly lowering his head in apology to Zhen Zhu. "I am sorry. Today I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry." Seeing him employ the tactic of appearing weak in front of her while being strong behind her back, Zhen Zhu immediately flared up, pointing her finger at him. "Lin Yan, if you are a man, do not present one front to my face and another behind my back. Have the courage to repeat what you said to me this afternoon to my father." Before Lin Yan could respond, Zhen Chongsheng swiftly intervened, expressing his annoyance. "Can you please refrain from such foolishness? Accept Xiao Yan's apology immediately, or do not leave the house tomorrow." As Zhen Zhu anticipated her father's impending restrictions, she glared at Lin Yan, reluctantly acquiescing. "Fine, I accept your apology." Lin Yan, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "Thank you for your generosity. I've canceled my wine tasting class tomorrow. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Zhen Zhu muttered under her breath, "Humph." A slap followed by a sweet date. "What do you take me for?" Zhen Chongsheng, with a threatening tone, uttered an inquisitive sound, prompting Zhen Zhu to quickly alter her demeanor. She turned to Lin Yan and said also, "Thank you. I wish to visit Wanxiang City tomorrow." Lin Yan agreed and extended his hand, saying, "Let us go. We have some time before dinner. We should select a dress for your outing tomorrow, so your uncle can enjoy some peace." Zhen Zhu turned her head and shot Lin Yan a fierce glare, hidden from Zhen Chongsheng's view, before finally extending her hand for him to grasp. "You're quite perceptive. Let us go." Lin Yan took her hand, addressing Zhen Chongsheng. "Uncle, we shall head upstairs now." Zhen Chongqing nodded, and the two young individuals ascended the stairs hand in hand, swaying playfully. Once Zhen Chongqing saw them turn the corner, he settled into the sofa, loosening his tie, and chuckled softly. His earlier impatience had been feigned. He genuinely enjoyed observing the playful banter between his daughter and Lin Yan. After an exhausting day of meetings with older gentlemen, this youthful interaction was far more delightful. Although the young couple had initially clashed, their current dynamic of giving and taking was quite healthy. Moreover, Zhen Chongqing had noted that Lin Yan was no pushover. He possessed a certain acumen that would enable him to handle his daughter with care. He resolved to entrust matters concerning his daughter to Lin Yan, confident that he would treat Zhen Zhu well. Zhen Chongqing leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes and silently imploring, "Lin Yan, please do not let me down." As Lin Yan settled into Zhen Zhu's wardrobe, he suddenly sneezed loudly. Zhen Zhu looked at him with disdain and remarked, "You're not coming down with a cold, are you?" Lin Yan chuckled lightly, leaning closer to her. "What's this? Do you wish to kiss me?" Zhen Zhu scoffed. "What a delightful thought. You just sneezed, and you expect me to kiss you? How unsanitary." Before she could finish, Lin Yan firmly held the back of her head and kissed her passionately, playfully slipping his tongue into her mouth. The disparity in strength left Zhen Zhu unable to push him away, ultimately resulting in her biting his lip hard enough to draw blood. Lin Yan, feeling the pain, finally released her. Licking his bleeding lip, he grinned and asked, "Is my blood tasty? You must be insane." Zhen Zhu exclaimed, but before she could utter another word, Lin Yan kissed her again. This time he was gentle, savoring her lips and playfully pursuing her tongue. In no time, Zhen Zhu felt herself growing weak, leaning into his embrace, surrendering to his whims. Lin Yan thought to himself, "Had you only been this obedient from the start, we wouldn't have needed all this fuss." Chapter 36. Preparations before the engagement. When Lin Yan first kissed Zhen Zhu, he was quite inexperienced, only managing to brush his lips against hers, which resulted in her teasing him mercilessly. Unwilling to accept such mockery, he immersed himself in classic films, studying kissing scenes frame by frame, and eventually mastered the theoretical aspects of the act. During their next kiss, armed with his newfound knowledge, he sealed Zhen Zhu's lips with confidence. Since that moment, she never laughed at him again, often finding herself dizzy from his kisses, as Lin Yan's lung capacity far surpassed hers. However, today as circumstances were somewhat different. After being kissed to the point of breathlessness, Zhen Zhu did not collapse into his arms as usual. Instead, she lifted his shirt, caressing him incessantly. As a normal man, Lin Yan naturally responded to her advances, and Zhen Zhu sensed his reaction immediately. She wrapped her arms around his neck, perched herself on his lap, and playfully asked, "Darling, would you like some assistance?" Lin Yan felt as though flames were igniting within him, yet he maintained his composure, replying, "Thank you, my dear, but that won't be necessary." Zhen Zhu pressed her cheek against his neck, her body swaying gently, and like a mischievous sprite, she inquired, "Are you truly certain?" Her warm breath brushed against his neck, intensifying his struggle to remain composed. He held her tightly, whispering hoarsely, "Don't tease, dinner's almost ready. We should keep Uncle and Aunt waiting." Undeterred, Zhen Zhu persisted, "Let me help you. It will only take a few minutes." As her hand ventured downward, Lin Yan was unable to resist. The moment she made contact, he gasped sharply. They had been intimate before, but never had they ventured into such tangible territory. Zhen Zhu's touch was entirely different from his own, and before he could fully comprehend it, he closed his eyes and forcibly removed her hand, breathing heavily as he said, "Wait, next week we'll be engaged. Just hold on." Zhen Zhu, caught up in the moment, was displeased by his words. She pounded his chest in frustration, exclaiming, "You are the most boring person. We're about to get engaged. What's the harm in letting me touch you? Is there really a difference between this week and next?" Lin Yan drew her back into his embrace, gently reassuring her, "There is a difference. This week, we're being secretive. Next week, we'll be open about it. Then you can do whatever you wish. Don't you see how that changes everything?" After delivering another playful jab to his back, Zhen Zhu felt a sense of satisfaction as her frustration dissipated. She warned him, "Remember this, what you just said. After we're engaged, I will do as I please. Don't try to shy away from me then. Lin Yan, his voice low, assured her I won tea. I keep my promises. You can have whatever you want, for as long as you desire. Zhen Zhu scoffed, don't make grand claims. Lin Yan kissed her neck, murmuring indistinctly, you'll see soon enough. The week leading up to their engagement flew by. Overwhelmed with preparations, Lin Yan skipped all his classes, spending his days either trying on outfits, memorizing the guest list, or practicing dance moves. It is rather peculiar that Zhen Changsheng forgot the necessity for Lin Yan to dance with Zhen Zhu at the engagement banquet. When arranging the schedule, he entirely neglected to include dance lessons for Lin Yan, resulting in the unfortunate discovery just a week before the banquet that Lin Yan had never learned to dance. This predicament escalated quickly, prompting Zhao Xiaofan to urgently seek a dance instructor to teach Lin Yan at home. Given the time constraints, they decided to focus solely on the basics of the waltz, which seemed more manageable. Lin Yan possessed long and slender limbs, yet he had never been exposed to dance before, making his initial attempts quite clumsy. The dance instructor only tolerated his ineptitude for the sake of payment. Nevertheless, despite his lack of grace, Lin Yan demonstrated remarkable diligence. He would practice diligently each morning upon rising and would also rehearse after meals. During dress rehearsals, he seized the opportunity to practice with Zhen Zhu, effectively combining makeup trials with dance practice. Although Zhen Zhu found his dancing quite distasteful, she preferred to endure her disdain rather than risk embarrassment at the engagement banquet. Around the same time, Lin Yan received a list of esteemed guests expected to attend. The Zhen family, prominent figures in Shenzhen, had a lengthy roster of acquaintances, all of whom held considerable status and could not be overlooked. Families of lesser standing were conspicuously absent from this document. Each guest's background, experiences, interests, and taboos were meticulously noted, yet the sheer volume of information proved overwhelming. Even for a top student like Lin Yan, Zhen Changsheng's assignment for him was simply to match faces with names, as there was no expectation for him to memorize everyone's details in such a short period. However, Lin Yan harbored ambitions. He desired to make a favorable impression, aiming for all attendees to remember him. He was determined to prove that he was not merely Zhen Zhu's pampered plaything. In contrast, Zhen Zhu found herself at ease, as she was well acquainted with the upper echelons of Shenzhen society and required no effort to familiarize herself with the attendees. Dancing was second nature to her. She had received professional training and had participated in countless banquets since childhood, thus alleviating any concerns on that front. Her worries were confined to two matters. First, she was determined to be the most beautiful girl at the engagement, and second, she hoped Lin Yan would not falter during their dance. The former was within her grasp, as her dedicated efforts had led her to shed weight down to 49 kilograms by the day before the engagement ceremony, marking her slenderest form in years. She looked more stunning in a fishtail gown than many celebrities. The latter, however, left her feeling anxious for even the day before the engagement. Lin Yan was still making mistakes during their practice sessions. She found herself exasperated, but had no alternative but to repeatedly accompany him in practice. It could be said that Lin Yan's poor dancing significantly contributed to Zhen Zhu's remarkable weight loss. She was utterly exhausted from the effort. Lin Yan, too, was nearing exhaustion. He felt that these days of intensive study mirrored his experience in his final year of high school, where he had similarly been driven by a desire for excellent results. Thus, he felt a surge of confidence despite the repeated failures. He believed that since he had invested so much effort, he would ultimately succeed. Zhen Zhu, however, regarded his blind confidence with disdain, often belittling him with her words. Lin Yan typically allowed her to speak freely, dismissing her remarks as mere fleeting thoughts. However, if Zhen Zhu truly exceeds her bounds, he would kiss her without hesitation, silencing her in a most physical manner. Zhen Zhu, being a rather flirtatious young woman, often found herself succumbing to this tactic employed by Lin Yan. Frequently, amidst their kisses, she would forget the reason she had for scolding him, and after they concluded their affectionate exchanges, they would return to their harmonious practice of dance. This, however, proved to be quite a trial for their instructor, who had to endure the sight of a lackluster dancer while also being inundated with their romantic displays. Were it not for the generous support from the Zhen family, he might have reconsidered his role the very next day. Amidst the fervent preparations, the engagement ceremony approached quietly. Chapter 37. The Engagement, Part 1. On October 31st, every member of the Zhen family arose early. Even Zhen Zhu, who typically relished in her slumber, rose with surprising eagerness. The family gathered neatly around the breakfast table. Yet Zhen Zhu, having awakened so early, remained in a state of daze, chewing her food absent-mindedly, hardly capable of responding to the conversations around her. It took 3 calls from Zhao Xiaofan before she finally registered her mother's presence, staring blankly at her and inquiring, "What's the matter?" Zhao Xiaofan, witnessing her daughter's bewilderment at the prospect of an engagement, after nurturing her from infancy to this significant day when she would be entrusted to another, felt a wave of emotion wash over her, and tears began to flow. The sight of her mother's tears jolted Zhen Zhu awake, prompting her to rise and embrace her mother, playfully saying, "Mom, please don't cry. Regardless of whether it's an engagement or a wedding, I will always live at home. I'm not leaving you." Zhao Xiaofan dabbed at her tears with a tissue, gently reproaching, "Why can't you seem to grow up? I wanted to remind you, after the engagement, don't quarrel with Xiao Yin too often, understand? It's considered inauspicious." The older generation often adhered to various peculiar traditions, while Zhen Zhu did not entirely agree with them. She felt compelled to comply. Thus, she obediently responded, "All right, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I certainly won't argue with him." This stipulation was rather broad, as it often turned out that Lin Yan did not instigate the disputes. Rather, she perceived him as the instigator. Ultimately, if the young lady was displeased, it was invariably Lin Yan's fault. Zhao Xiaofan intended to impart further advice, but felt that such a significant occasion was not the time for admonitions. Yet, her concern lingered, and as she hesitated, Lin Yan noticed. He interjected, "Auntie, please rest assured. I promise you, I will not provoke Zhen Zhu before the wedding. Even if she argues with me, I will refrain from retaliating. I will keep my word." Zhao Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction, smiling as she said, "That is the best outcome." After this exchange, she affectionately ruffled Zhen Zhu's hair and still felt compelled to remind her, "You must not bully Xiao Yin. Understood?" Zhen Zhu playfully stuck out her tongue, responding mischievously, "Got it." After breakfast, the family returned to their rooms to change and apply makeup. Given the special nature of the day, the Zhen family had engaged a team of professionals, not only to style Zhen Zhu, but also to ensure that every family member presented themselves impeccably. Around 10 a.m., once they were all prepared, everyone except Zhen Zhu gathered in the living room. Shortly thereafter, she descended the staircase, adorned in her custom-made gown. Although Lin Yan had previously seen her in the dress during fittings, witnessing her transformation post-makeup was an entirely different experience. Zhen Zhu harbored a profound affection for roses, inspiring the designer to create a sumptuous red gown adorned with intricate floral patterns and cascading layers. The dress was exquisitely embellished with hundreds of handcrafted roses, exuding an opulent charm. With each step she took, it seemed as though she released the enchanting fragrance of roses into the air. Her hair was elegantly styled in a classic princess updo, crowned with a diamond tiara, while her earrings and necklace harmonized in a series of diamond embellishments, rendering her a vision of dazzling beauty. Lin Yan was utterly captivated, his gaze fixed upon her as he gracefully ascended the staircase to offer his hand. Zhen Zhu, perceiving the admiration in Lin Yan's eyes, smiled with a sense of pride and modestly extended her hand to him, and together they descended the stairs hand in hand. Zhen Changsheng observed their harmonious interaction, nodding and smiling with approval. Zhao Xiaofan, too, felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. She quickly looked up at the ceiling and declared to the gathering that it was time to embark on their journey. The engagement ceremony was set to take place at a renowned estate, with all preparations meticulously arranged. Zhao Xiaofan welcomed female guests indoors alongside Zhen Zhu, while Zhen Changsheng attended to male guests outdoors with his 2 sons and future son-in-law. At last, Lin Yan's meticulous preparations bore fruit. With each introduction from Zhen Changsheng, he effortlessly recalled the identities of the guests and engaged them in meaningful conversations on topics of interest transcending mere small talk. Zhen Changsheng regarded Lin Yan with newfound respect. Although he had provided Lin Yan with relevant information, it was evident that Lin Yan had invested considerable effort tailoring his discussions to each individual. This remarkable adaptability was not easily achieved, even for Zhen Zhe and Zhen Rui, who had been nurtured in social finesse from a young age. It was clear that Lin Yan was a rare talent, deserving of careful cultivation in the future. In stark contrast to Zhen Changsheng's admiration, Zhen Rui watched Lin Yan converse effortlessly with guests, consumed by jealousy that nearly led him to grind his teeth in frustration. He pondered, why were his parents so inclined to elevate this impoverished youth? Why did they take him car shopping and introduce him to family connections? What place did Lin Yan occupy in their eyes? This engagement was Zhen's affair. It was only fitting that he and his brother should lead the reception of guests, not this cunning interloper. He vowed to teach Lin Yan a lesson once he joined the company. Zhen Zhe, however, felt no jealousy towards Lin Yan. His inherently sincere character and established role as the designated heir rendered Lin Yan's presence inconsequential. On the contrary, he found joy in Lin Yan's competence within the Zhen family. Viewing him as a valuable ally, he beamed with pride at Lin Yan's achievements, whispering to his brother, Xiao Yan is truly remarkable, diligent, and capable. At that moment, Zhen Rui, seething with jealousy, scoffed at his brother's praise, retorting, what good is capability if he does not bear the Zhen surname? One can never truly know a person's heart. I advise you, brother, not to place too much trust in him. Zhen Zhe looked disapprovingly at his younger brother, saying, Xiao Rui, how can you say such a thing? Xiao Yan has been with us for a month now and has gotten along splendidly with everyone, showing great respect towards our parents. After he marries Xiao Mei on New Year's Day, we'll be one family, even if he does not share our surname. We are still family, far better than those ungrateful relatives of the Zhen family. He referred to the relatives who frequently came to their home, seeking favors without hesitation. Seeing his elder brother's disagreement, Zhen Rui chose not to press further, yet his disdain for Lin Yan deepened. He could tell at a glance that Lin Yan was not a person of integrity, maintaining a facade of innocence while deceiving the entire family. He believed that a fox's tail would inevitably reveal itself, and he was willing to bide his time, ready to give Lin Yan a nudge if necessary. Standing in the warm sunlight, Lin Yan inexplicably shivered. Zhen Changsheng noticed and promptly asked with concern, Xiao Yan, are you all right? Lin Yan blinked and smiled, replying, Uncle, I'm fine, perhaps just a little nervous. Zhen Changsheng patted his shoulder gently and reassured him, no need to be anxious. As a young man attending such an event for the first time, you are performing admirably. There will be many more opportunities like this in the future, and soon you will find yourself at ease. His words implied a desire to take Lin Yan out for social engagements more often. The banquet hosted by the chairman of the Zhen family would undoubtedly be attended by the affluent and influential, offering a splendid opportunity to connect with those in higher echelons of society. A wave of exhilaration surged within Lin Yan, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, responding respectfully. All right. Thank you, Uncle. Zhen Changsheng, pleased that Lin Yan understood his intentions, nodded approvingly and led him to meet other guests. Chapter 38. Engagement. Part 2. Just 5 minutes before the engagement ceremony commenced, the most distinguished guest finally arrived. The crowd parted to make way as Mayor Lai warmly greeted everyone while making his way to the center of the venue. Zhen Changsheng hurried forward to welcome him, and upon their meeting, they exchanged friendly pats on each other's shoulders. Mayor Lai smiled and remarked, Old Zhen, one feels invigorated in times of joy. You look even younger than before. You hardly seem like someone about to become a father-in-law. Those beside him chimed in, indeed. Chairman Zhen is too youthful. Zhen Changsheng humbly responded, Please do not tease me. I have gray hair now. Where is the youthfulness? He then continued, If we are speaking of youthful appearances, it must be you, Mayor Lai, who is full of vigor every day, maintaining excellent health, a true role model for our generation. As the compliments from Mayor Lai began anew, Lin Yan approached, holding Zhen Zhu's hand. Mayor Lai scrutinized the striking couple and remarked to Zhen Changsheng, Your Zhen Zhu has grown before my eyes. It seems like just yesterday she was a little girl crying to me, and now She has blossomed into such a graceful young lady. Your fiancé, Lin Yan, is it? Quite a commendable young man, indeed. You have chosen well for Zhen Zhu. Zhen Changsheng beamed with delight and turned to Zhen Zhu and Lin Yan, saying, Uncle Lai is praising you. Why not express your gratitude? Zhen Zhu joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Uncle Lai. I'm absolutely delighted that you could attend my engagement ceremony today. The moment you arrived, the venue instantly radiated with brilliance. Mayor Lai burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Zhen Zhu, and remarked, Your charming tongue is quite remarkable. You were articulate even as a child, and now that you have grown, your eloquence has only flourished. When you wed, Uncle Lai shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope. Zhen Zhu replied with a beaming smile. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Lai. From the tone of Zhen Zhu's words, it was evident that Mayor Lai shared a close bond with the Zhen family. Therefore, Lin Yan felt it prudent to engage in a more casual manner rather than adhering to a formal script. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan seized the opportunity to greet Mayor Lai with a polite yet familiar tone. Hello, Uncle Lai. I am Lin Yan, Zhen Zhu's fiancé. Thank you for coming to bless us today. I will surely make sure to share a few drinks with you later. In the materials provided by Zhen Changsheng, Mayor Lai's name prominently featured at the top. Every time Lin Yan opened that dossier, it was the information about Mayor Lai that greeted him first. So he recalled quite clearly that the mayor was fond of alcohol, particularly strong liquor, earning him the nickname Wine Immortal among outsiders, a testament to his passion for drink. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Mayor Lai beamed with delight, nodding in agreement. Excellent. We shall savor the daughter's red that your father-in-law has treasured for over 20 years. It is my honor. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled in response. At that moment, the host quietly reminded the guests by the stage, Ladies and gentlemen, the auspicious time is approaching. Please take your seats promptly. Zhen Changsheng invited Mayor Lai to the main table, while Lin Yan gently led Zhen Zhu to the side of the stage. Once all guests were seated, the venue dimmed, and a large screen began to showcase Zhen Zhu's growth moments alongside photographs of her outings with Lin Yan. Following the video, as a grand piano composition filled the air, the lights gradually brightened, and Lin Yan escorted Zhen Zhu onto the stage. The entire engagement ceremony unfolded with warmth and romance, orchestrated by an exceptionally professional wedding team. Although Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu had spent less than a month together and had not shared many amusing anecdotes, the narrative crafted by the team, based on their backgrounds and provided photos, pieced together an evocative love story so compelling that Lin Yan himself might have been persuaded if he were an outsider. Despite the fact that the majority of the audience was aware of their brief acquaintance, they still enthusiastically cheered and applauded. The final segment of the engagement ceremony was the dance, which was the part Zhen Zhu felt least assured about. Before they began, she used the pretext of an embrace to whisper a warning in Lin Yan's ear. If you dare to embarrass me today, you shall be in big trouble. Lin Yan playfully nuzzled her ear and assured her, rest assured, that will not happen. Although they had not achieved perfection in their practice sessions, Zhen Zhu initially felt quite nervous as the music began. However, as the melody progressed, she unintentionally relaxed, for Lin Yan's performance was truly exceptional, leading her to wonder if a dance instructor had possessed him. The beautiful couple glided gracefully across the floor, the lights dancing around them as the guests cheered, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Lin Yan's confidence soared with each graceful leap, his joy evident as he poured the culmination of a week's effort into his performance. The dance concluded with Lin Yan holding Zhen Zhu aloft for an extended moment, their necks entwined in a heartfelt embrace. As the final note faded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, with many pondering the irony of a supposed grassroots son-in-law performing such an exquisite waltz. Clearly, the intelligence they had received was flawed, and they resolved to investigate further upon returning home. With a gentlemanly demeanor, Lin Yan guided Zhen Zhu to bow before the guests below the stage. Once the curtain fell, he drew her into his embrace, kissing her passionately. This display was not part of their rehearsal. The moment Zhen Zhu felt his lips upon hers, she instinctively struck his chest, concerned about the potential smudge of her lipstick in front of so many witnesses. Yet, Lin Yan firmly grasped her hand, placing it on his waist as he continued to kiss her deeply. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Lin Yan was utterly enamored with Zhen Zhu, unable to wait even a few minutes offstage to express his affection, a sentiment echoed by her family as well. However, unbeknownst to them, this scene was not merely a spur-of-the-moment act of passion. It was a calculated decision by Lin Yan, intended to lead everyone to believe that he and Zhen Zhu were united by love. Meanwhile, Qiao Kiki, Zhen Zhu's close friend, remained oblivious to this underlying motive. As an invited guest to the engagement ceremony, she observed Zhen Zhu, adorned in priceless jewelry and a gown crafted by a renowned designer, graciously accepting the blessings of those unaware of the truth. Qiao Kiki found the spectacle absurd, yet beneath her incredulity simmered a sense of jealousy. Zhen Zhu was cherished by a family that genuinely loved her, willing to spend lavishly to orchestrate this performance for her benefit. No matter how outrageous Zhen Zhu's behavior, their affection remained steadfast, in stark contrast to Qiao Kiki's own experience. Aside from her mother, she felt utterly alone in her longing for love. While her mother cared for her, she lacked the authority to make a meaningful impact. Squinting at the seemingly perfect couple on stage, Qiao Kiki couldn't help but wonder, why should Zhen Zhu, who had treated Lin Yan so cruelly, still win his affection? It felt profoundly unjust. How could such a seemingly frivolous woman outshine her, Qiao Kiki? The jealousy bubbled within her, nearly causing her to tear the napkin in her grasp. Chapter 39. The toasting incident following the engagement ceremony. The festivities transitioned to the banquet. Zhen Zhu changed into a more comfortable white gown and, hand in hand with Lin Yan, approached the guests to offer toasts. They began with the principal table, followed by Zhen Zhu leading the toast among the distinguished guests. After a circuit of greetings, they returned to their seats at the main table. Lin Yan, recalling his earlier words, stood respectfully to address Mayor Lai, saying, "Once again, I express my gratitude for your presence. Allow me to toast to you." With that, he raised his glass and drank the clear liquor with determination. Mayor Lai responded kindly, "Not all. I wish you and Zhen Zhu a harmonious and blissful life together. Forever sweet." He too drank from his glass. Lin Yan hurriedly expressed his thanks again, and at that moment, Zhen Chongxing joined them, raising his own glass to Lin Yan. "Xiao Yan," he began, "I hope you will honor the trust placed in you by your aunt and myself, treating Zhen Zhu with the respect she deserves, leading to a fulfilling life together." Lin Yan solemnly replied, "Rest assured, you and Auntie, I will not disappoint your expectations." With that, he raised his glass and took the lead in drinking. Zhen Chongsheng followed suit. Next, it was Zhen Zhu's turn. Holding his glass, Zhen Zhu said, "Today marks the day of your engagement with my little sister. I wish you both eternal unity and everlasting happiness. You need not drink this cup. We are of the same generation, so let us keep it casual." He was concerned that Lin Yan might drink excessively and lose his composure. However, Lin Yan insisted, "No, I must drink this cup. I am grateful for your blessings and the care you have shown me during this time. I will always remember it." Since his arrival at the Zhen family, Zhen Zhu had been the first to accept him, treating him almost as he did Zhen Rui and Zhen Zhu. Speaking to him candidly, Lin Yan felt immense gratitude toward Zhen Zhu. Zhen Zhu chuckled and shook his head, saying, "That is merely what an elder brother ought to do. Let's not dwell on such formalities, as we have many days ahead." Lin Yan nodded earnestly, clinking his glass with Zhen Zhu's, and they shared the drink together. At that moment, Zhen Rui reluctantly stood up, a feigned smile gracing his lips as he addressed Lin Yan. "I wish you and my little sister a joyful engagement. May you both remain united." The blessing felt exceedingly formulaic. Lin Yan was unfazed, for he was well aware that Zhen Rui had never thought highly of him. He had once overheard Zhen Rui speaking ill of him to Zhen Zhu. Thus, he found Zhen Rui's demeanor today entirely unsurprising. Lin Yan maintained a sincere smile, as if oblivious to the undercurrents, and replied, "Thank you, second brother. I appreciate your efforts these days." Given that Zhen Chongsheng, Zhen Zhu, and Zhao Xiaofan were all pivotal figures within the group, their presence was indispensable. In contrast, Zhen Rui, as the deputy general manager, enjoyed a bit more leisure, thus contributing significantly to the preparations for this engagement ceremony, which warranted Lin Yan's gratitude. Zhen Rui, thought to himself, I do all of this for my sister, not for you. Thanking me? Who do you think you are to speak so freely? However, the occasion did not permit him to deride Lin Yan. So he chuckled lightly and said, no need for thanks, as long as the baby is happy. He casually clinked glasses with Lin Yan, who downed his drink, while Zhen Rui merely took a sip before setting down his glass. Zhen Changsheng, observing the exchange, instinctively furrowed his brow. Noticing his expression, Zhao Xiaofan quickly leaned in to discreetly advise, save your words for later. This occasion is not suitable for such remarks. Zhen Rui's behavior was blatantly disrespectful to Lin Yan, and she had certainly noticed it. Consequently, Zhen Changsheng scoffed softly, resolving to discuss the matter with Zhen Rui later that evening. Regardless of his private views on Lin Yan, he understood the necessity of maintaining Lin Yan's dignity in front of others, especially since Lin Yan would soon become a member of the Zhen family. Zhen Rui's current lack of discernment would only foster the perception of discord within the family, providing fodder for gossip. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Zhen Zhe proactively shifted the conversation, feigning regret as he remarked, it seems we missed a table during the toasts. What shall we do? May I take Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu to make up for it? Zhao Xiaofan, believing they had genuinely forgotten, promptly urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take them over. We wouldn't want others to think we've neglected our duties. Thus, Zhen Zhe departed from the main table with Zhen Zhu. Zhen Changsheng turned to Mayor Lai and remarked, look at that. Xiao Zhe appears quite reliable most of the time, yet occasionally he can be so forgetful. Ah, the youth of today. Come, let us enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Once they had distanced themselves from the main table, Zhen Zhe spoke to Zhen Zhu and Lin Yan, saying, actually, my elder brother is deceiving our parents. We have already completed all the toasts we were supposed to make. The reason for stepping out for a moment is primarily to allow Xiao Yin to recover. He has consumed too much too quickly, and I fear he may not withstand it later. He withheld his true intentions. Nevertheless, Lin Yan believed him, for this was indeed Zhen Zhe's manner. Touched, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. Zhen Zhu, however, scoffed, who told him to show off, drinking as if he had never tasted alcohol before? Such a petty display. Zhen Zhe disapproved, saying, little sister, do not be so immature. Today is your engagement day, with so many guests present. We must attend to each one properly. If Xiaoyan hadn't drunk so much, would you have helped him out? Honestly, if you do not care for him, must you also speak so derisively? That is simply inappropriate. Unable to retort, Zhen Zhu resorted to venting her frustration by playfully striking Lin Yan. However, her feeble attempt felt akin to a mere mosquito bite on Lin Yan. Normally, he would let her have her way, but, given the occasion, he firmly grasped her hand. Holding it tight, and apologetically glanced at the onlookers, saying, she has had a bit too much to drink and is merely jesting with me. The bystander chuckled in understanding and turned away. Zhen Zhu, still determined to hit Lin Yan again, was halted when he leaned down and whispered in her ear, stop it. Aren't you the one who fears embarrassment the most? In this setting, it would be foolish to provoke laughter from others. Moreover, save some of your strength. We have important matters to attend to later tonight, and then you may strike me at will. I shall not retaliate. Remembering their agreement, Zhen Zhu relented. She then leaned in and pecked Lin Yan on the lips, mumbling through their brief contact, just make sure you drink less, don't overindulge, and end up incapacitated tonight. Afterward, she released him, gently patting his face while teasingly gazing at him. Lin Yan chuckled lightly, graciously accepting her challenge. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Zhen Zhe, the unwelcome third wheel, had already distanced himself a few steps as Lin Yan drew closer to Zhen Zhu, anticipating a possible embrace, but not expecting them to share a kiss. He shook his head helplessly, bemused by this pair of bickering lovers. Ultimately, the three did not partake in any toasts, merely wandering around before returning. Upon their return to the main table, Lin Yan shared drinks with Mayor Lai for a couple more rounds. As more guests approached to toast Mayor Lai, he did not manage to drink with him again. Yet he felt no regret, knowing there would be ample opportunities during the wedding banquet. Chapter 40. Engagement night. After bidding farewell to all the guests, it was already past 9 in the evening. The Zhen family, utterly fatigued, returned to the grand residence. After each partook of a nourishing bowl of bird's nest porridge in the dining room, they ascended to their respective quarters to rest. Lin Yan first returned to his room, and after taking a shower, donned his pajamas and knocked on Zhen Zhu's door. Zhen Zhu's makeup and hairstyle had been removed by the makeup team while at the manor. At this moment, she was soaking in a bath, and upon hearing a knock at the door, she knew it was Lin Yan. She called out, "Come in." Lin Yan slowly opened the door and entered, noticing that Zhen Zhu had hurriedly tossed her clothes about the floor, concerned about stepping on them. He picked up her garments and placed them on the sofa before reaching the bathroom door. Through the door, he spoke to Zhen Zhu. "Take your time. I'll wait for you on the bed." However, Zhen Zhu lazily replied, "No way. I'm utterly exhausted today and lack the energy to wash myself. You come in and help me." Lin Yan was taken aback. He anticipated such a request. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse, but then he recalled that they were about to lay their hearts bare with each other. Why hold back? He steeled himself and opened the bathroom door. Zhen Zhu's bathtub was impressively large, and she was comfortably reclining amidst the bubbles. Upon seeing Lin Yan's attire, she exclaimed, "Are you foolish? If you're going to help me bathe, why are you still dressed? Hurry up and take it off. I don't want you getting wet and sticking to me." Lin Yan removed his shirt and then his pajama pants, tossing them onto a nearby shelf. He approached Zhen Zhu, wearing only his underwear, and bent down to ask, "Tell me, how should I help you bathe?" Zhen Zhu, with a playful smile, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Lin Yan was caught off guard by her sudden advance, and with the slippery floor of the bathroom, he lost his footing. Amidst Zhen Zhu's startled exclamation, he slipped into the bathtub, splashing water all over her face. Zhen Zhu was furious. She had hoped for a romantic kiss, only for this clumsy oaf to ruin the mood. With her eyes wide in disbelief, she was about to scold Lin Yan when he pulled her close and silenced her with a kiss. After a few moments of struggling, she realized she couldn't break free, and as Lin Yan's kiss became increasingly pleasant, she naturally began to reciprocate. Gradually, the kiss transformed into something more passionate. After a while, they finally laid their hearts bare, breathing heavily, each wishing to devour the other. However, the setting was inappropriate, making their desires unfulfilled. Consequently, Lin Yan lifted Zhen Zhu and, after casually rinsing her with the shower, wrapped her in a towel and carried her to the bed. Lin Yan intended to be more traditional, but Zhen Zhu insisted on being the one in charge. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to her whims. Zhen Zhu was accustomed to others attending to her needs. She had never been in a position to serve someone else. Seeing Lin Yan remain still, she playfully punched his stomach and scolded, "What are you doing? Waiting for me to take charge? Have you no shame?" Lin Yan, amused by her audacity, grinned and said, "Oh, you want me to take charge, do you? No problem." With that, he playfully pushed Zhen Zhu beneath him once again. Furious, Zhen Zhu exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? I said I want to be on top." But Lin Yan, unwilling to listen to her complaints at that moment, silenced her with another kiss and continued on with their passionate encounter. Zhen Zhu, quickly forgetting her resistance, melted into his embrace, surrendering to his advances. That night was interminably long. Zhen Zhu initially believed that Lin Yan, being a novice, would surely falter within 5 minutes. However, 5 minutes turned into another 5, and what ensued was a rapid succession of waves, leaving her as pliable as a floundering fish tossed about without respite. Ultimately, her desires were fulfilled as she gazed down upon Lin Yan. Observing the lust-laden glimmer in his eyes, she stammered, "I suddenly recall something. Did you not once declare that you were the man I, Zhen Zhu, could never possess in this lifetime? So what are you doing now?" At her words, Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice hoarse as he replied, "What am I doing? Aren't you the one who knows best?" With that, his demeanor shifted from tender to unabashedly reckless. The very fact that she still had the energy to exchange banter indicated that she was far from fatigued, and thus, there was no need for pity. Zhen Zhu gasped, rendered momentarily speechless, as she clung tightly to Lin Yan, her nails digging deeply into his flesh. Lin Yan winced in pain, but it only spurred him on further. This contest of wills was indeterminate in its victor. Nevertheless, by the time dawn broke, both were utterly exhausted, disinclined to cleanse themselves, languidly sprawled across the damp expanse of the large bed. At that moment, Zhen Zhu shed her princess-like airs, too fatigued even to lift her arms, let alone move. Ultimately, it was Lin Yan who mustered the strength to rise, awkwardly wrapping his arms around Zhen Zhu, covering them both with a blanket as they retired to his chamber to rest. The following day, the Zhen family, displaying remarkable tact, refrained from disturbing them, allowing the couple to slumber until noon. Upon awakening, Lin Yan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a consequence of the previous night's excesses, prompting a silent vow to himself to refrain from such indulgences in the future. As he stirred, Zhen Zhu also awoke, nestling against him, her arms wrapped around his waist as she sleepily inquired, "What time is it?" Lin Yan reached for his phone on the bedside table, responding, "It's 12:30. Zhen Zhu yawned, her eyes still closed, her small hands exploring Lin Yan's back as she hoarsely remarked, "Last night was quite enjoyable. I was very pleased with your performance. Let us strive for even greater heights next time." The tone of her words resembled a superior, encouraging a subordinate, a stark contrast to their current situation of intimacy. Lin Yan was at a loss for words. In this tender moment, her statement felt akin to a clandestine transaction. Despite his aversion to Zhen Zhu, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her beauty. Even as she berated him, he felt a desire for her. Ah, the complexity of man. Not having heard his response, Zhen Zhu, displeased, opened her eyes and furrowed her elegantly shaped brows, saying, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Lin Yan, his thoughts interrupted, gazed at her in confusion before comprehending her words, replying, "Would you like me to express gratitude for your compliments, or shall we engage in another round?" Zhen Zhu leaned in and pecked him on the lips, declaring, "Let us stop there. I'm not up for it again right now. My back still aches." Upon hearing her, Lin Yan instinctively placed his hand on her lower back, gently massaging as he softly asked, "Does this feel any better?" Zhen Zhu murmured in affirmation, wrapping her arms around his neck, pressing herself against him like a docile little kitten. Chapter 41. Wedding photos following their engagement ceremony. Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu took a moment to relax at home before embarking on a 9-day journey to New Zealand with their wedding photography team. Their flight departed in the early hours, and owing to Lin Yan's excellent sleeping habits, he promptly lay down and fell asleep. After a brief slumber, he was jolted awake by turbulence, and despite his efforts to drift off again, sleep eluded him. He removed his eye mask to check the time, only to find Zhen Zhu staring intently at him. In a daze, he inquired, "What is it? Why aren't you sleeping?" Zhen Zhu replied, "You're finally awake. I thought you were in a coma after sleeping for so long." Lin Yan, increasingly bewildered, rubbed his eyes and asked, "Miss, I haven't provoke you today, have I? It's the middle of the night, and you want to let me sleep?" Zhen Zhu unabashedly admitted, "Indeed, I can never sleep on a plane. Allowing you to sleep for so long was quite considerate of me. Now, wake up and accompany me to watch a movie." Lin Yan felt an overwhelming exhaustion, lamenting the existence of a woman like Zhen Zhu, who seemed devoid of empathy and utterly self-centered. Determined not to indulge her unreasonable behavior any longer, he pulled down his eye mask, turned his back to her, and flatly stated, "I'm sorry, but I am utterly exhausted. If you can't sleep, you may as well watch a movie alone. I have no desire to join you." However, Zhen Zhu yanked his eye mask off, glaring at him with irritation. "Lin Yan, do you think I'm being too lenient? You refuse to listen to me when I speak nicely. Must I resort to force?" Lin Yan opened his eyes and coldly regarded her, enunciating each word. "Zhen Zhu, let me reiterate, I am not your servant, nor am I a mere plaything. I am your fiancé. I do not expect you to treat me with excessive respect, but please regard me as a normal person. Do not command me incessantly." Although Zhen Zhu contemplated prolonging the argument, the presence of strangers on the aircraft, coupled with her reliance on Lin Yan for companionship during the lengthy journey, compelled her to relent. She pouted and muttered, "Why so many complaints? How bothersome." Sensing Lin Yan was about to retort, she quickly softened her tone, playfully pleading, "Brother, please don't sleep. Stay and watch a movie with me." With that, she began to flirtatiously cast glances his way. Lin Yan sighed deeply, thinking, perhaps it is rare to receive a soft word from Zhen Zhu. Life must go on, after all. He resigned himself to the situation and reluctantly adjusted his seat to sit up. Upon seeing him upright, Zhen Zhu beamed with delight, promptly rearranging her seat to comfortably lean against his shoulder. She commanded, "Let us watch if you're the one. I always watch that movie when I fly. It's so entertaining." Consequently, Lin Yan's impression of New Zealand, aside from its breathtaking scenery, became forever tainted by his aversion to If You Are the One, having been compelled to endure it repeatedly on both the outbound and return flights. Now, even the mere mention of the film provoked an involuntary irritation within him. The 9-day journey swiftly came to an end. On the day when Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu returned to Shenzhen, the family gathered in the living room. Perched on the sofa, watching the original footage of their wedding photos on the large television, Zhao Xiaofan, while viewing the images, chuckled and nodded in approval, exclaiming, "There's no need for any retouching. They have captured you and Lin Yan beautifully, truly a match made in heaven." Although Zhen Zhu basked in her mother's praise, she insisted, "No, it must be edited. I may be perfect, but Lin Yan's face requires some touch-ups." Zhen Changsheng, sitting nearby, chuckled softly and remarked, "To my eyes, Lin Yan looks better than you do in the photos." Zhen Zhu immediately bristled, shaking her father's arm insistently. "You must say it again. That I am more beautiful than Lin Yan." Lin Yan sighed in exasperation, while Zhen Changsheng, feeling dizzy from his daughter's antics, hurriedly replied, "All right, my dear. You are indeed more charming than Lin Yan." Only then did Zhen Zhu relent. Zhen Changsheng, tugging at his daughter's crumpled sleeve, admonished, "What are you thinking? You're already engaged, yet you still act so foolishly." Zhen Zhu, aware that her father was not truly angry, felt no fear. She leaned against Lin Yan's back and mischievously made faces at her father. Zhen Changsheng, both amused and exasperated, pointed at her and said, "Enough of this mischief. Tomorrow, both you and Lin Yan will accompany me to the office. We can't have you causing trouble at home every day." Zhen Zhu immediately wilted, ceasing her playful antics, and clung to Lin Yan's neck, tearfully attempting to bargain with her father. "Can't Lin Yan go to work alone? I have so many things to attend to. I simply have no time for the office." Zhen Changxing responded firmly, "No, your wedding dress designer is hard at work, and the photos have already been taken. Your mother and your second brother are handling everything else. What business do you have? Don't concoct absurd excuses. I will not entertain them." He then issued a decisive command. "Tomorrow morning, you both will accompany us. Be at work by 9 o'clock sharp. No discussions." Realizing her pleas had fallen on deaf ears, Zhen Zhu let out a whimper, despairingly collapsing against Lin Yan's back. In contrast to her despair, Lin Yan had eagerly anticipated this day of work for quite some time. Staying at home was becoming unbearable, and he was relieved to finally be going to the office. While supporting Zhen Zhu to prevent her from falling, he cheerfully assured, "Uncle, rest assured, I will not be late tomorrow." Seeing his enthusiasm for work ignited a spark of anger in Zhen Zhu, and she promptly bit his neck hard. Lin Yan winced in pain, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Why did you bite me?" Understanding his daughter's motives all too well, Zhen Changxing quickly intervened. "Enough of that. Don't harm Lin Yan's neck." Zhao Xiaofan rushed to pull Zhen Zhu away from Lin Yan. Concerned as she asked, "Are you all right?" Zhen Zhu had bitten down quite forcefully, and it was evident to all that Lin Yan was bleeding. Zhao Xiaofan gently patted Zhen Zhu's back, scolding, "What is wrong with you? Why take out your frustrations on Lin Yan? He didn't even make you go to work. You should apologize to him immediately." Zhen Zhu, slightly shrinking her neck at her mother's reprimand, nonchalantly replied, "Oh, you're all overreacting. This is merely our playful dynamic. You wouldn't understand. He actually enjoys my bites." Upon uttering those words, Zhao Xiaofan found herself at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Zhen Rui couldn't help but let out a chuckle, prompting Zhen Changsheng to shoot him a fierce glare, which made him hastily cover his mouth. Zhen Zai cleared his throat and attempted to ease the tension, stating, "Regardless of the situation, little sister, you were in the wrong for biting Xiaoyan. Go to your room and apologize to him." He then added, "Aunt Zhang, please fetch the first aid kit." Aunt Zhang promptly brought the kit, and Zhen Zai personally disinfected Lin Yan's wound and applied a band-aid, successfully moving past the incident. Chapter 42. Vice President Lin. The following morning, Zhen Zhu reluctantly descended the stairs and was nearly brought to laughter by Lin Yan, who was clad in a high-neck shirt that completely enveloped his neck. However, fearing her father's reprimand, she could only stifle her laughter with slight tremors of her body. Lin Yan, uninterested in her mischievous antics, focused on his breakfast, while Zhen Zhu sat beside him, unable to eat properly, lost in her silly giggles. Zhen Changsheng had hoped to enjoy a tranquil breakfast, but upon witnessing Zhen Zhu's antics, he could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and pointed at her, exclaiming, "What on earth is wrong with you this early in the morning?" Startled by her father's sudden outburst while eating her fried egg, Zhen Zhu dropped her chopsticks onto the floor and, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Is it wrong for me to laugh? Father, how could you be like this?" Zhen Changsheng shot her a glare and fell silent. Lin Yan bent down to retrieve Zhen Zhu's fallen chopsticks and handed them to the ant standing nearby, then fetched a new pair for her, patiently saying, "Hurry up and eat. You need to get to work soon." After receiving a scolding, Zhen Zhu finally settled down and obediently picked up her chopsticks to eat her breakfast. It had been 2 months since Lin Yan left Zhen's corporation, and as he stepped into the Zhen building once more, he felt a peculiar mix of emotions. 2 months prior, he had left in a state of disarray, never envisioning a return to this place. Upon arriving at the company, the other members of the Zhen family each attended to their respective duties in their offices, while only Lin Yan accompanied Zhen Zhe to the design department. In recognition of Lin Yan's significance, Zhen Changsheng had instructed General Manager Zhen Zhe to personally guide him through his onboarding process. Zhen Zhe readily agreed, as he had intended to accompany Lin Yan regardless of his father's orders, considering Lin Yan's previous departure had been less than dignified. He aimed to afford Lin Yan the respect he deserved, helping him establish his reputation within the design department for smoother operations ahead. Currently, the overall direction of Zhen's group remained under the control of Zhen Changsheng, who made crucial decisions, while the execution of these plans primarily fell to General Manager Zhen Zhe. Zhen Rue served as the vice president, overseeing project management, planning, design, and procurement. Zhen Changsheng had already announced Lin Yan's position as vice president of the design department during a group meeting, and there were no objections to this appointment. Consequently, the HR department naturally issued an employment notification last Friday. The design department manager, aware of Lin Yan's status as the future son-in-law of Director Zhen, stood at the entrance to welcome them as soon as they arrived on Monday. As Zhen Zhe and Lin Yan stepped off the elevator, he greeted them with a smile, saying, "Good morning, General Zhen. Good morning, Vice President Lin." Zhen Zhe nodded slightly in acknowledgement and replied, "Mr. Peng, I leave Vice President Lin in your capable hands." Previously, he served in the design department, possessing commendable professional skills, yet lacking experience in project management. Thus, I hope you will mentor him closely and provide him with ample exposure. Peng Liying readily agreed, assuring, "Rest assured, I will take care of it." Lin Yan is undoubtedly a talent with great potential. When he left previously, our entire design department lamented the loss of such a valuable asset. It is indeed fortuitous that Lin Yan has returned. This time, I will not let him slip away. I shall ensure he becomes the cornerstone of our design team. Zhen Zhe remarked. Chairman Zhen also holds Lin Yan in high regard and has great expectations for him. He hopes you will help him achieve success in your department. Do not disappoint Chairman Zhen. Although he spoke to Peng Liying with a smile, the latter could still sense an overwhelming pressure. He became increasingly sincere, patting his chest and declaring, "Leave it to me. You can trust me." Only then did Zhen Zhe express his satisfaction. With other matters awaiting his attention, he turned to Lin Yan and said, "Take some time to acclimate this morning. Join me for lunch in my office." Lin Yan responded with a smile, "Certainly, Chairman Zhen." As Peng Liying observed their amicable exchange, he thought to himself, "It seems Lin Yan has a good rapport with the general manager. I must pay more attention in the future and not let my guard down." Once Zhen Zhe departed, Peng Liying promptly summoned his subordinates to announce Lin Yan's new position, instructing them to include Lin Yan in all future email reports. As he held the authority to oversee all projects, the group of supervisors was taken aback. The newly appointed vice president was merely a former team leader from their department, Was this a jest? While they each harbored their own discontent and calculations, none dared to voice their dissent in front of the manager, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. Only one supervisor, grinning widely, was Wang Xiang, Lin Yan's mentor. He looked at Lin Yan, impeccably dressed and brimming with enthusiasm, and felt genuine joy for him. After exchanging simple greetings, the group dispersed, and Lin Yan exchanged a knowing glance with his mentor, guiding him to his private office. Wang Xiang settled into the leather sofa, repeatedly exclaiming, "This is wonderful, truly wonderful." Lin Yan sat beside him, smiling silently. After a lengthy period of admiration, Wang Xiang finally remembered the most important matter at hand. He turned to Lin Yan and asked, "Disciple, do tell your master what has transpired over the past 2 months. How did you suddenly become the vice president? Also, I heard from the chairman's wife who inquired about you. She mentioned that the Zhen family intends to compensate you. Could this compensation possibly mean you are to become their son-in-law?" Only then did Lin Yan realize that Zhen Zhu's mother had previously been inquiring about him with his mentor. It is a long story, he thought, and proceeded to explain to Wang Xiang the circumstances surrounding his departure from Shenzhen and his return. Wang Xiang, after hearing the tale, incredulously remarked, "Fate has a peculiar way of intertwining lives. I never expected that after all the twists and turns, you would still end up with the young lady. This is truly remarkable." Though Wang Xiang did not voice the latter part of his thought, Lin Yan understood the unspoken sentiment and smiled knowingly. Wang Xiang, sensing the moment, refrained from revisiting past grievances and instead inquired, "What are your plans for the future?" Lin Yan contemplated for a moment and replied, "I do not have any long-term plans as of yet. My primary goal is to quickly familiarize myself with the business. My previous position was rather junior, and I had minimal interaction with the managers. Thus, I am not entirely sure what this role entails. However, as Mr. Peng just mentioned, he will do his utmost to teach me, so I shall begin my studies." "You will undoubtedly do well," Wang Xiang encouraged, patting Lin Yan on the shoulder. "You are intelligent, and your current position is vastly different from before. Mr. Peng is a commendable person, and he will certainly devote his efforts to your education. The entire design department stands behind you, so give it your all." Lin Yan nodded and said, "All right, I will strive to do my best." Thus, Lin Yan embarked on his career at Zhen's group. As Wang Xiang had predicted, he indeed proved to be quite astute. In just over a month, he transformed from a novice with no knowledge of design department management into a capable assistant who could occasionally offer constructive suggestions to Peng Liying. Peng Liying was thoroughly pleased with Lin Yan. The reason the design department had not previously appointed a vice president was that he found all prospective candidates unreliable. The design department had been nurtured by him since the company's inception, and he held a deep affection for it. With his impending retirement in a few years, he was reluctant to entrust the department to an outsider, yet he found no suitable candidates among his subordinates. Just then, Lin Yan arrived as a surprise, and he was finally satisfied. Chapter 43. Lin Yan shines. On this particular day, Peng Liying took Lin Yan to a project kickoff meeting, which was rather significant, as Zhen's group had invested substantial funds into this project. Zhen Changsheng personally attended, and the meeting was filled with managers and vice presidents from various departments of Zhen's group. The large conference room was bustling with attendees. Intent on showcasing Lin Yan, Peng Liying assigned him to speak during the design department's presentation segment. Lin Yan displayed no signs of trepidation. This was his area of expertise, and he possessed unwavering confidence. Addressing the room filled with older managers, he spoke eloquently about the preparatory stages of the project, the overall planning, construction management, and cost control, culminating in his vision for the final product. He did not embellish his words. Every statement was grounded in historical data or derived from references to similar projects, rendering his insights particularly convincing. Upon concluding his presentation, thunderous applause erupted in the room. While outsiders may have found the spectacle entertaining, the seasoned managers present were keenly discerning. Had Lin Yan been merely a blundering novice, they would have recognized it instantly. The collective sentiment among the attendees was one of relief. The design department finally had a promising successor. Lin Yan was indeed a person of genuine talent and knowledge. Having held the vice president position for only a little over a month, his perspective and capabilities were impressive. Peng Liying wore a proud expression. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Lin Yan, believing him to be too young. However, through their interactions, he discovered that this young man was remarkably intelligent, grasping concepts readily. When discussing a particular issue, Lin Yan could swiftly draw parallels with related matters, demonstrating a comprehensive understanding. Additionally, he was diligent, requiring no supervision in his tasks. Whenever Peng Liying assigned him a task, Lin Yan would complete it promptly, ensuring that any mistakes made previously would not recur. He was a student who instilled confidence in his mentor. Over the past month, he has increasingly valued Lin Yan, now almost taking him everywhere. Regrettably, Lin Yan has already become the son-in-law of Chairman Zhen. Otherwise, he would have certainly insisted on having Lin Yan as his own son-in-law. Equally proud is Zhen Changsheng. Although Lin Yan currently holds the position of Deputy General Manager of a department, his displayed personal capabilities have already garnered significant admiration. This son-in-law is indeed a commendable choice, destined to bring honor to the Zhen family in the future. As the end of December approaches, the day of Zhen Zhu and Lin Yan's wedding draws near. One day at the dining table, Zhao Xiaofan inquired of Lin Yan, Xiao Yan, "Should we prepare a few tables for your family?" Taken aback by the question, Lin Yan thought to himself, "Is it only now, with the wedding imminent, that you ask me? By this time, the tables must be booked already. What is the point of asking me?" He felt that if his family wanted to come, they could simply state it. Moreover, he had never intended for his parents to attend. Enduring the discomfort alone sufficed. There was no need for his entire family to share in the burden. After contemplating, he finally replied, "My mother has not been well lately, and my father has to stay home to care for her, so they won't be coming. My classmates from the north also cannot make it. Andy, just reserve a table for me. I plan to invite a few colleagues from the design department." Zhao Xiaofan felt a sense of relief and gently responded, "All right, I will reserve a table for you." She was indeed apprehensive that Lin Yan would insist on his parents attending. Although it might seem inhumane not to have his parents present at the wedding, the disparity in their economic circumstances was quite significant. She did not wish for Zhen Zhu to kneel before a rural woman in front of a crowd. Should that occur, others would undoubtedly ridicule the Zhen family behind their backs. Fortunately, Lin Yan was perceptive and took the initiative to say they would not attend. This was excellent, as it spared her further persuasion. Lin Yan, noticing Zhao Xiaofan's politeness, silently clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, "What kind of esteemed place is the Zhen family? Who would yearn to come to your home? Truly laughable." After the meal, he returned to his room, closed the door, and stood by the window to call his mother. He had never mentioned the wedding to his family, and with the event approaching, it was no longer something he could conceal. He needed to inform his mother promptly. Lin's mother had just finished her meal and was taking a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion when she received her son's call. She was delighted. "Hello, Yin Yin. Have you eaten?" Hearing his mother's strong voice, Lin Yin felt joy and replied, "I just finished." His mother continued, "This job of yours seems good. You can finally eat on time." When he was a designer, working overtime was common, often causing him to forget meals. His mother had been quite worried about its impact on his health, frequently admonishing him. Lin Yan responded, "Yes, this job is indeed good. I can usually leave work on time." After saying this, he shifted the topic and earnestly declared, "Mom, I have something to tell you. I'm getting married." "What?" Lin's mother exclaimed in astonishment. Knowing his mother would be taken aback, Lin Yan preemptively explained, "Mom, I actually deceived you before. I was dating the daughter of the chairman of Zhen Group, but her family disapproved, so I left Shenzhen. To spare you worry, I said the Zhen Group had gone bankrupt, but it hasn't." Lin's mother gasped in disbelief. Lin Yan continued, "After I left, their family came to terms with it and perhaps realized that I was not a bad person after all. They took the initiative to contact me, expressing their consent for our marriage, and even offered me the position of Deputy General Manager in the design department of the Zhen family." Lin's mother finally caught on, pressing further, "Wait a moment. When did you start dating? You've always said you had no girlfriend." Lin Yan feigned embarrassment, saying, "We haven't been dating for long. The reason I didn't tell you is that she prefers to keep it private, so please don't blame me, Mom." Only then did Lin's mother believe him. Smiling as she said, "No blame, no blame. I'm actually delighted that you have a girlfriend. Why would I fault you? The fact that you two are getting married fills me with joy. Tomorrow, I will go to the bank and send you the money we've received from you over the past few years. You should buy your girlfriend a beautiful diamond ring. I've heard that it's all the rage for weddings in the city now. Lin Yan quickly replied, no need, no need. My in-laws have said that we won't require any financial support from your side for the wedding. Lin's mother hesitated and asked, so, did they ask you to become a son-in-law? No, they have 2 sons and their daughter is the youngest, so she is quite spoiled. Besides, they are very affluent, so they will cover all the wedding expenses. We won't even need to buy a house. After the wedding, we will continue living with my in-laws, Lin Yan explained. Oh, I see. Although Lin Yan said this, Lin's mother still felt uneasy. In her view, when marrying a daughter-in-law, the groom's family should spend money. No matter how wealthy the bride's family is, they should at least contribute something. Otherwise, wouldn't that seem insincere? Thus, Lin's mother persisted, regardless of their wealth. I will still send you some money tomorrow. We should at least buy your bride some gold jewelry. In Lin Yan's hometown, it is customary for the groom's family to purchase 3 pieces of gold jewelry for the bride during the wedding. Chapter 44. Farewell to bachelorhood. Lin Yan mused. However, Zhen Zhu does not wear gold. All her jewelry consists of exquisite gems. The amount of money from home might not even be enough to buy her a single earring. Yet, he would never voice such thoughts to his mother. He also preferred to keep the true circumstances of his marriage a secret for as long as possible. Even if he eventually had to reveal the truth, he would delay it for now and find a way to placate his mother. Thus, Lin Yan agreed. All right, then please send me 50,000 yuan. I will buy her a gold bracelet. Lin's mother brightened up again, saying with a smile, that is more like it, but 50,000 isn't enough. I will send you 100,000 so you can buy something truly beautiful for your bride. Sure, Lin Yan replied casually, planning to take the money for himself and discreetly hand it back to her later. Lin's mother continued, over the years, you've sent back 300,000 yuan. Use 100,000 to buy gold, and the remaining 200,000 will serve as a red envelope for your bride during the wedding. Upon hearing Lin's mother mention the wedding, Lin Yan hesitated, struggling to speak. Mom, I was just about to discuss the wedding arrangements with you. Zhen Zhu's family is among the wealthiest in Shenzhen, and the wedding will be quite lavish, attended by many officials and wealthy individuals. I was thinking that on the day of the wedding, you and Dad should not come. It would be uncomfortable for you to be surrounded by unfamiliar faces. The wedding is ultimately for others to witness. Our family does not place much importance on it. A simple dinner together afterward will suffice, don't you think? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Mu fell silent. How could she not wish to attend her son's wedding? A wedding occurs but once in a lifetime, and, as a mother, how could she not desire to be present? It mattered not if the surroundings were filled with strangers. Even if they were foreigners, she longed to partake. However, her son had mentioned that his father-in-law's family was renowned for their wealth, while theirs struggled considerably. The disparity was so vast that their presence might only hinder Lin Yan. Sighing deeply, she softly said to Lin Yan, your father and I will abide by your wishes. Whatever you decide is what shall be done. Their opinions were inconsequential. As long as their son was content, that was all that mattered. If he preferred they not attend, then so be it. Lin Yan detected the disappointment in his mother's tone, yet he was more averse to causing her distress than to disappointing her. He endeavored to placate her, saying, I will certainly send you plenty of photos and videos. You can enjoy them from home just the same. Lin Mu wiped away the tears that had flowed unbidden down her cheeks, striving to maintain a steady voice. Then you must send me a great many. Rest assured, I will, Lin Yan promised. Having successfully soothed his mother, he leaned wearily against the floor-to-ceiling window after hanging up, reflecting. Indeed, it is all too easy to become morally compromised. Throughout his life, he had never lied to his mother, yet since being forced to leave Shenzhen, he had told her far too many untruths. He could only imagine how angry she would be upon discovering the truth in the future. Nevertheless, no matter her rage, he wished for her to live. As long as she was alive, everything he had done would hold meaning. Time flew, and before long, it was December 30th. That evening, Zhen Zhu's friends were to host a bachelorette party for her. Since her previous confinement, Zhen Zhu had not ventured out to socialize, but her best friend, Angel, had discreetly warned her a week prior that the event would exceed her expectations, urging her to prepare herself mentally. Zhen Zhu felt a thrill of excitement. Although Lin Yan was handsome and capable, constant interaction with a single person had dulled her aesthetic appreciation. She was finally able to unleash her wild side. Thus, she was in high spirits all day, meticulously applying a stunning makeup look before donning a shimmering, high-slit dress. Joyfully, she bid farewell to her mother, who sat on the sofa, saying, "I'm off. I'll be back late. You needn't wait for dinner." Zhao Xiaofan agreed to Zhen Zhu's participation in this event due to her recent good behavior, believing she would not misbehave again. Yet, she suddenly sensed something amiss. It had been a long time since Zhen Zhu wore such a dress. Could it be that she intended to indulge one last time? This simply would not do. "Sweetheart, wait a moment," Zhao Xiaofan called out to Zhen Zhu. Confused, Zhen Zhu turned to her mother. "What's the matter?" Zhao Xiaofan grabbed the phone and began dialing Lin Yan while saying, "I'm having Xiao Yan accompany you. It's unsafe for you to return alone so late." Zhen Zhu quickly responded, "Mom, Uncle Li is driving me. It will be safe." By this time, the call connected, and Zhao Xiaofan directly instructed Xiao Yan, "Change into an outfit suitable for going out and accompany Bao Bao to the event." Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before responding, "All right, I shall head down immediately." He found himself perplexed by the situation. Zhen Zhu, noticing her mother's seriousness, pouted and said, "Mom, all the other girls have their bachelorette parties without their fiancés. Why must I bring Lin Yan along? He is a man among us girls. How can we have any fun?" Zhao Xiaofan approached, gazing into her eyes, and remarked, "You can have your fun as you please. Isn't it merely about drinking and chatting? Does his presence truly matter? Or is there something you wish to hide from him?" Zhen Zhu, with a slightly evasive glance, replied, "Of course not. We will be having an open and honest time. There's nothing he shouldn't see." Zhao Xiaofan, perceiving the glint in her eyes, sensed something amiss. Thankfully, she remained vigilant. Otherwise, Zhen Zhu might have gone too far again. At that moment, Lin Yan appeared, clad in a casual suit, and approached Zhen Zhu, saying, "I'm ready. Let us go." With a sigh, Zhen Zhu reluctantly took him by the hand and exited. On the way, she secretly messaged Angel, "This is bad. My mom insisted Lin Yan come with me. Hurry and send everyone away, or he will tell my mom, and I'll be in trouble." After sending the message, she waited for a response, but time dragged on with no reply. With Lin Yan beside her, Zhen Zhu hesitated to call, fidgeting restlessly in the car, crossing and uncrossing her legs, her hands clenching and unclenching. Lin Yan, observing her discomfort, asked, "What's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? You seem restless." Zhen Zhu awkwardly replied, "I'm fine. I just think it's a bit cold in the car, so I'm moving around." Uncle Li, the driver, overheard and glanced at the display, confirming the air conditioning was set at 26 degrees. Perhaps due to the chill outside, the car felt colder. Without a word, he kindly adjusted the temperature to 30 degrees. Zhen Zhu, donning a long fur coat over her dress for the sake of aesthetics, was already feeling warm, and with the temperature adjustment, she felt even hotter. Yet, given her earlier comment about the cold, she couldn't bring herself to ask Uncle Li to open a window, thus enduring her own folly, sweating profusely and longing for their arrival. Lin Yan, noticing her contradictory statement of feeling cold while sweating, found himself utterly bemused and chose to turn his attention to the scenery outside, preferring to remain oblivious to her turmoil. Chapter 45. Lin Yan's fury. When the car came to a halt, Zhen Zhu was the first to exit without waiting for Lin Yan's assistance. Observing her hurriedly stride toward the club, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and followed her inside. Throughout the journey, Zhen Zhu did not wait for Lin Yan, consumed with the urgency to arrive before him to disperse the group. She knew her dearest friend, Angel, had undoubtedly prepared a bevy of disheveled handsome men for her. However, she overestimated her walking speed and underestimated Angel's penchant for mischief. As soon as she placed her hand on the door of the private room, it swung open, and a throng of well-built men clad in thongs rushed out. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as if she could swallow an egg whole. The scene she dreaded the most had materialized. What was she to do now? Her mind momentarily crashed. The men stood blocking the entrance, and Angel, blissfully unaware of the bewildered Lin Yan behind her, proudly exclaimed to Zhen Zhu, "Surprised? Unexpected? I've treated you well. Haven Ti? All these gentlemen are exactly the ones you once expressed a fondness for. Haha." She commanded the group of handsome men, "Don't just stand there. Quickly carry the princess in." A few of them formed a makeshift chair with their hands, seated the dazed Zhen Zhu upon it, and lifted her into the private room. Lin Yan stood outside, witnessing the entire spectacle, his frustration transforming into laughter. He finally understood why Zhen Zhu had been acting so strangely throughout their journey. It was a manifestation of her guilt. Yet, could it be that she was genuinely guilty? If she truly felt remorse, how could she sit atop those men in front of her fiancé? She was quite audacious. In truth, Zhen Zhu wasn't truly audacious. She simply hadn't processed what was happening. By the time she realized it, she was already inside, hastily jumping off the makeshift seat and pointing at them. You all, hurry and put your clothes back on." The group of men exchanged glances, bewildered. Angel, grinning, embraced Zhen Zhu, saying, "Little Pearl, stop pretending. You must be thrilled to see them." Ignoring Zhen Zhu's evident desire to speak, she turned to the bewildered men. "Play the music. Let us get the party started." Suddenly, the private room was filled with deafening, fast-paced music, and the lights dimmed. The men, following Angel's earlier instructions, began dancing closely against Zhen Zhu. Zhen Zhu had no desire to dance with them. She merely wished to bring this farce to an end. However, after uttering her previous statement, Angel vanished, leaving Zhen Zhu trapped amidst the robust men. She felt a rising panic, unable to escape. Meanwhile, Angel, oblivious to her friend's distress, had taken a fancy to one of the appealing men and was dancing intimately with him. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Yan had slipped into the private room alongside the men, standing by the entrance to observe their wild revelry. The disheveled men and women, entangled in the dim, suggestive lights, embraced and flirted, their actions suggesting an eagerness to engage in more than mere dancing. Lin Yan finally comprehended the life Zhen Zhu had been leading. No wonder her mother had insisted he accompany her. She must have foreseen such a scene. Seething with rage, Lin Yan could no longer bear to watch as their actions grew increasingly brazen. He navigated through the chaotic crowd to the large screen, reaching out to press the pause button. Just as Angel was lost in her dance, the music abruptly ceased, prompting her to shout furiously, "Who the hell tampered with the sound system? Get it back on." Lin Yan picked up the microphone resting on the table and coldly replied, "I did." "And what of it?" Thanks to Lin Yan pausing the music, the group of handsome men finally came to a halt. Zhen Zhu struggled to navigate through their bodies and reached Lin Yan's side, seizing another microphone to declare loudly, "Everyone in this room, find a place to sit immediately. Do not move without my instruction." At that moment, Chi finally grasped the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, "What the hell, Lin Yan? What are you doing here?" The handsome men were bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. They had never encountered a man during their outings with Zhen Zhu and her friends, and today, an unfriendly-looking man had suddenly appeared. They exchanged glances and obediently sought out places to sit. Zhen Zhu then spotted Chi and swiftly approached her, leaning in to whisper, "Didn't you see my WeChat message? Hurry and get these people to leave. Otherwise, Lin Yan will surely tell my mother when he gets home." And Chi, preoccupied with flirting with the handsome man, had completely overlooked her messages. Upon hearing Zhen Zhu's words, she hurriedly agreed but lamented, "It took me ages to gather this group together, and I don't know how long it will take to do so again. What is Lin Yan even doing here today?" Zhen Zhu patted her head, offering comfort. "It's all right. As long as we have the resources, we need not fear the lack of opportunities. As long as I'm not grounded, there will certainly be more occasions like this in the future. Stop dawdling and get them to leave." Lin Yan's expression is already quite grim, and Chi sulkily muttered, "Why should I care about his expression? He is such a nuisance." Nevertheless, she followed Zhen Zhu's advice and bid farewell to the handsome men. The men were not particularly surprised. After all, they had already received their payment. So whether they continued their work was of little consequence. They all retrieved their coats from the cabinets and warmly bid Zhen Zhu goodbye. "Beautiful bride, I'm leaving now. Don't miss me too much. Miss Zhen, it's truly unfortunate today. Let us meet again next time. I didn't have enough fun today. Please invite me again when you have the chance. Bye-bye. Miss Zhen, I will miss you. Almost every handsome man was saying their farewells to Zhen Zhu, and even though she remained unresponsive, they were still enthusiastic. They not only spoke but also sent her flirtatious glances, blown kisses, and winks. Each farewell felt like a dagger piercing Lin Yan's heart, and by the time they all departed, he was left feeling utterly wounded. Seeing Lin Yan's sullen expression, Zhen Zhu approached him, a touch of embarrassment in her demeanor, and playfully shook his arm, saying, "Oh, come on. I didn't know they would arrange it this way. Besides, they've all left now, so why the long face? My friends are still here." Lin Yan turned to her, fixing his gaze intensely into her eyes, and asked, "If I hadn't shown up today, would you have let them leave at all?" Zhen Zhu thought to herself, of course, but she couldn't say that aloud. With a hint of irritation, she rolled her eyes and replied, "All right, enough already. The fact that I'm trying to appease you is already a huge favor. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Yan was keenly aware of the underlying truth, and when he noticed Zhen Zhu's avoidance of a direct answer, he understood even more. He scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "I once thought Miss Zhen had exceptionally high standards, yet appears she merely enjoys mingling with these inconsequential male models." Zhen Zhu swiftly wrapped her arm around his neck, her face inches from his, and threatened, "Lin Yan, my lifestyle is not subject to your judgment. Moreover, I strongly advise you not to provoke me. If I truly decide to sever our engagement, you will find yourself utterly devastated. Let's not forget, your mother is still awaiting our family's financial assistance for her surgery." Lin Yan's pupils constricted sharply as he bitterly retorted, "No need for your reminders. I remember precisely why we are together. However, allow me to offer a friendly piece of advice. Indulge in frivolities, and you may find yourself afflicted." Zhen Zhu's eyes widened in fury, and she barely uttered a single word. "You." Chapter 46. The game Xiao Kiki pushed open the door to the private room and was greeted by an eerie silence. The overhead lights were off, leaving only the flickering neon lights to illuminate the space. Curiously, she inquired, "Why is it so dark?" Zhen Zhu, not wishing for Xiao Kiki to witness her argument with Lin Yan, quickly altered her demeanor upon hearing Xiao Kiki's voice. She affectionately linked her arm with Lin Yan's and smiled. "Kiki, you're late today." Angel reached out to turn on the overhead lights, flooding the room with brightness, causing everyone's eyes to squint momentarily. Xiao Kiki shielded her eyes and replied, "Yes, there was a sudden issue at the hotel, so I arrived late. Have you already begun?" Zhen Zhu smiled and said, "Not yet. We were waiting for you." Feigning surprise, Xiao Kiki responded, "Is that so? Then I must be the guilty party." As she spoke, she walked toward the sofa. Zhen Zhu, still entwined with Lin Yan, attempted to follow, but Lin Yan, still seething with anger, resisted her grasp and struggled to free himself from her hold. Zhen Zhu immediately turned to him, her face adorned with a smile. Yet her voice was laced with ice as she warned, "Lin Yan, should you dare to humiliate me in public, I will undoubtedly make you wear a green hat. I mean it, go ahead and test me." Lin Yan was tempted to engage in a fierce argument with Zhen Zhu on the spot, but a glance at the onlookers revealed their curious gazes, filled with gossip. With their wedding only 2 days away, it was uncertain how outsiders would perceive their quarrel. Reluctantly, he decided to defer the confrontation until they returned home. He closed his eyes momentarily, suppressing his anger, and willingly wrapped his arm around Zhen Zhu as they made their way to the sofa. Upon their arrival, Xiao Kiki was the first to raise her glass, proclaiming to Zhen Zhu, "Let us toast to your liberation from singlehood." She downed the drink in one swift motion. She then lifted another glass and declared, "The second toast is for your marital bliss." Again, she drank heartily. Finally, she raised a third glass with a cheerful smile, saying, "The third toast is for you and Lin Yan, wishing you a sweet love and a lifetime together." Once more, she drank it all. After finishing these 3 toasts, the previously frigid atmosphere transformed, and a chorus of cheers erupted from the group of girls, praising, "Kiki has an impressive tolerance for alcohol." Zhen Zhu graciously reciprocated by clinking her glass with Kiki's and gently embracing her, saying, "Thank you, Kiki, I wish you may soon find your ideal partner. Xiao, Kiki, touched by the sentiment, replied, "Thank you for the bride's blessing." The two exchanged hollow smiles, their eyes reflecting the pretense between them. Lin Yan observed the theatrical display of the women with a detached gaze, feeling utterly bored. He could not fathom why, despite their mutual aversion. They pretended to be the closest of sisters every time they met. This facade of camaraderie, a smile devoid of authenticity, suggested that if there were any sincerity, such expressions would be impossible to muster. After Angel had caused such a significant uproar, she sought to make amends. The atmosphere was just right. Seizing the moment, she proposed, "What is the point of drinking without purpose? Let's play spin the bottle instead." This group was well-versed in nightlife antics, and they readily agreed, responding with enthusiasm. Angel glanced at Zhen Zhu, who gave a subtle nod, indicating her approval. Consequently, Angel picked up an empty beer bottle and announced to everyone, "The rules are simple. We take turns spinning the bottle, and whoever the mouth of the bottle points to must choose between truth or dare," with the spinning participant posing the question. Should the chosen individual refuse both options, they must consume an entire beer. Is that agreeable? Everyone concurred, and with a smile, Angel handed the bottle to Zhen Zhu, declaring, "You are the protagonist today. You may spin first." Zhen Zhu gladly accepted the bottle, placing it on the table. She gently bit her lip, her wrist flicking as she set the bottle in motion. It whirled 3 times before finally pointing at Lin Yan. Zhen Zhu feigned surprise, snuggling into Lin Yan's arm, playfully exclaiming, "Darling, how clumsy of me to land on you." In truth, Lin Yan was not surprised at all, knowing Zhen Zhu's petty nature. It would be unusual for her not to seek revenge. However, he was unperturbed. Gazing deeply at Zhen Zhu, he replied, "It's quite all right. I have no secrets from you." As soon as he finished speaking, Angel, seated nearby, could no longer contain herself. She caressed her arm and remarked, "Isn't it different when you're about to get married? You two are simply too mushy." Zhen Zhu, taken aback by Lin Yan's words, decided to drop the act. Lin Yan had achieved the desired effect and promptly declared to the group, "I choose truth." All eyes turned expectantly to Zhen Zhu, eager for her to pose a provocative question. True to form, she inquired, "Am I the most beautiful girl you have ever met?" A collective gasp filled the room. Zhen Zhu had posed a daring question, one that could lead to dire consequences for Lin Yan if answered poorly. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he responded, "Yes, you are the most beautiful among all the girls I have encountered." This was the unvarnished truth. Zhen Zhu, beaming with pride, puckered her lips and planted a kiss on Lin Yan's cheek, teasingly proclaiming, "You certainly have good taste." Angel, unable to tolerate their displays of affection any longer, disdainfully glanced at the pair before seizing the bottle and spinning it vigorously. The bottle spun and eventually landed on Wangya. Angel clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Huh? Last time we played, I couldn't land on you, but this time I finally have. Quick, tell us, what will you choose?" Wangya thought to herself, "What bad luck to be chosen by this scatterbrain girl. Angel is reckless. I certainly cannot select dare." Clearing her throat, she declared, "I choose truth." Angel shook her head in disappointment and remarked, "How dull. Why didn't you choose a daring challenge? I had an exhilarating one in mind." "I anticipated you would respond this way, which is precisely why I abstained," Wangya replied. "Oh, enough with the chatter. Just ask your question," she added with feigned impatience. Angel's eyes twinkled as she inquired, "When was your first time?" Wangya's face instantly flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at Angel. "Why are you looking at me like that? This question is quite tame, isn't it?" Angel responded innocently. She spoke the truth among their group of friends. Such inquiries were merely appetizers. However, she had forgotten that their usual companions were male models, and even if they exchanged provocative words, they would likely never meet again. But today, Zhen Zhu's fiancé was present, and the prospect of future encounters made the matter awkward. Wangya wrestled with her thoughts for a while before ultimately deciding to relent, reasoning that they were all adults. Even if she divulged her secret, Lin Yan would hardly be inclined to spread it. Gritting her teeth, she confessed, 18. Instantly, Angel's curiosity ignited. Wangya, Zhen Zhu, and she had been high school classmates. And since they had all yet to travel abroad at 18, Angel speculated that she might know the person in question. Who was it? Was it our class monitor? You were dating back then. She pressed. Wanya stood up and covered Angel's eager mouth, retorting, "You can find out next time you rotate back to me." Chapter 47. Unpleasantness. Angel's appetite for intrigue was piqued, and she quickly thrust the bottle into Xiao Kuku's hands, urging, "Hurry, Kuku, spin it to Wanya." Xiao Kuku nodded in agreement, but ultimately, the bottle's opening halted in front of Zhen Zhu. Disappointment washed over Angel as she pouted, losing interest. Zhen Zhu sat up from Lin Yan's embrace, tilting her head and declaring, "Everyone is opting for truth. It's exceedingly dull. I choose a daring challenge. Kuku, don't hold back, just let fly." Xiao Kuku smiled faintly on the outside while cursing inwardly. Of all the people, it had to land on Zhen Zhu. She was tempted to put Zhen Zhu in a tight spot, but with Lin Yan present, targeting Zhen Zhu would be akin to offending two individuals, a poor trade indeed. After much contemplation, she decided to toss the dilemma back. Displaying a facade of distress, she pressed her temples and said to Zhen Zhu, "I genuinely cannot think of a challenge for you. Perhaps I should pass this privilege to Lin Yan. He surely wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position." She feigned concern for Zhen Zhu's feelings. Zhen Zhu instantly bristled, her eyes narrowing. "Xiao Kuku, what do you mean? Do you think I, Zhen Zhu, am someone who cannot handle a challenge? I don't need anyone to go easy on me. It should be as it is, so don't be cunning with me." Xiao Kuku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her from Zhen Zhu's words. At that moment, the oblivious Angel chimed in, "Kuku, are you trying to watch the little couple in their love-hate relationship? They are getting married in 2 days. It's inappropriate for you to stir discord between them." In an instant, Xiao Kiki felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Angel. She turned to Zhen Zhu, who wore a displeased expression, and forced a smile, saying, "Don't listen to Kiki's nonsense. I absolutely have no intention of sowing discord between you two. As a good friend, how could I possibly do such a thing? I merely wish for you both to express your affection more openly. I trust you can understand my intentions." Zhen Zhu let out a cold laugh and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot comprehend. Kiki, why do you always insist on taking it upon yourself to do things you believe are in my best interest? Thank you, but I do not require your assistance." Despite her eloquence, Xiao Kiki found herself at a loss for words upon hearing such piercing remarks. Within the circle of friends led by Zhen Zhu, she held a subordinate position due to her lack of standing at home, occasionally subjected to Zhen Zhu's jibes, though they usually remained within reasonable limits. However, today, Zhen Zhu had crossed a line. Her words essentially conveyed that Kiki's obsequiousness was unwelcome, akin to being publicly berated. Frustration and anxiety surged within Xiao Kiki, yet she dared not retort directly, fearing the consequences of antagonizing Zhen Zhu. The only reason she had secured management rights at this hotel in Shenzhen was due to her father's favor, stemming from her connection to Zhen Zhu. If she were to sever ties with Zhen Zhu, she might find herself back in Hong Kong, facing the disdain of that illegitimate child, which she absolutely wished to avoid. Thus, Xiao Kiki lowered her stance even further, cautiously observing Zhen Zhu as she said, all right, it's all my fault. I was overthinking. How about this? I won't pass on the dare to Lin Yan. Instead, my dare is, you must knock on the door of the adjoining room and successfully ask them for a bottle of wine. What do you say?" Zhen Zhu did not even spare her a glance. After hearing the proposal, she simply stood up and left. The others exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Could it be that Zhen Zhu was upset enough to leave? They all turned their eyes toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan, observing their anxious expressions, smiled and reassured them, saying, "There's no need for concern. Zhen Zhu is not the type to throw a public tantrum. She won't leave. We shall wait." Angel retorted, "Come on now. You truly don't understand little Zhen Zhu. She's capable of anything. I must go check on her." With that, she hurried out after Zhen Zhu. The remaining friends, seeing Lin Yan's calm demeanor, felt their worries dissipate and began chatting and laughing as they awaited Zhen Zhu's return. In just a few minutes, Zhen Zhu triumphantly returned, holding a bottle of whiskey. She placed it forcefully on the table before Xiao Kiki and declared, "Dare completed. Angel can attest to my success." I can attest. Angel exclaimed as she re-entered, vividly reenacting Zhen Zhu's daring request for alcohol. Little Zhen Zhu is incredibly bold. She simply pushed the door open and walked right in. They were celebrating a birthday inside, singing happy birthday. Zhen Zhu, with an icy tone, wished them a happy birthday and asked if they could spare a bottle of wine. Without hesitation, the birthday celebrant handed her the whiskey, probably thinking, where did this beautiful bandit come from? I'm gonna send her on her way before she steals my heart. After finishing her tale, she playfully pinched Zhen Zhu. Zhen Zhu, taken by surprise, felt a wave of ticklishness and, in irritation, playfully swatted Angel's back, saying, "You little rascal, calling me a beautiful bandit is one thing. After all, I truly am quite beautiful." However, the subsequent segment about stealing hearts seems rather implausible. I've always been quite reserved, have I not? She blinked her eyes at Lin Yan. Lin Yan mused to himself, "There is enough green above my head to establish an entire ranch. And yet you claim to be composed? This is truly the greatest joke in the world." Such insincere words he could not utter, so he embraced Zhen Zhu, feigning affection to divert attention. Upon witnessing their embrace once more, and Cheer, feeling exasperated, declared, "Just wait. In a few days, I shall find a handsome boyfriend and flaunt our love before you every day. You won't be able to ignore it. Honestly, you delight in tormenting us single folks. When will it end?" Laughter erupted among everyone, teasing and Cheer further. "Chi-Chi, stop envying them. Let me introduce someone to you. Chi-Chi, my brother is quite handsome. I can introduce you." And Cheer, overwhelmed, shouted, "Stop. Today is Little Pearl's bachelorette party, not my matchmaking event. Those of you playing matchmaker should reconsider. Come on, let us continue the fun." After playing several rounds, more and more participants chose daring challenges. The proposed dares were not particularly outrageous, such as asking a passing handsome man for his WeChat, inviting a stranger to join for a drink, or requesting a hug from someone of the opposite sex. Those who frequent nightlife are typically quite open, and everyone jubilantly completed one challenge after another. Time flew by, and after more than 2 hours of merriment, it was nearly time to wrap up. They agreed that the last person to be pointed at must choose a dare, unanimously deciding that Zhen Zhu should spin the bottle, bringing the game to a full circle. Before spinning, Zhen Zhu discreetly glanced at Xiao Cuckoo, who was engrossed in her drink and remained unaware. As she set her cup down, the bottle came to a halt, its opening facing her directly, and Xier whistled, reveling in the spectacle. "Oh, Cuckoo, you've shared heartfelt confessions all evening, and now it's your turn for a dare. How delightful." Xiao Cuckoo looked at Zhen Zhu's smiling face, suddenly feeling uneasy. Chapter 48. Pranking Xiao Cuckoo. Zhen Zhu gazed at Xiao Cuckoo and gently said, "Fear not, my dare is quite simple. You are to spend the evening with the birthday star next door. What do you think? I have already assessed him. He is quite handsome, and you will undoubtedly benefit." The room erupted in excitement as everyone clamored to inquire about the appearance of the birthday star next door. And Xier pointed at Zhen Zhu, exclaiming, "Little Pearl, you have not disappointed me. This dare is fantastic, haha." After praising Zhen Zhu, she turned to encourage Xiao Cuckoo, "Quick, go. The birthday star next door is incredibly handsome and wealthy. That watch he wears is a global limited edition worth at least 10 million. You have nothing to lose." Yes, Cuckoo, hurry. Who knows? You might just reel in a golden son-in-law." Nonsense. Cuckoo's family is quite affluent as well. She doesn't need to fish for someone else. "Ah, but you may not know. All their wealth belongs to her brother. It has little to do with her." Xiao Cuckoo sat dumbfounded on the sofa, her mind blank. They typically engage in this game, and the most outrageous act is merely kissing a stranger. But to suggest she approach an unfamiliar man for a date? That is utterly preposterous. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Seizing the moment when everyone was fervently discussing, she cautiously leaned towards Zhen Zhu, attempting to negotiate. "Darling, might we consider a different challenge? I am, after all, a person of some standing, and the other party could very well be affluent or distinguished. To approach him so abruptly could tarnish my reputation and perhaps even offend him. Don't you think?" Zhen Zhu, with her chin held high, listened to Xiao Cuckoo's plea and chuckled lightly, dismissing her concerns. "My dear, I believe you're overthinking this. Who is he to know who you are? Furthermore, even if you were to ask him, he might not agree, right? Love is a matter of mutual consent. There is no need for you to fret unnecessarily. You should promptly fulfill your commitment and ask him. Angel turned her head upon noticing their conversation. Her curiosity piqued. What are you two discussing? Zhen Zhu pointed her chin at Xiao Cuckoo and contemptuously remarked, someone is trying to back out. That simply won't do, Angel exclaimed, seizing Xiao Cuckoo's arm, pulling her up while cheerfully insisting. This is the grandest challenge of the evening. You cannot escape. Xiao Cuckoo clung desperately to the armrest of the sofa, resisting Angel's efforts to pull her up. Noticing her steadfastness, Angel quickly called upon their nearby friends. Don't just sit there. Come and help me. Wan Ya, you take charge of prying her hands free. Whether she wants to accept this challenge or not, she must participate. Once a commitment is made, it cannot be retracted. I shall drag her to the next room if I must. Upon hearing Angel's declaration, Wang Ya and the others joined in. After all, it was not their embarrassment at stake. Why not enjoy some free entertainment? They pulled and tugged, swiftly hoisting the outnumbered Xiao Cuckoo from sofa. At that moment, Xiao Cuckoo was on the verge of tears, desperately struggling and pleading with Angel. Chi-Chi, I have always treated you well. Please don't do this to me. I do not wish to ask a stranger out. Let me go. Yet Angel perceived Xiao Cuckoo's distress as mere theatrics. Teasing her, stop pretending to be a delicate flower. You've certainly been with numerous male models. You paid for those encounters, but who knows? This one next door might even pay you. Come now, stop the tears. By morning you'll surely thank me. I truly mean it. Can you not understand? I do not want to ask anyone out. I do not want to. Kio kiskiviko krit. Engile, una perturbit bikvio que stiers. Continue to drag her toward the door. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhu sat on the sofa, observing the weeping Xiao Cuckoo with a satisfied smile. Serve her right. Typically, she might overlook minor schemes, displaying a magnanimous spirit. However, today, Xiao Cuckoo dared to calculate with Lin Yan, attempting to use him against her. That would not be tolerated. Zhen Zhu was no pushover, and she would ensure Xiao Cuckoo faced the consequences. At this moment, Lin Yan found himself in a fierce internal struggle. His conscience urged him not to turn a blind eye to the bullying. Yet his memories reminded him that Xiao Cu was the very cause of his disgraceful departure from Shenzhen. He could not assist her. Torn between these conflicting perspectives, he remained indecisive. The primary reason for his hesitation lay in the torment they had previously inflicted upon him. He could never forget those days when his life sank into darkness, devoid of hope. Regardless, Lin Yan thought to himself, those who commit wrongdoings must face the consequences. Besides, for someone like her, who relished in such games, was sleeping with one person truly a concern? He had initially resolved to remain uninvolved, but when he saw Angel about to drag Xiao Cu out of the room, and Xiao Cu desperately attempting to grasp the doorframe in resistance, the walls of his resolve crumbled in an instant. No, he had to intervene. Ignoring the situation was one thing, but witnessing it unfold without action was no different from being one of the bullies alongside Zhen Zhu and the others. Regardless of Xiao Cu's past actions, he could not stand by and watch her being forced to sleep with a stranger. His conscience would not allow it. Just as Xiao Cu was on the verge of being pulled out the door, Lin Yan called out to stop Angel, exclaiming, "Enough! This has gone on long enough. If you continue, others will surely notice." The moment he spoke, Zhen Zhu shot him a sidelong glare and attempted to cover his mouth, urging him to remain silent. Lin Yan firmly grasped her hand and directed his words towards Angel, saying, "Quickly bring Xiao Cu back. Otherwise, the manager will come and inquire." Angel paused momentarily, taken aback by Lin Yan's words, and after hearing him out, she dismissively replied, "How amusing. Who would dare come and ask?" She attempted to resume her dragging of Xiao Cu. However, during Angel's brief pause, Xiao Cu managed to free one of her hands. When Angel tried to pull her again, she found herself unable to do so. At this point, Angel felt a surge of fatigue. She had intended to catch her breath before continuing her efforts. But Xiao Cu seized the opportunity and broke free from her grasp. "Hey, don't run away," Angel shouted after Xiao Cu, who was hastily returning to retrieve her bag. Xiao Cu nimbly evaded Angel's grasp, snatched her bag, cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yan without uttering a word of farewell, and dashed out. "Wait, Kike." Angel called out while chasing after her. Zhen Zhu, witnessing Xiao Ku's escape, resentfully pinched Lin Yan's arm and leaned closer to his ear, whispering so. You succeeded in rescuing the damsel. Are you satisfied now? Her slight pinch barely caused Lin Yan any discomfort. He turned and planted a kiss on her lips, chuckling. What are you talking about? I have no ties to her. Why would I bother saving her? I was just concerned that your ruckus would draw unwanted attention. Otherwise, I would have cared at all. Zhen Zhu eyed him skeptically, saying, You better genuinely think that way. Chapter 49. The Proposal in the End. Angel failed to catch up with Xiao Ku and returned, grumbling about the unfairness of the game. Zhen Zhu comfortingly patted her shoulder, saying, It's all right. You can run away from the monk, but you can't escape the temple. As long as she continues to play with us, we need not worry about not being able to deal with her. Why are you so anxious? As Angel contemplated, she soon regained her spirits and embraced Zhen Zhu, exclaiming, You're absolutely right, haha. Let's head home early today. I can hardly wait to see the beautiful bride. Zhen Zhu, brimming with confidence, replied, You should look forward to it. My wedding dress is simply stunning. In a rare moment of restraint, Zhen Zhu refrained from flaunting her exquisite gown to her companions, intending to astonish them at the wedding venue instead. Angel enthusiastically responded, Wow, I'm even more excited now. On the sidelines, Lin Yan held Zhen Zhu's coat, waiting patiently for her to bid farewell to her group of friends before they finally exited the club. Throughout the evening, Zhen Zhu had been quite talkative, but as soon as they got into the car, fatigue washed over her, and she nestled into Lin Yan's embrace, closing her eyes. Lin Yan gently brushed her disheveled bangs aside, to which Zhen Zhu lazily murmured, Thanks. She then relaxed her body, finding a more comfortable position. A serene silence enveloped the car. Lin Yan gazed out at the night scenery for a while before turning to see Zhen Zhu breathing steadily, seemingly on the verge of slumber. He lightly tapped her cheek, saying, Don't fall asleep. We'll be home soon. You'll catch a cold if you get too chilly after we step out. Zhen Zhu nuzzled against his hand and whispered, I know, I'm not asleep. I'm just exhausted. Lin Yan suggested, To keep you awake, let us have a little chat. Zhen Zhu replied, Go ahead. Noticing her relatively good mood, Lin Yan could no longer suppress a lingering curiosity. Why do you dislike Xiao Cookie yet still spend so much time with her? He genuinely struggled to comprehend how they could proclaim each other as close friends while simultaneously devising ways to undermine one another. It was more akin to enmity than friendship. Zhen Zhu shifted her position, resting her head on Lin Yan's lap. With her eyes closed, she casually remarked, Because Xiao Cuckoo is somewhat useful to me. Most of the parties I organized were arranged with her assistance. Her capabilities are quite commendable, which is why I include her in my social circle. She scoffed lightly and continued, Otherwise, given her status, even attending the same school in America wouldn't connect her to our circle. She lacks substantial wealth. Her family's business will eventually belong to her brother. Even the hotel she currently manages isn't under her name. She merely holds the management rights. Lin Yan followed her line of thought, asking, So you look down on her? Zhen Zhu chuckled softly. Indeed, in our circle, I doubt anyone holds her in high regard. Nevertheless, she remains useful and assists us with certain tasks. Otherwise, do you think I would allow her to linger in this circle? Recently, most of the pool events and other activities have been delegated to Xiao Cuckoo. Zhen Zhu found it tedious to oversee the venues personally, merely taking a cursory glance before passing the details to her assistant. After all, Xiao Cuckoo was eager to ingratiate herself, so she might as well perform well. Lin Yan tentatively inquired, What benefits does she gain from staying in this circle? Zhen Zhu replied matter-of-factly, Of course, we provide connections, and connections equate to wealth. She secured the management rights to this hotel through her association with me. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to curry favor? At that moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yan, stating, So now you understand how to treat me going forward, right? She playfully prodded Lin Yan's abdominal muscles with her finger, proudly declaring, If you wish to obtain anything from me, you must treat me with greater respect. Look at how Xiao Ke speaks to me. You fall far short of her. Were it not for your handsome appearance, I would have severed ties with you long ago. Lin Yan held her face gently, torn between exasperation and amusement, responding, Who is she? And who am I? What do you think you can leverage against me? I am your lawful husband. Must I grovel before you? Oh, you are insufferable. Stop pinching my face, Zhen Zhu retorted, swatting Lin Yan's hand away, her eyes narrowing. How many times must I tell you not to pinch my face? Although I am naturally beautiful, your incessant desire to pinch is intolerable. You are nearly distorting my features. Sitting up, she retrieved her phone to meticulously inspect her reflection in the front camera. Lin Yan sighed deeply, pondering the difficulty of engaging in earnest conversation with Zhen Zhu. However, they were already wed, and one could only imagine the dismal nature of his future. After 3 months of meticulous planning, the day of Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu's wedding had finally arrived. Zhen Zhu rose early at 7 to prepare her makeup, and Lin Yan followed suit, as tradition dictated that the bride and groom must not meet the night before the wedding. Thus, he spent the night at a hotel. The wedding photographer captured moments at both Zhen's home and the hotel, after documenting Lin Yan's preparations and some candid shots. It was around noon when the Zhen family signaled that it was time to collect the groom. Clutching a bouquet crafted from pure gold, Lin Yan, under the guidance of the wedding planner, embarked on the wedding car toward Zhen's residence. The lead vehicle was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a lavish wedding gift from Zhen Changsheng to Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu. Following cars were also Rolls-Royces. On this momentous occasion, the Zhen household was adorned with opulence, the doors wide open to welcome guests from all directions. Numerous acquaintances of the Zhen family had gathered to witness the ceremony, and having spent the past 3 months mingling with Zhen Changsheng and Zhen Zhe at social events, Lin Yan recognized most of them. From the moment he descended the wedding car to the short distance leading to the Zhen family's grand residence, he exchanged countless greetings, stepping into the Zhen household amidst a chorus of accolades. The wedding blended traditional Chinese and Western elements, with Lin Yan, Zhen Zhu, and all members of the Zhen family donned in traditional attire for the welcoming ceremony. After respectfully greeting Zhen's parents, Lin Yan, guided by the matchmaker, made his way to Zhen Zhu's chamber. He navigated through a series of challenges and games, acquiescing to numerous ludicrous demands before finally gaining entry. Zhen Zhu, today, appeared ethereal, resembling a celestial being adorned in her phoenix crown and embroidered gown, gracefully seated upon the wedding bed as though she had stepped from an ancient painting. Kneeling on one knee, Lin Yan presented the golden bouquet to her, proclaiming, "Zhen Zhu, I love you. Will you marry me?" The onlookers erupted in cheers as Zhen Zhu, gazing at the exceptionally dapper Lin Yan, smiled softly, modestly accepting the bouquet and replying yes, with a broad smile illuminating his face. Lin Yan assisted Zhen Zhu into the wedding shoes he had painstakingly acquired during the earlier games, then took her hand, guiding her step by step down the staircase. Chapter 50. The wedding. Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan sat on the living room sofa, their eyes glistening as they beheld their daughter, adorned in a vibrant crimson wedding gown, being gently led by Lin Yan. It felt as though, just yesterday, she was a little girl, swaddled and crying in her crib, and now, overnight, she had blossomed into a bride. They watched as she took her first tentative steps, babbling and calling out mommy and daddy for the very first time. As the years passed, she grew taller and more beautiful, and today, under their watchful eyes, she was about to embark on a new journey of marriage. As parents, their hearts brimmed with emotion. Under the guidance of the matchmaker, Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu knelt before Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan, presenting them with tea. "Dad, please enjoy this tea," Lin Yan respectfully offered, raising the cup with both hands. Zhen Changsheng accepted the cup, took a sip, and set it aside, handing Lin Yan a red envelope filled with blessings. "Wishing you both a joyous marriage, a harmonious union, and a lifetime of love. And do remember to give me a grandchild soon." "Certainly, thank you, Dad," Lin Yan responded with a smile. Nearby, someone jested, Zhen Dong is eager to become a grandfather." Laughter erupted among the guests, and Zhen Zhu's cheeks flushed with a rare blush. Lin Yan comfortingly patted her before lifting a second cup of tea to Zhao Xiaofan. "Mom, please enjoy this tea." Zhao Xiaofan accepted the cup, took a sip, and handed Lin Yan a red envelope, earnestly advising, "Zhen Zhu can be somewhat naive. You must show her more understanding in the future. Do you understand?" Lin Yan solemnly replied, I understand, Mom. You can rest assured. However, Zhen Zhu pouted, playfully retorting, Mom, don't say such things. I'm not naive at all. The matchmaker quickly whispered a reminder. A bride shouldn't pout. Zhen Zhu was compelled to smile again, offering the teacup to her father. Dad, please enjoy this cup of tea from your daughter. You have worked hard over the years. Upon hearing his daughter's heartfelt words, the emotions Zhen Changsheng had managed to suppress surged forth once more. Tears glistened in his eyes as he steadied himself, accepting the tea she offered and taking a sip. He then handed her a red envelope, gazing at her as he spoke. You have always been the child who gave us the most concern. Yet your mother and I have loved you the most. I hope that in your marriage, you will mature and take on your responsibilities, living in harmony with Lin Yan, respecting each other. I will, Zhen Zhu readily affirmed, then lifted a second cup of tea to offer to her mother. Mom, please enjoy this tea. Are you happy today, as your daughter is getting married? I am happy, Zhao Xiaofan responded, tears streaming down her face as she accepted the cup. After taking a sip, she handed Zhen Zhu a thick red envelope, wiping her tears with a handkerchief before choking on her words. My precious daughter is getting married today. It feels like a dream. Remember, you are the princess of the Zhen family, and that will never change, whether you are married or not. Your father and I will always love and care for you. I hope you and Lin Yan find happiness together until old age. Seeing her mother cry, Zhen Zhu too was overcome with emotion, exclaiming, Thank you, Mom. I will forever be your little princess. A poignant scene unfolded as a mother and daughter wept in each other's embrace, stirring a deep sense of melancholy among those present. After 2 decades of nurturing her beloved daughter, the mother faced the bittersweet reality of her child becoming another's bride. Following the tender, welcoming ceremony, the guests accompanied the wedding procession to the hotel, where the Zhen family had reserved an entire 5-star establishment, closing its doors for the day solely to honor Zhen Zhu's nuptials. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the wedding commenced in earnest. Zhen Zhu, arm in arm with her father, gracefully approached Lin Yan amidst the strains of the wedding march. Lin Yan received Zhen Zhu's hand from Zhen Changsheng, and together they advanced toward the main stage, witnessed by all. Among the onlookers, Angel was filled with excitement. She had originally aspired to be Zhen Zhu's bridesmaid, but her mother vehemently opposed the idea, claiming it would jeopardize her own future prospects. Thus, she reluctantly stepped aside. Zhen Zhu looked exquisite in her wedding gown, the mermaid's silhouette accentuating her graceful figure to perfection. Angel, with her phone in hand, incessantly captured photographs, exclaiming, So beautiful! I must wear a mermaid gown for my own wedding. The ceremony featured a renowned television host, whose impressive presence was worth every penny. With his witty and humorous demeanor, he deftly navigated the potentially awkward moments, drawing upon his extensive network to ensure the proceedings unfolded seamlessly. Once the essential rituals concluded, speeches from Zhen's parents, heartfelt declarations from the couple, and the exchange of rings, the moment everyone eagerly anticipated arrived, the bouquet toss. Families eagerly pushed their eligible daughters to the forefront, hoping to catch a glimpse of good fortune. Angel's mother was no exception, urging her daughter forward and encouraging her to speak with Zhen Zhu, hoping to influence the direction of the bouquet toss. Though reluctant, Angel complied. Zhen Zhu harbored a secret desire to toss the bouquet to Angel, not out of a wish for her friend to marry soon, as she was aware that Angel still wished to enjoy her youth. Rather, it was the considerable expense of the bouquet that weighed on her mind. She wanted it to land in the hands of someone meaningful. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Despite having confirmed Angel's position before throwing, Zhen Zhu's bouquet soared above the crowd and landed squarely in Zhen Zhe's arms. Initially standing off to the side, Zhen Zhe had been maintaining order, utterly surprised when the bouquet descended upon him. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, congratulating Zhen Changsheng, old Zhen. It seems your family is set to celebrate yet again. Zhen Changsheng acknowledged the well-wishers with a beaming smile. Seeing her elder brother catch the bouquet ignited a mischievous spirit within Zhen Zhu, prompting her to call out, Brother, you better hurry and marry Jingyu. Laughter erupted throughout the gathering, while Zhen Zhe flushed, retorting, Stop joking, or I'll get Lin Yan drunk tonight. Undeterred by her brother's jest, Zhen Zhu linked her arm with Lin Yan's, laughing heartily. Soon, Zhen Zhu changed into her toasting attire, as Zhen Changsheng personally led her and Lin Yan to greet their guests. Today marks the wedding of Zhen's beloved daughter, drawing numerous relatives from far and wide to celebrate. Through Zhen Changsheng's introductions, Lin Yan discovered that the Zhen family's ancestral roots trace back to Beijing, which explains why they spoke no Cantonese. Throughout the toasting ceremony, Lin Yan gleaned the family's history through the nostalgic conversations shared by Zhen Changsheng and the others. The family originally resided in Beijing, with ancestors who held significant positions in the imperial court, but historical circumstances led to their gradual obscurity. In Zhen Changsheng's generation, most family members led unremarkable lives, with only him achieving a modest official position. His keen intellect and resourcefulness soon propelled him beyond the slow advancement of a bureaucratic career, leading him to venture into business in Shenzhen. Upon arriving in Shenzhen, his exceptional networking abilities allowed him to forge a brotherly bond with Lai Mingwei, the city planner who is now the mayor, propelling him to success and enabling him to establish his own commercial empire through shrewdness and influential connections. Chapter 51. Discussing the honeymoon naturally, Mayor Lai was present at today's festivities. True to his word, he presented Zhen Zhu with an exceptionally generous red envelope during the toasts and jovially patted Lin Yan's shoulder, saying, "I have no daughter of my own. I've cherished Zhen Zhu as if she were my own flesh and blood. You must treat her well, understand? If you ever wrong her, I shall be the first to hold you accountable." Zhen Zhu immediately cast a defiant glance at Lin Yan. Mayor Lai's words were not to be taken lightly. Lin Yan stood tall and earnestly replied, "Rest assured, I will never let her down." Satisfied, Mayor Lai nodded and insisted Lin Yan share 3 more drinks before allowing them to leave. The wedding drew an overwhelming number of guests, and it took over an hour for Zhen Changsheng to complete the toasting ritual. Exhausted, Zhen Zhu could barely walk, relying entirely on Lin Yan's support to remain upright. Lin Yan, too, felt the toll. Although he was drinking diluted liquor, the sheer volume proved overwhelming. After an hour of festivities, he politely excused himself and retreated to the lounge for some fresh air to regain his composure, lest he lacked the strength to bid farewell to the guests later. Not long after he stood up, his mother called. With a facade of nonchalance, she inquired, "Yan Yan, has the wedding concluded? Are you tired?" Hearing his mother's voice at such a weary moment nearly shattered Lin Yan's emotional defenses. He longed to express just how exhausted he was. He had been meticulously cautious in the Zhen household, fearful of missteps, and the interactions with Zhen Zhu proved taxing due to her temper. Work was no respite either. As the vice president, he had to adeptly navigate conversations with seasoned professionals, striving to earn their respect. Covering his eyes with his hand and biting his lip to stifle his tears, he fought to maintain his composure. Sensing his silence, his mother expressed her concern once more. "Yan Yan, are you all right? Why are you so quiet?" Not wanting to worry her, he sniffled and suppressed his emotions, replying with a quavering voice, "Mom, I'm fine. The wedding isn't over yet. We still have dinner to attend. I just finished toasting my father-in-law and drank a bit too much, so I had to excuse myself to the restroom. Don't think too much of it." Lin's mother hurriedly said, "Have you been drinking on an empty stomach? That's not good. Go eat something first, and when you have time, you can talk to me." Lin Yan's emotions began to fray, and he replied, "All right." After hanging up the phone, tears streamed down his face in heavy drops. He used his sleeve to cover his eyes and, taking advantage of the solitude, wept bitterly, releasing all the heartache he had endured in recent days. At that moment, someone knocked on his door. "Xiao Yan, are you in there?" It was Zhen Zhe. "Come and find him." Lin Yan quickly grabbed a few tissues to hurriedly wipe his eyes, responding as he walked toward the door, "Big brother, I'm here." As Zhen Zhe opened the door, he saw Lin Yan's red-rimmed eyes and asked, puzzled, "What happened to your eyes?" Lin Yan forced a smile and said, "I drank too much and had to throw up in the bathroom. That's why my eyes look like this. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a bit. Let's go out." Zhen Zhe, not suspecting anything amiss, patted Lin Yan encouragingly on the back, and they walked side by side back to the banquet hall. By the time they finished sending off all the guests, it was past 11 at night. Zhen Zhu, utterly exhausted, collapsed into a chair and refused to move. Lin Yan had no choice but to carry her to the makeup room, where the makeup artist helped them remove their makeup and change clothes. He then carried Zhen Zhu to the car, and as soon as they got in, she leaned against him and fell asleep. Once they returned to the Zhen residence, Lin Yan gently placed the sleeping Zhen Zhu on the wedding bed. He himself did not even bother to remove his outerwear or trousers before drifting off to sleep. The next day at noon, Lin Yan awoke from a hangover, his head pounding. He went straight to the bathroom, hoping a shower would revive him. Zhen Zhu, initially still asleep, was disturbed by the loud sounds of running water, which disrupted her sweet dreams. Upon waking, she glared at the bathroom door with an expression of displeasure. A few minutes later, Lin Yan emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. While drying his hair, he was startled to see Zhen Zhu awake and asked, "How come you're up?" Zhen Zhu glared at him and retorted, "If I'm not awake in the morning, you must not wash in this room. Go wash in your own. Taking a shower so early in the morning doesn't let anyone sleep." Lin Yan scoffed, responding sarcastically, "Sure, you're the young lady. You call the shots." It was only their first morning as a married couple, and she was already throwing a fit. Zhen Zhu truly was a bundle of bad habits. Awoken and unable to fall back asleep, Zhen Zhu decided to take a shower as well. Exhausted from the previous night and having skipped her bath, she felt rather unpleasant. Refusing to properly put on shoes, she padded barefoot slowly into the bathroom. After changing his clothes, Lin Yan tidied up the bedding, opened a window for some fresh air, and sat at the desk by the window to open his computer and attend to emails. Due to the wedding preparations, he had fallen behind on many company emails and needed to catch up quickly to avoid any delays. When Zhen Zhu emerged from the bathroom, she saw Lin Yan in casual attire, looking serious as he worked. An idea suddenly struck her. "Darling, play a game with me," she called out in a high-pitched voice. Lin Yan felt chills run down his spine at her calling him darling. He grimaced and said, "Wife, please, could you speak normally? That tone is quite frightening." Zhen Zhu, observing his lack of romantic understanding, decided to drop the pretense. She walked a few steps to his side and perched herself on his lap, commanding, "Go, put on your suit. I wish to engage in some workplace fun." Lin Yan, having fortuitously watched similar scenarios while brushing up on certain knowledge, regarded Zhen Zhu with an expression difficult to decipher. "It is the middle of the day, and our parents are waiting for us to have lunch. We can indulge in your play later this evening. I shall accompany you in whatever you desire." "Very well, but do not be a trickster." Zhen Zhu playfully pecked him and obediently rose to dress. Lin Yan exhaled in relief. Sometimes his wife's enthusiasm was overwhelming and hard to bear. After a long day yesterday, the Zhen family was quite fatigued, rendering their lunchtime unusually quiet. Once the meal concluded, Zhen Chongqing inquired, "Darling, are you two not planning a honeymoon soon?" Zhen Zhu nodded. "I wish to visit Tahiti, but the travel agency informed me that due to the Christmas and New Year holidays abroad, it is exceedingly crowded. I prefer to wait until February or March." "That is acceptable, but I recommend you return by the end of February, as there is a significant project commencing in March that requires Xiao Yan's participation." Indeed, Lin Yan and his team were already engaged in preliminary preparations. He turned to Zhen Zhu and suggested, "Shall we depart at the end of January? We could enjoy 2 weeks. This would not hinder our work." Zhen Zhu secretly yearned for a longer vacation, but since her father had mentioned Lin Yan's work, she refrained from asking for additional days, simply responding, "No problem. You can contact the travel agency." Chapter 52. The Zhen family honors their promise, seeing that the honeymoon plans were settled. Zhao Xiaofan took the opportunity to discuss bringing Lin Yan's mother to Shenzhen. "Xiao Yan, I intend to bring your mother over next week. Since you have time now, you can settle her in before you and your darling go on vacation. What do you think?" Lin Yan promptly set down his teacup, replying in a serious tone, "Your consideration is thoughtful. I shall defer to your judgment." Zhao Xiaofan smiled and nodded. "I have already made arrangements with the hospital. She can come over at any time." "Thank you for your efforts," Lin Yan expressed gratefully. Zhen Zhu, uninterested in their conversation, busied herself with her nails. Suddenly, Zhen Chongqing remarked, "Darling, you should accompany Xiao Yan to meet your in-laws. It is your first meeting, and one must not be impolite." Zhen Zhu merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant "oh." Continuing her distraction, Zhao Xiaofan gently stroked her daughter's back, saying nothing. However, Zhen Chongsheng was not pleased, his expression stern as he admonished, "What kind of attitude is that? Your in-laws are elders. You must show them respect. Do you understand?" Reluctantly, Zhen Zhu lifted her head and replied with a long sigh, "I understand. Please, father, refrain from lecturing me this early in the morning. You spoke so much yesterday. Aren't you tired?" She poured herself a cup of tea, stood, and presented it to her father with a playful tone. "I have committed your instructions to memory. Rest assured. You worked hard yesterday, so please enjoy this cup of tea brewed with my affection." Zhen Chongsheng, unable to maintain his stern demeanor in the face of his daughter's antics, chuckled and shook his head, pointing at her. He accepted the tea gratefully. Zhen Zhu successfully silenced her father's lecture, returning to her seat with a smile, resuming her nail art. Lin Yan was wholly preoccupied with the thought of his mother's illness being treatable. Seated in the Zhen family's dining room, his mind soared far away, yearning to personally bring his mother home. Today, he was particularly elated, so when Zhen Zhu suggested playing dress-up again that evening, he offered no resistance. He complied wholeheartedly, eager to please her. Zhen Zhu was bewildered by Lin Yan's unusual demeanor. He was unusually accommodating, devoid of any awkwardness. She thought to herself that one should seize every opportunity, and she cared little for Lin Yan's motivations, as long as her desires were effortlessly fulfilled. As the storm subsided, Lin Yan helped Zhen Zhu with her bath, and they laid down together to rest. He gently embraced her and proposed, "My dear wife, I have a request. When my mother visits next week, could you please be a bit kinder to her? I promise I won't let you see her too often, just on the day she arrives. Could you refrain from wearing a stern expression? I've praised you to her as if you were a celestial being, both gentle and beautiful. Please don't let me down." Exhausted and languid, Zhen Zhu replied lazily, "Why should I care about your reputation? My attitude toward your mother will depend on my mood that day." Lin Yan attempted to persuade her. "How can you say that? We are united as husband and wife. Your reputation is intertwined with mine. For the sake of our image, you must maintain the persona of a little fairy." Unfortunately, Zhen Zhu was unmoved by his reasoning. You think too much. Just because we are married does not mean your reputation is mine. You do not represent me." Seeing that his current approach was futile, Lin Yan shifted tactics. He caressed Zhen Zhu's waist and whispered seductively in her ear, "My beloved wife, tell me what I must do to earn your agreement." The warm breath tickled Zhen Zhu, igniting a delightful itch throughout her body. She sighed softly, resting her hand on Lin Yan's neck, and said, "Let me think. For this month and the next, you must heed my every command in bed. You will do as I say, without question, even in critical moments." Lin Yan chewed on his cheek, determinedly agreeing, "All right, no problem. But you must uphold your end of the bargain. You cannot scowl when you're with my mother, understood?" Unexpectedly, Zhen Zhu playfully bit Lin Yan's neck, her tone mockingly fierce. Zhen Zhu, always keep my promises. That bite was a punishment for your unfounded assumptions about me." Lin Yan touched the tender spot on his neck, at a loss for words. Nevertheless, securing Zhen Zhu's assurance was a fair trade, and he could hardly expect anything more from the young lady. He wrapped his arms around Zhen Zhu once more, choosing not to revisit the topic. They chatted about their honeymoon plans before drifting into slumber. The next day, Zhen Zhu ventured out alone, as she had accidentally lost a gem from her freshly done manicure at the dinner table the previous evening. The perfectionist could not tolerate the mishap and scheduled an appointment with Angel for a manicure. Though Lin Yan wished to accompany her, Zhen Zhu was displeased at the thought, saying, "Can you please give us girls some private space? You can't join in on my conversation with Angel, and having you loom nearby is just annoying." Lin Yan, amused by her reaction, gladly relinquished the role of servant, smiling. "All right, I'll give you your space. I want to go." Zhen Zhu cast a fleeting glance at him, her elegant high heels clicking rhythmically as she exited, relishing the rare moment of solitude. Lin Yan returned to his room and initiated a video call with his mother. Lin's mother, seated by the fireplace, blushed and smiled warmly upon seeing her son. "Yan, you didn't go out with Zhen Zhu, did you?" Lin Yan chuckled and replied, "She went out to have fun with her friends. She felt I would be a hindrance and didn't want me to accompany her." His mother regarded him intently and advised, "If she doesn't wish for your company, that is one thing, but remember, you must care for her and treat her well. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Mom, Lin Yan assured her, and she nodded in satisfaction. Mom, I have good news to share. My in-laws are aware of your health issues and wish to bring you to Shenzhen for treatment. The hospital arrangements have already been made, and they want you to come next week, Lin Yan exclaimed excitedly. However, Lin's mother did not respond with the expected enthusiasm. Her smile faded, and she replied tersely, Yan, please thank your in-laws for their kindness, but treating my illness requires a considerable sum of money. We didn't spend much when we married their daughter, so how can we ask them to spend more on my treatment? That simply won't do. Lin Yan urged Mom. My in-laws have good intentions. The hospital has been contacted. If you refuse to go, it would be disrespectful to them. You should accept their help. Their wealth is vast, and what seems like a fortune to us is merely a trifle to them. Yet his mother remained resolute, stating, Your in-laws have not looked down upon our family's modest means by marrying their daughter to you. That is already a tremendous favor. We cannot take advantage of their generosity, regardless of their financial standing. They may spend on you as their son-in-law, but I cannot allow them to spend so much on me. Lin Yan, exasperated, replied, Mom, please reconsider. Their expenditure on your treatment is also for my sake. Your well-being directly affects mine, doesn't it? His mother shook her head once more, asserting, if your in-laws were to spend that money, you might find it difficult to hold your head high among them. Our family may lack wealth, but Yan, you are a man. You must live with dignity. Even if you marry into a wealthy family, you should carry yourself upright. Chapter 53. The arrival of Lin's parents. Lin Yan thought to himself, but I have long lost that dignity. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated revealing the entire truth to his mother, yet he hesitated. Even now, she was reluctant, and if she were to discover the truth, she would be even less inclined to come. No, it was imperative that she came, otherwise, all his efforts during this time would be in vain. He switched the phone to his other hand and began to paint a hopeful picture for her. Let us not discuss money for now, Mom. Don't you wish to see your grandchildren? My in-laws have expressed their desire for us to have children soon. If you don't come for treatment and take care of your health, when they are born, you won't even be able to hold them, and you'll only be left anxious. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother became alarmed and pressed. Did your father-in-law really say that you should have children soon? Lin Yan nodded firmly. Could I possibly be lying about that? On the day of the wedding, all present bore witness to the words spoken. Lin's mother pursed her lips, clearly moved. Seizing the moment, Lin Yan continued, You've seen the photos of my wedding with Zhen Zhu. We make quite the handsome couple. Our children will undoubtedly be adorable. For the sake of your future grandson or granddaughter, you must come to receive treatment. Mother, please do come. My in-laws are generous and straightforward with their finances. So why should we hesitate? You needn't worry about the obligations to their family. I'm diligently working for them, and the value I will create in the future will far exceed their current expenditure. Do not bear any psychological burden. Just come with peace of mind. Lin's father, listening to his son's earnest plea, interjected, Dear, you should heed our son's advice. Your illness brings unease to both him and me. Let us hasten to treat your ailment, and in the future, we can help care for our grandchildren, correct? Lin's mother hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of seeing her grandchildren, letting out a long sigh. Very well, I shall listen to the two of you. Lin Yan's spirits lifted at her acquiescence. That's the spirit. I will purchase tickets for you and father right away, and I will arrange for a car to pick you up for the airport. Lin's mother quickly responded, No, that's too expensive. Your father and I can buy train tickets ourselves tomorrow. Lin's father added, Yes, we shall take the train. Lin Yan insisted, That won't do. It's not about extravagance. Your in-laws have already scheduled the treatment with the hospital. We must adhere to their arrangements. Do not worry. I am now a vice president in my department, earning a substantial salary, so this expense is negligible. Lin's mother, feeling reassured, replied, All right, if my son has succeeded. Let me also enjoy a bit of comfort and take a flight. Lin Yan smiled. That is more like it. I'll inform you once the tickets are booked. In the meantime, please arrange things at home. The weather in Shenzhen is warm. There is no need for heavy clothing. Just a few spring outfits will suffice. If you need anything, we can purchase it when we arrive. Both Lin's mother and father agreed. Understood. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Monday marked the day Lin's parents would arrive in Shenzhen. Zhen Chongsheng generously granted Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu the day off to properly welcome Lin's mother, and he had reserved a restaurant for dinner that evening. Due to Lin Yan's outstanding performance that week, Zhen Zhu's demeanor was relatively pleasant as they set out. Today, Lin Yan drove the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom gifted to them by Zhen Changsheng, and Zhen Zhu, unusually occupying the passenger seat, teased him as they got in. One person ascends, and all around rise with him. In high spirits, Lin Yan took her jest in stride and even poked fun at himself. Indeed, who would have thought a country bumpkin like me would end up in such a lavish car? Since I'm driving it now, my parents must experience it too. Perhaps they find the air inside as sweet as nectar. Zhen Zhu scoffed lightly. You're such a rustic. Lin Yan playfully retorted. You're right, I am quite the rustic. Yet, here you are, enamored with me despite my simplicity. Let us see if you've caught some of my rustic charm. Just then, they encountered a red light, and Lin Yan smoothly brought the car to a halt. He turned to attempt to touch Zhen Zhu with his right hand, but she immediately swatted it away, exclaiming, What are you doing? If you wrinkle my clothes, you're in big trouble. Lin Yan burst into laughter, leaning sideways to plant a kiss on Zhen Zhu's cheek, exclaiming, all right, I was just teasing you. Please smile. Such a beautiful face deserves to shine. Zhen Zhu pushed his face away, urging, hurry and drive. The light is green. Lin Yan started the car and continued driving. After their playful exchange, the atmosphere inside the vehicle had noticeably lightened. Upon arriving at the airport, Lin Yan parked in the underground garage and took Zhen Zhu's hand as they walked toward the arrival area to greet his parents. Aware of Zhen Zhu's impatience, he timed their arrival perfectly, and indeed, within 10 minutes of their arrival, Mr. and Mrs. Lin appeared. They had heeded Lin Yan's advice and brought only a large suitcase. Yet their hands were occupied with several woven bags. Upon seeing her son and Zhen Zhu, Mrs. Lin's face lit up with joy. Lin Yan quickly introduced them, saying, Dad, Mom, this is Zhen Zhu, your future daughter-in-law. Zhen Zhu, these are my parents. Zhen Zhu removed her sunglasses and, though not overly warm, greeted them politely. Welcome to Shenzhen. Dad and Mom. Initially, she intended to address Lin Yan's parents as uncle and aunt, reasoning that since they had not raised her, there was no need to call them Mom and Dad. However, during a quiet exchange with her mother, Zhen Changsheng overheard and reprimanded her, insisting that she must refer to Lin Yan's parents as Mom and Dad, as it was a basic custom and a matter of respect that she ought to understand. Thus, although reluctant, Zhen Zhu adhered to this expectation today. Mrs. Lin set down the items in her hands and eagerly took Zhen Zhu's hand, warmly exclaiming, Oh my daughter-in-law, you are truly stunning, like a celestial being. Mrs. Lin's hands bore the calluses of years of labor, leaving Zhen Zhu feeling quite uncomfortable, as if her hand were being painfully squeezed, and her expression grew slightly strained. Lin Yan quickly leaned in, addressing his mother, Mom, why do you only have eyes for Zhen Zhu? Don't you think I look handsome too? Mrs. Lin finally released Zhen Zhu's hand, playfully patting her son's arm. Yes, you look even more handsome. Our Yan looks splendid in a suit. Lin Yan chuckled heartily, declaring, It's all thanks to my daughter-in-law. She chose my clothes and styled me. Her taste is impeccable. Mrs. Lin expressed her gratitude to Zhen Zhu, saying, You've truly put in a lot of effort. Lin Yan's achievements today are all because of you. Zhen Zhu modestly nodded, thinking to herself, of course, without me, would he be able to present himself so well? He is driving a Rolls-Royce now. Lin Yan took the woven bags from his parents' hands, leading the way as he said, Dad, Mom, let us go. I'll take you to the hotel to drop off your luggage. Then you can rest this afternoon. Tonight, we'll have dinner with my in-laws, both Mr. and Mrs. Lin replied, All right. Chapter 54, Lack of Etiquette on the way to the parking lot. Lin Yan, carrying the heavy woven bags, inquired, Dad, Mom, what did you bring that is so heavy? Didn't we say you shouldn't bring anything? Mrs. Lin replied with a smile. We initially planned to bring a few of my home-raised black chickens to nourish Zhen Zhu, but since you mentioned the airport restrictions, we could only bring some of our homegrown millet, yam, and peanuts for your in-laws to taste. They are pesticide-free, purely organic, and quite fragrant. At the rear of the group, Zhen Zhu disdainfully rolled her eyes, commenting on the ostentatious Rolls-Royce, marveling at how impressive the family truly was. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lin's father and mother gazed at the gleaming vehicle, too intimidated to approach. After placing their luggage in the trunk, Lin Yan curiously inquired from the side of the car, "Why aren't you getting in?" Lin's mother adjusted her brand new down jacket, remaining silent, while Lin's father fidgeted. Glancing around, Zhen Zhu had already settled into the front passenger seat, and upon observing Lin's parents' awkward demeanor in the rearview mirror, she found it amusing and showed no inclination to intervene. Lin Yan, with one arm around his father and the other around his mother, patiently reassured them. There's no need to be afraid. This isn't a borrowed car. It's a wedding gift from my father-in-law, essentially our family car. Why be anxious in your own vehicle? Besides, you haven't experienced a ride in my car yet. Come on, let's enjoy it. He coaxed his bewildered parents into the car. Even after boarding, Lin's father and mother remained stiff, unwilling to lean back against the plush seats. No matter what Lin Yan said, they were terrified of tarnishing the luxury vehicle. Zhen Zhu, rolling her eyes in exasperation, caught Lin Yan's warning glance. Unfazed, she returned his gaze defiantly. Ultimately, Lin Yan conceded first, fearing Zhen Zhu might lose her composure and startle his parents. He silently mouthed a plea for mercy, and the tension dissipated. Lin Yan had arranged accommodations at a five-star hotel near the hospital. After escorting his parents to their room, Zhen Zhu bid them farewell. "Dad, Mom, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Lin Yan would stay behind to accompany them, and they would reconvene for dinner later. Momentarily taken aback, Lin's father and mother exchanged bewildered glances, surprised by her abrupt departure. Lin Yan hesitated but quickly realized Zhen Zhu's impatience. Her performance that day had already exceeded his expectations, and he could not ask for more. He swiftly covered for her, smiling, "Oh, my memory. There's indeed something at the company that requires her presence. She mentioned it yesterday, and I completely forgot." Lin's mother could only chuckle awkwardly, saying, "All right then, hurry along. Don't let us hold you back from your business." With an elegant nod to Lin's parents, Zhen Zhu donned her sunglasses, opened the door, and exited. Lin Yan hurriedly remarked, "Mom, Dad, please sit tight. I'll go see her off," and rushed out after her. Left alone, Lin's father plopped down on the sofa, grumbling. "What kind of manners are these?" Lin's mother consoled him. "Dear, be grateful. She personally came to greet us. What more could you wish for? Just remember not to voice such thoughts in front of Yin Yan. We wouldn't want to put her in an awkward position." Lin's father sighed heavily, acknowledging her words. Meanwhile, Lin Yan caught up with Zhen Zhu at the elevator. He handed her the car keys, saying, "You can take the car. I'll need it shortly." Zhen Zhu did not take the keys or look at him, facing the elevator instead. "Uncle Li is already waiting for me downstairs." Relieved, Lin Yan withdrew the keys and asked, "Where are you headed?" Zhen Zhu huffed, "That's none of your business." Lin Yan grasped her arm, narrowing his eyes in a threatening manner, and spoke with a tone tinged with discontent. "Are you heading to the club again?" Zhen Zhu removed her sunglasses and shot him a glare, retorting, "Lin Yan, are you out of your mind? During the day, where would I go to a club? I have dinner plans tonight. There's hardly enough time for any fun. I'm off to the beauty salon. Let go of me already. Your tugging is quite laughable." Ever since witnessing the frivolous entertainment style at Zhen Zhu's bachelorette party, Lin Yan had been pricked by a thorn of unease upon hearing her mention going out. His immediate assumption was that she intended to indulge in the company of men. Unfortunately, Zhen Zhu's character often left one feeling insecure. Yet, her reasoning was valid. 2 or 3 hours simply wouldn't suffice for a proper outing. Thus, Lin Yan's expression softened, and he leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips, whispering, "That's good. Just remember, you already have a husband." Zhen Zhu shot him a look of irritation, but said nothing further, donning her sunglasses as she stepped into the elevator. After bidding Zhen Zhu farewell, Lin Yan returned to his parents' room. Upon entering, his father remarked, "Your mother and I don't need such a large space. Please arrange for us a smaller room." Lin Yan had booked them a one-bedroom suite, nearly 100 square meters in size. His father felt the room was certainly extravagant and was uncomfortable occupying it. No, a smaller room would have smaller windows and less space. You become accustomed to the spaciousness of your home. Moving into such a confined space would surely be an adjustment. Moreover, this hotel has an agreement with our company, so I secured a discount for the room. You can stay here without worry, Lin Yan reassured, sitting beside his father with a smile. His mother gently tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further discussion. Turning to Lin Yan, she said, "Your father and I don't understand these matters. You can make the decisions." Lin Yan nodded, subsequently introducing them to the members of the Zhen family to provide them with a sense of familiarity before engaging them in casual conversation, inquiring about any news from their village over the past year, striving to help them relax. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhu entered the beauty salon with a frown. Angel lay on the beauty bed, observing her, and remarked, "Oh, who has upset our little pearl?" Zhen Zhu handed her coat to the beautician and replied curtly, "Who else but Lin Yan? His rural parents just arrived. I had to accompany him to the airport and now to the hotel. It's utterly exhausting." Angel teased, "Do they bring you a live chicken? My rural relatives always arrive lugging either a chicken or a duck. It's quite the commotion." Zhen Zhu scoffed. Fortunately, Lin Yan booked them plane tickets. They were lamenting earlier about how they wished they could bring me 2 black chickens for nourishment if the airport permitted. How ridiculous! Am I, the esteemed young lady of the Zhen family, in need of 2 black chickens? Angel burst into laughter, causing even the beautician to chuckle along. Zhen Zhu found humor in her own words, shaking her head helplessly as she lay down on the beauty bed beside Angel. Once Angel had her fill of laughter, she continued, "You don't have many rural relatives. You've never experienced it before. My rural relatives are plentiful. Whenever live chickens or ducks appear in our garden, it's a sure sign that one of them has arrived. They not only ate with loud smacking sounds, but also constantly desired to embrace and kiss me. My mother, averse to untidiness, could not tolerate this. Initially, she spoke to them in a gentle manner, yet they completely ignored her. Eventually, my mother grew angry and decided not to entertain anyone, adopting a demeanor as if she had severed all ties. They dare not visit again, and thus our household found some peace." Zhen Zhu remarked, "Your mother's temper is truly admirable. If Lin Yan's parents resided in my home, I could hardly endure a single day." Chapter 55. An awkward dinner considering Lin Yan's mother's poor health. Zhen Changsheng arranged the dinner at the banquet hall of the hotel where Lin Yan's parents were staying. Upon hearing Zhen Changsheng mention inviting Lin Yan's parents, Zhen Rui quickly interjected, "I have a social engagement that evening and cannot attend." Zhen Changsheng shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "What engagement could be so pressing?" This was scheduled over a week in advance. Zhen Rui hastily concocted an excuse. "It's the planning bureau personnel. You instructed me to engage with them before the new project commences." Indeed, he had instructed this, which eased Zhen Changsheng's expression somewhat. Yet he still inquired, "Cannot the timing be adjusted? Must it coincide with the same day?" Zhen Rui immediately lamented, "Father, you know how challenging it is to arrange official dinners these days. It's difficult to reschedule such a hard-won appointment." Seeing Zhen Rui's insistence, Zhen Changsheng finally relented, stating gravely, "Given the special circumstances this time, I shall overlook it. But you cannot miss the next family gathering." Zhen Rui readily agreed. "Of course, rest assured, Father." Zhen Zhe found it peculiar. Hadn't Zhen Rui just engaged with the planning bureau personnel the previous week? Why was there another engagement so soon? However, he did not dwell on it, assuming they had unresolved matters that required further discussion. On the day of the dinner with Lin Yan's parents, as he was leaving, he coincidentally encountered Zhen Rui returning from outside. He casually asked, "Where are you dining tonight?" Zhen Rui instinctively replied truthfully, "Tonight, we are dining at the company, as there is a meeting that will extend quite late." Zhen Zhe immediately regarded him with a serious expression, and Zhen Rui realized he had slipped up. He quickly pulled Zhen Zhe into his office and pleaded, "Brother, you must keep this a secret. Father must not know." Zhen Zhe glared at him, stating, "I will not assist you in keeping secrets. What meeting cannot be postponed? You must accompany me now and tell Father that the engagement has been rescheduled." Seeing his older brother's lack of cooperation, Zhen Rui dropped the pretense, releasing his grip and nonchalantly settling into his office chair, crossing his legs. "I refuse. Go ahead and report me to Father. Even if he scolds me, I will not dine with Lin Yan's parents." A sardonic smile graced his face as he continued, "Who do they think they are? Just a pair of country bumpkins who sold their son. Do they think I would deign to entertain them? Zhen Zhe, infuriated, pointed a finger at Zhen Rui and scolded. Xiao Rui, be mindful of your words. Xiao Yan is our brother-in-law. His parents are our relatives, not mere country folk. Zhen Rui scoffed, replying, You may consider them relatives, but I do not. I have no impoverished relatives like the Lin family. Jian Shi, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, What on earth possesses you to act this way? Our sister is already married to Xiao Yan. They are a legitimate couple. In our everyday encounters, one cannot help but feel that by putting Xiao Yan in an awkward position, one also brings discomfort to Xiao Mei. Zhen Rui glanced at his elder brother and remarked, Do not attempt to morally coerce me using Xiao Mei. It is futile. Besides, I believe Xiao Mei would not have wished to attend at all had it not been for father's insistence. Just as Zhen Zhe was about to retort, the phone rang. It was Zhen Changsheng, informing him that they had already set off. Reluctantly, Zhen Zhe abandoned his attempt to persuade Zhen Rui and told him, Reflect on your actions. We shall discuss this further upon your return tonight. In a fit of anger, he stormed out. Zhen Rui let out a cold laugh, muttering to himself, What do I have to reflect upon? Observe how I deal with Lin Yan. During the dinner gathering that evening, a semblance of peace was maintained. Under Lin Yan's persuasion, Lin's parents abandoned their intention of presenting local delicacies to the Zhen family, which greatly relieved Lin Yan. It was not that he deemed his family's offerings unworthy. Rather, he feared that if his parents were to present their carefully cultivated produce only to be met with disdain from the Zhen family, it would surely wound their feelings. Thus, it was better not to present anything at all. After all, social niceties were merely a pretext for sharing a meal together. To ease the discomfort of Lin Yan's parents, Zhen Changsheng immediately complimented Lin Yan upon their meeting, stating, In-laws, you have raised an exceptional son. He is astute and quick to adapt. All his colleagues praise him. Rest assured, I shall nurture his talents diligently. Lin's mother, feeling somewhat unsettled, replied, We have done nothing. His accomplishments are largely due to your guidance. We are immensely grateful that you hold Yin Yan in such high regard and are willing to marry your daughter to him. Thank you also for arranging my medical appointment. Our family appreciates it greatly. Zhen Changsheng waved his hand, saying, As family, we need not speak as strangers. We are in-laws and must look out for one another. My daughter has been rather mischievous lately, but with Xiao Yan's guidance, she has behaved better. He is a good child. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother felt somewhat reassured and graciously praised Zhen Zhu, exclaiming, I find Zhen Zhu to be quite remarkable. She possesses grace and beauty. I could never have imagined acquiring such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Zhao Xiaofan, overhearing Lin's mother's praise for Zhen Zhu, smiled modestly and remarked, If I may be so bold, both children are commendable. Otherwise, they would not have come together, would they? In-laws, the dishes are getting cold. Let us begin our meal. At last, Lin's father and mother started to eat. During the meal, Zhen Zhu remained silent, merely focusing on her food. Zhao Xiaofan spoke little as well, with Zhen Changsheng engaging in conversation with Lin's parents, finding common ground from his youth spent in the countryside. After dinner, Lin Yan escorted his parents upstairs while Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan shared a vehicle home. Once inside the car, Zhao Xiaofan sighed wearily. This dinner was truly exhausting. I find myself anxious for our baby. How will she communicate with her in-laws? Her conversations will revolve around farming, poultry, and livestock. She has never even been to the countryside. Will she understand any of this? Zhen Changsheng replied to his wife, I believe you are being overly dramatic. What is so wrong with rural life? I think our in-laws are quite amiable. They are down-to-earth individuals who have successfully raised an outstanding university student, far surpassing us. Just look at our baby's demeanor this evening. Upon mentioning this, he was filled with indignation. After all, his parents-in-law are elders. Even if there is little conversation during dinner, it is customary to accompany them back to their room afterwards. It is a matter of basic etiquette. Yet she, without uttering a single farewell, merely stood behind us, watching in silence. Were it not for the need to maintain some semblance of decorum in front of the in-laws, I would have chastised her on the spot. Zhao Xiaofan dismissively remarked, Old Zhen, do not forget, the marriage between Bao Bao and Xiaoyan is, at its core, merely a transaction. I do not see anything wrong with Bao Bao's behavior. Basic courtesy towards them is sufficient. The expectations you mentioned can only be based on an equitable match between families. As for the Lin family, I believe they lack the standing to demand such treatment from Bao Bao. Zhen Changsheng turned to his wife, saying, Xiaofan, that is not how this should be viewed. Even if their marriage is transactional, since they are now wed, they are family. Shouldn't it be natural to show a little kindness to Xiaoyan's parents if we wish for them to have a lasting relationship? Zhao Xiaofan chuckled, surely. You have forgotten our Bao Bao's disposition. She has never been particularly warm with anyone outside of you and me. Xiaoyan's parents are practically strangers to her. The fact that she managed to cooperate during this meal is already a tremendous concession on her part. You should be satisfied with that. She shifted to a more comfortable position and languidly added, regardless, I do not wish to pressure Bao Bao into being amiable with the Lin family, causing her distress. She has been quite compliant lately. Let us not impose further demands on her, shall we? Zhen Changsheng pondered over his wife's words and, indeed, found some merit in her reasoning. Their daughter had been unusually docile of late, and these trivial matters could be set aside to preserve familial harmony. Nevertheless, he still advised his wife, please remind Bao Bao to show respect towards Xiaoyan's parents in the future. They are, after all, elders. Zhao Xiaofan, eyes closed, nonchalantly replied, all right. The couple returned home, each harboring distinct thoughts. Chapter 56. The quarrel in the following days. Lin Yan was extremely busy. The day after Lin's mother went to Shenzhen, she was hospitalized for examinations. The room arranged by the Zhen family was quite pleasant, featuring a reception area, a caregiver's bed, and a private bathroom. Upon seeing the accommodations, Lin's father immediately instructed Lin Yan to cancel the hotel reservation, opting to stay with Lin's mother in the hospital to avoid unnecessary expenses. The hospital assigned personnel to oversee Lin's mother's various tests, and meals were also delivered by staff. Although there was little for Lin Yan to do, he worried that his parents, unfamiliar with Shenzhen, might find themselves bored, so he made an effort to visit them whenever possible. Currently, Lin's mother was undergoing dialysis while awaiting a kidney transplant. Lin Yan initially intended to donate one of his kidneys to his mother, even going so far as to argue with Zhen Zhu and confront his mother over the matter. Sadly, the final outcome revealed that they were not a match, leaving his hopes unfulfilled. Since Lin's mother was hospitalized, Zhen Zhu had not visited or inquired about her condition. Upon hearing that Lin Yan planned to donate a kidney to his mother, she became furious and had a heated argument with him. She believed that since Lin Yan had married her after taking money from her family, he was entirely a part of the Zhen family. How could he unilaterally decide to donate a kidney to his mother, potentially affecting their future quality of life? Upon hearing Zhen Zhu's reasoning, Lin Yan found it utterly incomprehensible. As a son, it was only natural to repay one's parents for their nurturing. What was a kidney in comparison? Everything he possessed belonged to his parents. The argument between the two upstairs was so thunderous that Zhen Changsheng, downstairs, was disturbed. He emerged from his study and, along with his equally disturbed wife, ascended to Zhen Zhu's room. Upon inquiry, the young couple revealed the cause of their dispute. Zhao Xiaofan shared Zhen Zhu's sentiments and immediately wore a long face. Fearing that his wife might utter something inappropriate, Zhen Changsheng interjected, addressing Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu. You both need to mature a little. The matter is not yet settled, and you start arguing. What outcome do you expect from such a quarrel? Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu, both fuming, turned their heads away from each other. Zhen Changsheng specifically reprimanded Lin Yan. Xiao Yan, I initially thought you were quite composed. You handle complex tasks and difficult individuals at work with great organization. Why is it that you struggle to communicate with Bao Bao? She may be immature, but you are rational. Can't you speak to her properly? It is unbecoming for a man to argue so fiercely with a woman. Lin Yan felt a surge of anger at this blatant bias. He thought, so, it is all my fault, is it? Are you unaware of how unreasonable your daughter can be? I wish to reason with her, but can I? Do you truly desire to argue? Seething, Lin Yan remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. At that moment, Zhao Xiaofan could no longer contain herself. She tenderly embraced Zhen Zhu and comforted her, saying, Darling, do not be angry. Anger can lead to wrinkles. We cannot allow our beautiful faces to age over trivial matters. Come with Mama, and I will give you a facial mask. I assure you, it works wonders." As she spoke, she gently pulled the sulking Zhen Zhu away. Once they had left, Zhen Changsheng turned to Lin Yan and said, "I understand your perspective, but you must negotiate with Bao Bao, bit by bit. She is a kind person, and I believe if you speak to her sincerely, she will comprehend. Moreover, she is your wife, the one with whom you will spend your life. You must show her some patience. Do you understand?" Lin Yan scoffed internally, having seen through Zhen Changsheng's facade. He was merely outwardly supportive of him. Whenever it involved Zhen Zhu's interests, he was invariably on her side, regardless of right or wrong. This was excusable, of course, as they were blood relatives. However, Lin Yan felt a chill in his heart. After spending time with Zhen Changsheng, he had thought himself valued, but he had forgotten that he was merely an outsider, a tool purchased by them. His thoughts were insignificant. He lowered his head and softly replied, "I understand. I was in the wrong this time." Zhen Changsheng was dissatisfied with his contrite attitude, but, acknowledging his admission of fault, decided to let it go for the time being, saying, "Go back to your room and reflect. When Bao Bao returns, apologize to her." Lin Yan merely responded, "I understand." Zhen Changsheng cast an irritated glance at him before turning away. After their quarrel, Zhen Zhu felt entirely justified in avoiding Lin Yan's mother. This time, Zhen Changsheng held his tongue, and Zhao Xiaofan was pleased that her daughter would not visit. Lin Yan, on the other hand, was indifferent. Zhen Zhu's absence was a relief for their family of three. Zhen's parents, having not seen Zhen Zhu for quite some time, inquired about her. While peeling mangoes for his mother, Lin Yan replied, "She is exceedingly busy with numerous responsibilities in the finance department. She and my mother-in-law are both exhausted every day." After a few more inquiries, Lin Yan maintained his narrative, and although his parents felt uneasy, they refrained from pressing further, fearing it might embarrass their son. The hospital's dialysis had shown promising results, and Lin Yan's mother appeared much improved. At the end of January, Lin Yan felt assured and flew to Tahiti with Zhen Zhu. Amidst the azure skies and pristine beaches, despite having maintained a cold war with Lin Yan over her kidney transplant prior to their departure, Zhen Zhu decided to temporarily forgive him in light of the breathtaking scenery. After all, someone had to take her photographs. Thus, Lin Yan became her dedicated photographer, tirelessly capturing her moments. However, after an entire day of shooting, he could no longer contain his frustration. While it was acceptable to photograph her against the backdrop of the landscape, he simply could not comprehend the appeal of capturing her with a coconut. After Zhen Zhu posed with the coconut, he finally set down the camera and exclaimed, "We have taken dozens of pictures with this coconut from every conceivable angle. I could reconstruct it from these images if I chopped it into 100 pieces. Haven't you had enough?" Zhen Zhu glared at him and retorted, "Mind your own business. If I want you to take pictures, just do it. Spare me your nonsense." Lin Yan glanced at her and decided to go on strike. He removed the camera from around his neck, placed it aside, and reclined on the beach chair, squinting up at the sun. In a huff, Zhen Zhu marched over, plopped down on his stomach, and tugged at his face, demanding, "Get up and stop being lazy." Lin Yan feigned sleep, refusing to budge no matter how much she pulled. Frustrated, Zhen Zhu untied the strings of his beach shorts and threatened, "Lin Yan, if you don't get up, I will immediately remove your shorts. Go ahead." Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, resting his hands behind his head. "We're abroad. No one knows us here. If someone sees, they'll just assume we're caught up in the moment. As long as you're not embarrassed, I don't mind. You rogue." Zhen Zhu angrily punched his abdomen and stormed off with the camera, determined to find someone else to take her pictures. Lin Yan, delighted by her departure, felt a surge of joy. He had spent the last few days exclusively photographing Zhen Zhu, and now that she was gone, he finally had the opportunity to appreciate the scenery himself. Unfortunately, he did not enjoy his solitude for long before Zhen Zhu returned, disheartened. It turned out that, being off-season, there were hardly any people on the island. She had ventured quite far, only to encounter an elderly janitor who shakily took a few photographs of her, all of which turned out unfocused and unviewable. She had to smile graciously and thank him despite the unsatisfactory results. After this experience, Zhen Zhu was thoroughly subdued. Let Lin Yan say a few words. At least his photography is bearable. Upon noticing her expression, Lin Yan, with a teasing demeanor, inquired, Why has the young lady returned so swiftly? Did you fail to find a photographer? Determined not to yield, Zhen Zhu lifted her head defiantly and replied, "Of course not. It's simply too sunny outside, so I came back to escape the heat." Lin Yan, glancing at the overcast sky, smiled knowingly but remained silent. As soon as Zhen Zhu finished speaking, she realized her slip. Frustrated, she frowned and lamented, "Indeed, I couldn't find anyone to take photos. There wasn't a soul on the entire island. I finally spotted an elderly gentleman cleaning, but he was so shaky that the pictures were utterly unusable." Lin Yan erupted into an unrestrained laughter. Zhen Zhu glared at him, and as his laughter grew increasingly exaggerated, her irritation peaked. She climbed onto him, playfully punching his arm. "You're insufferable. Stop laughing." Lin Yan effortlessly pulled her down to rest against his chest. Zhen Zhu resisted, struggling to break free from his embrace. His laughter resonated through his chest as he reassured her, "Be good. Lie down for a while. Once I recuperate, I'll take your photos." Hearing this, Zhen Zhu ceased her struggles, wrapping her arms around his waist, her gaze questioning. "Really?" Lin Yan tucked her errant bangs behind her ear and softly replied, "Of course. You could trust me." Although Zhen Zhu often acted unreasonably and could be quite bothersome, she remained his wife. No matter how much they bickered, he harbored a desire to cherish her deep within his heart. Zhen Zhu blinked, realizing she had no better options and could only place her trust in Lin Yan. She settled comfortably against his chest, attuning herself to the rhythm of his heartbeat while listening to the waves caressing the shore. Perhaps the sound was too hypnotic, for soon enough they both drifted into slumber. Upon waking, the sky had cleared, and the sunset hung gracefully over the sea, casting a golden hue across the water and half the sky, creating a breathtaking scene. They sat up, embracing one another as they quietly admired the sunset. From that day forth, their relationship finally entered a phase of blissful intimacy. Like many newlyweds, they strolled hand in hand, shared drinks from the same cup, and would kiss at the slightest glance. They even requested couple-esque photos and sat closely together at restaurants, their affection palpable, with evenings filled with heightened passion. Gradually, Zhen Zhu began to understand Lin Yan. Back in their homeland, she had relied on others and had no need for him, hence her indifference towards knowing him. However, abroad, with no one else to depend upon, she found herself drawn to him, naturally exploring his thoughts and feelings. She perceived Lin Yan as somewhat patriarchal. Perhaps that was not entirely accurate. More precisely, he preferred compliant girls. He despised it when she spoke to him in a commanding tone, and whenever she did, he would invariably oppose her. Conversely, if she softened her approach, speaking sweetly and gently, even the most unreasonable requests would not be outright dismissed by him. After Zhen Zhu discerned this aspect of Lin Yan, she took the opportunity to engage in numerous audacious acts. In truth, Lin Yan was well aware that Zhen Zhu was being deliberately provocative. However, as they were in their honeymoon phase, and Zhen Zhu, when sweet, was undeniably charming, he willingly succumbed to her whims. Consequently, Zhen Zhu enjoyed an exceptionally delightful honeymoon period. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaofan was astonished by her daughter's rosy complexion, believing that the couple had quarreled during their trip and that it would not have been a pleasant experience. To her surprise, her daughter appeared utterly joyful. She inquired of Zhen Zhu, "Darling, do share with me the delightful experiences from your journey." Images of indescribable nature flashed through Zhen Zhu's mind, and feeling a twinge of guilt, she cleared her throat and turned her back to her mother, feigning a search for her suitcase. The scenery was simply breathtaking, which is why I was so happy. "Yes, that's it," she replied. Observing her struggle to lift the heavy suitcase, Lin Yan promptly offered his assistance, dragging it closer and unzipping it to facilitate her access. Zhao Xiaofan, being a seasoned mother, noticed her daughter's guilty demeanor and the attentive way Lin Yan assisted her. Their interaction was a stark contrast to the indifference they had exhibited prior to their departure. She could easily discern the reason behind this change. Stifling a chuckle, Zhao Xiaofan thought that perhaps the prospect of a grandchild could soon be anticipated. The day after their honeymoon, Lin Yan visited his parents at the hospital before quickly diving back into work. His absence had resulted in a backlog of tasks, keeping him occupied daily. By the end of February, the hospital finally delivered good news, thanks to the financial resources of the Zhen family. Miraculously, a kidney donor had been found for his mother, and surgery was imminent. Overjoyed, Lin Yan rushed to the hospital, where the three of them embraced in tears of relief. The hospital swiftly arranged the surgery, and from that day onward, Lin Yan remained at the hospital, not returning to the Zhen household for an entire week. His mother's health was fragile, and she was placed under close observation post-surgery. Fortunately, the situation stabilized after a week, allowing Lin Yan to finally return home. However, as soon as he entered the room, Zhen Zhu critiqued him, scrunching her nose in distaste. "You reek. Hurry up and take a shower." Lin Yan had bathed daily at the hospital, but perhaps Zhen Zhu was put off by the lingering scent of antiseptic. Resigned, he hurried to the bathroom, thoroughly washing himself with body wash. Only then did Zhen Zhu's expression soften slightly, though she still remained aloof. Lin Yan did not perceive any issue, assuming it was merely her annoyance at his absence over the past few days. Once they lay together in bed, he attempted to initiate a conversation to bridge the gap, asking her, "What did you do while I was gone?" Zhen Zhu replied flatly, "Do you not know what I do daily? It's nothing but work, beauty treatments, and shopping." Lin Yan chuckled lightly. True enough, he turned over, wishing to embrace Zhen Zhu as he usually did, but to his surprise, she pushed his arm away, saying discontentedly, "I don't want you to hold me. It's too hot." Staring at his arm suspended in the air, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. A week ago, they were inseparable. How could it be that merely a week later, Zhen Zhu's demeanor towards him had changed so drastically? It took him a moment to regain his composure, letting out a cold laugh, internally chastising himself for his own foolishness. Had he really lost all sense of direction after receiving merely 2 days of favorable treatment from the young lady? Had he forgotten everything that had transpired before? Was this not Zhen Zhu's most characteristic attitude? How could he entertain the delusion that she would remain forever gentle? Perhaps it would be better to retreat in his slumber, where anything was possible. Lin Yan withdrew his arm and turned his back to Zhen Zhu, surrendering to sleep. Chapter 58. Design Plagiarism. Upon returning to the company, Lin Yan found himself amidst the launch of a new project. After nearly 6 months of acclimatization, Peng Liying had now entrusted the entire design department to Lin Yan's capable management, merely observing from the sidelines and offering occasional guidance on areas needing improvement. Although young, Lin Yan possessed an impressive standing as the son-in-law of the chairman, coupled with remarkable abilities that compelled even the most discerning of the company veterans to acknowledge his competence. Despite his advantageous connections, he had earned the respect of his peers and was deemed worthy of significant responsibilities. The newly initiated project was the largest investment from the Zhen family this year, having undergone nearly a year of preparation prior to Lin Yan's involvement, where he assumed the crucial responsibility for design. The pressure was palpable. Fortunately, Lin Yan's mother had recently shown considerable improvement in her health, alleviating the need for frequent hospital visits, allowing him to devote all his energy to this project. This was the most important endeavor he had undertaken since becoming the vice president, and he was determined not to falter. Consequently, for nearly a month, Zhen Zhu had only glimpsed Lin Yan during breakfast or on the commute to the company. Their respective departments kept them apart during the day, and by the time Lin Yan returned home at night, Zhen Zhu was already asleep. Sometimes he even found himself working overtime on weekends. Their exchanges had dwindled to fewer than 5 sentences daily, resulting in the absence of any semblance of a marital life. Zhen Zhu felt elated. With Lin Yan engrossed in work, he had little time to attend to her. Moreover, her father was preoccupied, and the 2 watchful figures in her life had relaxed their vigilance, allowing her to gradually resume her extravagant lifestyle with Angel. After Lin Yan navigated this busy phase, he suddenly realized that he could no longer catch sight of Zhen Zhu. She always had various excuses to be out. However, he paid little heed, thinking it was simply the arrival of spring, prompting young women to indulge in shopping for new clothing. Thanks to Zhen Zhu, Lin Yan had developed some understanding of the habits of wealthy young ladies, such as their penchant for quarterly shopping sprees to acquire the latest fashion items. for fear of being mocked for wearing out-of-season garments. Although he found this puzzling, he respected her accustomed way of life. The new project was progressing smoothly. Preliminary approvals had been granted, and they were now in the design draft phase. Lin Yan felt confident, having personally overseen the design process. With his background as a designer and the knowledge gleaned from Peng Liying, the entire team had diligently revised multiple versions. He felt that the final design draft was the best representation of his vision, instilling him with confidence. However, just as he was preparing to celebrate with his team, he was unexpectedly summoned to the office by Zhen Zhu. Upon entering, Lin Yan sensed something was amiss in Zhen Zhu's expression and cautiously inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" Zhen Zhu, with a grave expression, stated, "Our design draft has been reported for plagiarism during the public display phase." Lin Yan's mind erupted in chaos. He exclaimed passionately, "That is impossible. This is an original design from our company, crafted by one of our veteran designers who possesses all versions prior to the final draft. We can present them for review." Zhen Zhu, pressing his temples in distress, replied, "For some unknown reason, this designer's computer has contracted a virus and will not boot. Despite our efforts, we have been unable to access it." Lin Yan swiftly suggested, "Let South remove the hard drive. If it remains intact, the data should still be recoverable." Zhen Zhu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We tried that already. It was futile. The data is locked." Lin Yan sank into a chair, lips pressed together in contemplation. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He snapped his fingers and declared, "Brother, there is still hope. When I first arrived, lacking understanding of the business, I requested the designers to share their ongoing work with me. I distinctly remember that this designer sent me the original draft of this design. I will retrieve it now. I am certain it is still accessible." Hearing this, Zhen Zhu urged, "Then you should go back immediately, and remember to keep it confidential." Lin Yan nodded and hastily departed. Before long, he returned, laptop in hand, and pointed to an email attachment, saying to Zhen Zhu, "I just checked. This is indeed the first version of the design. I have preserved every subsequent version as well. I will compile them all now, so we can submit this as soon as possible." A sigh of relief escaped Zhen Zhu as he praised him. "Your meticulousness has saved us. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits." As Lin Yan compiled the design drafts, he reflected, "I must strive for greater rigor. Upon my return, I will discuss with President Peng the establishment of a cloud storage system, enabling everyone to archive each modification of the design drafts, thereby ensuring a traceable record and preventing similar issues in the future." Zhen Zhu concurred, stating, "That is an excellent idea. Please include me in that discussion as well." Lin Yan acknowledged this, swiftly packaging the compiled design drafts to send to Zhen Zhu. After setting down the mouse, he sheepishly admitted, "It is entirely our department's oversight that has caused you such concern, brother." Zhen Zhu, with great generosity, reassured him, "Do not take it to heart. We have a solution now. It was merely an unfortunate incident, not your fault." Lin Yan looked at Zhen Zhu with gratitude and replied, "Thank you, brother." With a smile, Zhen Zhu encouraged, "Now, let us return to our tasks. I will have my secretary personally deliver this shortly. I will keep you updated on any developments." "Very well," Lin Yan said as he returned to his office. The entire afternoon, he remained unsettled, his left eyelid twitching incessantly. Frustrated by the annoyance, he tore a piece of paper, dampened it, and affixed it to his eyelid, yet it proved ineffective. As the workday drew to a close, he still had not received a call from Zhen Zhu. Clad in his attire, he silently rejoiced, thinking he had been overly anxious. The absence of a call at this hour suggested all was well, and it appeared he could return home for dinner without worry. Just as he prepared to leave the office, Zhen Zhu's call came through. With a heavy tone, he said, "Lin Yan, we indeed have a problem with our design draft. Please come to my office so we can discuss this in detail." Lin Yan hurriedly made his way to Zhen Zhu's office. Inside, not only was Zhen Zhu present, but also Zhen Rue and Secretary Liu. Upon seeing Lin Yan's arrival, Zhen Zhu gestured, "Xiao Yan, please have a seat." Lin Yan quickly found a spot to sit. Zhen Zhu glanced at the secretary, instructing, "Xiao Lu, let us begin." Xiao Lu nodded and activated the large television screen, which displayed two nearly identical design blueprints. Straining to see, Lin Yan leaned forward as Xiao Lu spoke gravely. According to President Zhen's instructions, this afternoon I took the original design drafts to the Planning Bureau. Director 1, who oversees local bidding events, examined them and revealed that this design was submitted by an anonymous informant. He showed me the date on this blueprint, which predates our company's original design by a full month. The content of both designs is almost indistinguishable, leading us to conclude that our company has indeed committed plagiarism. Chapter 59. Countermeasures. Lin Yan abruptly stood up, circumventing the table to seize the mouse from Xiao Lu's hands. He magnified the design repeatedly, nearly pressing his eyes against the screen as he meticulously compared the two blueprints. He was convinced that Director 1 and Xiao Lu had made a mistake. How could their design department possibly have plagiarized? It was simply inconceivable. Yet, after examining them thoroughly, he was forced to accept the painful truth they had indeed copied. The original design from their department was almost identical to the other, save for the thickness of the lines. Damn it, how dare they deceive me? He fumed, slamming the mouse onto the conference table, shattering it into pieces. Zhen Zhu instinctively shifted his chair back to avoid the debris. Frowning, he said to Xiao Lu, "You may leave now." Xiao Lu complied and exited. Turning to the furious Lin Yan, who resembled a lion ready to pounce, Zhen Zhu urged, "Xiao Yan, please sit down. We need to deliberate on this matter carefully." Lin Yan, overwhelmed by thoughts of betrayal, could hardly remain seated. With reddened eyes, he exclaimed, "Brother, wait for me. I will fetch Xiao Zhu. We must confront him directly and understand why he would do such a thing. Isn't this jeopardizing the company?" He made to leave. Zhen Zhu stood and firmly grasped his arm, saying sternly, "Lin Yan, did you hear me? Sit down." The forcefulness of Zhen Zhu's voice caught Lin Yan off guard. Since joining the Zhen family, Zhen Zhu had always treated him with gentle consideration. He had never spoken so harshly before. After a moment of rapid breathing, Lin Yan reluctantly complied and took his seat. Zhen Zhu stood beside him, patting his shoulder. "Calm yourself. Haste will not resolve our issues. Since discovering the virus on the computer this morning, I have kept a close watch on Xiao Zhu's whereabouts. At noon, he claimed that his computer had been taken, rendering him unable to work, and he requested leave to go home and accompany his child. Without any evidence to suggest wrongdoing, I had no choice but to let him depart. However, after Xiao Lu reported this incident to me in the afternoon, I instructed HR to reach out to him, only to find his phone turned off. I also sent someone to his residence, where they discovered he had vacated the premises, with the landlord showing the apartment to others. Just now, the company received his resignation letter." Zhen Zhu pressed his forehead, speaking in a deep voice. "I have already informed the Human Resources Department to report this matter to the authorities. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. However, the pressing concern is not this designer. Director 1 from the Planning Bureau stated today that if we cannot present another convincing design within 3 days, this bid will be voided." Lin Yan was taken aback. "How can this be? We have already won the bid. What right does he have to annul it?" Zhen Zhu stretched lazily, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yan. "And you call yourself the deputy director of the design department? Did you not thoroughly review the policies before the bidding? The regulations stipulate that if there are issues with the publicly announced design after winning the bid, the government has the authority to annul it and call for a rebidding." Lin Yan racked his brain and eventually recalled that indeed such a clause existed. However, during their previous discussion of the terms, Peng Liying had specifically mentioned, "These clauses are standard regulations. Given our Zhen family's connections, we can easily suppress any issues that may arise. They would never void the bid." Just as he was about to convey this to Zhen Zhu seemed to read his thoughts and sighed. "Director 1 just assumed office last year. He has significant backing that we cannot probe. Even asking Uncle Lai for assistance would be futile. He refuses all forms of gifts or bribes, impervious to persuasion. The bid documents bear the company's seal, and the terms are indisputable. If he wishes to leverage this clause against us, we have no recourse." At this point, Lin Yan felt utterly helpless. They had refined this design over several months, and now the Planning Bureau demanded another set within 3 days, which was nearly impossible. Zhen Zhu inquired, "I recall this design was selected after an internal competition. Could the other submissions be utilized?" "The data is readily available. Surely some modifications could be made? Lin Yan, dejected, replied, "Brother, that's not feasible. The competing designs were too rudimentary. This project involves constructing over 100 buildings. Even if our entire design team worked tirelessly for 3 days and nights, we would not be able to complete it due to the intricate details involved." Hearing this, Zhen Zhu felt equally despondent, and the conference room fell into silence, save for the clicking of Zhen Rui's pen. After a while, Zhen Rui, feeling bored, stood up, brushed off his trousers, and said to Zhen Zhu, "Since there is nothing more to discuss, brother, I shall take my leave." Zhen Zhu shot him a glare. "What is the rush? We need to brainstorm some solutions together." Zhen Rui casually replied, "What can I do? I'm not the project design lead. I can't think of any solutions." Zhen Zhu looked at him with frustration, waving him off. As Zhen Rui exited Zhen Zhu's office, he glanced at Lin Yan, who sat slumped and dejected, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. How delightful it was to finally put this troublesome fellow in his place. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's mind raced, desperately seeking a remedy for the predicament. Just then, Zhen Zhu's phone rang. He hesitated upon seeing the caller ID, but quickly answered, "Hello, father. Indeed, there's an issue with the design. We are currently brainstorming solutions." Lin Yan heard Zhen Chongqing's voice booming from the other end. What on earth happened? How could such a significant oversight occur? Zhen Zhu took a deep breath and respectfully said, "I apologize. It is due to my lack of thorough scrutiny." Zhen Chongqing responded, "From now on, be more meticulous in your work. I will seek connections within the department, and meanwhile, you should ask Xiao Yin to devise another version of the design. This logo is of paramount importance. It must not be discarded." Zhen Zhu replied, "Understood. I will see to it." Although Zhen Chongqing's call was a reprimand directed at Zhen Zhu, to Lin Yan, it felt even more unbearable than direct criticism. As the head of the design department, he bore the primary responsibility for the finalized design. "Elder brother, I'm sorry for causing you to be scolded." Lin Yan apologized, bowing his head to Zhen Zhu. Zhen Zhu shook his head and gently reassured him, "Father's temper is like this. It flares up quickly and dissipates just as fast. This is not my first reprimand. It's nothing to worry about. You heard him. He requires you to produce another design. Is that feasible?" he asked, somewhat apprehensive. As Lin Yan had previously stated, it was not possible. Lin Yan looked at Zhen Zhu, who had taken the blame for him, and steeled his resolve, saying, "I will give it my best effort. I cannot let you bear the brunt of this alone." Zhen Zhu patted his shoulder, encouraging him, "You can do it. I have faith in you." Lin Yan nodded emphatically and added, "When you return home tonight, please inform my parents that I will not be home for the next few days. I will stay at the office to personally complete this design." He uttered the last sentence through gritted teeth. "All right," Zhen Zhu said, looking at him with admiration. Lin Yan's ability to rise above failure and quickly regain his composure marked him as a true man. Chapter 60. Unexpected complications. Lin Yan entered Wang Xiang's office with a palpable air of tension. At that moment, Wang Xiang was engrossed in a cooking video by a food blogger. His wife forbade their child from watching mobile devices, which meant he too could not indulge at home. Thus, he resorted to feigning overtime, sneaking away to watch in the office. Just as he was thoroughly enjoying the video, Lin Yan's sudden entrance startled him, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and land on the desk. With a stern expression, Lin Yan handed the phone back to him. Wang Xiang quickly exited the video and, with an apologetic smile, exclaimed, "Ah, Vice President Lin, what an unexpected visit to my office." Lin Yan sat down at the desk opposite him, self-deprecatingly stating, "What Vice President? I am merely a fool deceived by appearances." Wang Xiang immediately inquired, "What happened? Is there an issue with the project?" Lin Yan recounted the incident of the design plagiarism, to which Wang Xiang's first reaction was disbelief. "That's impossible. Xiao Zhu has been with the company for over a decade. How could he do such a thing? I cannot believe that a designer would knowingly commit such an offense. Besides, what benefit would he gain by sabotaging the company?" Lin Yan raised his hand, saying, "Master, at this juncture, let's refrain from debating his motives. The police will ascertain that. The pressing issue is that the Planning Bureau demands we submit another set of drawings within 3 days, and so does Director Zhen. I just spoke with General Manager Peng, and he echoed the same sentiment." He avoided Wang Xiang's gaze, lowering his head sheepishly. Moreover, I have already assured the general manager that we can deliver the design within 3 days. What? Wang Xiang instantly stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Have you lost your mind? With so many buildings and intricate details, producing a design in 3 days is utterly impossible." He shook his head like a rattle drum. "What do you suggest we do? The company has invested so much effort. If the design fails to materialize, we will have to scrap the project." Lin Yan lamented, his hands drooping in despair. Wang Xiang bit his lip, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally steeled his resolve and declared, "Damn it, I'm in this with you. Who asked me to have poor judgment and take you on as my apprentice?" Lin Yan finally managed a faint smile, expressing his gratitude to his mentor. "I knew you would support me." Wang Xiang, feigning helplessness, chuckled wryly, "You're dragging me into this. When a disciple rises, the master enjoys the fruits of their labor. Yet here I am, toiling like a beast while my apprentice becomes vice president." Lin Yan painted a rosy picture, saying, "If this design is adopted, I will ensure you receive a generous bonus." Wang Xiang retorted, "As if I care about your meager offerings. Enough chit-chat. I need to call everyone from the second department back immediately to work overnight." With that, he grabbed his phone and began calling his subordinates one by one. Lin Yan, on the other hand, took it upon himself to order a lavish dinner to treat everyone, considering they were being summoned back to work after hours. It was only fitting to show some sincerity. Wang Xiang was a leader with great cohesion, and coupled with Lin Yan's good rapport with colleagues. Even though it was after hours and some were nearly home, upon hearing the call for assistance, they returned without hesitation. In the ensuing 2.5 days, everyone in the design department cast aside their other tasks, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to producing this set of designs. Whenever fatigue set in, they would take a brief respite on army cots for an hour or two before resuming their work. After 2.5 relentless days, with merely half a day left before the submission deadline, they finally completed the designs. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, Lin Yan booked a room at a nearby hotel for everyone to rest. He then returned to his office to quickly freshen up, donning a new suit, and appeared in the conference room, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Inside the conference room sat Zhen Changsheng, Zhen Zhe, Zhen Rui, Peng Liying, and other department leaders. Without uttering a word, Lin Yan connected his computer to the large screen and meticulously explained each design to the assembly. Time was of the essence, and the task was daunting. Although Lin Yan and his team had exerted their utmost to produce the best possible work, the lack of time meant that this version of the design resembled little more than a rough sketch compared to the first draft. Aside from the accurate data, the other details were hardly presentable. After Lin Yan concluded his presentation, a heavy silence enveloped the room. It was Peng Liying who, unable to bear the notion of Lin Yan being met with indifference, spoke first. "It's remarkable that you managed to produce this set of designs in such a short time. Regardless, we have done our best. This design passes in my eyes." Lin Yan bowed deeply in gratitude. Although Zhen Zhe yearned to support Lin Yan as the general manager, he found himself unable to endorse a design of such quality. He clenched his fists, internally grappling with his dilemma. Witnessing the Zhen family's silence, the others naturally refrained from taking the initiative. Just as the room remained hushed, Zhen Rui suddenly let out a chuckle and, glancing sideways at Lin Yan, remarked, "Is this what you managed to create after 3 days of effort? Do not bring disgrace upon our Zhen family. Do not even suggest that the Planning Bureau would consent, for I certainly shall not. This project has been designated as a landmark, and with such an unsightly main structure, we shall undoubtedly be reviled in the future." Zhen Zhe admonished softly from the side. Xiao Rui, refrain from speaking nonsense. Zhen Rui rose, looking down at Zhen Zhe, and stated, "Elder brother, do not rush to scold me. The very fact that I dare to speak of Lin Yan signifies my absolute capability." Upon finishing, he produced his mobile phone and made a call, saying, "Come in." As the call concluded, a bespectacled man entered, carrying a laptop. Peng Liying furrowed her brow and murmured, "Is it really him?" This individual was Sun Ji, the head of the design department and a long-standing employee of the Zhen family. Over the past few years, the company had several times proposed that he take on the role of deputy general manager of the design department, but Peng Liying had skillfully thwarted these attempts. While Sun Ji possessed commendable abilities, he was also narrow-minded and unable to accommodate others. Peng Liying believed that a good department manager must excel at recognizing and utilizing talent, for there will always be individuals more capable than oneself. Such a jealous person could never be entrusted with the position of deputy general manager. Thankfully, with him under her supervision for these years, Sun Ji had not dared to make any significant moves. However, one wondered when he had conspired with Zhen Zhu. Lin Yan stood aside, observing coldly. Sun Ji connected his laptop and confidently addressed the audience. Esteemed leaders, I am Sun Ji, head of the design department. Today, at the request of Deputy General Manager Zhen, I am here to present the design plans I have meticulously prepared. He was about to commence his introduction when Peng Liying interrupted. One moment, I have a question. A look of impatience flickered across Sun Ji's face, but he restrained himself and forced a rather unappealing smile, replying, Peng General Manager, please go ahead. Peng Liying, unhurried, stated, this project was specifically assigned to Deputy General Manager Lin. All relevant materials were entrusted solely to him. And since you were not part of the design team when Deputy General Manager Lin formed it, you should not have had access to these materials. Please clarify where you obtained them. The accusation of data theft was grave. Sun Ji was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Zhen Zhu, prompting the gaze of others to shift towards him as well. Zhen Zhu rapped his fingers on the table and, with impatience, said, Why are you all looking at me? Minister Sun, since General Manager Peng has inquired, please elucidate for her where you sourced these materials. He cast a heavy glance at Sun Ji, subtly reminding him to remain composed. Chapter 61. Lin Yan's disgrace prompted by Zhen Zhu's reminder. Sun Ji quickly regained his composure, adjusted his glasses, and feigned calmness, saying, Peng General Manager, I obtained these materials from Xiao Zhu when we first presented the design plans. With Xiao Zhu having already fled, Sun Ji seized the opportunity to cast all blame upon him. He expressed a hint of grievance. I understand that acquiring materials privately contravenes company policy, but upon reviewing that design, I felt it was highly inappropriate, perhaps an instinctive judgment. However, since this project is overseen by Deputy General Manager Lin, who is quite satisfied with it, I refrained from voicing my concerns and merely used the materials I acquired to create an alternative design in my spare time. While engaging in this task, I believed it would likely prove useless, and I approached it merely as a means of self-improvement. Yet, I occasionally pondered, what if it becomes necessary? This project has demanded substantial financial and material resources from the company, and should the design fail, perhaps my efforts could still benefit the organization. At this point, he raised 3 fingers in a solemn vow. I certainly do not wish ill upon the company. I genuinely hope that the meticulously crafted designs by Vice President Lin and his team succeed. However, has an unforeseen circumstance not arisen? He appeared quite troubled, stating, Ever since I learned of this situation, I have been in a state of indecision. On one hand, I felt it might be inappropriate to present the design I created in secret. Yet, on the other hand, I have worked for this company for many years, and it has treated me well. I cannot stand idly by while the company incurs losses. Thus, I ultimately reached out to Vice President Zhen, which led to today as presentation opportunity. Upon hearing these words, the assembled managers fell into a collective silence. They were seasoned individuals, well-versed in the intricacies of corporate maneuvering. Regardless of the underlying reasons, the fact remains that Sun Ji had appropriated company secrets, and herein lay the dilemma. Without the theft of confidential information, he would have been unable to produce any design at all. This was indeed a convoluted situation, and the audience shook their heads in quiet disapproval. Eventually, Zhen Chongsheng broke the silence, stating in a grave tone, Let us set aside other concerns for now. Time is of the essence. Please present your design to us immediately. In recent days, he had sought to establish connections within the department, but to no avail. His foremost concern was the design itself. If the design proved satisfactory, he could overlook the matter of stolen company secrets. Sun Ji replied earnestly, Certainly, Director Zhen. With that, he unveiled his design. Upon seeing it, Lin Yan felt a chill in his heart. The intricacy of this design was far beyond what a single individual could achieve. It was evident that Zhen Zhu and his team had been preparing this for an extensive period. Now, juxtaposing this meticulously crafted work against his own hastily assembled design would undoubtedly lead to an obvious choice among the audience. As anticipated by Lin Yan, nearly as soon as Zhen Zhu finished his presentation, Zhen Changsheng promptly decided to adopt this version of the design and instructed Secretary Zhen Zhu to deliver it to the Planning Bureau without delay, fearing even a moment's procrastination. Throughout the proceedings, Lin Yan remained standing beside the large screen, while Zhen Zhu, seizing the opportunity of Zhen Changsheng's conversation with Zhen Zhu, flashed a triumphant smirk in his direction. Before Lin Yan could react, Zhen Zhu turned away, feigning nonchalance. Yet all of this did not escape the keen eyes of Peng Liying. After directing Zhen Zhu, Zhen Changsheng felt a significant weight lift from his chest. He smiled and remarked, "So it's you, Zhen Zhu. Your efforts this time have been commendable. You have alleviated a pressing crisis for the company. Should everything proceed smoothly, you will be regarded as a great contributor. Now, you may leave. We shall inform you of any further developments." Zhen Zhu, filled with trepidation, replied, "Director Zhen, you flatter me. I cannot claim to be a great contributor. I merely did what was expected of me. Very well, I shall take my leave now." He bowed to the group, nodded at Zhen Rui, and exited with his laptop in hand. After Zhen Zhu's departure, Zhen Changsheng's expression turned grave once more. He regarded Lin Yan, who stood by the large screen as if in a state of penance, and asserted, "Vice President Lin, you bear the primary responsibility for this incident. Were it not for Zhen Zhu, our Zhen family would have faced disqualification. Even with this design draft, our safety is not guaranteed. As the deputy head of the design department, to have a subordinate clean up your mess is rather humiliating. Wouldn't you agree? What are you still doing here? Leave at once." Lin Yan, berated mercilessly, did not retort a single word nor bid farewell to anyone, his countenance blank as he exited with his laptop in hand. Zhen Changsheng, still displeased after his tirade, pointed at Lin Yan's retreating figure and remarked to Zhen Zhu, "Look at him, utterly devoid of manners. All those lessons wasted." Zhen Zhu hurriedly interjected, "Father, Xiao Yan has gone 3 days and nights without proper rest. Have you seen how pronounced his dark circles are? He was barely able to stand moments ago. Given his exhaustion, it is only natural for him to overlook some details. Please be more understanding." Zhen Rui scoffed, retorting, "What does it matter if he hasn't slept for 3 days and nights? It hasn't helped him resolve the issue at hand. He is simply inept, brother. Please cease your defense of him." Zhen Zhu, disapproving, replied, "While Lin Yan does share some responsibility for this incident, he has exerted every effort to rectify it. Moreover, unforeseen circumstances can arise with any employee. We cannot lay the entire blame upon him. If accountability must be assigned, then you, as the head of the design department, share some of that responsibility too." Zhen Rui raised an eyebrow, ready to counter his elder brother, when Zhen Changsheng slammed his palm down on the table, exclaiming, "Enough! If you wish to argue, do so in your own office. This is a meeting room." Zhen Zhu and Zhen Rui exchanged glances, falling silent. Zhen Changsheng, weary and resting his head on his hand, addressed the group, "Everyone has matters to attend to. Please return to your tasks. I will inform you once we have news." The others nodded and rose to leave. Lin Yan trudged back to the office, his steps heavy and lifeless, akin to a soulless husk. The words of Zhen Changsheng echoed relentlessly in his mind, playing on repeat. He carelessly set his laptop aside and slumped into his chair, devoid of vitality. Consumed by a singular thought, "It is over. All is lost." Despair enveloped him, and he lamented why he hadn't created 2 sets of designs, had one set failed. The other could have been utilized, sparing him the humiliation of being scolded so brazenly. He felt a pang of regret for having been preoccupied with this matter, neglecting to monitor the activities of the design department staff. Had he been more vigilant, he might have avoided this predicament. As he pondered, his eyelids grew heavy. In the past 3 days, he had scarcely accumulated 10 hours of sleep. His body, utterly fatigued, could no longer withstand the strain. Upon returning from the meeting room, Peng Liying reviewed the entire situation. Yet no matter how he analyzed it, the conclusion remained unchanged. Lin Yan was blameless. Every decision made by Lin Yan regarding this project was without fault. Moreover, the situation surrounding Xiao Zhu is rather perplexing. All the computers in the company remained unscathed, yet his alone fell victim to a virus. Furthermore, General Manager Zhen never mentioned the matter of design theft, merely instructing them to repair the computers. So how did Xiao Zhu come to learn of it? No, his landlord stated that he had notified of his intent to terminate the lease days in advance, indicating that Xiao Zhu must have been aware of the impending exposure and thus fled preemptively. From the very beginning, this affair has been a setup. Peng Liying discerned the intricacies of the matter and promptly rose to seek out Lin Yan. Chapter 62. The truth behind the plagiarism incident. Peng Liying hurriedly approached Lin Yan's office, announcing as he opened the door, "I understand what transpired." However, upon stepping into the office, he halted abruptly. There sat Lin Yan, slumped in his chair with hands dangling, brows furrowed, deeply asleep, oblivious to Peng's entrance. Observing Lin Yan's fatigued visage, Peng felt a pang of sympathy. This young man toiled diligently each day, believing that hard work would earn the respect of others. Yet he remained unaware of the treachery lurking in human nature. Not harming others does not guarantee immunity from harm oneself. He quietly retreated and gently closed the door to Lin Yan's office. The past few days had worn him down. It was best to allow Lin Yan a brief respite to recuperate, for the weight of this revelation might prove overwhelming. Lin Yan was roused by the ringing of his phone. Initially ensconced in deep slumber, the sound jolted him upright in his chair, and he swiftly retrieved his mobile from his trousers. "Hello, Xiaoyan. I have good news. The Planning Bureau has approved our company's design." Zhen Zhu exclaimed on the other end, brimming with excitement. "Is that so? Congratulations," Lin Yan replied, unable to discern whether he felt joy or disappointment. Sensing the unusual tone in Lin Yan's voice, Zhen Zhu offered words of comfort. "Victory and defeat are common in our field. Achieving this at your young age is already commendable. Do not lose heart. There will be ample opportunities for projects ahead. We shall learn from our mistakes and surely perform better next time." Lin Yan murmured, "Next time? Will there even be a next time?" Zhen Changxing's earlier remarks had pierced him deeply. He felt devoid of further opportunities. "Of course, I am the general manager. If I say there will be, there shall be," Zhen Zhu insisted. "But you still have a chairman father above you, who is the true decision-maker, and I have already fallen out of favor with him." Lin Yan gazed upwards in despair, remaining silent. The secretary on the other end called for Zhen Zhu, indicating a document requiring his signature. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan proactively stated, "Elder brother, thank you for your comforting words. Please attend to your duties. I am fine." Though Zhen Zhu harbored concerns for him, the urgency of the document compelled him to reply, "Do not dwell too much on your troubles. I will speak with you again tonight." "Very well. See you at home," Lin Yan replied, ending the call. He covered his eyes with his hands. Overwhelmed once more by guilt, he felt profoundly indebted to President Peng for his mentorship, as well as to Wang Xiang and the entire design team for their efforts over the past few days. He perceived himself as utterly inept. 3 days and nights of scant rest, compounded by the shock of being abruptly awakened, sent Lin Yan's heart racing. In a moment of self-punishment, he thought, "Let it race. Let it race. Perhaps I might faint, thus sparing myself from further torment at the company." On the other side, after Zhen Zhu had signed the documents, Zhen Rui suddenly entered with a beaming smile. He plopped down on the sofa and, with a sense of triumph, announced to Zhen Zhu, "Brother, you may not be aware, but due to Sun Ji's remarkable contributions, Father has officially appointed him as the deputy head of the design department. Moreover, Lin Yan has been suspended. The Human Resources Department will issue a notice shortly. It is indeed a cause for great relief." "What?" Jian Shi exclaimed, rising in astonishment. "Father actually suspended Xiaoyan? This is utterly unacceptable. I must persuade Father to reconsider before the notice is released." With that, he made to leave, but Zhen Rui quickly stood in the doorway, blocking his way, and said with an unkind tone, "Elder brother, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Father's orders have been issued. There is no turning back." Zhen Zhu reached out to pull him aside, declaring, "Xiao Rui, let me pass. This notice cannot be sent out. Sun Ji may take the role of deputy, but Xiao Yin must not be suspended. His position in the company is already precarious. If he is suspended, what will outsiders think of him? Zhen Rui forcefully shook off Zhen Zhu's hand and shouted in displeasure, "Why are you so concerned about an outsider? I am your brother." Taken aback by Zhen Rui's unexpected strength, Zhen Zhu stumbled back several steps before steadying himself. Supporting himself against the chair, he asked, incredulously, "Xiao Rui, what has come over you? We are indeed brothers, yet Xiao Yin is also our brother-in-law. What do you mean by this?" Zhen Rui remained silent, his expression stern. Observing his brother's unusual demeanor and recalling the words he had spoken in the conference room earlier that afternoon, a harrowing suspicion dawned on Zhen Zhu. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Could it be that you orchestrated all of this?" "Brother, you finally figured it out," Zhen Rui said, brushing off his suit and wearing a faint smile of victory. Zhen Zhu pointed an accusatory finger at Zhen Rui, stammering, "You," at a loss for words. He decided to simply drag Zhen Rui out the door. Zhen Rui, struggling, protested, "Brother, where are you taking me?" Zhen Zhu's face flushed with anger as he replied, "I lack the ability to discipline my brother. If you are so pleased with yourself, then show your prowess before father as well." "Hey, easy now. I never said I wouldn't go," Zhen Rui retorted, visibly annoyed. The two of them tussled their way to Zhen Chongqing's office, and for the first time in his life, Zhen Zhu entered without knocking, pulling Zhen Rui along behind him. Zhen Chongqing was taken aback by the sight of his furious eldest son and quickly inquired, "Xiao Zhu, what is the matter? Why are you dragging Xiao Rui?" Zhen Zhu stood before his father's desk, still gripping Zhen Rui, and urgently stated, "Father, do you know? The recent plagiarism controversy regarding the design drawings was entirely orchestrated by Xiao Rui." Zhen Chongqing, not particularly surprised, responded, "Oh, is that so?" Zhen Zhu stared in shock at his father. "You already knew?" "I did not speak of it, but those little actions did not escape my notice," Zhen Chongqing replied. Glancing at Zhen Rui, "Since your elder brother has revealed the matter, do not conceal it any longer. Tell us what transpired." Zhen Rui, looking between his father and brother, remained silent and suddenly turned away, pulling out his phone to fiddle with it. Zhen Zhu, utterly perplexed, inquired, "Xiao Rui, what are you doing? Father is asking you a question. Do respond." Zhen Rui remained silent, continuing to fiddle with his phone. However, he soon placed the device upright in his suit pocket, revealing the earpiece, and then turned around. Lin Yan was lost in his own troubles when, unexpectedly, he received a call from Zhen Rui. Why was Zhen Rui calling him now? Was he merely seeking to mock him? After a brief hesitation, he answered, "Hello." There was silence on the other end. Was it a wrong number? Just as Lin Yan was about to hang up, he suddenly heard Zhen Rui's voice. Indeed, the entire scheme regarding the design plagiarism was orchestrated solely by me. Lin Yan abruptly stood up from his chair, gripping the phone tightly. Zhen Rui, filled with rage, declared, "Ever since that country bumpkin Lin Yan arrived at our home, Father, you personally took him car shopping, arranged a position for him in the company, and even trained with him in the mornings. I have been your son for over 20 years, yet I have never received such treatment." He continued, "Moreover, you meticulously selected training programs for him, took him to significant social gatherings, and have consistently praised him as intelligent and capable in front of others. And what about your biological son? Since he came into our home, have you ever paid attention to me? Every day, it is all about how Xiao Yin is doing. Who is he, after all? He is merely someone we brought into our family to entertain our little sister. Does he truly deserve such devotion from you?" Chapter 63. Jealousy breeds trouble. After expressing his grievances, Zhen Rui did not wait for his father to respond, but turned his ire toward Zhen Zhu. "Eldest brother, you asked me why I acted this way. Let me tell you, it is all your father's doing." He stepped back and pointed at himself, stating, "The design department was originally under my purview. Yet, father, you unceremoniously appointed Lin Yan as the deputy general manager without even consulting me. Have you considered how I feel? Over the years, I have urged the others in meetings to recognize Sun Ji as the deputy manager, but you never listened. Instead, you parachuted in someone completely ignorant like Lin Yan. Do you know what those old-timers say behind my back because of this appointment? They claim that I, a biological son, cannot compare to an outsider, suggesting that Lin Yan may very well replace me as the deputy general manager in a few years. Zhen Rue had vented a torrent of words, panting from the agitation. Zhen Changsheng was taken aback by the depth of resentment harbored by his usually docile second son. He felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had indeed neglected Zhen Rue in recent times. Xiao Rue, you are overthinking this. My decision to cultivate Lin Yan stemmed purely from my affection for your younger sister. Furthermore, he is genuinely talented. My intention was to provide you and Xiao Zhe with a capable ally. In the boardroom, wolves lurk everywhere, and you brothers are too few to contend with so many adversaries. I thought, given that Lin Yan is your sister's husband, nurturing him would be more beneficial than relying on outsiders. I never anticipated you would take such offense. He sighed deeply and continued. Why did you not express your concerns to me earlier? Why go through such a convoluted route that nearly jeopardized the company's interests? Zhen Rue defiantly retorted, Humph. What good is merely speaking? If I do not expose his true nature to you, you might still be treating him like a prized possession. Zhen Zhe furrowed his brow and reproached him, saying, Xiao Rue, you are being excessively willful. The reasons you just provided are, in my view, utterly unfounded. They are merely excuses you concocted to frame Xiao Yan. You harbor a bias against him, driven by jealousy of his abilities. Before he could finish, Zhen Rue interrupted incredulously. Jealous of him? Brother, you must be joking. How could a graduate of Oxford University in business possibly envy a country bumpkin like him? Zhen Zhe met his gaze and replied, Do not deny it. You are indeed envious. You envy the affection we bestow upon Xiao Yan, which is why you resorted to harming him. You incessantly claim that we favor Xiao Yan, yet you only perceive the superficial aspects of the situation. Our kindness towards him is entirely motivated by our concern for our little sister. We are driven by selfish interests. You, on the other hand, are our father's true son, my beloved brother, and our love for you is unreserved. Reflect on whether I have acted otherwise. Whatever I possess, regardless of its worth, can be freely taken by you upon a mere request. Can Lin Yan say the same? As for father, you only noticed him personally escorting Xiao Yan to purchase a car, but do not forget that every vehicle he gifted you was custom-made. Even the color of the car accessories was chosen by him personally. Can that be compared to simply buying a ready-made car for Xiao Yan? Upon hearing his brother's words, Zhen Rue finally lowered his head. However, it was not long before he abruptly recalled something and stubbornly looked up at his brother, saying, But none of this justifies your neglect of me and your elevation of him. To his astonishment, despite the gravity of the situation, he remained obstinate. Zhen Zhe spoke sternly. Xiao Rue, has all of father's guidance over the years fallen on deaf ears? For the sake of your meager pride, you disregard the company's interests, openly engage in workplace battles, and resort to underhanded tactics to harm family members, nearly jeopardizing the fruits of our labor over the past months. Can you justify this to the employees of the company? Furthermore, what have you done to that Xiao Zhu? Speak. Did you coerce him into taking such actions? Zhen Rue rolled his eyes and replied, I am well aware of father's teachings. There is no need for your reminders. Noticing Zhen Rue's silence regarding Xiao Zhu's situation, Zhen Zhe pressed on, What exactly happened with the design plagiarism? You must tell us the whole truth. Zhen Rue smugly declared, I had already laid the groundwork before Lin Yan's project team was established. First, I bribed Xiao Zhu to produce 2 sets of similar design drafts with different timelines. I also coordinated with several designers to ensure they would make deliberate mistakes during the bidding process, resulting in Xiao Zhu's design emerging victorious. Concurrently, I instructed Sun Ji's department to produce a set of designs with high standards. Finally, during the public announcement phase of the designs, I had Xiao Zhu anonymously submit the earlier draft to the Planning Bureau, anticipating that they would inevitably conclude it was plagiarized. As I predicted, the Planning Bureau contacted our company the very same day. Everything unfolded as I had anticipated, including the 3-day buffer period granted by the Planning Bureau, which I had meticulously studied beforehand. I allowed Lin Yan and his team to toil fruitlessly, and just as you all began to feel disheartened, I had Sun Ji present the meticulously prepared design, ensuring a remarkable outcome. See, even father, who is notoriously critical, expressed his satisfaction. He clapped his hands joyfully, laughing. "Did you see that?" Lin Yan was utterly stunned. Ha ha ha. After 3 days of futile effort, he even received a scolding from Dad. Truly pitiful. But who told him to stand in my way? Hong Liang, that old curmudgeon, has consistently scrutinized my choices for the vice president position these past few years. Yet he seems to have an inexplicable fondness for that detestable Lin Yan, holding him in high regard. Well, that won't do. The design department falls under my jurisdiction, and it is absolutely unacceptable for his person to become vice president. As long as they are not aligned with me, I shall devise every means to ensure their removal. Zhen Zhu looked at his younger brother, speechless, as if he were a stranger. Zhen Chongqing tightly gripped the jade ruler. His heart filled with mixed emotions as he observed his arrogant second son. He felt a sense of pride that his typically impulsive son had managed to maintain composure and orchestrate such a complex scheme. Yet he was also saddened by the ruthless nature his son had displayed, mercilessly targeting even his brother-in-law. He worried that this may lead to future conflicts with his eldest son. With a heavy heart, he gazed at Zhen Rui, and an eerie silence enveloped the office, where even a falling needle could be heard. Zhen Rui, understanding the unspoken concern in his father's eyes, quickly reassured him. "Dad, I have no intention of competing with my elder brother. His capabilities far surpass mine, and I wholeheartedly accept him as the general manager. It's just that Lin Yan is unworthy. I find him bothersome and must ensure his removal." Zhen Chongsheng sighed with relief. He was grateful that Zhen Rui did not harbor any intentions of rivalry with Zhen Zhu. He set down the ruler he had been gripping and said to Zhen Rui, "All right, since you detest Lin Yan so much, let us ensure he never sets foot in the company again. I will arrange for him to find some other job. However, this comes with a condition. You must promise your father one thing." Zhen Zhu immediately protested. "Dad, that is not right." Zhen Chongqing asserted. "Zhen Zhu, this matter is settled. One Lin Yan has disrupted our household's peace. Regardless of fault, he is no longer suited to remain in the company." Zhen Zhu fretted anxiously, unable to oppose his father. Seizing the moment, Zhen Rui interjected. "What is the condition? Please, Dad, tell me." Zhen Chongsheng replied seriously. "From now on, you are not to employ any means against our family members, no matter the reason. Can you promise me this?" Zhen Rui, with a careful glance, confirmed. "Does Lin Yan count as family?" Zhen Chongsheng initially intended to say yes, but given Zhen Zhu's strong aversion to Lin Yan, he could not impose that on him. Thus, he replied, "He does not count." Upon hearing this, Zhen Rui instantly smiled. "Dad, I promise you, and I assure you that I will never go back on my word. Should I do so, you may deal with me as you see fit, and I shall have no objections." "Good," Zhen Chongqing responded, pleased. Chapter 64. A cold heart once the agreement was made. Zhen Chongsheng addressed Zhen Rui. "All right, you've achieved your goals. You may leave now. I wish to have a word with your elder brother." He feared that his eldest son might be upset and felt the need to console him. Zhen Rui replied, "Fine, you two talk," and he turned to exit. Upon reaching the elevator, he suddenly remembered he was still on a call and hurriedly pulled out his phone, only to discover that the call had been disconnected. Checking the call log, he noted it had lasted several minutes. It seemed Lin Yan had heard everything he needed to. With a triumphant smile, he thought to himself, how audacious of this fool to attempt to overshadow him in the Zhen family. Surely now they would understand who truly holds the power. Lin Yan, however, had indeed come to realize the hierarchy after uncovering the truth behind the entire affair. He was utterly astounded to hear Zhen Chongqing's assessment of the situation. Lin Yan had disrupted the peace of the household. Upon hearing those words, he nearly gasped for breath. And after regaining some composure, he was soon seized by a violent fit of coughing that sent pain coursing through his very being, as if his heart might burst forth. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and by the end of his coughing spasm, he found himself unable to stand, collapsing onto the ground in despair, curled into a tight ball. He could not fathom what he had done wrong. Ever since he had joined the Zhen family, he had poured his heart and soul into his work, diligently striving for their interests. Even if his efforts could not be classified as laborious, he certainly could not be blamed for disturbing the household's tranquility. It was he who had been wronged, so why was he the one bearing the brunt of punishment? Lin Yan clutched himself tightly, weeping silently. "No, I cannot allow myself to be so unjustly oppressed. The Zhen family's decision is utterly unreasonable. I must resist. Wiping his tears, he resolved to confront Zhen Changsheng. However, as he approached the elevator, his hand poised to press the button, he suddenly recalled that his mother was still in the hospital, having recently undergone surgery. She was frail and required extensive care and follow-up examinations. What would happen to her if he severed ties with the Zhen family? His hand slowly slipped away from the elevator button, and in frustration, he struck the wall. At that moment, Peng Liying emerged from the stairwell after finishing a cigarette, and upon seeing Lin Yan, he inquired, "When did you wake up? Come, let us go to my office. I have something to discuss with you." He took Lin Yan by the arm and led him to his office. Throughout the journey, Lin Yan kept his head down, following Peng Liying into the office. Whereupon Peng Liying noticed Lin Yan's reddened eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "No way. Little Lin, have you been crying?" He patted Lin Yan on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "It's not such a big deal, really. I've navigated the business world for decades. I've seen much worse. Only the mediocre attract jealousy. Frankly, you should feel honored by this ordeal. It's a testament to your capabilities." Lin Yan, observing Peng Liying's unflinching optimism, asked suspiciously, "Do you know who is behind this?" "Surely not. How could he possibly be so well-informed that he knew right after the Zhen family spoke?" With an enigmatic expression, Peng Liying replied, "I cannot say for certain who is responsible, but I do know that Xiao Zhu and Sun Ji are definitely acting under someone else's orders. From the very beginning, this was orchestrated as a trap." Lin Yan gazed intently at Peng Liying for a moment. Having just been betrayed by the Zhen family, he even began to doubt whether Peng Liying was in league with them. Feeling a shiver at the scrutiny, Peng Liying waved a finger in front of Lin Yan's face, saying, "What are you staring at? I'm trying to analyze the situation here." "It should not be so," Lin Yan assessed internally. Peng Liying's tone was far too casual, devoid of any pretense. "Very well, the alarm is lifted." He ceased his examination of Peng Liying and wearily sank into the sofa. Peng Liying noticed that he was ignoring her, so she hurriedly followed him, saying, "Xiao Lin, I am speaking to you. Could you perhaps show me a modicum of respect?" Lin Yan crossed his arms and replied, "Stop guessing. Let me tell you. The entire affair is orchestrated by Zhen Rue." "What?" Peng Liying was taken aback. Her intention to sit on the sofa thwarted as she fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yan quickly rose to assist her, cautiously placing her back on the sofa. Without pausing to assess her injuries, she grasped Lin Yan's arm and repeatedly inquired, "Is that really true? How do you know?" Lin Yan adjusted her posture, ensuring she would not fall again, before sitting beside her and solemnly declared, "Absolutely true. Just moments ago in Director Zhen's office, he confessed it himself. As for how I came by this information," he scoffed and continued, "Zhen Rue admitted to me that he had called before confessing, wanting to ensure I was fully aware of the truth, as he is convinced that, even armed with this knowledge, I am powerless to act against him." Despite Peng Liying's extensive experience in the business world, she had never encountered such internal strife. A project poised for investment in the billions, and Zhen Rue dared to toy with it? If any part of this endeavor were to go awry, the entire venture could indeed be jeopardized. She realized she had underestimated him in the past. Lin Yan cracked her knuckles coldly and remarked, "Let me share some insight. He has set his sights on the design department. This isn't merely an attack on me. It's also a direct blow to you. He has long harbored disdain for you, and now that he has elevated Sun Ji, his next step will surely be to oust you. I advise you to retreat while you can. This man is dangerously unstable. It would be dreadful to tarnish your reputation just before retirement. You shouldn't cling to sentimental notions about preserving a capable leadership team in the design department. It's futile. Ultimately, this company belongs to the Zhen family. They will do as they please, and our efforts as outsiders are inconsequential." It was unclear what Peng Liying was thinking, but she felt utterly disheartened. Biting her lip in silence, she recognized that Lin Yan's words were heartfelt. She could imagine how difficult it was for Lin Yan to come to terms with this revelation, knowing the relentless effort she had exerted over the past 6 months. To have her dedication calculated against her by Zhen Rue was profoundly disheartening. Peng Liying gave Lin Yan a reassuring pat on the back, exhaling deeply, and said, "Thank you for sharing this with me. Please do not be troubled. Since Zhen's company is inhospitable, you should consider leaving on your own terms. A man of your caliber will undoubtedly thrive elsewhere. I have friends in other real estate firms. I can assist you in finding a position. That sentiment sounds familiar. Lin Yan suddenly recalled that nearly identical words had been spoken to him by Wang Xiang when he was dismissed by Zhen Zhu. The irony struck him, and he laughed aloud, feeling somewhat absurd. Peng Liying tilted her head, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? You seem a bit out of sorts. Lin Yan waved her off, forcing a smile as she replied, Thank you for your kindness, President Peng. I appreciate it. However, as the son-in-law of the Zhen family, Chairman Zhen will undoubtedly arrange a suitable position for me. I fear that the introductions you provide may not align with his expectations, and I would not want to create any unpleasant situations that could inadvertently involve you. Peng Liying, perceiving a sting in his words and suspecting a veiled critique of Chairman Zhen, could not help but interject, Your disappointment with Zhen Rue is one thing. But Chairman Zhen is a rare sage and would never treat you in such a manner. Lin Yan scoffed internally, thinking, it is precisely the words of this so-called sage that chill him to the bone. However, he deemed it unnecessary to share such sentiments with Peng Liying, who had followed Jin Changsheng for many years and possessed an almost blind admiration for him. Even if he were to express his feelings, Peng would remain unconvinced. So Lin Yan merely replied ambiguously, perhaps. Chapter 65. Consolation. After conversing with Peng Liying, Lin Yan prepared to leave the company early. After all, what was the point of remaining there? Should he await yet another termination letter from Human Resources? He decided it best to leave with some dignity. He sent a lengthy WeChat message to Wang Xiang, expressing gratitude for his support over the past few days and informing him of his departure. However, Wang Xiang did not respond, likely still asleep. After sending the message, Lin Yan sat in his office chair, surveying his surroundings, and was struck by the realization that apart from a set of spare clothes he had brought, there was not a single personal item in the office. No photographs, nothing. The company computer remained untouched, containing only corporate documents devoid of any personal files. He logged out of WeChat, thoroughly obliterated his folders, and thus concluded his tenure. Rising from his seat, he grasped the bag containing his spare clothes with his left hand and the car keys with his right, gently closing the office door behind him. Maintaining a facade of normalcy, he greeted everyone he encountered on his way out, bidding them farewell as he would on any ordinary day. As he exited the building, Lin Yan did not look back. He thought to himself, he was destined to be estranged from the Zhen family. After 2 earnest sacrifices, all he received in return was betrayal. He considered a loss. If he could not confront them, he could at least avoid coveting what was never meant for him. Placing his belongings in the back seat, Lin Yan drove away swiftly. Zhen Rue stood by the window, watching Lin Yan's departing vehicle, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He muttered to himself, at least he has some sense. He left on his own. Otherwise, After leaving the Zhen family, Lin Yan headed directly to the convalescent home, where he found his parents, Lin father and Lin mother, engaged in conversation. They were startled to see their son visiting during working hours and asked, Aren't you busy at work today? Lin Yan had been exceedingly occupied of late, often unable to answer their calls. With a wooden expression, he replied, Not busy, and I won't be busy anymore. Noticing the peculiar tone in his voice, Lin mother quickly inquired, Yan, has something happened? Not wishing to cause his parents undue concern, Lin Yan pulled a chair beside his mother's bed and concocted a plausible excuse. It's nothing serious. My father-in-law believes my current position is too demanding and detrimental to my health, so he plans to assign me to a more relaxed role. Although it sounded like a positive development, Lin mother sensed something amiss in her son's demeanor. Observing his expression closely, she asked, Are you not pleased? Lin Yan shrugged indifferently. Not at all. Who would relish a life of constant busyness? If I could enjoy a bit of leisure, I would welcome it. He was reluctant to discuss the matter further, rising to wash his hands. Upon returning, he began peeling a mango for his mother while shifting the conversation. I haven't been here for a few days. How have you been feeling, Mom? Does the wound still hurt? Lin's mother smiled and replied, I'm doing well. The wound no longer pains me and is almost healed. I had a checkup a few days ago, and the doctor said my recovery is progressing splendidly, so rest assured. Lin Yan nodded. She continued, "Please convey my regards to your mother-in-law. Let her know that I am well. She called the nurse station the day before yesterday to inquire about my condition. Be sure to thank your in-laws on my behalf. It's thanks to them that I've been able to recover." Lin Yan nodded again, reflecting that, indeed, his mother had genuinely improved, her spirits brighter with each passing day, her complexion more vibrant. For this alone, he felt a profound gratitude towards the Zhen family. That evening, Lin Yan dined with his parents, having been so occupied with work that it had been quite some time since they had shared a meal together. His parents were particularly delighted, constantly serving him dishes and encouraging him to eat more. Although his appetite was lackluster, the earnestness in their eyes compelled him to eat with reluctance. After dinner, Lin's parents urged him to return to the Zhen household, fearing that Lin Yan's late arrival would displease Zhen Zhu. He found it difficult to express to his parents that, in truth, no one in that household seemed to care about his presence, just as no one had reached out to him when he had tea returned for dinner that evening. His absence was of little consequence. However, the truth remained unspoken, and so he obediently left. Internally, he resisted the thought of going back to the Zhen residence. He drifted aimlessly to the seaside, embracing the wind as he stood with arms wide open. He lingered there until past 11, ultimately making his way back to the Zhen home. Prior to entering, he had assumed everyone would be retired for the night, but to his surprise, the first floor was brightly lit. Zhen Zhu was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a magazine. Upon seeing Lin Yan return, Zhen Zhu visibly relaxed and inquired with concern, "Xiao Yan, where have you been? I waited for you all evening." Lin Yan responded flippantly, "I went to see my mother." After saying this, he gestured towards the upstairs and added, "Elder brother, I'm a bit tired. I'll head up first." Zhen Zhu quickly rose, exclaiming, "Wait, I need to talk to you." Lin Yan halted his ascent, took 3 seconds to gather his resolve, then turned back to face Zhen Zhu, meeting his gaze. "I know everything about the situation," he declared. Zhen Zhu's eyes immediately darted away. He glanced left and right, hesitant to meet Lin Yan's gaze. Lin Yan scoffed, "Why do you seem guilty? It's not like you were the one who did it." Zhen Zhu appeared flustered, ready to speak. But Lin Yan raised a finger to his lips, whispering, "Let us keep our voices down so we don't disturb anyone else. I know you want to comfort me, right?" Zhen Zhu nodded. Lin Yan stated earnestly, "Elder brother, you were the first person to accept me since I arrived in this family, and I will always be grateful for that. But we both know this household is governed by our father, so there are matters you may wish to address, yet find yourself powerless to change. This situation is no different. You need to seek me out to discuss anything or offer me consolation. I am well aware of my own worth. I solely wish for my mother's recovery. I am willing to accept whatever actions you choose to take." Zhen Zhu hastily interjected, "Xiao Yan, please do not speak so disparagingly of yourself, nor take Xiao Rui's words to heart. He has erred in this matter, and I shall ensure he apologizes to you in due course." Lin Yan found this utterly amusing, and indeed he laughed out loud. Once he had his fill of laughter, he addressed Zhen Zhu, "Brother, do not be so naive. Do you know how I came to learn about this incident? It was Xiao Rui who called me while conversing with you all. I heard every word spoken by each of you quite clearly, from the very beginning. He has never believed he did anything wrong. You wish for him to admit his mistake. Spare me. I wish to live a few more years." Zhen Zhu finally comprehended the situation, realizing that Xiao Rui was manipulating his phone for a reason. How could he behave in such a manner? It is utterly unacceptable. He lamented, "There is nothing unacceptable. Everything your family does to me is entirely justifiable." Lin Yan retorted coldly, "I am merely a commodity purchased with money, not one of your kin, and thus you need not invest too much into me." His words rang with a certain truth that he found profoundly reasonable. What sense does that make? Those are mere lunatic ramblings. Xiao Yan, please act more rationally and do not let him influence you, Zhen Zhu urged, sensing Lin Yan's discontent. Realizing that continuing this conversation would yield no fruitful outcome, he forcibly guided Lin Yan to a nearby sofa, insisting he take a seat before settling down himself. With a demeanor of frustration, he continued, "I have a friend in the green energy sector. He is perpetually busy, traveling far and wide, and is seeking to hire a manager to be stationed at the Shenzhen office. This would facilitate business negotiations during his absences. You must know that this industry is supported by the state and has a promising future. Furthermore, my friend is exceptionally capable. You would learn a great deal under his mentorship. What do you say? Would you be interested in joining his company? Chapter 66. New arrangements. I am not interested. Lin Yan replied without a moment's hesitation. Brother, I dare not accept your kindness any longer. I wish to distance myself from everything associated with the Zhen family. Let it be known that I am conceding out of fear. Is that not sufficient? I am but an ordinary person, wishing to lead a stable life without the fear of being stabbed in the back. Do you understand? Xiao Yan. The position I am recommending has no ties to the Zhen Corporation. It is purely a personal connection. Please exercise reason and do not avoid all of us due to this one incident. We are family. Zhen Zhe implored with heartfelt sincerity. Lin Yan scoffed derisively. I beg your pardon, but I do not bear the surname Zhen. I share no blood relation with you. I am merely an outsider, a son-in-law, and I do not dare to consider myself part of your esteemed Zhen family. Zhen Zhe sighed in resignation. Xiao Yan, these are merely words spoken in anger. Why must you take them to heart? Lin Yan cracked his knuckles, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he replied. You know very well whether those were words of anger, brother. Frankly, you need not concern yourself with me any longer. Instead, you should focus your attention on Xiao Rui. He is the one who belongs to your family. Allow me to fend for myself. Upon receiving tasks from my father, I diligently attend to them. In the absence of such assignments, I remain at home. Life is but a fleeting 30,000 days. Each day lived is merely a day past, and the manner of living holds little significance. He rose, stretched languidly, and stifled a great yawn before addressing Zhen Zhe. I am quite fatigued. If I did not retire soon, I might truly succumb to exhaustion. Let our conversation conclude here. Zhen Zhe had never witnessed Lin Yan's spirit so despondent. In his recollection, Lin Yan was always notably enthusiastic about his work, certainly not one to merely drift through life. The words he now spoke indicated that he had evidently been profoundly affected today. Zhen Zhe wished to offer further encouragement, yet gazing upon Lin Yan's bloodshot eyes, a testament to several sleepless nights, rendered him speechless. There's plenty of time ahead. He stood, gently patting Lin Yan on the shoulder, and spoke softly. All right, you should rest. We shall converse another day. Lin Yan nodded absently, dragging his weary feet back to his room. According to the regulations set by Zhen Zhu, should he return home past 11 p.m., he was obliged to wash up in his own quarters before proceeding to Zhen Zhu's room. However, overwhelmed by fatigue today, he hurriedly bathed, neglecting to dry his hair, and collapsed in a slumber in his own room without visiting Zhen Zhu. The following day, Lin Yan awoke just past noon, momentarily bewildered by the time displayed on his phone, fearing tardiness for work. It was only after hastily rising that he recalled his dismissal from Zhen's company, thus rendering any notion of employment moot. Lin Yan chuckled softly, sliding on his shoes and making his way to the bathroom. In early April, Shenzhen basked in radiant spring sunlight. After lunch, Lin Yan leisurely sipped tea and fed fish at the pavilion by the lake, relishing the tranquility. The afternoon sun casted gentle warmth upon him as he reclined in his chair, absorbing the melodious chirps of nearby birds, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Just as he drifted into sleep, a sudden, forceful cough startled him awake. Turning, he was surprised to find Zhen Chongxing approaching. Sleeping outside? What improper display! Zhen Chongxing scolded as he approached. Lin Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation. The Grand Dynasty had perished over a century ago, yet such antiquated rules persisted. Calmly rising from his chair, he languidly greeted Zhen Chongxing. Father, good afternoon. Zhen Chongxing acknowledged him with a grunt, seating himself upright in the chair opposite Lin Yan. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank until he set the cup down, at which point he addressed Lin Yan, who remained standing. Please, take a seat. Lin Yan complied, refraining from initiating conversation, his gaze fixated on the swans gliding across the lake surface. Zhen Chongxing stole several glances at him, noticing his apparent reverie, and deliberately coughed a few times. Lin Yan, abruptly jolted from his thoughts by the sound, reflexively poured tea for Zhen Chongxing. It was only upon presenting the cup that he realized his actions, yet it was too late to retract. He braced himself and said, "Father, perhaps you might sip some tea to soothe your throat." Zhen Changsheng appeared somewhat placated by Lin Yan's demeanor, his expression softening. After taking a sip of tea, he remarked, "Let us consider the matter of the design plagiarism as settled. However, due to the negative impact this incident has had within the company, my dear Lin Yan, you can no longer remain at Zhen's." Having anticipated his response, Lin Yan remained unperturbed, merely offering a nonchalant observing Lin Yan's placid demeanor. Zhen Changsheng mistakenly assumed he was wallowing in self-reproach for his missteps. Thus, he remarked, "Everyone makes mistakes. You must learn from this experience and strive to avoid repeating it. I just returned from your Uncle Sue's company, and I've already arranged for you to commence work there next week, starting as a business manager. Your Uncle Sue is involved in the foreign trade of building materials, which aligns with your field of study. You must dedicate yourself to your duties and ensure you do not bring shame upon me. Understood? Enough with the mistakes." While Lin Yan appeared expressionless as he listened to Zhen Changsheng, inwardly he was seething with expletives. How shameless could the Zhen family be? Not only had they framed him unjustly, but now they were also attempting to place the blame squarely on his shoulders. Truly despicable. He was lost in his thoughts, failing to register Zhen Changsheng's subsequent words until his father called him back to reality, prompting him to ask, "Dad, what did you just say?" Zhen Changsheng, though irked, restrained his temper and repeated himself. "Fine, Lin Yan acquiesced rididi." After all, he had no say in his destination. He would go wherever he was assigned. Zhen Changsheng found Lin Yan's acceptance somewhat peculiar. Transitioning to a new industry and embracing such a significant challenge with such ease, he scrutinized Lin Yan, questioning, "Do you have any objections to my arrangements?" Lin Yan dismissively replied, "No, I accept all arrangements." Indeed, how could he dare oppose his father's directives? With his doubts assuaged, Zhen Changsheng concluded his discourse and, before departing, reminded Lin Yan, "Be sure to spend some quality time with the baby these days. It has been a while since I've seen you both together." Satisfied with Lin Yan's nod, Zhen Changsheng departed. Once alone, Lin Yan languished in his chair, soaking up the sun, yet his mind was a tempest, yearning to obliterate the world around him. Life was already so abysmal. It might as well all come crashing down. Unfortunately, the world continued to turn indifferent to his grievances. What he deemed a wretched existence was poised to worsen. Fate would not relent in its cruelty, but would only continue to torment him further. Chapter 67. A monumental surprise at dinner. Only Zhen Changsheng, Zhao Xiaofan, and Lin Yan occupied the table, as Zhen Zhe and Zhen Rui had social engagements, while Zhen Zhu, as Zhao Xiaofan mentioned, had a gathering that evening, having informed her in advance. Thus, the three shared a silent meal. After dining, Lin Yan intended to retire early, having endured insufficient sleep in recent days, which had caused his heart to race incessantly. He desperately needed rest. Just as he settled into bed, his phone emitted a notification. Upon checking, he discovered a message from an unfamiliar number. "Room 108 at the club. Hurry over, their essay surprise." Assuming it was a prank, he dismissed it, deleting the message and placing his phone aside, ready to return to slumber. However, within 2 minutes, that same number sent a multimedia message, revealing a photograph of Zhen Zhu kissing a man. The image was somewhat unclear, yet it was evident that it had been captured surreptitiously. The moment Lin Yan's mind resonated with a deafening buzz, his heart raced more violently. He immediately replied to the other party. When was this photograph taken? He had not spent the night with Zhen Zhu yesterday, nor had he seen what she wore when she left today, given her previous flamboyant escapades. It was entirely possible that this was an old photo. Lin Yan pondered silently within. Unfortunately, the response he received shattered his illusions. The other party sent him several photos, one of which depicted Zhen Zhu embracing a man while adorning the diamond necklace they had purchased during their honeymoon. Lin Yan felt as if struck by lightning, incredulously enlarging the photo in a futile attempt to find any signs of deception, yet the image was flawless. The very worst scenario he had dreaded had finally materialized. Zhen Zhu had betrayed him. His hand trembled as he clutched the phone. his heart pounding as if it might burst forth. With shaking hands, he managed to dress himself, pinching his thigh harshly to regain composure. Grabbing his car keys, he sped towards the club. He parked at the entrance of the club, tossing the keys to the valet before rushing through the doors without pause. Having accompanied Zhen Zhu on numerous occasions, the lobby manager recognized him. Upon seeing his frantic demeanor, the manager's expression shifted, and he quickly signaled to a nearby waiter to alert others. He then positioned himself in front of Lin Yan, smiling as he asked, "Mr. Lin, may I inquire if you have a reservation?" Lin Yan seized the waiter, intending to relay the message, coldly responding to the manager, "Get out of my way." With that, he forcefully shoved the waiter aside and strode purposefully towards room 108. The lobby manager, realizing he could not let Lin Yan pass, anxiously instructed two nearby waiters. "What are you standing around for? Quickly stop him." The two waiters rushed to intercept him, but their slender frames were no match for Lin Yan's determination. Despite their efforts to restrain him, they found themselves being dragged along instead. Room 108 was not far from the lobby, and Lin Yan, still pulling the two waiters, soon arrived. Before entering, he forcefully pushed the two obstructing waiters aside, turning to kick the door open with a heavy thud. Inside, the air was thick with a tender serenade, the lights dimmed. Bathed in the glow of the large screen, Lin Yan clearly observed a couple entwined in a passionate embrace, hastily parting as they realized they had been discovered. Zhen Zhu, nestled in the arms of the man, failed to recognize Lin Yan's presence and shouted, "Who is the blind fool that barged in? Didn't I tell you not to disturb us?" Lin Yan's furious gaze locked onto the man. His chest felt as if it might explode. He strode into the room, wordlessly grabbing a beer bottle and advancing toward the male figure. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the man quickly helped Zhen Zhu to her feet, asking, "Darling, do you know this person? Is he crazy?" Upon turning to see Lin Yan, Zhen Zhu was taken aback. Hastily dismounting from the man's lap, she neglected to straighten her disheveled attire and nervously implored, "Lin Yan, please calm down. Put down the beer bottle." Lin Yan paid her no heed as he stepped forward and seized the man by his collar, lifting him as one would a small chick. The man, terrified to his core, trembled and stammered, "Do you know who I am? Let me go." Lin Yan bellowed in response, "I couldn't care less who you are." He then forcefully brought the beer bottle he held crashing down upon the man's head. In an instant, blood mingled with shards of glass, scattering everywhere. Zhen Zhu, horrified, let out a piercing scream, clutching her head and retreating repeatedly. The man, struck into a stupor, stood dazed in place. Lin Yan discarded the remnants of the shattered beer bottle and seized the man's collar again, delivering a furious punch. It was only when the man fell to the ground that he finally registered the pain, bursting into tears as he cried, "Who the hell are you? Don't you know I'm an artist? You'll get sued for this." Lin Yan mounted him, pummeling him mercilessly while declaring, "Open your eyes wide and see. I am her husband, enticing a married woman. I see your career as an artist has reached its end." Upon realizing Lin Yan was Zhen Zhu's husband, the man fell silent, stammering, "Bro, I was wrong, but I truly didn't know she was married. Please just stop hitting me." Infuriated by his nonsensical excuses, Lin Yan forcefully pried his arm away from the man's head and landed another punch on his nose, rendering the man speechless as he clutched his nose, whimpering in pain. Growing weary from the altercation, Lin Yan stood up and delivered a fierce kick to the man's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. Zhen Zhu, having never witnessed such a bloody scene in her life, stood trembling in the distance. Lin Yan strode over to her, his bloodied hand reaching out to grasp her. Upon seeing him approach, Zhen Zhu's eyes widened in fear as she instinctively recoiled, muttering, "Stay away, don't touch me." Yet, the confines of the private room were too small for her to escape. Lin Yan yanked her from the corner, disregarding her struggles, and forcefully tugged down her short skirt while venomously exclaiming, "You have no shame. If you enjoy playing around so much, why marry me? Tell me, how long have you been fooling around with him?" Zhen Zhu remained silent, seizing the opportunity while he was preoccupied with her skirt to slap him hard across the face. Lin Yan, taken aback by her audacity, covered his face in disbelief, retorting, "You're the one who's cheating. Why do you have to hit me?" Zhen Zhu seized the moment to free herself from his grip, defiantly lifting her chin and retorting, "Because you scared me. Lin Yan, no one has ever dared to act violently before me. You truly have some nerve." Lin Yan scrutinized her for a moment, then scoffed, deciding to cease the verbal sparring. He grasped her firmly and dragged her towards the exit. Zhen Zhu, feeling humiliated as he pulled her along, protested, "Let me go. There's so many people outside. It's so embarrassing for you to drag me like this." Lin Yan tightened his grip on her wrist, coldly responding, "Oh, you're not embarrassed about cheating? But you're embarrassed to walk with your own husband? Well, sorry, but today you're going to feel that embarrassment." Chapter 68. An unexpected turn of events as they passed by the man. Lin Yan looked down condescendingly at the man, whose face was bruised and battered, and said, "From this moment forth, you are forbidden from seeing her again. Should I catch you in her company once more, I swear on my life that I will eliminate you both without hesitation." With that, he delivered a fierce kick to the man, who had curled up once more. Turning to the man, he declared, "I am Lin Yan, residing at the Zhen residence. I trust you are aware of the address. You mentioned you would sue me, did you? Very well, I shall see this through to the end." At that moment, the lobby manager could no longer contain himself and pushed the door open. Rushing in to check on the motionless man, alarmed by the sight, Lin Yan paid them no heed, seizing Zhen Zhu and dragging her outside. As they reached the entrance, the doorman perceptively brought Lin Yan's car around. Lin Yan opened the passenger door, effortlessly lifted the struggling Zhen Zhu, and shoved her into the vehicle, fastening her seatbelt with determination before swiftly rounding to the other side to enter. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted, Zhen Zhu hastily unbuckled her seatbelt. But just as she attempted to open the door, Lin Yan returned to the car. He promptly locked the door, fixing a cold gaze upon her, and asked, "What do you think you're doing? Planning to return to him?" Inside the dimly lit private room, Zhen Zhu had only glimpsed the blood on Lin Yan's hands, but now, in the bright light outside the club, she could clearly see blood splattered on his suit, casting him in a menacing light, as if he respected her. The fleeting thought of escape evaporated, and she stared at Lin Yan in silence, too frightened to utter a word. Lin Yan, maintaining his icy demeanor, refastened her seatbelt, and the car sped away in silence. Upon their return to the Zhen family mansion, the housekeeper rushed out to greet them, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of Lin Yan covered in blood. She screamed, "Young master, are you injured?" In the living room, Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan, who were watching television, exchanged alarmed glances and quickly rose to head towards the entrance. Ignoring the housekeeper's concern, Lin Yan forcefully dragged Zhen Zhu from behind him, pulling her towards her parents as he spoke. "Stop hiding. Tell mom and dad what good deeds you've been up to lately." Zhao Xiaofan, seeing Lin Yan covered in blood while he pulled Zhen Zhu along, was instantly struck with terror. She cried out, "Lin Yan, what have you done to our baby? Let her go." Lin Yan pushed Zhen Zhu forward, confronting Zhao Xiaofan with an angry shout. "What have I done to her? How amusing. You spend every day with her, yet you remain oblivious to her infidelity." Zhao Xiaofan instinctively shook her head, vehemently denying, "That's impossible. Don't slander her." She clutched Zhen Zhu tightly, glaring fiercely at Lin Yan. "Fine, you choose not to believe me, but I have ample evidence." Lin Yan pulled out his phone, scrolling through the images he had received and showing them one by one. Initially, Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan were skeptical, but with each photograph revealed, their brows furrowed deeper. By the time Lin Yan had displayed all the images, disbelief was no longer an option for them. Zhen Changsheng looked at his daughter, who was buried in her mother's embrace, and asked, "Baby, what on earth is going on?" Zhen Zhu could only sob uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word. Lin Yan placed his phone back in his pocket and looked at Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan, expressing his anger. "An unfamiliar number sent me these messages. At first, I thought it was a prank and dismissed it, but she was wearing the diamond necklace we bought together on our honeymoon. I had no choice but to believe it. Mom and Dad, do you know what I saw the moment I entered that private room?" Lin Yan trembled as he pointed at Zhen Zhu. She was kissing that man, and his hands were inside her dress. Had I arrived just a few minutes later, who knows what they might have been doing in there? You're spouting nonsense. We were only kissing, nothing more. Zhen Zhu lifted her tear-streaked face from her mother's shoulder and argued back. Lin Yan pointed at her dress, saying, "Nothing more? If that were true, why is your skirt so wrinkled? In that private room, your skirt was so short that even your safety shorts were barely covered. If I hadn't pulled it down for you, you would have been exposed when leaving." You. Zhen Zhu could find no rebuttal and began to cry uncontrollably again. At that moment, Zhen Chongqing bellowed, "Everyone be quiet." After that outburst, he suddenly felt darkness enveloping him and collapsed backward. Zhao Xiaofan cried out, "Old Zhen," and rushed to support him. Fortunately, an ant nearby quickly stepped in to help, preventing Zhen Chongqing from falling to the ground. Another ant, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to fetch heart-saving pills and water. Zhen Zhu, frightened, ceased her crying and crouched down to assist her mother in administering the medication to her father. However, after a considerable effort, they could not pry Zhen Chongqing's mouth open. Zhao Xiaofan, in a state of panic, cried, "Old Zhen, please don't scare me." At that moment, Lin Yan suggested, "Mom, there is a tertiary hospital nearby. We must take Dad there immediately." Zhao Xiaofan nodded frantically, assisting Lin Yan in carrying Zhen Chongqing. As they moved outside, Lin Yan instructed, "Mom, go get Dad's identification." Zhen Zhu, quickening her pace, helped Lin Yan open the car door. They settled Zhen Chongqing in the back seat, and just then, Zhao Xiaofan returned with the documents. She accompanied Zhen Chongqing in the back while Lin Yan drove and Zhen Zhu sat in the passenger seat. Within 5 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. Lin Yan carried Zhen Chongqing to the emergency room. Upon seeing the patient unconscious, the emergency doctor quickly inquired about his condition and rushed him into the resuscitation room. Zhao Xiaofan, Zhen Zhu, and Lin Yan anxiously waited outside for about an hour. Eventually, the doctor emerged and reassured them, "Don't worry too much. We initially suspect the patient fainted due to a sudden spike in blood pressure leading to angina. He has regained consciousness, but will need to remain hospitalized for observation and further tests." Everyone let out a sigh of relief, and Zhao Xiaofan excitedly grasped the doctor's hand, saying, "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." The doctor smiled and shook his head. At that moment, Zhen Zhe, who had just returned home, hurriedly called Lin Yan. Upon hearing that their father had awakened, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After confirming the hospital's name, he asked Lin Yan to keep an eye on things there, assuring him that he would arrive shortly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhen Zhe hurriedly arrived. He had managed to pull some strings on the way, and upon his arrival, a designated person promptly wheeled Zhen Chongqing out of the emergency room and into the hospital ward. Inside the ward, a group of individuals stood vigil as doctors and nurses connected the equipment and administered injections. Zhen Chongqing was peacefully asleep. Zhao Xiaofan pulled up a chair and sat by the bedside, softly urging her son, daughter, and son-in-law, "I will stay here. You all should step outside." The three nodded in agreement and quietly exited the ward, heading to the living room. Chapter 69. Lin Yan's decision. Once seated, Lin Yan realized he had neglected to wash his hands. The blood had dried completely on his skin, causing a strange discomfort. He stood up and walked straight to the door. The oppressive atmosphere of the room was unbearable, and he sought a public restroom to wash his hands and breathe some fresh air. Noticing his movement, Zhen Zhe asked anxiously, "Xiao Yan, where are you going?" Lin Yan expressionlessly raised his hands to show him, "To wash my hands." "Were you injured?" Zhen Zhe furrowed his brow and approached to examine Lin Yan's hands. "It's nothing. It's just other people's blood," Lin Yan replied dismissively, lowering his hands. Zhen Zhe grasped his arm and insisted, "Don't be careless. Your hands are covered in blood. How can you determine if you're injured? Come, let's go to the nurse's station so they can attend to you." The young nurse gasped upon seeing Lin Yan's bloodied hand and meticulously cleaned the wounds with iodine, discovering only a few minor cuts, most of which were merely bloodstains. After thanking the nurse for her assistance, Zhen Zhe intended to take Lin Yan back to the ward. However, Lin Yan slowly shook his head, fatigue evident in his voice as he said, "I want to stay outside for a while. You go back first, big brother." After a moment's contemplation, Zhen Zhe replied, "I will keep you company." Thus, the two sat side by side on a bench outside the ward. Lin Yan leaned his head against the wall, staring vacantly at the hospital ceiling. Too much had transpired that night. His mind was overwhelmed and in need of rest. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhen Zhu observed Lin Yan's expression, recalling the words of the housekeeper who had mentioned Lin Yan discovering his younger sister's infidelity. He hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "Are you okay?" Lin Yan coldly replied, "Still alive." Zhen Zhu patted Lin Yan's shoulder, choosing to remain silent. In truth, Zhen Zhu felt a deep anger within. He believed Lin Yan to be a rare good man, despite the challenges posed by his younger sister before their marriage. Lin Yan had continued to nurture her with care afterward. Handsome and capable, he was an admirable individual, yet his sister remained unsatisfied and sought solace with another man, which perplexed Zhen Zhu immensely. However, the offender was his beloved sister, whom he had cherished since childhood. Even if she had erred, he felt she was merely immature, secretly wishing for Lin Yan to forgive her. Yet, recognizing the selfishness of such a sentiment, he remained silent. Unaware of Zhen Zhu's thoughts, Lin Yan's mind was a whirlwind, replaying every moment since he met Zhen Zhu. He realized that knowing her had made his world more vibrant and brought joy, yet had also brought forth a great deal of anguish. He was uncertain about the nature of his relationship with Zhen Zhu. At times, they were inseparably close, as during their honeymoon, when they could spend entire days together, finding joy in every shared moment. Yet, there were also stretches of silence, such as recently when they were preoccupied with their own lives, exchanging no messages throughout the day and only meeting at night. Their conversations rarely ventured into serious territory. They would often argue after just a few exchanged words, even when sharing the same room. What was this? He pondered in anguish. What significance did such a marriage hold? Perhaps divorce was the answer. He could have the Zhen family calculate the cost for his mother's medical treatment. After all, it was merely a few million. He reasoned that he could repay that amount through a lifetime of hard work, rather than enduring daily torment within the Zhen household. It might be wiser to set Zhen Zhu free, ensuring happiness for both parties. Resolute in his decision, he contemplated discussing this with Zhen Changsheng once his condition improved. At midnight, Zhen Rui, reeking of alcohol, stumbled in, supported by a driver. Upon seeing Zhen Zhu, he urgently exclaimed, "Eldest young master, I couldn't stop second young master." He insisted on coming to the hospital to see father. Zhen Rui waved his hand dismissively, loudly declaring, "What do you know? My father is hospitalized. How could I not come? Brother, where is father?" The corridor was quiet at this late hour, and Zhen Rui's voice echoed through the space, concerned about disturbing other patients. Zhen Zhu quickly covered Zhen Rui's mouth, saying, "Father is fine, receiving an injection inside. Mother is with him. You are not needed here. Go home and sleep immediately. Return in the morning." With that, he pulled Zhen Rui toward the elevator. Zhen Rui obediently took a few steps before abruptly turning to point at Lin Yan, insisting, "If he can be here, why can't I? I am Father's son. I will not leave." He began to struggle fiercely. Lin Yan sat nearby, observing Zhen Rui's outburst with indifference, unwilling to engage. Zhen Rui's voice grew louder, prompting a young nurse to gently interject, "Please maintain silence. The patients need rest." Zhen Zhu quickly apologized to the nurse and, with a firm grip, dragged Zhen Rui into the elevator like a wayward child. The corridor finally fell silent, allowing Lin Yan to lean back against the wall, attempting to catch a brief nap, only to unexpectedly drift off. He awoke to the sound of a gurney rolling by, rubbing his bleary eyes and noticing the dawn light filtering through the window. A suit jacket draped over him, courtesy of Zhen Zhu, stretching his stiff neck. He placed the jacket on a nearby chair and made his way to the public restroom. After a quick wash, he shook the droplets from his face and entered the hospital room, where Zhen Zhu lay sleeping on the sofa in the living area, and Zhao Xiaofan rested on the caregiver's bed. Only Zhen Zhu remained, seated beside the hospital bed, his gaze fixed intently on the monitoring equipment. Acknowledging Lin Yan with a nod upon his arrival, Lin Yan approached and whispered, "Eldest brother, why don't you rest for a while? I'll keep an eye on father." Zhen Zhu, having monitored the instruments throughout the early morning hours, bore the signs of fatigue, his eyes bloodshot from the strain. Upon hearing this, he nodded slightly and whispered, "Thank you for your hard work." He then rose and settled into another sofa in the living room. Lin Yan sat by the bedside, observing the peaceful slumber of Zhen Changsheng, his emotions in turmoil. This very individual had once spared no expense in nurturing him, instilling hope and leading him to believe he could achieve something significant within the Zhen family. Yet, it was also this person who later explicitly declared him as not family, leaving his heart utterly despondent. Lin Yan felt a deep internal conflict. On one hand, he was grateful to Zhen Changsheng for the intensive training over the past few months, which had equipped him with invaluable knowledge of corporate management, project operations, and interpersonal relationships, significantly broadening his horizons and enhancing his capabilities. It could be said that without Zhen Changsheng's guidance, he might never have had the opportunity to engage with such matters throughout his life. Conversely, Lin Yan harbored resentment towards Zhen Changsheng, for he prioritized kinship above all else, blurring the lines between right and wrong. He accepted every action of Zhen Rue, regardless of its morality, while unjustly transferring his ire onto Lin Yan, who had committed no fault. Such behavior was utterly intolerable to him. Sighing, Lin Yan shook his head, resolving not to dwell on these thoughts. He reminded himself that he had already decided to pursue a divorce. There was no need to ruminate on these matters any longer, as it would only serve to increase his distress. Chapter 70. Awakening as morning approached. Around 7 o'clock, Zhen Changsheng stirred, his eyelids fluttering before he finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed at Lin Yan by the bedside and let out a deep sigh. Lin Yan promptly stood and softly inquired, "Father, how do you feel?" Zhen Changsheng opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched, rendering him unable to articulate a sound, a look of profound discomfort crossing his face. Lin Yan adjusted the head of his bed, carefully assisting him into an upright position. At that moment, the commotion stirred the other members of the Zhen family, who began to awaken. Zhao Xiaofan, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Old Zhen, you're awake." As she approached, Lin Yan, glancing at Zhen Changsheng, suddenly recalled that he had not had a sip of water all night, which must be the reason for his discomfort. He hastily made his way to the living room to fetch water. As he reached the doorway, he collided with Zhen Zhu, who was entering. Seeing her stagger back, Lin Yan instinctively reached out to steady her, preventing her fall. Once Zhen Zhu regained her balance, Lin Yan quickly withdrew his hand, as if brushing off something unclean, and did not cast another glance her way as he proceeded to pour the water. Zhen Zhu, clutching her chest in shock, regarded Lin Yan with a complex expression before turning and entering the room. Hearing the sound of water being poured, Zhen Zhe struggled to open his eyes and asked, "Are you thirsty?" Lin Yan replied, "No, father has awakened, and I am bringing him water." Zhen Zhe immediately sat up in surprise, exclaiming, "Father is awake? I shall go see." The two entered the hospital room in succession, and Lin Yan handed the water to Zhao Xiaofan, who was closest to Zhen Changsheng, saying, "Mother, please help father drink some water." Zhao Xiaofan nodded, taking the cup with care and gently bringing it to Zhen Changsheng's lips, assisting him in taking a few sips. Indeed, it was the dryness that had rendered him speechless. After drinking a glass of water, Zhen Changsheng felt some relief in his throat, yet when he spoke, his voice remained hoarse. Looking at his wife, he said, "Xiaofan, I almost never got to see you again." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Zhao Xiaofan's face as she grasped Zhen Changsheng's hand, her heart still racing with fear. "You terrified me. They resuscitated you for an hour. The doctor said that had you not been brought in promptly, you could have been in grave danger. Old Zhen, please do not frighten me like that again." Zhen Changsheng turned to gaze out at the sunlight streaming through the window and murmured, "In that fleeting moment, I knew nothing. It felt as though I saw my parents, smiling as they beckoned. Son, come here. We have been waiting for you for so long. Why did you take so long to arrive?" My heart brimmed with joy as I longed to rush into their embrace. But halfway there, a voice suddenly asked, "Where are your sons and daughters? Have you forsaken them?" Indeed, it struck me that I had children of my own and could not seek out my departed parents. Thus, I addressed them, "Mom and Dad, I apologize. I have yet to ensure my son successfully inherits the company, nor have I witnessed him raise a family. For now, please wait for me a little longer." They smiled and replied, "All right, go back quickly." Then I was awakened by the doctor. He turned to his wife and said, "That is why I said I almost did not get to see you again. Perhaps Yama intended to claim me, but seeing how many ties I have, he could not bear to take me, thus allowing me to return." Zhao Xiaofan was in tears, while Zhen Zhu wiped her eyes and Zhen Zhe choked out, "Dad, please do not say such things. You will surely live to a ripe old age." Zhen Changsheng gently shook his head and said to Zhen Zhe, "I'm aware of my own body. Over the years, I have toiled for the company, and I am utterly exhausted. However, I have always thought of you and Zhen Rue, knowing that entrusting this enormous company to you would be too great a burden. I wish to support you for a while longer, but after this incident, I have come to terms with it. The company should be handed over to you both. I have earned enough in my lifetime that even if you were to squander it all, I could still live off my collectibles in my later years. I am weary. I am truly weary." "No, father, do not say that. Both Rue and I still need you, and the company needs you too," Zhen Zhe implored eagerly. "I am growing old, Xiao Zhe." He observed his son, who seemed unable to accept this reality, and revised his tone. "All right, we shall discuss this matter gradually." Only then did Zhen Zhe nod, saying, "Dad, do not think you can easily abandon us. We still have much to learn from you." Zhen Changsheng smiled and turned to Zhen Zhu, saying, "You are the one who gives me the greatest concern." Zhen Zhu immediately burst into tears. "Dad, I am sorry. This time it was all my fault. Please do not be angry anymore." Zhen Changsheng replied, "You ought to apologize to Xiao Yan as well. He is your husband, and your actions have put him in a most difficult position." Seeing Zhen Changsheng's voice growing more intense, Zhao Xiaofan feared his rising anger might increase his blood pressure, and quickly urged him, "Old Zhen, let the children handle their own matters. You need to focus on recuperating. Do not let your emotions run high." Zhen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am fine. Infidelity is not a trivial matter. It reflects moral decay, and as her father, I must intervene." His gaze sharpened as he looked at Zhen Zhu, commanding, "Apologize to Xiao Yan immediately." Zhen Zhu bit her lip, ultimately yielding to her father's insistence. She lowered her head, avoiding Lin Yan's gaze, and mumbled, "I'm sorry." Zhen Changsheng glared at her. "Who are you speaking to? Quickly, look at Xiao Yan and say it with more sincerity." Thus, Zhen Zhu turned her body, facing Lin Yan behind her, reluctantly uttering, "I'm sorry." Lin Yan gazed coldly at her, uttering not a single word in response. Observing Lin Yan's demeanor, Zhen Changsheng felt a surge of foreboding. He sighed and addressed Lin Yan, saying, "Xiao Yan, it is true that Bao Bao has erred, yet she has acknowledged her mistake. You ought to at least show some sign of understanding." Lin Yan met Zhen Changsheng's gaze, her face resolute as she declared, "Father, I pondered this extensively yesterday. Since Zhen Zhu relishes her freedom so much, and we cannot contain her, then," before she could articulate the word divorce, Zhen Changsheng interjected forcefully, "No." Lin Yan disregarded his interruption, intent on continuing her thoughts. However, as she opened her mouth, Zhen Changsheng suddenly clutched his chest in pain, causing a wave of alarm to ripple through the room as everyone rushed to him, exclaiming, "Father, what is wrong? Lao Zhen, what does it hurt?" Zhen Changsheng took several deep breaths, feeling as though he regained his composure, and softly reassured the onlookers. "It's nothing." Zhao Xiaofan, terrified, nearly darted off to fetch a doctor, as she scolded while soothing Zhen Changsheng's back. "I warned you not to get so worked up. Why speak so loudly? If something were to happen to you, how would I carry on?" Zhen Changsheng comfortingly patted his wife's hand and turned back to Lin Yan to resume the earlier discussion. "Xiao Yan, I understand your perspective. As a man myself, had I been in your position, I might have acted similarly. However, marriage is not a trivial matter. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years of cultivation to row a boat together and 100 years of cultivation to share a bed. The bond of marriage is indeed a profound fate. I implore you not to discard this connection so lightly." Chapter 71. Dilemma. Lin Yan, feeling helpless, replied, "Father, it is not that I wish to abandon this connection." He gestured towards Zhen Zhu, stating, "We have been married for merely 3 months, yet she has been entangled with that man for over a month. How can I possibly endure this?" Zhen Zhu interjected, "Lin Yan, please refrain from such harsh words. I have not been unfaithful with Xiao Ji. Our love is pure." Zhen Changsheng, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, "How dare you speak? Silence yourself immediately." Zhen Zhu, with her head held high, fell silent. After reprimanding her, Zhen Changsheng turned back to Lin Yan, saying, "You heard her. There's been no tangible infidelity. Though Bao Bao may be unreliable, I trust she would not fabricate such matters. You have confronted the man, and Bao Bao has apologized. Let's put this matter behind us. I will take her credit card and place it under your management, requiring her to seek your approval for her outings. Would that be agreeable? Lin Yan shook his head with determination. Father, that is not acceptable. This is not merely a matter of apology. I do not mind her social outings, but infidelity is something I cannot forgive. Moreover, her actions signify that she harbors no feelings for me whatsoever. Why force us to remain bound together? Zhen Changshang scrutinized him for a moment in silence, pressing his fingers against his brow. After a pause, he spoke again in a conciliatory tone. Let us consider this. I will provide you with 10 million as a gift to establish a company, allowing you to pursue any venture you desire. This sum will be entirely at your discretion, provided you do not part ways with Bao Bao. Lin Yan found himself at a loss, struggling to comprehend the suddenness of this proposition. Father, you failed to comprehend. This is not merely a matter of finances. The relationship between Zhen Zhu and myself has become a source of mutual torment, and rather than continue in this manner, it is far better to part ways. He was visibly agitated, insisting that he did not desire the Zhen family's wealth. I have made up my mind. I will divorce Zhen Zhu. Please calculate the total expenses incurred for my mother's illness. I will write you an IOU, and I assure you that I shall repay every penny with interest to the Zhen family. All I ask is for you to grant me my freedom. My decision is resolute. Father, there is no need to further persuade me. I can no longer manage your daughter, nor do I wish to. I implore you to seek someone more capable. With that, he turned to leave the hospital room. Zhen Zhe grasped him firmly and exclaimed, Xiao Yin, do not act impulsively. Zhen Changsheng realized that Lin Yan was determined to divorce Zhen Zhu. However, they had only been married for 3 months. What would the world say about Zhen Zhu now? They had once shared a close bond, and it was not devoid of affection. No, they must not divorce. With this thought, he shouted at Lin Yan, who was attempting to break free from Zhen Zhe's grasp. Divorcing baby means taking my life. Both Lin Yan and Zhen Zhe were startled into silence by his exclamation. Zhao Xiaofan looked at Zhen Changsheng, whose chest rose and fell rapidly, and asked, Old Zhen, are you all right? Zhen Changsheng trembled as he clutched his wife's hand. Softly replying, Yen me fine. Zhao Xiaofan quickly placed her hand on his chest, feeling the tumultuous beating of his heart, wishing she could bear his discomfort. She turned to Lin Yan, pleading, Xiao Yin, you've been with us for over 6 months. Your father and I have treated you well. Your father is still unwell. Could you refrain from causing him such distress? Please, for the time being, agree to his terms. 1 TU? Lin Yan clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. At that moment, Zhen Zhe added, since our parents have spoken, you needn't be so stubborn. I will keep a watchful eye on my little sister. I promise she will not falter again. Please just agree. Lin Yan continued to hold his silence. Seeing his refusal, Zhao Xiaofan wept. Do you want your mother to kneel before you? For your father's sake, I am willing to do anything. As she spoke, she began to lower herself to the ground. Zhen Zhu quickly embraced her mother, preventing her from kneeling, crying out, Mother, what are you doing? You must not kneel. Why should he compel you to do so? In an instant, the hospital room descended into chaos. Zhen Changsheng clutched his chest in agony, feeling slightly faint. Zhen Zhe, anxious, turned to Lin Yan, saying, Xiao Yin, you are the kindest person in the world. Our entire family is pleading with you. Please acquiesce. Otherwise, your father will be deeply unsettled. Suddenly, Zhen Changsheng closed his eyes and slumped to one side. Zhen Zhu, quick to notice, released her mother and shouted, Father, Father, what is happening? Zhao Xiaofan, disregarding her disheveled attire, hurriedly placed her fingers beneath Zhen Changsheng's nose to check for breath. Thank heavens he was still breathing. At this, everyone ceased their quarrels. Those who needed to call for a doctor did so, and those who could shake the bed did just that, all bustling about. Shortly after, Zhen Zhe returned with the doctor, who assessed Zhen Changsheng's condition and noted that his blood pressure was alarmingly high. The doctor immediately inquired about the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that the patient was in a state of emotional turmoil, the doctor cast a reproachful glance at the crowd exclaiming, "Did I not instruct you all to avoid provoking his emotions? Hypertension is perilous. It took considerable effort to stabilize him yesterday, and now his blood pressure has surged again. You must remember not to agitate him. Can we not defer discussions for a few days? Why must you insist on speaking when he is in distress?" The group bowed their heads, obediently accepting the reprimand. Once the doctor had finished admonishing them, he shifted his tone, saying, "All right, I will prescribe some intravenous medication. After administering the injection, his condition should improve swiftly. Please leave one person to monitor the four, and the rest of you may wait in the lounge to allow the patient some peace." Thus, Zhao Xiaofan volunteered to stay behind, while Zhen Zhu, Lin Yan, and Zhen Zhu retreated to the lounge. Before long, the nurse had successfully administered the four. Zhen Zhu peered through the door, observing Zhen Changsheng sleeping soundly, and felt a sense of relief. He approached the sofa and gently tapped Lin Yan's shoulder, signaling for a private conversation. Lin Yan rose and, under Zhen Zhu's watchful gaze, stepped outside with Zhen Zhu. By this time, morning had arrived, and the sounds of conversation echoed from various rooms, while patients were wheeled through the bustling corridor. Zhen Zhu led Lin Yan up the stairs to the rooftop, which had been transformed into a resting area. Lin Yan casually selected a chair, resting his arms on the table before him and pressing against his temples. Zhen Zhu settled into the chair opposite him. After a moment of contemplation, he said with difficulty, "I have never seen my father like this." He reminisced over the years. Zhen Group has faced numerous challenges, yet no matter how dire the circumstances, my father has always remained composed, even during the most arduous times. He never uttered a word of hardship or fatigue. His vitality is remarkable. We often hold lengthy meetings together, and there are times when I feel exhausted and wish to take a break, yet my father always sits upright, full of energy. He often teases me about my youthful lack of stamina, yet today, this man has admitted to feeling weary. Chapter 72. A temporary measure. Zhen Zhu continued. "Can you understand? To me, my father is like a towering mountain, providing sustenance and shielding me from all threats. He is my source of confidence. But now, it seems this mountain is on the verge of collapse." His voice trembled with emotion. Lin Yan's heart was equally tumultuous. He had resolved to divorce Zhen Zhu, regardless of what Zhen Changsheng might say. However, gazing at the frail elder lying in the hospital bed, pleading with him, he found himself unable to remain resolute. Despite his deep resentment towards Zhen Zhu, wishing never to see her again, he could not ignore the kindness shown to him by her parents, who had saved his mother. Thus, he felt compelled to separate his animosity toward Zhen Zhu from his feelings toward her parents. If Zhen Changsheng were to suffer any ill fate due to the turmoil surrounding their situation, Lin Yan knew he would never find peace. After a brief pause, Zhen Zhu continued, "I understand that our request for you to forgive my sister is rather unfair. However, Lin Yan, could you, for the sake of our parents and myself, temporarily overlook her actions? Even if it is merely an act for my father's sake, it would at least grant him some peace of mind during this critical time. We can discuss everything later, all right?" Lin Yan pressed hard against his temples, causing them to redden before finally lowering his hand. He fixed his gaze upon Zhen Zhu and said, "Very well. I promise you that I will refrain from mentioning the divorce from Zhen Zhu for the time being, but I shall certainly bring it up in the future." It was enough to temporarily placate him. Zhen Zhu let out a long sigh of relief and grasped Lin Yan's hand, expressing, "Thank you, brother. Rest assured, if father recovers in due time and you still wish to pursue a divorce, I will stand by your side and advocate for you." Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. They conversed for a while longer on the rooftop before Zhao Xiaofan informed them that Zhen Changsheng had awakened, prompting their hurried return. In the hospital room, Zhao Xiaofan was feeding Zhen Changsheng kanji, but his appetite appeared poor, and after a few spoonfuls, he declared he could eat no more. With no other option, she set down the bowl. Zhen Zhu, smiling, addressed Zhen Changsheng, "Father, I have good news to share. I just spoke with Xiao Yan, and he has agreed not to divorce Xiao Mei." Zhen Changsheng's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Lin Yan, asking, "Is this true?" Lin Yan nodded. Zhen Changsheng's spirits lifted, and he repeatedly exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. You are a good child. I have not misjudged you." Zhao Xiaofan chimed in, Now you can rest easy. Focus on your recovery and do not worry about those two anymore. Zhen Changsheng sighed. Very well, I shall cease my worries. He turned to Zhen Zhe and added, You heard my promise to Xiao Yin just now. Since I am currently unable to leave, please expedite the arrangements on my behalf, using funds from my private account. Lin Yan hurriedly declined, saying, Father, let us forego the matter of registering a company. My decision to not pursue a divorce was not motivated by financial gain. Rather, I was concerned for your health regarding my situation with Zhen Zhu. You truly need not compensate me. Even if offered, I would refuse. However, Zhen Changxing insisted, No, I must fulfill my word. Furthermore, you have endured significant injustice this time, and compensation is necessary. Besides, we must also consider the matter concerning Xiao Rui. His words trailed off, but Lin Yan understood that Zhen Changxing wished to compensate him for both issues. Nevertheless, he genuinely did not wish to accept any money from the Zhen family, and thus reiterated, There is no need for that, Father. You should save your fund for my elder brother and second brother. I would prefer not to create further complications over money in the future. Hearing this, Zhen Changsheng fell silent. Xiao Rui had recently reproached him for favoritism, and should he now give Lin Yan money? It would not be an act of kindness, but rather a source of trouble for him. What to do? He found himself in a quandary, momentarily at a loss for a solution. Zhao Xiaofan, noticing her husband's predicament, suggested thoughtfully, Why not have the funds come from baby's account? Let baby sign a gift agreement. As for their marital assets, regardless of how they are utilized, outsiders have no right to comment. After all, the Zhen family is not lacking in this 10 million. Spending money to ensure peace of mind for your husband and a tranquil household is a worthy investment. Zhen Changxing's expression brightened as he praised, What a splendid idea. We can later find a way to reimburse baby that 10 million. Providing money to my daughter, I trust her two brothers will not object. Zhen promptly affirmed. I agree. Although Xiao Rui may have his flaws, he cares deeply for his sister and will have no objections. Zhen Changxing nodded in satisfaction. However, Lin Yan was not satisfied. Furrowing his brows, he said, Dad, Mom, Big Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but could you please respect my opinion? I do not wish to accept this money. He was still contemplating divorce from Zhen Zhu. Accepting her money would only complicate matters further. Zhen Changsheng spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yin, if you refuse this money, it means you are not forgiving Bao Bao. As long as you do not forgive her, my heart will remain unsettled, and my illness will not improve. Think it over. Zhen Zhe quickly tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve, indicating that he should comply. At that moment, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming urge to shout, I have retreated as far as I can. Why are you still pressuring me? Just then, Zhen Zhu approached. Her demeanor transformed from the indifference she had shown while apologizing in the morning. She grasped the other side of Lin Yan's garment and pleaded, I beg you, please agree. I promise I will never again do anything to hurt you. Is that not enough? Zhen Zhu was deeply shaken by her father's second fainting spell. After pondering for a long while on the sofa, she realized that despite her affection for Xiao Ji, her father was undeniably more important. He had fainted twice due to this matter. She could not bear to distress him further. As long as her father recovered, she was willing to do anything. Lin Yan was tempted to retort sarcastically, Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. Yet, he swallowed his words, deciding to save the argument for a time when they were alone, at least not now. He pulled his garments away from Zhen Zhu's grasp and looked at Zhen Changsheng, saying, All right, I agree. Zhen Changsheng nodded slowly, his voice gentle, Good child. Now, shake hands with Bao Bao, and do not argue when you return home. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, frowning as he extended a hand towards Zhen Zhu. She looked at him through teary eyes and awkwardly took his hand. Observing their clasped hands, Zhen Changsheng earnestly remarked, this is how it should be. A couple is meant to accompany each other through life. This journey is long, and who knows when one might wish to slip away and seek excitement elsewhere. But remember, parents cannot stay with you forever. Siblings will establish their own families, and friends will not always be by your side. Only spouses remain together for the long haul. I hope you both will cherish one another and this relationship and refrain from causing each other pain in the future. Understand? Both Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu lowered their heads in unison, replying, "Understood." Chapter 73. A meeting of minds. Zhen Changsheng was still quite weak. Speaking at length had exhausted him. He wearily gestured for his 3 children to leave, saying, "You may go now. Xiao Zhe, off to work you go. Bao Bao and Xiao Yin, return home to rest. There is nothing more for you to do here. Your mother is present." The 3 exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. Zhao Xiaofan helped Zhen Changsheng settle back comfortably and turned to them, saying, "Listen to your father. There are only a few tests today. Your presence here is unnecessary. Bao Bao, you and Xiao Yin can come back this afternoon. I had the housekeeper prepare some soup to clear the heat. Please bring it along when you come." Zhen Zhu obediently nodded. "All right." Zhen Zhe, still concerned, cautioned, "Mom, please call me immediately if anything happens with Dad. Dad, rest well. I will return after work." Zhen Fu and Zhen Mu both agreed, and Zhen Zhe, with one arm around his sister and the other around Lin Yan, exited the hospital room. Due to having insufficient sleep the previous night, Zhen Zhe was yawning persistently. Lin Yan could not help but remark, "Elder brother, perhaps you should refrain from going to work this morning. Lack of sleep will surely diminish your vigor on the job." Zhen Zhe shook his head resolutely, stating, "That is not an option. After changing my clothes at home, I must head to the office. With father absent, it is my responsibility to oversee matters." Lin Yan ceased his attempts at persuasion and drove Zhen Zhe and Zhen Zhu back to the Zhen residence. Upon their arrival, they encountered Zhen Rui, who was hastily making his way outside. Zhen Rui was taken aback upon seeing them and inquired, "Why are you back? Where's father?" Zhen Zhe stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Xiao Rui, father is fine. Last night, he fainted due to angina, but the doctor has advised further examinations before he can be discharged. Do not worry, mother is watching over him. Let us proceed to work." Tsing Hui, momentarilidad, replied with a simple, "Oh." However, after a few steps alongside Zhen Zhe, he suddenly broke free from his grasp and pointed accusingly at Lin Yan, exclaiming, "It's all your fault, you bringer of misfortune." Lin Yan, bewildered by this accusation, retorted, "Are you still inebriated?" Zhen Rui insisted, "I am quite clear-headed now. If it weren't for you marrying my sister, father would not have been so upset. This incident is trivial, yet it feels as though a grave sin has been committed solely due to your marriage. Admit it, it is your fault." Lin Yan found it difficult to comprehend this erratic reasoning and chose not to engage in further debate, stating, "Think as you wish, it matters not to me." With that, he disregarded Zhen Rui and continued onward. Zhen Rui, incensed by Lin Yan's indifference, attempted to grab him. However, Zhen Zhe, quick to react, seized Zhen Rui's hands and admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, Xiao Yin is the victim in this situation. We have only just managed to have him forgive my sister, and here you are stirring up trouble. I tell you, this matter ends here. You are not to voice any more opinions. Should I catch you conspiring against Xiao Yin again, you shall face my wrath." With Zhen Zhe's scolding, Zhen Rui finally quieted down, sulking understood. Zhen Zhe, still unconvinced by his brother's demeanor, pulled him along, declaring, "Come, accompany me upstairs to change clothes. You will join me at the office. I must keep an eye on you." Reluctantly, Zhen Rui followed his elder brother upstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, upon entering his room, paid no mind to Zhen Zhu behind him and headed straight for a shower. Afterward, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Eventually, he sat up and reached for a reference book to peruse. Zhen Zhu ascended the stairs behind Lin Yan. Noticing he had entered his room, she hesitated momentarily before retreating to her own room. She had hoped that after his shower, he would come to her, as she had matters to discuss with him. However, after waiting and waiting, Lin Yan never appeared, and eventually she succumbed to sleep. She was awakened abruptly by the ringing of her phone. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Lin Yan. She answered, only to hear his cold voice on the other end. "Get up, we are going to the hospital immediately." Zhen Zhu replied, "Okay," and just as she intended to say more, Lin Yan abruptly ended the call. Zhen Zhu pouted, slowly donning her clothes with a hint of discontent. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Lin Yan standing at the door with a thermos, exhibiting signs of impatience after what seemed like a long wait. She hurried towards him, apologizing. "I'm sorry." Lin Yan glanced at her without uttering a word and walked away with the thermos in hand, momentarily taken aback. Zhen Zhu quickly slipped on her shoes and chased after him. During the drive, Lin Yan remained silent, focused solely on the road, unable to contain herself any longer. Zhen Zhu inquired, "Are you planning to stop talking to me altogether?" Lin Yan, gripping the steering wheel, replied expressionlessly without even blinking, "I have nothing to discuss with you. Once Dad is better, we will divorce." Understanding his intentions aligned with her own, Zhen Zhu felt relieved. She had only intended to play along until they could part ways. This was fortuitous, sparing her the effort of engaging in conversation she had no desire for. Zhen Changsheng appeared noticeably better than he had in the morning. Zhao Xiaofan informed Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu, "Today we conducted an electrocardiogram, brain scans, and blood tests. All results are excellent. The doctor stated that your father only suffers from high blood pressure. He will be monitored for another day, and if all goes well, he could be discharged the day after tomorrow." Both Zhen Zhu and Lin Yan replied, "That's wonderful." Zhen Changsheng smiled, expressing gratitude. "I must thank Xiao Yin this time. Your mother mentioned that if it weren't for your timely suggestion to bring me to the hospital and your assistance in getting me in and out of the car, she wouldn't have known what to do." Lin Yan modestly shook his head, saying, "It was nothing. I was merely doing what I should." Zhao Xiaofan, while blowing on the soup and feeding Zhen Changsheng, remarked, "There is no such thing as should or shouldn't tea. You were clearly upset, but didn't tea take it out on your father, showing such consideration for him. This demonstrates what a rare and commendable child you are." Lin Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable receiving their praise, awkwardly ruffling his hair, at a loss for words. At that moment, Zhen Zhe and Zhen Rui entered with several bags. Zhen Zhe exclaimed, "Ah, we arrived just in time. We went to the restaurant and packed your favorite dishes for Dad, specifically requesting them to be low in oil and salt. Mom, let me feed Dad." Zhen Changsheng took the soup bowl from Zhao Xiaofan, stating, "I don't need anyone. Your mother insisted on feeding me, and I couldn't tea refuse. Look, I can hold this steady." Indeed, he held the soup bowl securely in his hand. Seeing this, Zhen Zhe conceded, "All right then, Dad, you can eat by yourself." Zhen Rui pulled up a chair and sat in front of his father, staring intently at him, saying, "Dad, it's wonderful to see you recovering so quickly." Zhen Changsheng looked around at his family gathered around him and felt a profound sense of happiness. Chapter 74. A new beginning. Zhen Zhe was swift in his actions. On the day of Zhen Changsheng's discharge, he completed the necessary gifting procedures. After dinner, he sought out Lin Yan, inviting him to his study for tea. As the heir of the Zhen family, Zhen Zhe possessed the second largest study, second only to Zhen Changsheng. His love for plants led him to establish his study on the top floor, where a glass room connected to the balcony was filled with various meticulously cared for flowers and plants. Zhen Zhe had arranged tables and chairs here, often retreating to this serene space for moments of repose. He invited Lin Yan to take a seat, then retrieved a check for 10 million and several credit cards from his briefcase, stacking them together and offering them to Lin Yan, saying, "Here, please accept this." Lin Yan refrained from reaching out for them. Instead, he gazed at Zhen Zhe and gently remarked, "Brother, consider it a favor and hold on to these for me." Zhen Zhe shook his head, insisting that simply won't do. "The money and credit cards were entrusted to you by father. You must take them." As he spoke, he attempted to force them into Lin Yan's hands. Lin Yan deftly evaded Zhen Zhe's grasp and replied, "Just keep them for me. If you give them to me now, I might have to return them to you one day. There is no need for that." Zhen Zhe paused, fixing his gaze on him. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yan nodded, affirming, "It means exactly what you think. I still wish to divorce Zhen Zhu, and I believe she feels the same way. Thus, I cannot accept this money and these cards." Zhen Zhe sighed deeply, resignedly taking a seat and placing the items on the table. After a moment of contemplation, not ready to give up, inquired, "Is it truly impossible to continue?" Lin Yan offered a sardonic smile. "There is no need to persist. Our feelings are shallow, and we lack common interests. She has likely grown weary of me long ago. Without Xiao Ji, there would surely be Lao Ji. In any case, she will not remain loyal to our marriage." Zhen Zhe was well aware of his sister's character. His question was merely an attempt at a last-ditch effort. Seeing Lin Yan's resolute stance, he chose not to advocate for reconciliation. He nodded, stating very well, "As long as you have pondered this earnestly and do not regret it, I will support your decision. However, you must accept this money." Lin Yan was about to refuse once more, but Zhen Zhu interrupted him with a gesture, saying, "Please, allow me to finish. I understand your reasoning. You still hold onto the thought of repaying us for your mother's medical expenses after the divorce, intending to sever ties with the Zhen family, correct?" Lin Yan confirmed yes. Zhen Zhu's eyes reflected hurt as he replied, "You have been a part of the Zhen family for 6 months. Do we truly seem so calculating to you?" Lin Yan bit his lip, remaining silent. Zhen Zhu waved his hand dismissively. "Well, it seems that what father said that day has disheartened you. Yet, I want you to know that his words were primarily meant to comfort Xiao Rui. I can assure you of that. So, please do not take it too much to heart. While the Zhen family may not be known for its generosity, we are certainly not miserly. After you arrived, father promptly bought you a car. Though not extravagant, valued at over 2 million, it is registered in your name. Should you indeed divorce Xiao Mei in the future, father would not reclaim it. Therefore, abandon the notion of settling debts, as this money is inconsequential to our family. Insisting on repayment might lead father to feel disrespected. Furthermore, do not be so straightforward in believing that spending our family's money diminishes your worth. It does not. You did not ask for it. Father offered it, and you should accept it. As long as you remain married to Xiao Mei, you are a son-in-law of the Zhen family, and spending family resources is entirely justified." With that, he pushed the check and credit cards forward to Lin Yan. Lin Yan faced the exorbitant check for a long moment, ultimately shaking his head and responding, "Brother, you make a valid point, yet I must reiterate my stance. Now that I have decided to divorce Zhen Zhu, I cannot accept this money under any circumstances." Zhen Zhu, with heartfelt persuasion, attempted to reason with him, but to no avail. Resigned, he remarked, "Why must you be so obstinate? Let us consider this. The money shall be regarded as an initial investment from the Zhen family, and when your company becomes profitable, you may repay us. Does that sound agreeable?" Lin Yan hesitated. He had indeed been contemplating entrepreneurship lately. He had realized that no matter whom he worked for, if the boss was displeased, he could be dismissed at any moment. He had grown weary of such a life, unwilling to invest considerable effort only to be let down in the end. Noticing Lin Yan's silence, Zhen Zhu felt he had struck a chord and continued, "Do not burden yourself with guilt. This money is meant for you. If you profit, you may choose to repay us. If you incur losses, it is of no consequence." Finally, Lin Yan spoke, expressing his gratitude. "Brother, thank you for considering me so thoroughly. I cannot accept this money without reciprocation. I shall write you an IOU and ensure to repay you in the future, with the funds now relinquished." Zhen Zhu felt a weight lift from his shoulders, smiling as he replied, "Excellent. As long as you are willing to accept it, that is all that matters." He retrieved paper and pen from the study, and Lin Yan clearly inscribed, "Today, I borrow 10 million yuan from Zhen Zhu as proof, and I shall repay it in the future." Borrower, Lin Yan, after handing the paper and pen back to Zhen Zhu, who casually glanced at it before setting it aside. He gestured towards a credit card. "You may also take my sister's card. Return it to her whenever you feel inclined. It would be inappropriate for me to keep it." His thoughts were, although these two are currently estranged, there may come a day when they reconcile. It is best for them to retain their belongings. However, Lin Yan considered, should Zhen Changsheng demand Zhen Zhu's card from him one day, it would be troublesome if he could not produce it, potentially leading to Zhen Zhu facing reproach. With a sigh, he took both the card and the check, saying, "Very well." With the task accomplished, they could now indulge in light conversation. Zhen Zhu rose to brew a pot of tea, engaging Lin Yan in discussions about potential entrepreneurial directions. His extensive network spanned various industries, and Lin Yan shared his thoughts on several avenues, receiving precise advice on some fields from Zhen Zhu, while for others, Zhen Zhu suggested inviting relevant acquaintances for a meal to explore ideas together. Thus, the two conversed until the late hours of the night. Even as Lin Yan lay in bed after a shower, his mind remained invigorated. The possibilities he discussed with Zhen Zhu grew increasingly promising in his thoughts, and he decided against sleep, opting instead to open his computer and research industry prospects and relevant market values. There's a saying that a career is a man's finest fuel station. Lin Yan's fatigue from recent days vanished in the pursuit of his future endeavors. He diligently researched until the early hours, undeterred by weariness. Fortune smiled upon him. He was finally poised to unleash his potential and no longer had to live under the scrutiny of others. Chapter 75. The Persuasion of Zhen Zhu in the following days. Lin Yan found himself exceedingly busy. He was either cooped up in his room poring over information or meeting friends introduced by Zhen Zhu. During Zhen Zhu's convalescence at home, it became quite challenging to catch a glimpse of Lin Yan. One afternoon, upon returning home from an outing, Lin Yan entered to find Zhen Zhu seated in the living room, sipping tea. He approached with a warm greeting. "Father, how is your blood pressure today?" Since Zhen Zhu's discharge from the hospital, everyone had made it a point to inquire about his blood pressure, and he had grown accustomed to it. "Your mother just measured it for me. It's not high, and has been quite stable these past few days," he replied. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he advised, "That's good to hear. Father, perhaps you should limit your tea intake to ensure a restful night's sleep." Zhen Zhu shook his head with a hint of exasperation, setting down his teacup. "Goodness, now I can't even enjoy my tea." Taking a seat beside him, Lin Yan gently suggested, "For now, prioritize your rest. Once you're better, you may drink as you please." In the past, Lin Yan would never have dared to speak to Zhen Zhu in such a manner. As the chairman of the Zhen Corporation and the head of the family, Zhen Zhu hardly needed guidance. However, following his illness, Zhen Zhu's temperament had softened significantly. He had become less rigid and seemed to have shed the burdens of his past, relishing moments spent with family while showing little interest in company affairs. "I appreciate your concern," Zhen Zhu replied, visibly pleased. He then poured a cup of tea for Lin Yan from a nearby and used cup and inquired, "What have you been busy with lately? I hardly see you at home." At the mention of this, Lin Yan's enthusiasm surged. He retrieved documents from his briefcase and presented them to Zhen Zhu. "I've been conducting preliminary research. I previously discussed potential directions with my elder brother and subsequently delved into relevant materials. This compilation reflects my consultations with industry professionals over the past few days, and I believe the prospects are quite optimistic. I would appreciate your insights." Zhen Zhu accepted the documents, donning his glasses to scrutinize them page by page. It was evident that Lin Yan had invested considerable effort. The materials were meticulously summarized, replete with multiple data points, and detailed the national policies supporting various industries, along with future plans. After reviewing the documents, he remarked, "I find your selected directions quite promising. Green energy is indeed a prevailing trend, and the internet sector is evolving rapidly, with new developments emerging daily. If you seek my opinion on which path to pursue, I believe any of them could be viable. It ultimately hinges on your personal preference. To sustain a business long-term, one must possess a genuine interest in the field." "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Lin Yan replied, taking a sip of tea and expressing candidly, "Truth be told, neither of these options aligns with my expertise. I had neither knowledge nor passion for them before. However, if I had to choose between the two, I would lean towards the internet industry." He pointed to the data in the documents and continued, "In just 1 year, from last year to this year, the sales figures through live streaming have surged dramatically. An increasing number of streamers are emerging, and people are becoming increasingly reliant on online shopping. In recent years, the government's plans for rural revitalization have encouraged farmers to develop the tertiary industry, leading an increasing number of individuals to invest in this sector. Even my cousin, who resides in the countryside, has ventured into the realm of social media. After several days of observation, I believe this industry requires a modest investment with swift returns. If managed appropriately, one could recoup their investment within a year. Thus, I intend to explore this field." Zhen Zhu regarded him with admiration, saying, "Your idea is commendable, and I support you. However, I must correct a perspective of yours. Once you decide to embark on this endeavor, you must strive for a definitive outcome. The term try that you mentioned is not to my liking. Pursuing a career necessitates determination and audacity, and one must not waver. Understood? Lin Yan nodded obediently. He continued, do not fear losses if you are to undertake this. It must be executed with finesse. If funds are insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. Lin Yan promptly replied, it will suffice. I have calculated that with the initial expenses of office rent and hiring, an investment of several million is adequate. Zhen Changsheng smiled good, as long as you have a clear understanding. Recently, he had been quite lenient towards Lin Yan, partly due to gratitude for Lin Yan's timely assistance, and partly because he felt that Lin Yan had been wronged in the matter concerning Zhen Zhu and sought to make amends. Speaking of Zhen Zhu, Zhen Changsheng cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly and inquired, have you not been sharing a room with the baby lately? This information had come from the housekeeper, who noticed a plethora of Lin Yan's belongings in his room, such as his computer and frequently worn clothes, which had previously been kept in Zhen Zhu's room. Given the recent events, the housekeeper promptly reported this to Zhao Xiaofan. Zhen Changsheng had overheard this discussion and felt compelled to ask Lin Yan directly. Lin Yan replied calmly, yes, I am somewhat uncertain about how to face her. Having witnessed such an intense scene, it was only natural for Lin Yan to feel this way. Zhen Changsheng sighed, I can understand. But remaining in this standoff is not ideal. You are out daily, while she works, leaving only evenings for you to see one another. If you do not reside together, when will reconciliation occur? Lin Yan sipped his tea in silence. Zhen Changsheng tentatively suggested, for my sake, could you return to the baby's room starting tonight? Otherwise, I find myself preoccupied with thoughts of both of you, which disrupts my rest. Lin Yan sighed deeply within, realizing that agreeing to stay was his way of alleviating Zhen Changsheng's concerns. He thought that if their issues were to hinder Zhen Changsheng's recovery, it would be a greater loss. Reluctantly, Lin Yan acquiesced. All right. Zhen Changsheng immediately brightened, patting Lin Yan's shoulder. Good boy. I knew you would be understanding. Make sure to have a good talk with the baby tonight, clear the air, and perhaps things can return to the way they once were. Lin Yan remained silent, pondering. How could things ever return to the way they were? During dinner, Zhao Xiaofan cheerfully instructed the housekeeper to serve Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu each a small bowl of soup, saying, you two have been working hard lately. Drink some soup to nourish yourselves. Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu, unsuspecting, obediently accepted and drank. Zhen Rui set down his chopsticks and, with an air of discontent, remarked, Mom, you are biased. I've been quite busy with meetings lately. Why don't you allow someone to make me some soup? Zhao Xiaofan shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, stop your nonsense. You aren't even married. What soup should I make you? Zhen Rui, feeling even more displeased, retorted with a stiff neck, just because I'm not married, do I lose the right to enjoy soup? Fearing that he might continue to pester her, and that Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu might take notice, Zhao Xiaofan hastily replied, fine, fine. Tomorrow evening, I'll have Annie prepare your favorite pigeon soup. All right? Competing with your sister for food. How typical of you. Zhen Rui filtered out the latter half of his mother-esque comment and, satisfied, resumed eating. Chapter 76. The power of soup. That evening, when Lin Yan entered the room, he found Zhen Zhu in a camisole, applying a facial mask. Surprised, she asked, what brings you to my room at this hour? Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Yan, maintaining a stoic expression, glanced at her and replied, I have nothing to say to you. Dad insisted I come. Annie noticed that we are no longer sharing a room. With that, he turned away, grabbed a throw pillow, and lay down on the sofa, closing his eyes to sleep. Zhen Zhu pouted and thought, humph, I didn't want to talk to you either. Thus, the two of them lay in silence, each drifting off to sleep. However, just as the lights went out, Lin Yan abruptly stood up from the sofa. Zhen Zhu, irritated, exclaimed, have you lost your mind? Why the sudden commotion? Without a word, Lin Yan headed to the bathroom, and soon the sound of a shower echoed through the room. Zhen Zhu lay in bed, cursing him, crazy. Why choose this moment to shower? Moments later, Lin Yan emerged, his body damp, and without drying his hair, simply lay down to sleep. Just as Zhen Zhu was on the verge of slumber, Lin Yan returned to the bathroom for another shower. Infuriated by the interruption of her sleep, she dashed barefoot to the bathroom door, banging on it. Lin Yan, are you doing this on purpose? If you want to retaliate, at least be more sophisticated. This method is too crude. Inside the bathroom, the sound of rushing water continued. Although Lin Yan heard her, he chose to ignore her. Zhen Zhu, receiving no response, became even angrier and kicked the door twice, only to realize she was barefoot, incurring a painful sting on her foot. Limping back to bed, she felt a strange warmth enveloping her. Despite the room being a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius, which had never felt hot before, she found it peculiar. While muttering to herself, she adjusted the temperature to 20 degrees, which made her feel somewhat better. Not long after, when Lin Yan emerged, he too felt a significant relief. Since lying down earlier, he had felt uncomfortably warm, initially attributing it to Zhen Zhu's room. However, something felt amiss. After taking a cold shower, he finally felt better, and with the air conditioning blowing cool air, he recalled that Zhen Zhu had also felt hot, prompting him to lower the air conditioning temperature. Satisfied, he reclined once more. Yet, the tranquility was short-lived. Within 10 minutes, Zhen Zhu suddenly sat up in bed and rushed into the bathroom. Lin Yan covered his eyes and sighed, pondering that sleep was impossible at this moment. He rose to retrieve a bottle of ice water from the small refrigerator in the room, sipping it slowly. At that moment, he still felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, a heat that seemed to have no release, despite the room being quite cool. He had taken a cold shower and was now drinking ice water, yet discomfort persisted, just as he contemplated whether to swim a few laps in the pool. Zhen Zhu emerged in a bathrobe, her expression grave as she regarded Lin Yan. "Do you also feel unbearably hot?" she inquired. Lin Yan nodded. Zhen Zhu continued. "Do you feel as if nothing can alleviate this sensation?" Lin Yan nodded again. Grasping her forehead in frustration, Zhen Zhu exclaimed, "This is bad. The soup my mother made for us this evening must be problematic." Furrowing his brow in confusion, Lin Yan asked, "What issue could it possibly have? It didn't taste strange to me." Zhen Zhu, exasperated, replied, "Are you foolish? She must have known we would be sharing a bed tonight. So that tonic was undoubtedly intended for that purpose. It's my fault for not picking up on her implications." Lin Yan, incredulous, responded, "No way. She seems like a rather respectable person." Zhen Zhu countered, "Do respectable people not have children? Do not underestimate a mother who has raised 3. Sensing that further gossip about their elders might be impolite, Lin Yan shifted the conversation, asking directly, "What do we do now?" Zhen Zhu looked at him in silence. "Do I appear to be someone with solutions? Will I be taking cold showers if I had answers?" Lin Yan, wearing a skeptical expression, remarked, "Aren't you quite experienced?" Zhen Zhu, in a fit of frustration, retorted, "I may be experienced, but who dares to drug me? Have they lost their minds?" They exchanged glances, each recognizing a mutual sense of despair reflected in the other's eyes. Lin Yan rubbed his face with his hands and, in resignation, said, "Then let it be. I'll go soak in the pool. You continue your cold shower." He turned to leave the room. Zhen Zhu hesitated, but just as Lin Yan was about to step out, she called out, "Wait, there's actually another option." Lin Yan turned back, inquiring, "What option?" Zhen Zhu whispered, "It's simple. We sleep together." Lin Yan scoffed, "Not a chance. I'd rather spend the entire night in the pool." Zhen Zhu, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Given our symptoms, soaking in the pool won't resolve anything. It merely treats the surface issue. Besides, it's not as if we've never slept together before. Why act so noble now?" Lin Yan shook his head resolutely, gritting his teeth as he firmly told Zhen Zhu, "The moment I get close to you, I can't help but recall how you cling to that man. You should be grateful I don't strike women. Otherwise, you would never have returned that night. Enough said. I will not touch you." Zhen Zhu, startled by the harshness in his gaze, quickly retorted, "Who are you putting on a victim act for? Is this your first day realizing what kind of person I am? Oh, so now you despise me after seeing me with someone once? There are countless men you haven't seen me with, and I was even bolder in front of them. Are you planning to kill them one by one?" Lin Yan, infuriated, glared at Zhen Zhu, speechless. Zhen Zhu, perceiving his silence, escalated her provocations. She approached Lin Yan, tugging at the collar of his nightgown, and taunted, "Are you angry? Here's your chance to take out your frustration on me in bed. If you're too cowardly to come, don't blame me for not giving you an opportunity. It's your own weakness." After her words, she lightly slapped Lin Yan's face a few times. In an instant, Lin Yan's simmering anger ignited. Grasping Zhen Zhu's hand tightly, he exclaimed in disbelief, How can there be such a contemptible woman in this world? Zhen Zhu, struggling, retorted, contemptible? Yet, I was someone you cherished. How is it that when we were together I was not contemptible, but with others I am? I won't hesitate to tell you. Even if nothing happened with Xiao Ji, he is still superior to you. At this point, Lin Yan could no longer contain his rage. He lifted the struggling Zhen Zhu and, in a fit of anger, threw her onto the bed. Still at a disadvantage, Zhen Zhu continued to provoke him. If you're capable, make me submit. Otherwise, I'll definitely go out and find someone else. Unable to tolerate her provocations any longer, Lin Yan covered Zhen Zhu's mouth and said emphatically, "This is all of your own making. Don't regret it." With that, he lunged at her in a frenzy. Chapter 77. Pretending to reconcile, this encounter resembled more of a battle than an intimate affair. Lin Yan bit Zhen Zhu's neck, and she retaliated by biting his collarbone. They were locked in a fierce contest, both consumed by a fiery passion, as if they wished to strip each other to the bone. However, just as the moment was about to reach its peak, Lin Yan's rationality returned. He suddenly pulled away from Zhen Zhu and reached for the drawer of the bedside table. At a critical moment, Zhen Zhu complained, "What are you doing at a time like this?" Lin Yan remained silent, rummaging through the drawer without success. Pondering, he thought, "This doesn't make sense. We had plenty left." He glanced down at Zhen Zhu and asked, "Where is it?" It took Zhen Zhu a moment to comprehend what he was referring to, and she burst into laughter, replying, "You're asking me? I haven't been anywhere but the office lately. What I need it for? To blow up balloons?" Although Zhen Zhu would not be so dull, the realization that they lacked the essential tools at a crucial moment left Lin Yan frustrated. He pinched his temples, attempting to calm himself. Yet Zhen Zhu was unconcerned. She sat up and wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's neck, saying, "Stop dawdling. You're not acting like a man. I'm in my safe period these days, so it's fine." Lin Yan opened his eyes to look at her. "Are you sure?" In truth, Zhen Zhu was fabricating her claim. Her menstrual cycle was erratic, and she had no idea when her safe period was. However, feeling a heat coursing through her body that could almost boil an egg, she realized that if they didn't proceed soon, a trip to the hospital might be inevitable. "Absolutely. Stop with the nonsense and hurry," she urged, kissing Lin Yan's neck. Feeling her kiss, Lin Yan could no longer hesitate and closed the distance between them. The effects of Zhao Xiaofan's nourishing soup were remarkable. They continued their passionate encounter until late into the night. By then, Zhen Zhu was so exhausted she could barely turn over. She was too preoccupied to regret her earlier provocations towards Lin Yan, and, within a minute of lying on the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yan was no better off than she was. He felt utterly drained, exhausted to the core, lacking the desire even to bathe, and succumbed to slumber the moment he hit the pillow. The following morning, Zhao Xiaofan, who usually urged Zhen Zhu to adhere to her work schedule, instructed the maid not to wake Zhen Zhu, having observed her discreetly sneaking out multiple times the previous night. The light from Zhen Zhu's room suggested that she had kept her lamp on, indicating she hadn't retired for the night. Satisfied, she thought to herself that her plan was succeeding. Indeed, during breakfast the next day, Zhen Zhu remained in bed, and even Lin Yan, who typically rose early, did not stir. Zhao Xiaofan was delighted by her successful orchestration, smiling to herself. Zhen Changsheng, upon witnessing his wife's demeanor, shook his head in disbelief. Never having expected his usually dignified wife to resort to such tactics concerning their younger counterparts. Yet, ultimately, it was all for their benefit. He hoped they would comprehend their parents' well-meaning intentions and reconcile sooner rather than later. However, the prospect of reconciliation seemed utterly implausible. As soon as Zhen Zhu awoke, she hoarsely addressed Lin Yan, stating that last night was an exceptional circumstance and urged him not to overthink it. Their relationship remained unchanged, and she insisted there would be no alterations. She clarified that her willingness to share a bed did not signify lingering affection. Rather, she had never harbored feelings for him, and her actions the previous night were solely due to that bowl of soup. With a swift turn of events, Zhen Zhu displayed her true colors. Lin Yan scoffed, retorting that it was he who ought to be saying that. He assured her that he would not entertain any delusions. hoping she would honor her words and maintain her distance, refraining from throwing herself at him, as it was unbecoming. Zhen Zhu, in a fit of annoyance, bit his arm. He grimaced in pain and quipped, resorting to biting when you can't win an argument. Are you a dog? Releasing her grip, Zhen Zhu pointedly instructed him to vacate her bed, declaring her disdain for his presence. Lin Yan replied, You needn't worry about shooing me away. I was just about to leave. Your bed is hardly a treasure. I wouldn't even consider it, even if you paid me. He promptly exited the bed, collecting his clothes scattered on the floor. The more Zhen Zhu observed him, the angrier she became, and she hurled the pillow he had just used across the room. Lin Yan deftly avoided it, scoffing, Save your energy. You might need it to get out of bed later. Zhen Zhu, exasperated, shouted, Get lost. Don't even think about sleeping in my bed tonight. As Lin Yan walked out, he retorted, Who wants to sleep in your bed? The sofa is 1,000 times more comfortable. Their quarrel continued until lunch, where both bore sour expressions. Zhao Xiaofan, noticing Zhen Zhu's neck adorned with band-aids, cautiously inquired about the previous night's events. Zhen Zhu, caught off guard, choked on her porridge, erupting into a fit of loud coughs. The maid poured her a glass of water, and after a few sips, Zhen Zhu, her face flushed, chastised her mother. Please refrain from offering us those peculiar concoctions in the future. I nearly ended up in the hospital yesterday. Unfazed, Zhao Xiaofan replied, It's not that dramatic. I only want what's best for you both. Zhen Zhu, feeling utterly helpless, sincerely suggested, Mom, if you have extra energy to spare for dancing in the square, we truly do not require your kind of attention. What nonsense are you spouting? She shot back, casting a sidelong glance at Zhen Zhu before conceding, Fine. I want to prepare that soup for you again, but you two must take care of each other. Zhen Zhu, as long as you refrain from reckless actions, we will undoubtedly be just fine. If you continue to act impulsively, I cannot guarantee the outcome. She began to threaten Zhao Xiaofei. In truth, Zhao Xiaofei preferred not to meddle in their affairs, but given their ongoing discord, she felt compelled to intervene. Now that they had reconciled, she had no intention of intruding further, and thus readily replied, Deal, darling, you must keep your word. Zhen Zhu assured her earnestly, Absolutely. However, in her heart, she mused that her mother had not installed surveillance in her room, so her interactions with Lin Yan would remain undisclosed to her mother. Regardless, her priority was to deceive her mother into quietude for the time being. Zhao Xiaofei, oblivious to her daughter's convoluted thoughts, believed that her daughter genuinely wished to mend fences with Lin Yan. Overjoyed, she indulged in an extra bowl of rice. So much so that she was unable to nap later. Subsequently, the family experienced a brief spell of tranquility. Lin Yan was preoccupied daily with registering his company, securing office space, recruiting personnel, and other numerous tasks, while also visiting his mother. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhu, under Zhao Xiaofei's insistence, was required to go to work each day, accompanying her mother to meetings that left her feeling utterly beleaguered. Zhen Changxing's condition continued to improve day by day, as he recently began attempting to resume some work. Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu maintained a facade of harmony, engaging only in occasional displays of affection in front of Zhen's parents. However, once they retreated to their room, they scarcely exchanged a word. Lin Yan busied himself at his desk, while Zhen Zhu focused on her skincare routine. At night, Lin Yan would sleep on the sofa, and Zhen Zhu would luxuriate alone in the spacious bed, each undisturbed, creating an atmosphere of serene quietude. Unfortunately, such tranquility was destined to be disrupted. Chapter 78. Coercion. In mid-May, Lin Yan successfully rented 2 offices in Futian District, assuming the role of general manager. He lured several industry elites from leading firms with lucrative offers and recruited over 20 ordinary employees. On the opening day, Zhen Zhe personally attended to show support, representing the Zhen family in presenting a congratulatory flower basket. Peng Liang also arrived with Wang Xiang. Upon seeing Lin Yan, he beamed broadly, clapping Lin Yan on the shoulder and exclaiming, Talent emerges in every generation. Your vision is commendable. I've been learning about this burgeoning industry, and it holds tremendous potential, ideal for young entrepreneurs like yourselves. If managed well, an IPO is just around the corner. Lin Yan quickly shook his head and smiled, replying, I am grateful for your recognition, Mr. Peng, but I dare not dream of an IPO. Sustaining a family is sufficient. Wang Xiang interjected, stop being so modest. I believe Mr. Peng is absolutely right. If you work diligently, who knows, one day I might tire of design and wish to venture into self-media. At that point, I would rely on your support. Lin Yan understood that Wang Xiang was jesting. With such favorable treatment at Zhen's, he would never resign, but rather, he was subtly encouraging himself. Thus, he playfully remarked, all right, I shall create a special program titled My Years at Zhen's. With Zhen's reputation, once the video is released, you will undoubtedly become an overnight sensation, recognized wherever you go. Wang Xiang pointed at Lin Yan and said, great, master. You're putting me on the internet to mock me, aren't you? Laughter ensued among everyone present. At that moment, the administrator approached Lin Yan and informed him that it was time for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Lin Yan promptly invited Zhen Zhu and his entourage inside, encouraging everyone to gather at the company's entrance for the cutting. After the ceremony concluded, Lin Yan guided them on a tour of the company, which he had named Wu Yuan Fujie, inspired by the words of Qing dynasty scholar Jining in Guyan Lian by Shui Wenlei, signifying that no distance could limit the reach of knowledge, regardless of the mountains or seas. He held high hopes for this venture, believing that with meticulous management, it would withstand market challenges and flourish. On the day of the grand opening, Zhen Zhu also made an appearance, though she only stayed briefly after the ribbon cutting. She presented Lin Yan with a jade cabbage ornament and exchanged a few perfunctory words of blessing before excusing herself, citing company matters. Lin Yan displayed little emotion in response, but Zhen Zhu quickly interjected, urging, sister, please don't go. With mom at the company, everything is fine. Stay here and keep Lin Yan company. Zhen Zhu frowned, her lovely brows knitting together. No, I wouldn't be of any help. You can stay here in my stead. Zhen Zhu was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, how can he compare to his wife? What is she saying? Just as he was about to protest further, Lin Yan spoke up, looking at Zhen Zhu. Zhen Zhu mentioned to me last night that there is an important meeting she needs to attend at the company. She genuinely has matters to attend to. So let her leave. Zhen Zhu beamed at her brother, while Zhen Zhu, aware that there was no significant financial meeting that day, felt reluctant to contradict her in front of Peng Liying and Wang Xiang. Moreover, since Lin Yan had spoken on her behalf, he reluctantly conceded, all right, you may go. I want to be at the company this afternoon. I'll have my secretary attend that meeting. Zhen Zhu understood well that there was no actual meeting and recognized her brother's words were merely a ploy to keep her from wandering off, encouraging her to return to the company. Nonetheless, as long as it meant avoiding Lin Yan, she felt content to comply. She nodded understood. Thus, the employees of Lin Yan as company witnessed the legendary beautiful boss lady striding in on her high heels, only to leave in a whirlwind moments later. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation. Zhen Zhu cast a worried glance at Lin Yan, concerned he might be displeased. However, Lin Yan was utterly unconcerned. In fact, he preferred Zhen Zhu's departure, as their relationship had deteriorated to the point of mutual disdain. He gently nodded at Zhen Zhu, signaling that all was well, before addressing everyone. I sincerely appreciate you all taking the time out of your busy schedules to support me. I will treat you to lunch. Let us enjoy a good meal together. Wang Xiang was the first to chime in, exclaiming, absolutely. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I've been waiting for this feast. Laughter erupted around him, and Zhen Zhu playfully added, so, the food at the Zhen family canteen isn't tea to your liking? Wang Xiang quickly clarified, giving a thumbs up, not at all. Our Zhen family cuisine is renowned for its quality. But let us face it, no matter how delicious, one can get tired of the same flavors. Lin Yan's invitation for this meal is a delightful change of pace. Zhen Zhu laughed and gave him a playful nudge, saying, all right then, let us allow General Manager Lin to treat us to a change of flavor today. A group of individuals, filled with laughter and conversation, made their way to a nearby tavern. Due to Zhen Changxing's recent illness and absence from work, Zhen Zhu had been shouldering the company's responsibilities alone, remaining perpetually tense, and, as a result, had abstained from alcohol for an extended period. At the table, Lin Yan possessed a prodigious capacity for drink, as did Peng Liying. And even Wang Xiang held his own. After several rounds, Zhen Zhu felt himself becoming rather inebriated and promptly withdrew from the drinking festivities, opting instead to sip tea and enjoy some dishes on the side. With Zhen Zhu refraining from drinking, Peng Liying dared not pressure him. However, Lin Yan was a different matter altogether. Celebrating the grand opening of his company, he naturally received special attention and, beyond entertaining his companions, was also obliged to drink with the company staff. Consequently, he indulged to the point of rare intoxication. Eventually, the administrative staff settled the bill, and Zhen Zhu assisted Lin Yan out to the hotel entrance to bid farewell to Peng Liying and Wang Xiang before summoning a driver to take them back to Zhen's residence. Given their current state, it seemed prudent to return home for rest rather than attempt any further endeavors that afternoon. Lin Yan awoke late in the evening, nursing a throbbing headache. Struggling to sit upright, he reached for his phone to check for any urgent matters at the company. To his surprise, he found a message from the same anonymous number that had contacted him previously. The new message read, "Congratulations on your new company's opening. I have some intriguing discoveries to share. Would you be interested?" Once again, it was this individual. Frowning, Lin Yan replied, "I have neither the time nor inclination to indulge in your cryptic games. Pray tell, who are you?" The response was swift. "So eager to know my identity? Very well. Meeting me will reveal all." Lin Yan retorted, "There is no need for a meeting. If you refuse to disclose your identity, please refrain from sending me further messages. I'm not interested in whatever it is you speak of." Almost immediately, another message arrived. "It's quite fascinating. Don't you want to know?" Following this, he received a multimedia message depicting a man and woman seated across from one another at a table, the woman caressing the man's face. Lin Yan's pupils dilated. Although the faces in the photograph were obscured, he instantly recognized the woman by her attire. It was Zhen Zhu, and the photo appeared to be recent. He sat up straight, fingers flying across the screen as he typed. "Who are you? What do you want?" The reply came, "I wish to meet you. If you refuse, I guarantee that this photo will be indiscriminately sent to all employees of the Zhen Corporation by tomorrow." I wonder how Zhen Changshen would react upon seeing it, especially considering his recent recovery. Fingers tightening around his phone, Lin Yan muttered a curse under his breath. How dare this person resort to blackmail? Chapter 79, Unexpected Encounters. Lin Yan speculated that this individual must be someone familiar. The previous incident involving Zhen Changshen's sudden illness had prevented him from uncovering the identity of this person, yet now they dared to threaten him, an affront he would not tolerate. He retrieved a bottle of cold water from the refrigerator, gulping it down to quickly lower his internal temperature and clear his mind. Gazing out the window, he meticulously listed everyone he had interacted with over the past few days, analyzing their motives. Yet despite his efforts, he remained utterly perplexed. In frustration, he tugged at his hair and let out a frustrated shout. He despised being threatened throughout his life. This individual repeatedly invaded his privacy, lurking like a venomous serpent in the shadows, observing him. The sensation of being spied upon was utterly disconcerting. Enough of this, since pondering over it yielded no results. He decided to confront him directly. After all, wasn't that what he wanted? Very well. It was preferable to have an open and honest discussion rather than enduring this one-sided scrutiny. Resolute in his decision, he sent a message to the other party. "We can meet, but I shall determine the time and place." The response came swiftly, "Agreed." Lin Yan speculated that the other party might be part of a larger group, prepared for confrontation, potentially planning to extort money through photographs. Thus, he chose a bustling CAF in the city center as the meeting place. A crowded location would instill caution in them, and public venues typically have surveillance cameras, ensuring he could capture their image for future police reports. He messaged, "Tonight at 7, the CAF." After sending the message, Lin Yan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, suspecting the other party would negotiate, attempting to select a more secluded location. Contrary to his expectations, the reply was an enthusiastic agreement. "No problem. See you soon. You can expect a big surprise." Reading the message, Lin Yan's confusion deepened. The other party had acquiesced so readily. They hardly seemed like extortionists. Yet, if it wasn't for money, why the intense focus on his private life? Unable to unravel the mystery, he abandoned his conjectures. He hurried to the bathroom for a quick shower, then donned a casual shirt and trousers before heading out. Just as he exited, he encountered Zhen Changxing's car returning home. He rolled down the window to inquire, "Out at this hour? Is there a social engagement on the first day of the new company?" Lin Yan couldn't disclose that he was dealing with Zhen Zhu's situation. So he simply smiled and replied, "Oh, yes, a friend has invited me." Zhen Changxing, knowing his son was responsible with socializing, nodded reassuringly. "Take care not to drink too much and return home early." "I understand, Dad," Lin Yan replied, then deftly turned the steering wheel toward the city center. He arrived more than 10 minutes early, but the person waiting for him had already arrived. Upon seeing Lin Yan enter, they called out, "Lin Yan, over here." He stood frozen in disbelief. The individual behind the anonymous messages was none other than Xiao Kiki. Let us rewind to the day of Zhen Zhu's wedding farewell. With Lin Yan's assistance, Xiao Kiki had narrowly escaped the clutches of Zhen Zhu and Enshir, managing to save face. After returning home, she cried for an entire night, vowing to exact revenge on Zhen Zhu. In the following months, Xiao Kiki discreetly bribed several attendants, convinced that no cat could resist a bit of mischief. Given Zhen Zhu's penchant for revelry before marriage, it was unlikely she would easily rein in her behavior afterward. As she had surmised, barely a month into Zhen Zhu's marriage, an attendant discreetly reported that Zhen Zhu had arrived with a fully armed man, having booked a private room where interruptions were forbidden. Her instincts told her something was amiss, so she instructed the attendant to keep a close watch, recording the times of their arrivals and departures. Initially, Zhen Zhu and that man met every few days, with their meetings occurring at unpredictable times, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes in the evening. However, each encounter lasted longer than the last. Xiao Kiki meticulously recorded the times of their meetings and even instructed various attendants to discreetly capture photographs during their service. In this way, she firmly secured evidence of Zhen Zhu's infidelity. She chose the most provocative day to inform Lin Yan, convinced that he would be unable to tolerate the betrayal. Indeed, Lin Yan did not hold back. He confronted Zhen Zhu's lover with great ferocity. According to the attendants, the man suffered a concussion, received over a dozen stitches, bled profusely, and even fractured a rib. Xiao Kiki eagerly awaited news of Zhen Zhu being reprimanded by her family. However, days passed without a single sighting of Zhen Zhu at the beauty salon or the club. It was as if she had vanished completely. Subsequently, Xiao Kiki subtly inquired with Zhen Zhu's assistant, Yi Zi, unbeknownst to Yi Zi that Zhen Zhu had fallen out with Xiao Kiki. She assumed they were planning an event together. She promptly mentioned that Zhen Dong had been hospitalized a few days prior, and that the entire family was busy caring for her, hence the delay in responses. If there were urgent matters, one could directly contact the Zhen residents, and the aunt would relay the message. Xiao Kiki quickly reassured her that there was nothing serious, merely expressing how much she missed her. She then asked when Zhen Changxing had been hospitalized, to which Yi could only provide a rough date. Comparing the day of Zhen Zhu's misdeed with Zhen Changxing's hospitalization, Xiao Kiki concluded that it was indeed a case of being so enraged that it affected his health. After hanging up, she felt elated, believing Zhen Zhu's fate was sealed. Having caused such a commotion, with both infidelity and distressing her father, her family would surely not spare her. However, as she continued to wait, no news emerged from the Zhen family. After some time, Zhen Changxing even returned to work, and still, no reports of Zhen Zhu facing any consequences surfaced. Frustration boiled within her, as she thought, how could Zhen Zhu be so fortunate as to receive forgiveness for such grave mistakes from both Lin Yan and Zhen Changxing? Just as Xiao Kiki was about to abandon her quest for revenge against Zhen Zhu, fate presented her with another opportunity. One day, while discussing business with a client in a CAF, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her after their meeting and decided to linger a little longer. The CAF, adorned with lush greenery, boasted excellent air quality and privacy, making it the perfect place for her to rest on the sofa. No sooner had she closed her eyes than she faintly heard a man's voice behind her. "Zhen Zhu, do you not miss me at all?" Instantly alert, Xiao Kiki straightened up, straining to listen. Moments later, a woman replied, "Xiao Ji, what we're doing is wrong. It was Zhen Zhu. She audaciously dared to meet with this Xiao Ji. Fortune was indeed smiling upon Xiao Kiki. Her weariness vanished entirely. Quietly, she took her coffee and moved from her seat, circling the CAF until she found a position slightly below Zhen Zhu's, cleverly utilizing the plants to hide herself. She then opened her phone's camera, nonchalantly placing it on the table so that the lens extended outwards. Once she confirmed that she could capture a complete view of the scene, she lifted her coffee with a slight smile gracing her lips and elegantly took a sip. Chapter 80. What is your true intention? The newly switched position is not far from Zhen Zhu and her companions. The CAF in the afternoon is sparsely populated, allowing for their conversation to be clearly heard. Xiao Kiki listens as a man named Xiao Ji expresses his grievances. I truly love you, even after being beaten to this state by your husband. I have not relinquished my love for you. Yet, how can you so easily abandon me and ignore my existence? I have received over a dozen stitches on my head. Look here, and here, all stitched up. With this appearance, I fear I may no longer be able to act. I have sacrificed so much. Yet you wish to sever ties with me. I cannot agree to that. Zhen Zhu gazes at Xiao Ji with compassion, her heart aching at the sight of him, once whole, now marred by Lin Yan's violence. A sense of guilt washes over her, prompting her hand to reach across the table to caress Xiao Ji's face as she confesses. It is not that I do not wish to be with you. I like you too. However, my father disapproves. He has fallen ill and was recently hospitalized due to this matter, and he has only just begun to recover. I cannot bear to further distress him. Xiao Ji, I cannot lose my father. Consider it my betrayal of you. Xiao Ji has long fantasized about marrying Zhen Zhu after her divorce, envisioning himself ascending to the pinnacle of life. The Zhen family is affluent, and becoming their son-in-law would liberate him from the trials of a struggling actor. To achieve this objective, he exerted considerable effort to win Zhen Zhu's affection. His pursuit began when he heard her name from other socialites, who spoke of her notorious love for pleasure, lamenting her marriage to a handsome man that had rendered her reclusive. Upon hearing this, he resolved to capture Zhen Zhu's heart, recognizing the immense prestige and wealth associated with the Zhen family. He diligently sought out opportunities to be in Zhen Zhu's social circles, waiting patiently until he finally had his chance. On the day of their meeting, he meticulously applied a non-greasy nude makeup look with the help of a makeup artist and feigned innocence, shyly glancing at Zhen Zhu. It did not take long for her to notice him. However, she merely smiled in his direction without engaging further. Undeterred, he continued to have others introduce him to gatherings where Zhen Zhu was present. Through his relentless and innocent admiration, he eventually won her over. They dated for over a month without progressing to a physical relationship, which left him feeling anxious. One fateful day, in a moment of desperation, he overstepped boundaries and was fortuitously caught by her husband, resulting in a beating, though fortunately, his face remained unscathed. Awakening in the hospital, he was in excruciating pain and unable to reach Zhen Zhu, causing a mix of urgency and frustration. As he gradually healed, he frequently wandered near Zhen Zhu's workplace, and at long last, fate smiled upon his efforts, allowing him to encounter her. His aspirations remain unfulfilled, and naturally, he is reluctant to concede defeat. Upon hearing Zhen Zhu's words, disappointment floods Xiao Ji's eyes. He gently holds her hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. So, it is as such. Indeed, your uncle's health is paramount. But what shall we do? I love you, Zhen Zhu. For the first time in my life, I have loved a woman so profoundly. Without you, I find no solace in food or sleep. My very existence has lost its meaning. Can you truly bear to cast me aside? Zhen Zhu's heart ached like it was being cut by a knife, and tears streamed down her face in an instant. Xiao Ji hurriedly approached from the side of the table, gently enveloping Zhen Zhu in his arms, carefully wiping her tears with a tissue, and softly coaxing, "Darling, I won't make things difficult for you, and you don't need to be with me every day. I simply wish for you to call me when you think of me from time to time, to share your innermost thoughts, to let me see you. For the remaining time, even if I miss you, I can endure it. Is that not acceptable?" In truth, Zhen Zhu had not been particularly fond of him before. Her feelings were primarily fueled by the thrill of their clandestine affair. He certainly possessed a way with words that surpassed Lin Yan's, and he knew how to comfort her, which made her lean more towards Xiao Ji than Lin Yan. However, the opposition from her family elevated her emotions towards Xiao Ji to a new level. As the saying goes, what is unattainable is often deemed the best. Xiao Ji had become that for her. It seemed she had genuinely begun to like him, and hearing his humble plea caused her great distress. In the end, Zhen Zhu did not offer Xiao Ji any assurances that day. They merely embraced each other. Yet, Xiao Ji felt content, for he was patient. As long as Zhen Zhu did not reject him, he would always have a chance. Xiao Kuku was also pleased. After Zhen Zhu and Xiao Ji departed, she replayed the footage, and the sight of the two lovers caressing and embracing was truly touching. She was certain that Lin Yan would have a similarly moving expression upon seeing it, and she resolved to choose an auspicious day to send it to him. Days later, when Xiao Kuku learned of Lin Yan's company's grand opening, she eagerly forwarded the footage to him. Thus, the initial scene unfolded. Lin Yan stood at the entrance of the CF, staring blankly for quite some time before dragging his heavy steps towards Xiao Kuku's table. He did not sit. Instead, he looked down at her and asked, "What is your purpose?" The CAF was bustling with patrons, even at 7 in the evening, and Lin Yan's voice was somewhat loud, drawing attention from those around them. Xiao Kuku laughed playfully and replied, "Mr. Lin, is this how one should approach someone when seeking assistance?" Lin Yan scoffed, his expression cold as he sat across from her. Unfazed by his demeanor, Xiao Kuku opened her laptop, turning the screen towards him, stating, "All the evidence is here. Take your time to review it." Lin Yan furrowed his brow as he glanced at her, but he was soon captivated by the contents on the screen. Xiao Kuku had meticulously annotated each photo of Zhen Zhu and Xiao Ji taken by the waiter, detailing the time and location, making it clear and comprehensible. Lin Yan swiftly perused all the photos and videos, his expression growing even more frigid. He pulled out his phone to capture an image of Zhen Zhu and Xiao Ji meeting at the CF, then forcefully snapped the laptop shut, asking once more now, "Tell me, what is your objective?" Xiao Kuku stroked her beautifully manicured nails, her smile gentle yet inexplicably eerie. "I have no ulterior motive," she said. "You have assisted me in the past, and I merely wish to return the favor." Lin Yan gazed intently into her eyes and replied, "Stop beating around the bush. You wouldn't go to such lengths just to help me. If you genuinely wanted to assist, you could have simply sent everything to me anonymously without requesting a meeting. My patience is limited. I advise you to speak the truth immediately, or I shall take my leave without hesitation. Should you wish to share these photographs with everyone in the Zhen family, feel free. At worst, I will return home and promptly arrange for Mr. Zhen to be hospitalized. Do not attempt to threaten me. You lack the leverage to do so." As Xiao Kiki listened, she pressed her nails into her fingers until they turned purple, only stopping when the pain became unbearable. With a mocking clap, she remarked, "Mr. Lin, you truly embody the contemporary ideal son-in-law, enduring your wife's repeated infidelities with such grace. What remarkable tolerance." Lin Yan gritted his teeth in anger. Observing his irritation, Xiao Kiki laughed even more heartily, leaning closer to him and whispering, "How much did the Zhen family pay you to endure this? Surely, the funds for your company are merely compensation, are they not?" After uttering this, she feigned surprise, covering her mouth as if she had misspoken, blinking innocently at Lin Yan and exclaiming, "Goodness, could it be that I've hit the mark?" Chapter 81. An absurd request. Lin Yan, unable to endure any longer, retorted, "Speculate as you wish. If you do not reveal your intentions, I shall take my leave. I have no time for your madness." He stood up promptly. Xiao Kiki, sensing his urgency, quickly interjected, "Why the rush? I never said I wouldn't disclose my purpose." Lin Yan sat back down, his expression still impassive as he regarded her. With a hint of shyness, Xiao Kiki leaned closer, stammering, "Well, I have no ulterior motives. I simply admire you and wish to invite you to share a pleasant evening." Lin Yan, taken aback, incredulously repeated, "You wish to invite me to share a pleasant evening?" Xiao Kiki nodded. His expression morphed into a complex mix of shock, disgust, and disdain within mere seconds. He let out a derisive laugh and firmly shook his head at her, stating, "I will not hesitate to inform you that I am on the verge of divorcing Zhen Zhu, rendering your photographs utterly ineffectual as threats. Furthermore, I refuse to be a pawn in your games. I have no desire to engage in the conflict between you two." He regarded Xiao Kiki with contempt, adding, "Although Zhen Zhu has made her share of mistakes, at least she does not stab others in the back. Your actions are truly contemptible, under the guise of helping me. Your true intention is to seek revenge on Zhen Zhu, is it not? If that is the case, I implore you to cease these futile endeavors. No matter how much you may loathe Zhen Zhu and how many incriminating pieces of evidence you present to her family, they will continue to love her unconditionally. Her parents and 2 brothers will forever cherish her. As for you, you shall remain unloved, a perpetual jester." With that, he disregarded the profoundly distressed expression on Xiao Ki's face, rising to his full height and looking down upon her. "Do not delude yourself into thinking I would ever conspire with you. I shall never do so, for merely gazing upon your face makes me feel nauseous." He then strode away. Xiao Kiki trembled with rage, her insides feeling as though they would explode. After all her scheming, Lin Yan had refused to take the bait. It was utterly outrageous. In her fury, she hurled her coffee cup to the ground. The waiter, alerted by the noise, looked over to find Xiao Ki's face twisted in a savage expression, as though she were ready to devour someone whole. She hesitated to approach and timidly reminded from a distance, "Madam, this is a public place. Please do not disturb the other guests." Coco Xiao, filled with rage, retorted, "Get lost." The waitress, intimidated, remained silent, watching her from behind the bar, ready to call the police at the slightest provocation. Coco clenched her fists tightly and declared, "You, Lin Yan, I offered you evidence, and instead of gratitude, you dare to speak to me like that. I will ensure you pay for this." With that, she snatched her laptop, tossed a stack of cash at the waitress, and stormed out of the CAF like a whirlwind. Coco had envisioned that upon seeing solid evidence of Zhen Zhu's infidelity, Lin Yan would be furious. At that moment, she would propose that Lin Yan be with her, knowing that out of revenge for Zhen Zhu, he would likely agree. Later, she would show Zhen Zhu the intimate photos of them together. Zhen Zhu, so domineering, would undoubtedly be furious upon discovering this. Yet with the evidence of her own infidelity firmly in Lin Yan's possession, she would have to swallow her pride to avoid exposure. They could then negotiate terms with Zhen Zhu, extracting some benefits from her. Or perhaps they would not require anything material. Merely envisioning Zhen Zhu's humiliation brought Coco immense joy. However, to her utter disbelief, Lin Yan outright rejected her and even insulted her. Coco gripped the steering wheel tightly, vowing to make Lin Yan regret it. Lin Yan, having unleashed a tirade on Coco, drove back to the Zhen residence feeling refreshed. Prior to arriving, he had felt as if he were facing a dire threat, thinking he was dealing with extortion, only to realize it was merely a squabble between women. It was entirely within his expectations that Zhen Zhu would meet with Xiao Ji. Given Zhen Zhu's character, it would be strange if she did not, since they were on the verge of divorce. He felt no concern and had no intention of bringing it up with Zhen Zhu. He merely needed to give Zhen Changsheng a heads up, so he would be somewhat prepared, preventing any unforeseen outburst from Coco should she decide to send the photos to Zhen's employees, which could provoke Zhen Changsheng. Upon arriving home, he proactively sought out Zhen Changsheng in the study. At that moment, Zhen Changsheng was practicing calligraphy. Surprised by Lin Yan's early return, he remarked, "Did the social gathering conclude so soon? Did you not drink?" Lin Yan closed the study door, his expression grave as he approached Zhen Changsheng. He hesitated momentarily, contemplating that it might be prudent to fetch a bottle of fast-acting heart medicine, and thus said, "Yes, we didn't drink. Dad, I have something to discuss with you. But please wait a moment while I retrieve something." He turned to leave. "Are you looking for this?" Zhen Changsheng called out, seemingly attuned to Lin Yan's thoughts. As he retrieved a medical kit from beneath the table, with a hint of resignation, he said, "All the medicines are here. You can speak freely. I can handle it." A fleeting smile graced Lin Yan's lips, but it vanished swiftly. He pulled out his phone and located the photos he had taken in the CAF. Instead of showing them directly to Zhen Changsheng, he held the phone tightly and said, "Dad, brace yourself. it concerned Zhen Zhu. Upon hearing this, Zhen Chongxing's face turned pale, and one of his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Yan set his phone aside and hurriedly retrieved a few quick-acting heart-saving pills from the medicine cabinet, handing them to Zhen Chongsheng. With trembling hands, Zhen Chongsheng accepted the pills and took a sip of tea to swallow them down. After a moment, feeling somewhat better, he gestured for Lin Yan to bring the phone closer, softly inquiring, "What is it? Surely she isn't causing trouble again?" Lin Yan unlocked the phone and presented a photo of Zhen Zhu and Xiao Ji embracing in a CAF to Zhen Chongsheng. The moment Zhen Chongsheng caught sight of the picture, the world around him spun, and he collapsed onto the desk, the phone slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor. Lin Yan, neglecting to retrieve the phone, quickly rushed to support him, pressing on his philtrum several times. Gradually, Zhen Chongsheng felt his mind clear, and with trembling hands, he pushed Lin Yan away, saying, "Xiao Yan, there's no need to press anymore. I am fine now." Lin Yan complied and crouched beside him, observing with care. Zhen Chongsheng gazed at Lin Yan, who was concerned for him, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Although Zhen Zhu was his biological daughter, she had repeatedly disregarded his objections to meet that rogue, provoking his anger. Yet, upon learning of this, Lin Yan's first reaction was not to rage, but to worry for his health. This stark contrast left Zhen Chongsheng feeling a chill in his heart. He slowly reached out to stroke Lin Yan's head, sighing, "Xiao Yan, you are a good person. It is baby who does not deserve you. You have suffered grievances in the Zhen family. Father, please do not say that." Lin Yan grasped his hand, fearing it might cause him discomfort, gently massaging his thumb. He looked up earnestly at Zhen Chongsheng and said, "I will forever be grateful to you and Mother. Without you, my mother would not have recovered. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth for me, and whatever the Zhen family does for me is only right." Hearing this, Zhen Chongsheng let out a long sigh and asked, "Have you yet to dispel the notion of divorcing baby?" Lin Yan considered the situation had progressed to this point, rendering concealment unnecessary, and thus candidly admitted, "Yes, I intended to wait a while before discussing it with you." Zhen Chongsheng, noting Lin Yan's unusual calmness, had already surmised the truth, yet hearing it spoken aloud still weighed heavily on his heart. However, he recognized that Lin Yan had already compromised once for his health and felt he could not demand further concessions. Every person is cherished by their parents. It would be unjust to subject Lin Yan to repeated grievances due to Zhen Zhu's indiscretions. After a prolonged silence, he finally said to Lin Yan, "I understand your thoughts. I need to reflect on this matter." Zhen Chongsheng did not immediately oppose him, which satisfied Lin Yan. He nodded and said, "Father, I'm not in a rush. You may take your time to consider. Your health is the priority. I am sharing this with you not to discuss divorce, but because the person who captured that video has threatened me, claiming they will disseminate it to everyone in the Zhen family. I feared you might see it unexpectedly and be unable to bear it. Thus I wish to inform you in advance, so you might be prepared." As he spoke, he recounted the details of how he received these messages and videos, disclosing everything to Zhen Chongsheng, except for the one remark where Xiao demanded his company in bed. Upon hearing this, Zhen Chongsheng sneered and remarked, "This girl has quite the audacious tone. Does she think our Zhen family's firewall is merely ornamental? Rest assured, no unfamiliar emails will get through. You handled it well. Such petty individuals should be disregarded." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "You need not concern yourself with what comes next. I shall send someone to confront her. To dare threaten the Zhen family, she must be weary of life." This Xiao had single-handedly thrown the Zhen family into disarray, causing a rift between Lin Yan and Zhen Zhu, and Zhen Chongsheng harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her. How could a mere girl, barely coming of age, dare provoke the Zhen family? He felt compelled to teach her a lesson, to make her understand the consequences of meddling with the Zhen family. The following day at work, Zhen Chongsheng instructed his secretary, Xiao Wei, to contact the fire department and request an inspection at the Qiao Hotel. Xiao was bewildered as she faced the sudden inspection from the fire department, who adopted a stern demeanor and conducted an exhaustive examination. They seized upon a trivial issue at the hotel to make a significant fuss, immediately notifying them that the hotel would be shut down for a month for rectifications. This was a calamitous misfortune. Irrespective of the severity of the situation, Xiao Xiao could not fathom accepting the shutdown. If the hotel were to truly close, it would deliver a catastrophic blow to its reputation. Customers would not care about the specifics of the issue. They would only perceive that something grave had occurred, rendering the hotel untrustworthy. She promptly sought to leverage her connections, yet her influence paled in comparison to Zhen Chongsheng's. Having operated in Shenzhen for many years, Zhen Chongsheng had established formidable relationships, while Xiao Xiao had only been in Shenzhen for a few short years and could not compete in terms of governmental ties. In her desperation, she endeavored to uncover the truth behind the matter, but all related personnel remained tight-lipped and refused her offerings. After a week of futile efforts, she reluctantly accepted the punishment of closure, sending all hotel staff home on leave. On the first day of the hotel's closure, Xiao Xiao stood alone in the center of the lobby, gazing at the once bustling space now rendered desolate, as if a void had opened within her heart. This was a venture she had nurtured with great care. She had sacrificed her dignity to cater to the whims of wealthy young ladies, hoping they would frequent her establishment. Her efforts had borne fruit, as the Qiao Hotel had indeed become a renowned hotspot, at times surpassing the revenue of its Hong Kong headquarters. Yet now, all of that was at an end. She sank to the floor, hugging her knees in anguish, tears cascading onto the ground. Earlier that morning, her father had learned of the situation and called her, unleashing a tirade of criticism. He disregarded the substantial profits the hotel had generated for the group over the past few years and labeled her a fool, a waste. He threatened that if the hotel's revenue declined upon reopening, he would swiftly strip her of her management rights and transfer control of the hotel to her younger brother. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Wei reported to Zhen Chongsheng the news that Xiao's hotel would officially close for renovations today. Zhen Chongsheng, engrossed in his paperwork, did not lift his head and merely replied, "Understood. Once it reopens, you may contact to find a pretext for imposing a penalty. Ideally, a temporary closure would be best, but if that is not feasible, a hefty fine will suffice." Xiao Wei respectfully acknowledged, "Certainly, Chairman." At that moment, Xiao Kiki remained unaware of the subsequent developments regarding the instigator of this situation. Although she lacked concrete evidence, a nagging suspicion pointed towards Zhen Chongsheng with a 90 likelihood. She surmised that Lin Yan must have informed Zhen Chongsheng of her actions, inciting his wrath and prompting him to seek revenge. Yet, what could she do in the face of such formidable power? Zhen Chongsheng could easily orchestrate her downfall. However, doing nothing was equally intolerable. She pondered how to retaliate. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Zhen Chongsheng was exceedingly protective of Zhen Zhu. If she could inflict pain upon Zhen Zhu, it would be tantamount to striking at him. Energized by this epiphany, she rose and began to pace the hotel lobby, murmuring to herself, "I can proceed with the previous strategy. Zhen Zhu is domineering. Despite her troubled relationship with Lin Yan, she would never tolerate his infidelity. I merely need to entice Lin Yan into bed." No, Lin Yan had already made his refusal clear. Perhaps it would be more prudent to administer some sort of drug. Given his newly established company, he would undoubtedly be engaged in numerous social gatherings. With a month of free time ahead, she could easily follow him and await the perfect opportunity. Quickly, Xiao Kiki solidified her plan of action, clenching her fists in determination, vowing, "Lin Yan, you better not let me catch you off guard. If you do, your demise will be nothing short of catastrophic." Without delay, she rented an inconspicuous car that very day and parked it beneath Lin Yan's office, keenly observing his movements. The moment Lin Yan exited, she would follow him. Unfortunately, for several consecutive days, Lin Yan was occupied with client visits and did not engage in any social outings. Undeterred, Xiao Kiki gripped the steering wheel, spending day after day waiting beneath Lin Yan's office, until finally, after a week, her patience bore fruit. On this particular day, Lin Yan finished work and did not return to Zhen's residence. Instead, he ventured to a club. Xiao Kiki watched from a distance as he parked his car at the entrance, engaging in lively conversation with a middle-aged man before entering shoulder to shoulder. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Elated, Xiao Kiki parked her vehicle a short distance from the club, clutching a bottle of spiked whiskey that she had prepared in advance, and stepped into the establishment. Chapter 83. The drugging. Upon entering, Xiao Kiki approached the front desk, feigning urgency as she inquired of the receptionist, "Hello. May I ask which private room the gentleman in the blue shirt has entered? I am his secretary. I was preoccupied with parking and neglected to ask for his room number. His phone and drink are with me, and I am currently unable to reach him." The receptionist, busy with her tasks, replied, "Please remain calm. Could you provide the gentleman's name so we can verify with the reservation details?" Xiao Kiki responded, "Lin Yan," with the surname Lin and the character for speech. The receptionist typed on her computer and confirmed, "Correct." With a smile, she addressed her, "Hello, your name matches perfectly. Mr. Lin has reserved room 6, located on the 3rd floor, with an elevator conveniently available on the left." Xiao Kiki replied, "Thank you." She flashed a smile at the receptionist before hurriedly making her way to the elevator. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Xiao Kiki swiftly followed the signs to room 6. However, she found herself at a loss for a way to deliver the wine inside, and fearing that Lin Yan might unexpectedly emerge and catch her. She concealed herself in the fire escape stairwell, contemplating her next move while peering through the slightly ajar door. After several minutes, she finally devised a plan. She intended to bribe a waiter in half an hour, when Lin Yan and his guests would likely have indulged in enough drinks, to deliver the bottle of wine for her. Yet, doubts lingered in her mind. Would the waiter agree? Just then, she spotted a familiar server approaching and quickly stepped out from the stairwell to greet her. "Long time no see." Upon recognizing Xiao Kiki, the server beamed and approached her, saying, "Miss Xiao, it's been ages. Are you here for some fun?" "Yes, I have a little matter to attend to," Xiao Kiki replied affectionately, linking her arm with the server's and leading her into the stairwell. "Aren't you working anymore?" The server nodded, explaining, "The pay here is considerably better. I've only just started a few days ago." Xiao Kiki thought to herself, "What a stroke of luck." Her smile grew brighter as she raised the whiskey bottle and said, "Perfect. I was just thinking of whom to ask for help. A friend of mine invited a client today, but rushed out and forgot the wine, so he asked me to bring it." She wore a troubled expression, continuing, "However, I know the client as well, and if I deliver it personally, it would confirm my friend's negligence. That's why I need someone to help me out, and here you are. I understand your club has regulations, but I assure you, this favor 1 TB without recompense. Just like before, if you successfully deliver this bottle, I'll reward you with 10,000 yuan. What do you say? Can you assist me?" After a brief moment of consideration, the server readily agreed. Having previously helped Xiao Kiki with a discreet task involving Zhen Zhu, delivering a bottle of wine seemed trivial in comparison. She nodded, saying, "No problem, but how should I explain it, considering the client didn't order this wine?" "Simple," Xiao Kiki replied. "Just tell them that this bottle is a complimentary gift from your club to valued clients. Since it's my friend's treat today, it's essentially the same as if they purchased it. Wouldn't you agree?" Realizing the logic in her reasoning, the server took the bottle from Xiao Kiki, her face glowing with confidence as she said, "No worries, await my good news." Xiao Kiki patted her shoulder. "Well then, it's all up to you." The server descended to the 2nd floor, then took the elevator back to the 3rd floor. She retrieved a tray from the operations room, placed a bottle on it, and knocked before entering room 6. Lin Yan was hosting a senior industry figure that day, a pioneer in their field, one of the first to venture into this domain. Lin Yan had leveraged various connections to secure this meeting, hoping to strengthen their rapport for potential future collaboration. At that moment, the atmosphere within the room was just right, with drinks flowing freely. Holding a glass of wine with poise, he said, "Mr. Lin, welcome to our club. This bottle of wine is a gift from us to you. Wishing you and your friends a delightful evening." Those who manage to run a club are invariably well informed. Previously, Lin Yan, as the son-in-law of the Zhen family, had made appearances at various events, and it was likely that he was recognized today as well. While socializing outside, he often received complimentary drinks. After all, which proprietor wouldn't want to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Zhen family? Even leaving a good impression on the son-in-law of the Zhen family would suffice. Thus, Lin Yan harbored no suspicions regarding the bottle of wine and graciously accepted it, saying, "Just place it there, and please extend my thanks to your boss." To his surprise, The success was achieved so effortlessly. She smiled and replied, "Certainly," then skillfully opened the bottle and fetched 2 clean glasses, pouring a drink for each of them before respectfully retreating. At that moment, Xiao Kiki was anxiously pacing in the stairwell, resorting to desperate measures today, uncertain if her plan had been compromised. As she could no longer bear the weight and was about to step outside for a glance, a server entered with a tray. Xiao Kiki immediately grasped her arm and inquired, "How did it go? Did it succeed?" With a proud smile, the server replied, "Of course. Who do you think I am?" "Well done." Xiao Kiki's eyes lit up as she readily transferred 10,000 yuan via her phone. Upon receiving the payment, the server beamed with joy and said, "Thank you, Ms. Xiao. Should any similar tasks arise, feel free to reach out to me." Xiao Kiki, embracing her shoulder, responded, "Absolutely. You are my invaluable assistant. Thank you for your help today. Since the task is accomplished, I won't keep you any longer. You may leave now. My friend has a low tolerance for alcohol, so I will wait here until he finishes before we depart together." Sweetly complimenting her, the server said, "Ms. Xiao, you truly are generous to your friends. I'll take my leave now to avoid the manager looking for me later." Xiao Kiki nodded, and the server exited with the tray. Earlier, Xiao Kiki had added a small amount of a substance to the wine intended for Lin Yan, a concoction she had secretly procured to deal with her bothersome brother. Unexpectedly, it proved useful this time. According to the seller, the effects of the substance would commence 30 minutes after consumption, and when administered in a small dose, it would cause virtually no side effects, merely leading one to believe they were intoxicated. After waiting in the stairwell for half an hour, once the time elapsed, she eagerly emerged and headed straight for the private room. She quietly cracked the door open and, seeing both individuals sprawled on the sofa, felt reassured enough to fully open the door. Approaching Lin Yan, she forcefully slapped his face, but he showed no reaction. Satisfied, Xiao Kiki smiled and dialed the nearby hotel staff, asking them to come immediately. After making the call, she approached the server with an apologetic demeanor, saying, "My friend and client accidentally drank too much. Please find a way to get his client home. I will take care of my friend." The club staff were adept at handling such situations. They rummaged through the man's pockets and retrieved a stack of business cards, using the contact information to reach his secretary, who agreed to come and collect him. A few moments later, Zhou Ku's employee arrived, assisting her in helping Lin Yan downstairs. They settled the bill using Lin Yan's credit card and then drove him and Zhou Ku to a certain 5-star hotel. Chapter 84. Scandalous photos unveiled. Once a person loses the ability to move independently, they become burdensome. Zhou Ku and the male employee exerted considerable effort to place Lin Yan onto the hotel bed. Breathing heavily, Zhou Ku thanked the employee for his hard work and dismissed him. After he left, she sat on the nearby sofa, resting for a considerable time until she felt somewhat recovered. She removed her high heels, climbed onto the bed barefoot, and with great difficulty, stripped Lin Yan of his clothes entirely, leaving not even his undergarments. After completing this task, Lin Yan remained unresponsive. Zhou Ku then turned to disrobe herself completely, placing her phone on a cabinet across from the bed. She sought an angle that would capture Lin Yan's entire form, set the timer, and nestled her head in his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist and intertwining her legs with his, posing in a manner suggestive of post-coital intimacy. With a click, the camera captured the moment. Afterward, she adjusted Lin Yan's head to one side and examined the photograph closely. Thanks to her adept positioning, the image showcased both of their bodies while concealing her face, leaving Zhou Ku quite satisfied. She planned to obscure her visage and sensitive areas before sending it to Zhen Zhu. Once the photo was taken, Zhou Ku dressed again. She sat at the edge of the bed, directing her hands towards Lin Yan's face, unleashing her pent-up frustration through a barrage of slaps, continuing until her hands ached unbearably. Observing Lin Yan's swollen face, she felt a sense of relief as the frustration that had been bottled up within her dissipated. With a huff, she remarked, "Unappreciative fool, insisting on drinking the bitter wine instead of the sweet. Just wait, this time you're finished." With that, she left without covering Lin Yan with a blanket, clutching her phone as she exited. The following morning, Lin Yan awoke to a severe headache. With his eyes closed, he attempted to rub his face to clear his mind, only to be met with excruciating pain upon contact. Gritting his teeth, he managed to open his eyes, staring in bewilderment at the unfamiliar ceiling. His last memory was of drinking with Mr. Tan, and everything that ensued eluded him. Why was he in this place? It appeared to be a hotel. Full of questions, Lin Yan sat up, only to realize he was completely unclothed. His confusion deepened as he clutched his head, unsteadily rising to the floor and gathering his clothes, donning them one by one. Fortunately, his phone and wallet were intact, which brought him a sense of relief. Dressed, he proceeded to the bathroom to wash his face and regain his composure. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to find his face marred with finger marks, stark evidence of a brutal beating. The pain was excruciating with even the slightest touch. Furrowing his brows, Lin Yan strained to recall the events of the previous day, but drew a blank. After scouring the room for any sign of life, he was left bewildered. What on earth had transpired? He took out his phone and noticed numerous missed calls from Zhen Zhu, which he chose to disregard. Instead, he directly called General Tan, with whom he had shared drinks the previous night. After a considerable delay, Tan finally answered, immediately exclaiming without waiting for pleasantries, "General Lin, you truly have an impressive capacity for alcohol. You had me so inebriated last night that I can't even recall how my secretary managed to escort me home. It was a splendid time. We must arrange another gathering soon." Lin Yan could only respond with a smile. "As long as you enjoyed yourself, General Tan, that is what matters. I was merely concerned you might be displeased after drinking too much. It appears I was overly cautious. Haha. No problem. Should you wish to drink again, feel free to contact me anytime, and I shall gladly accompany you." Tan responded affirmatively, delightful. After exchanging a few more courteous remarks, Lin hung up the call. It seemed that General Tan had also lost track of his evening, leaving Lin with no reliable witness to depend upon. Thus, he chose to abandon the matter, ordering a mask through a delivery app. After hastily washing his face, he donned the mask upon its arrival, took his room card, and descended to check out. The front desk attendant greeted him with a smile, stating, "Sir, thank you for choosing our hotel. Your bill has already been settled. You may leave at your convenience." Lin promptly inquired, "Could you tell me who settled the bill?" The attendant replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir. I started my shift this morning and can only see that the bill is paid, but not who made the payment." Lin's expression fell in disappointment, and he asked, "May I view the surveillance footage from last night in the lobby?" The attendant instantly appeared alarmed, cautiously inquiring, "Sir, did you misplace something valuable in the lobby?" Lin shook his head, explaining, "I lost my memory of the night. I wish to see who brought me back." The attendant visibly relaxed and smiled. "I apologize, sir, but due to privacy concerns for our guests, we cannot provide access to the hotel's surveillance footage. If you wish to know who escorted you, perhaps you could call a friend or family member." Realizing that the hotel was not an option, Lin thanked the attendant before taking a taxi to the club from the previous night, hoping to find some clues. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhu and Zhen Changsheng were also setting off, intending to visit the nursing home where Lin's mother resided. Concerned by Lin's absence and lack of response, Zhen Changsheng felt uneasy but was hesitant to report it to the authorities, fearing sensationalist media coverage. He contemplated calling Lin's mother, but worried that if she were unaware, it would expose Lin's nocturnal escapade and cause her unnecessary distress. After much deliberation, Zhen Changsheng decided to take Zhen Zhu to the nursing home. If Lin happened to be there, it would be fortuitous. If not, they could simply visit as if to check on Zhen Zhu's health. Zhen Zhu emerged with a sullen expression, detesting visits to Lin's mother, a woman she had no connection with who still called her daughter. It made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Noticing his daughter's displeasure, Zhen Changsheng furrowed his brow, admonishing, "Darling, regardless of the circumstances, Lin's mother is still your mother-in-law. You must not show any disdain when we arrive at the nursing home." Zhen Zhu pouted in response, "Okay." Upon arriving at the sanatorium, Zhen Changsheng and Zhen Zhu walked ahead, with the driver trailing behind, carrying skincare products. As they reached the floor where Lin Yan's mother resided, Zhen Zhu's phone suddenly rang. Zhen Changsheng urged her, "Quickly check if it's a message from Xiaoyan." Zhen Zhu unlocked her phone and, upon reading the message, froze momentarily, only to be overtaken by a visible surge of anger. Noticing his daughter's distress, Zhen Chongsheng quickly inquired. Darling, what is the matter? With her face flushed and teeth clenched, Zhen Zhu exclaimed, You should see what your son-in-law has done. How dare he betray me? He must have the audacity of a bear and the gall of a leopard. She thrust the phone into her father's hands and, in her high heels, stormed off towards Lin Yan's mother's room. Wait, darling, just a moment, Zhen Chongsheng called after her, but to no avail, with his frail health preventing him from pursuing her. He stomped his foot in frustration and instructed the driver to catch up with Zhen Zhu and prevent her from taking any reckless actions. The driver complied, and only then did Zhen Chongsheng glance at the phone his daughter had forcefully placed in his hands. His vision slightly blurred with age, he brought the phone closer, and the sight nearly caused him to lose his balance. The screen was filled with explicit images. Lin Yan lay naked on a bed, embraced by a woman whose face was obscured. Chapter 85. The turmoil brought by scandalous photos, Zhen Chongsheng quickly steadied himself against the wall, pinching his thigh sharply to regain composure. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and called Lin Yan. Just as Lin Yan arrived at the club's entrance, he received Zhen Chongsheng's call. Stopping in his tracks, he answered, Hello, Dad. What is the matter? Without responding to Lin Yan's inquiry, Zhen Chongsheng directly interrogated him. Where are you right now? Sensing his father's displeasure, Lin Yan hurriedly began to explain, Dad, you may find it hard to believe, but I was simply enjoying a drink with friends last night, and then suddenly lost consciousness. When I woke up this morning, I found myself alone, stark naked on a hotel bed, bearing signs of having been assaulted. It's quite bizarre. I have inquired with everyone I met last night, but no one seems to know anything. The hotel refuses to show me the lobby surveillance, so I had no choice but to come to the club where I was drinking last night to seek answers. I've just arrived at the entrance. If you doubt me, I can send you pictures. Upon hearing Lin Yan's account, Zhen Chongsheng felt a surge of belief. For Lin Yan rarely frequented such establishments. His outings were solely for drinking, and he never returned with even a trace of perfume. Thus, Zhen Chongsheng had always felt assured letting Lin Yan engage in social events independently. Piecing together Lin Yan's details and the received photos, Zhen Chongsheng surmised that his son-in-law had likely fallen victim to a scam. Sighing deeply, he advised, Do not rush to seek explanations just yet. Come directly to the sanatorium where your mother is staying. I initially thought you had come here last night, which is why I brought your sister along to find you. Upon reaching your mother's floor, a photograph arrived on your baby's phone, depicting you and a strange woman in a compromising embrace. She was infuriated and stormed off alone to your mother's room. I attempted to stop her with the driver, but you know her temperament. When she is angry, she speaks without restraint. My health is not optimal, and I cannot restrain her. Please hurry, for I fear something may transpire. After relaying this lengthy message, Zhen Chongsheng was left breathless. Lin Yan, in a state of urgency, ran to hail a taxi, exclaiming, Father, my mother is in a fragile state of recovery and cannot endure any provocation. Please find a way to stop Zhen Zhu. I will arrive shortly. Zhen Chongsheng replied, I will do my best. Return quickly. After the call, Lin Yan successfully flagged down a taxi and instructed the driver, Sir, take me to Nanshan Sanatorium. I will pay you double. Please hurry. It's urgent. The driver, gripping the wheel, sped away. Meanwhile, as Zhen Chongsheng was still reeling from the shocking photograph, Zhen Zhu barged into Lin Yan's mother's hospital room. Lin Yan's parents, having just begun their breakfast, were taken aback by Zhen Zhu's furious entrance. Lin's mother, bewildered, asked daughter-in-law, What is the matter? Zhen Zhu, hands on her hips, pointed at Lin's mother and declared, From this day forth, do not refer to me as your daughter-in-law. I intend to divorce Lin Yan. Lin's father, incensed by Zhen Zhu's arrogance, stood up and glared at her, regardless of whether you divorce or not. I and Lin Yan's mother are your elders. Has your family not taught you how to address your elders? Zhen Zhu disdainfully spat, Pa, you think you are my elders? The only reason we married is something Lin Yan would be too ashamed to disclose to you. But never mind, I have a good heart, so let me enlighten you. At that moment, the driver rushed in, attempting to shield Lin's parents from Zhen Zhu's wrath. Zhen Zhu kicked at him, shouting, Get out of my way. Do you wish to lose your job at the Zhen family for daring to obstruct me? Get out now. Remembering Zhen Chongsheng's instructions, the driver stood his ground. enduring her insults without yielding. Lin's mother trembled, somewhat intimidated by Zhen Zhu's brazen demeanor. Lin's father, prioritizing his wife's needs, hastily searched a drawer for her medication. After berating the driver fruitlessly, Zhen Zhu, undeterred, addressed Lin's parents through him. "No worries, I can still articulate my thoughts. Let me tell you, my marriage to Lin Yan is merely a transaction. Our family spent millions to acquire him for my amusement. Indeed, the money your family used for his treatment came from those funds." Her fervor escalated. "How dare you question my upbringing? What a farce! Does your family's upbringing merit praise? A family that teaches its son to betray his own? I doubt your morals are any better." Lin's mother, struck by disbelief, gasped. "No, what you say cannot be true. Yan is not that kind of person." Lin's father, no longer concerned with finding medication, attempted to bypass the driver to confront Zhen Zhu, shouting, "Do not speak such nonsense. Though our family may be poor, we maintain our integrity. Yan would never stoop to such actions." The driver, fearing a scuffle would erupt between the two parties, quickly restrained Lin's father, preventing him from moving. Zhen Zhu, witnessing the driver's increasingly audacious hold on Lin's father, remarked with sarcasm, "The truth is laid bare before you, yet you still refuse to believe it. Truly ignorant. No wonder such a son has come from you." Lin's father, stung by Zhen Zhu's words, felt his eyes redden with rage as he struggled desperately, shouting, "Let go of me. I want to tear her mouth apart." Zhen Zhu pointed at Lin's father and retorted, "Be quiet. You should first tear your own mouth. Let me tell you why I am at this rehabilitation center today. It is because Lin Yan did not return home last night, having eloped with another woman. How foolishly my father and I worried for him, coming to find him with good intentions, only to be enlightened by that shameless woman who sent me their bed photos. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark." For a moment, Lin's father forgot to struggle, murmuring in disbelief, "Impossible, impossible." "Impossible? The photos are right here on my phone. If you don't believe me, I shall show you shortly," Zhen Zhu replied impatiently. "I have signed a prenuptial agreement with Lin Yan. He is to marry me, and our family is financing his mother's medical treatment. However, since he has cheated, I will not accept him any longer. This prenuptial agreement is henceforth void. I will divorce him. You should pack your things and leave this rehabilitation center immediately. Our Zhen family will never spend a dime on a traitor." Just as Zhen Changsheng reached the doorway, he overheard Zhen Zhu telling Lin's parents to leave. He rushed inside, admonishing her, "Darling, silence yourself." Unfortunately, he was too late. Zhen Zhu had already said all that needed to be said. Lin's mother trembled as if she were a leaf in the wind, while Lin's father seemed entranced, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible, impossible," as if those 3 words were all he could utter. Upon entering the ward and witnessing this scene, Zhen Changsheng felt overwhelmed. He shot Zhen Zhu a fierce glare before approaching Lin's father, helping him to sit down on a chair, and apologetically said, "In-laws, I am sorry." Zhen Zhu was being unreasonable. Everything she said was utter nonsense. "Our family holds Lin Yan in high regard. We are exceedingly satisfied with him." Zhen Zhu interjected softly, "Only you are satisfied with him, for I have long grown weary of him. I intend to divorce him. Be quiet. This is not a place for your words. Leave now." Zhen Changsheng scolded her, his voice trembling. Zhen Zhu scoffed, "Humph, what a wretched place. As if I need your permission to leave. I shall go now." Without regard for the expressions of those in the ward, she turned and strode out. Seeing Lin's mother, trembling and clutching her chest, unable to speak, Lin's father sensed something was amiss and urgently called to the driver, Xiao Zhang, "Hurry and summon a doctor." Xiao Zhang quickly fetched the on-duty physician, who, upon assessing Lin's mother's condition, exclaimed, "This is not good. She is in a critical state and requires immediate emergency care." As the doctor turned to push Lin Mu's hospital bed, he caught sight of Lin Fu beside him. He paused, advancing to speak with Lin Fu. Uncle, can you hear me?" Lin Fu's gaze remained fixed ahead, devoid of any response. The doctor waved his hand before Lin Fu's eyes. "Uncle, could you please respond?" "Yet." Lin Fu remained unyielding in his silence. With a sigh, the doctor muttered, "This is unfortunate. Both situations are dire." He retrieved his phone to summon a colleague for assistance while calling out to the driver, "Xiao Zhang, please lend me a hand. Let us transfer him to another bed. Xiao Zhang hurried over, and together they moved Lin Fu onto another hospital bed. At that moment, another doctor arrived, and the two physicians each pushed a bed, hastening towards the elevator. The rehabilitation center was connected to the hospital where Lin Mu was to undergo surgery, so once they exited the elevator, both Lin Fu and Lin Mu were swiftly taken to the emergency room for urgent care. Zhen Changsheng followed the doctors at a brisk pace to the emergency room, already breathless from exertion. Xiao Zhang quickly helped him to a seat, retrieving a fast-acting heart pill from his pocket, saying, "Sir, please take this medication." Zhen Changsheng trembled as he accepted the pills, placing a few in his mouth to dissolve while he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He took out his phone and texted Lin Yan, "Your parents are in the emergency room on the first floor. Please come directly." After sending the message, he turned to Xiao Zhang. "Please recount to me everything that transpired in the ward." Xiao Zhang, not daring to withhold any detail, recounted the events as they had unfolded. After hearing the account, Zhen Changsheng felt a profound despair wash over him. He clutched his chest, weary as he leaned back in the chair, filled with regret. He lamented his earlier reluctance to allow Lin Yan and his daughter to divorce. Had he permitted it, this situation might have been averted. Now, both Lin Fu and Lin Mu had been driven to the emergency room by their daughter's actions, and if anything were happened to them, how would he explain it to Lin Yan? After a brief interval, Lin Yan burst into the room, a whirlwind of anxiety. He immediately inquired, "Dad, where are my parents? Why are they in the emergency room?" Zhen Changsheng opened his bleary eyes and spoke slowly. "Xiao Yan, I am sorry. I failed to stop Zhen Zhu. She revealed the truth about your marriage and your alleged infidelity to your parents, and they could not bear the shock. Both have been taken to the emergency room." "What?" Lin Yan exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively grasping Zhen Changsheng's shoulders, and shouted, "Did I not say my mother could not handle stress? Why did you not stop her?" Xiao Zhang quickly intervened, wrapping his arms around Lin Yan and pulling him back while shouting in his ear, "Son-in-law, please calm down. Release the sir. He has just taken a heart pill. If you provoke him further, he may also end up in the emergency room." Lin Yan, startled by Xiao Zhang's urgent call, regained a semblance of composure, releasing Zhen Changsheng and squatting down to embrace his knees, weeping uncontrollably. Zhen Changsheng, witnessing his anguish, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and hurried to comfort him, saying, "Xiao Yan, be strong. Your parents will surely be all right." Father solemnly vowed with his very life that he would ensure their recovery. Yet, Lin Yan absorbed not a single word. His heart was consumed with dread. What if my parents find out? What if they cannot bear it? They must be so disappointed in me. With my mother's frail health, will she even survive this ordeal? Never before had Lin Yan felt such profound regret. He was overwhelmed with despair, wishing he could plunge a knife into himself. He lamented his decision to consume that mysterious bottle of alcohol, which had precipitated this tragic situation. He regretted not returning Zhen Zhu's call that morning, inadvertently causing her to unleash her frustration upon his parents instead of confronting him. The more he pondered, the deeper his sorrow grew, and his cries escalated, reverberating throughout the corridor. Zhen Changsheng attempted to console him, but Lin Yan's wails drowned out any comfort offered. Just as Lin Yan was on the brink of collapse, the emergency room door swung open. Xiao Zhang hurried to support him as Lin Yan, with red-rimmed eyes, clung to his hand and asked, "Doctor, how are my parents?" The doctor, with a gentle demeanor, reassured him, "Young man, do not be alarmed. Your mother suffered a heart spasm due to acute stress, but fortunately, the on-call physician acted swiftly. She has been treated and is currently receiving intravenous fluids, peacefully resting. Your father, on the other hand, experienced a hysterical reaction triggered by shock, but we have also administered appropriate measures. He is receiving fluids as well and will awaken shortly. Soon, the attending physician will transfer them back to the recovery ward. Provided they are shielded from further distress, your mother will need medication, and your father will require a nutrient-rich foredrip. It is not a grave matter." At last, Lin Yan's anxious heart found solace. He grasped the doctor's hand fervently, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, thank you." The doctor patted his shoulder, saying, "It's nothing, you're welcome." Moments later, the attending physician indeed arrived, carefully escorting the slumbering Lin parents back to their ward, ensuring their IVs were properly arranged before departing. Lin Yan stood between his parents' beds, gazing at their pallid faces, caressing their rough hands, tears once again streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 87. Lin Yan requests a divorce. Lin Yan stared at his parents for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly averting his gaze. Tenderly, he tucked the blanket around them before turning towards the living room, where he abruptly knelt before Zhen Zhu with a thud. "What are you doing? Get up!" Zhen Zhu exclaimed, hastily rising from his chair to assist Lin Yan. Yet, Lin Yan remained resolute, clinging desperately to Zhen Zhu's legs, pleading, "Father, I implore you to allow me to divorce Zhen Zhu. Our union has been nothing but a mistake. Because of our issues, you were rushed to the hospital, and now my parents have suffered the same fate. This absurd marriage must come to an end. Must it truly take a tragedy to conclude it?" He spoke passionately. "The Zhen family has shown me kindness, and I have accepted whatever treatment they deemed fit. That is my due. But what have my parents done to deserve this?" They were quietly residing in the rehabilitation center when Zhen Zhu came to berate them. By what right does she act thus? At this point, he struck himself across the face, tears flowing freely as he sobbed. "This is all my fault. I am to blame for my inadequacies. Had I been capable, my parents would not have faced such humiliation. Father, I have returned all the money I borrowed from the Zhen family. Please, allow me to divorce Zhen Zhu. If such a situation were to arise again, my mother would surely suffer dire consequences." Zhen Zhu felt an immense weight on his heart. Today's events were a direct result of his failure to educate his daughter properly. Not only did he fail in his responsibilities, but he also dragged Lin Yan's family into turmoil, nearly leading to a tragedy. He realized that he could no longer remain obstinately attached to this notion. While money can procure possessions, it cannot purchase genuine love. Forcing Lin Yan and his daughter together would yield no favorable outcome. Lin Yan was correct. This was an absurd marriage that ought to be concluded promptly. He spoke to Lin Yan. "My child, I am aware of the grievances you have endured. Please rise. I have not refused your wish to divorce Zhen Zhu." "Really?" Lin Yan grasped Zhen Zhu's hand, seeking confirmation. "Do you truly agree?" Zhen Zhu nodded heavily, fatigue evident in his voice as he replied, "Yes, I agree." He assisted Lin Yan to her feet, stating, "Ever since Zhen Zhu met that man again, I have pondered whether this forceful union between you two is indeed right. As a parent, I naturally do not wish for your divorce. One reason being that a swift marriage followed by divorce does not reflect well, inviting ridicule from others. Moreover, the most significant reason is that you are both quite young. Conflicts before marriage are normal, and I had hoped that with time, you would find harmony. If I were to allow you to divorce so easily now, you might later find yourselves filled with regret. However, I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent, nor did I foresee Zhen Zhu's behavior towards your parents. Her actions were indeed inappropriate, and I apologize on her behalf." With that, he bowed to Lin Yan. She quickly embraced Zhen Zhu, saying, "Father, please do not blame yourself. This is not your fault." Zhen Zhu trembled. "How can it not be my fault? It is I who failed to raise her properly. It is all my fault." Sensing his shaking, Lin Yan feared for his health and promptly guided him to sit down, rubbing his hands to ease his tension while observing his condition. "Father, let's not rush. Please take a deep breath and relax." Zhen Zhu's blood pressure had always been unstable, and although he had been cautious recently, today's series of stressors had taken a toll. He had maintained composure in the emergency room, but now he felt dizzy and weak. Closing his eyes, he followed Lin Yan's advice, taking deep breaths until he began to feel slightly better. Noticing his breathing had stabilized, Lin Yan was still cautious. She measured his blood pressure with a device in the room and found it elevated, prompting her to send Xiao Zhang to fetch his medication. Once he had taken his medication, Zhen Zhu finally felt some relief. He gazed at Lin Yan, who was bustling about, her eyes red and swollen, exuding a pitiful aura. He reached out to stroke her head, a look of regret crossing his face. "You are a good child. It is unfortunate that Zhen Zhu does not appreciate this, and the Zhen family is equally undeserving. Since you have called me father, I shall not neglect you. In the future, please refrain from mentioning the matter of repayment. The funds allocated for your mother's medical treatment need not be returned, nor do the investments made for your company require reimbursement. Furthermore, the vehicle and other possessions provided upon your arrival at the Zhen family will remain with you after the divorce. Consider it a token of my goodwill. Lin Yan shook his head in disagreement, stating, Father, during my time with the Zhen family, I've learned a great deal from you. Knowledge that will serve me throughout my life. That is more than sufficient. I cannot accept any more of your money. Moreover, the Zhen family has no obligation to cover my mother's medical expenses. Repaying the debt is only just. Xiaoyan, while you are indeed exceptional, you are still quite young. When you reach my age, you will come to understand that money and possessions are ultimately trivial. What truly matters is the emotional value derived from them. The joy I experience from seeing you drive the car I purchased for you surpasses the happiness of possessing that money directly. Do you comprehend this? Lin Yan nodded, somewhat understanding. Zhen Changsheng spoke gently. Although you were my son-in-law for only a brief period, in my eyes, you are still my child. I have heard from your elder brother that you overheard our conversation in the office that day. Is that correct? Lin Yan responded with an uncomfortable affirmative. Then I must apologize to you today, Xiaoyan. That day, I was in the wrong. I should not have shielded your second brother, nor should I have hastily dismissed you from the company. I sincerely apologize. He nodded solemnly at Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at Zhen Changsheng, a smile of understanding gracing his features as he calmly replied, Father, I accept your apology. This was his genuine sentiment. He had once harbored resentment towards Zhen Changsheng for his actions, but later he pondered how he might have acted in his place. He first considered that he would never protect his own son unconditionally, yet as this thought crossed his mind, he hesitated. Could he truly guarantee that he would not favor his biological child? Perhaps not. Thus, he realized that it was unnecessary to demand from others what he himself could not fulfill. Seeing the clarity in Lin Yan's eyes, Zhen Changsheng understood that he had moved past the matter, and a weight lifted from his heart. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed out at the sunlight and remarked, As one ages, rationality often diminishes. You may interpret this as me making excuses for my mistakes, yet one cannot resist the passage of time. If your second brother's actions had occurred in my youth, I would have certainly confronted him. However, now that I am older, I neither have the strength nor the desire to engage in conflict. My sole wish is to restore harmony within the family. Turning to Lin Yan, he expressed, Thank you for your magnanimity. You are a kind-hearted child. Although your family may not be affluent, your parents have raised you exceptionally well, far surpassing Zhen Zhu and Zhen Rue, which I greatly admire. Chapter 88. The final instruction, Zhen Changsheng gazed affectionately at Lin Yan and said, After your divorce from Zhen Zhu, our opportunities for interaction may diminish. Taking advantage of this moment, there are a few words I wish to impart to you. Lin Yan respectfully replied, Father, please proceed. Zhen Changsheng, observing Lin Yan's youthful visage, felt as if he were gazing at his younger self. He slowly reminisced. At an age not dissimilar from yours, I was filled with audacity, unwilling to bow to anyone. With a mere 200 borrowed yuan in my pocket, I dared to venture to Shenzhen alone. Once, I resided beneath a bridge, covering myself with newspapers, enduring every form of labor, dirty and laborious, in pursuit of financial stability. I have tasted the bitterness of failure countless times, yet within my heart, I always believed in my potential and capabilities. After saving a modest sum, I seized the opportunity presented by favorable policies to secure a loan and establish a company. Upon learning of my endeavor, Mama Zhen Zhu spent years fretting, unable to sleep soundly, fearing I would incur losses. Yet, I was oblivious to fear, assembling a team, forging connections, and indulging in daily libations, often losing track of my surroundings. Even after awakening from such revelry, I persisted in attending meetings with designers and clients, striving tirelessly, wishing I could dedicate 20 hours a day to work and effort, barely managing to sustain the company. As you are aware, my fortunes changed when I encountered Uncle Lai, which marked the official ascent of my career. However, had it not been for my prior diligence and accumulation, even meeting Uncle Lai would have been futile. He desired to entrust projects to me, but it required my capability to execute them, did it not? The reason I recount these bygone tales is that I hope you, in your future endeavors, will emulate my past tenacity. You must exert yourself fully and, when necessary, be a bit ruthless with yourself. One cannot comprehend their true potential without pushing their limits. The rule of this world is that if you dare to dream, the possibility of success exists. If you do not even dare to dream, it would be better to return home until the land. Zhen Changsheng took a sip of water, setting down the cup, and continued, You are an astute individual, quick to learn in business, and skilled in interpersonal relations. These do not concern me. My sole apprehension lies in your leniency towards others. Xiaoyan, remember, to achieve greatness, you cannot cater to everyone's expectations. The adage of sharing both joy and hardship sounds noble, yet in reality, it is often easier to endure hardships together than to share in joy. You must remain vigilant of those around you to guard against any treachery. With subordinates, your demeanor cannot always be gentle. At times, you must assert yourself and, when necessary, display anger. Otherwise, they may perceive your kindness as weakness and take advantage of you. Of course, rewards must be ample to ensure a horse runs well. It must be well fed. Lin Yan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom shared. Zhen Changsheng patted his shoulder, stating, I believe that with your abilities, you will undoubtedly achieve great success. It is merely a matter of time. Thank you, Dad, for holding me in such high regard. I will strive diligently, Lin Yan replied, gazing at Zhen Changsheng with gratitude. He understood that the previous words were heartfelt insights drawn from Zhen Changsheng's decades of experience in the business realm, and he would cherish them deeply. Zhen Changsheng smiled, saying, Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate. The doors of the Zhen family will always remain open to you. Both your elder brother and I will be more than willing to assist you. When the time comes, do not feel obliged to be overly courteous. Understood, Lin Yan replied earnestly. Regardless of whether he would seek assistance from the Zhen family in the future, Zhen Changsheng's assurance was sufficient. Zhen Changsheng nodded, stating, Today, remain here to care for your parents. Once they awaken, please convey my concern to them. I shall also visit again to offer my apologies. Lin Yan hurriedly protested, but Zhen Changsheng insisted, saying, No, this is a matter of etiquette. I must personally apologize to them. Today, I found myself utterly exhausted. Otherwise, I would have certainly waited here until they awoke. Lin Yan, unable to resist him, simply replied, All right. Zhen Changsheng stood up and finally said, I will discuss your divorce with Bao Bao's mother when I return. Rest assured, she will understand. You need not worry about matters at home. Just focus on taking good care of your parents. I will have the lawyer draft the divorce agreement today and send it to you. If all is in order, please return tomorrow morning to sign it, and then you can proceed with Bao Bao to finalize the divorce. Expedited is best. All right, thank you, Dad. Lin Yan also stood up, intending to see Zhen Changsheng off. Zhen Changsheng said, No need to see me off. Your parents require assistance, and I have a driver with me. You need not fret. Okay. Lin Yan watched at the door as Zhen Changsheng and Xiao Zhang departed slowly. In the afternoon, Lin Yan's parents finally awoke. As soon as his father opened his eyes, he hoarsely asked, Son, is what Zhen Zhu said truly the case? Lin Yan hurried to help his father sit up, remembering the doctor's advice to provide him with water. However, his father turned his head away obstinately, insisting, Speak. Is it true or not? Lin Yan, feeling helpless, had to temporarily set down the cup and confessed, It is true that I entered a marriage agreement with her, but the infidelity is false. I have been wronged. Father, while you and Mother were asleep, I discussed with my father-in-law, and tomorrow I will go with Zhen Zhu to handle the divorce. Rest assured, you shall never see her again, and such distressing matters will be behind us. Yet, Lin's father did not express any joy. He merely stared blankly at Lin Yan, tears streaming down his face, blurring his vision. He lamented, Son, how could you engage in such actions? One must live with dignity, even in poverty. Marrying Zhen Zhu for money strips you of your honor. How stifling it must be to live that way. Lin Yan also shed tears as he gazed at his father, saying, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. However, I had no other choice at that moment. Mother was gravely ill, and I could not bear to watch her perish. I would endure anything to save her. Lin's father was left speechless by Lin Yan's words and eventually sorrowfully replied, "It is my failure, my inadequacy." Lin Yan held the cup of water and said, "Father, since this has already transpired, whether right or wrong, let us not dwell on it further. From now on, let us live well as a family of three. Also, the doctor advised you to drink plenty of water and to think less. This will aid in your recovery. Now, open your mouth." Lin's father wiped his tears and thought, "It is good that my son can recognize his mistakes." Thus, he ceased to persist, obediently opening his mouth to drink. Lin Yan carefully fed his father water and assisted him to the restroom. Upon returning, he noticed his mother had also opened her eyes. Lin Yan joyfully exclaimed, "Mother, you are awake? How do you feel?" He helped his father settle comfortably on the bed before turning to his mother. Lin's mother blinked and weakly replied, "I am all right." Lin Yan held his mother's hand and reiterated the conversation he had with his father, concluding with, "Mother, focus on your recovery. Do not think of anything else. Only when you are well will all my efforts hold meaning, and I can strive harder in my career." Lin's mother shook her head and said, "Yin Yan, I cannot help but worry. The thought that you are enduring all this for my sake pierces my heart with agony." She closed her eyes and, in pain, continued, "It is my frail body that has burdened you. You were destined for a bright future, to find a suitable wife. And now, because of me, it has come to this." Lin Yan hurriedly reassured her, "Mother, please do not think like that. If it weren't for you and Father sacrificing everything to provide for my education, I would not be where I am today. I am your flesh and blood. And for you, I would do anything. Besides, I have not truly suffered. Whenever I was with Zhen Zhu, I would respond to her words in kind. Never a loss. Moreover, my father-in-law has diligently mentored and nurtured me, imparting invaluable knowledge that money cannot buy." He gently brushed aside the stray hairs from her forehead and sincerely added, "Most importantly, they have healed you. For that, I will be eternally grateful." At last, Lin's mother opened her eyes, disbelief in her gaze. "Is what you say true?" Lin Yan smiled and replied, "Why would I lie to my own mother? Rest assured, the days of hardship are behind us. Only good days lie ahead." Chapter 89. The Divorce Agreement. After ensuring his parents were settled, Lin Yan contacted his secretary to assist in finding a residence within 2 days. He sensed that once his parents learned the truth, they would no longer wish to stay. And he too needed to move out from the Zhen household, necessitating a swift search for a suitable dwelling. Zhen Changsheng, upon entering his car, called his wife directly, stating, "Xiaofan, I have decided to let Bao Bao and Xiaoyan get a divorce." He recounted the events of the day to her. Zhao Xiaofan remained silent for a while before wearily conceding, "Fine, let them part ways. They were never truly happy together, and we should not impose our will upon them." Zhen Changsheng agreed. Indeed. Zhao Xiaofan continued, "Old Zhen, these matters concerning the children are trivial. Xiaoyan cannot control Bao Bao. If necessary, I will simply be stricter with her in the future. You must take care of yourself and not let this matter affect your health." "Yes, I am mindful." Zhen Changsheng pondered briefly before addressing the issue of their financial settlement. "I just spoke with Xiaoyan regarding their asset distribution. Everything he acquired after coming into our family will belong to him post-divorce, including the 10 million for starting his company. And he will not be responsible for repaying his mother's medical expenses." Zhao Xiaofan agreed. "That all seems reasonable." Zhen Changsheng sighed. His parents have unjustly endured so much. Beyond these considerations, I also wish to gift him the apartment in the city center that we retained last year as compensation. What do you think? The city center is highly sought after. That apartment, nearly 200 square meters, is valued at over 10 million. After a few moments of hesitation, Zhao Xiaofan acquiesced. "All right. After all, he and Bao Bao were married. We should not appear stingy after their divorce." Zhen Changsheng replied, "Exactly. I share your sentiment. I would feel uneasy not providing him with a place to stay." He decided, "Let us proceed with this plan. I will instruct the lawyer to draft the divorce agreement." Upon ending the call, he sent a detailed message to the lawyer, ensuring that the divorce agreement would be completed within the day. During dinner, Zhen Changsheng announced the news at the Zhen family table. Before Zhen Zhu could respond, Zhen Rui clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Dad, your decision is remarkably wise. That Lin fellow should have been expelled long ago." Zhen Changsheng shot him a fierce glare, causing Zhen Rue to immediately silence himself upon sensing his father's displeasure. Zhen Zhu, poking at the rice in her bowl, nonchalantly remarked, "Fine, let him go. Who cares about a man who cheats? I've long since wished to part ways with him." Zhen Changsheng, his face stern, retorted, "The matter of Xiao Yan's infidelity is not yet settled. Refrain from labeling him a cheater so casually. Moreover, even if he truly did stray, it does not justify your actions of barging into his parents' home to insult them. The entanglements of your generation have nothing to do with his parents. Do you not realize that your outburst has caused them such distress that they ended up in the emergency room? Your mother and I are not unreasonable individuals. How could we have spawned such a reckless child?" He concluded with a forceful slap on the table. Zhen Zhu shifted uncomfortably in her chair, her gaze wandering as she sheepishly replied, "I merely shouted a couple of words in anger. Who knew they would be so fragile? Dad, I'm sorry. Please do not be angry." Zhen Changsheng, noticing her sense of guilt, softened slightly, saying, "What good does your apology do to me? It is them who require your contrition. You must personally visit them to express your remorse." Zhen Zhu, biting her cheek in silence, received a nudge from Zhao Xiaofan, who urged, "Darling, you were indeed in the wrong. An apology is warranted. Quickly agree with your father." Reluctantly, Zhen Zhu acquiesced with a simple "all right." After settling the matter of the apology, Zhen Changsheng proceeded to discuss the division of divorce assets with Zhen Zhu. She remained indifferent, responding, "That's fine. Our family is not lacking in wealth. You may decide." Zhen Zhe added, "Exactly, our family does not need to worry about such things. Xiao Yan has a modest background. Compensating him a bit more will facilitate a better life for him later." Zhen Rui muttered under his breath, "This family is full of vampires. It seems they will reap bountifully this time." Zhen Changsheng pointed at him and declared, "Xiao Rue, mark my words, do not trouble Xiao Yan again. If you continue to create obstacles for him, I will not only refuse to support you, but I will also hold you accountable for your previous misdeeds, stripping you of your position as vice president and leaving you unable to hold your head high in the Zhen family again. I mean what I say. If you doubt me, feel free to test it." "Dad!" Zhen Rue sprang up, ready to argue with his father, but upon meeting his resolute gaze, he restrained himself and sat back down, stiffly declaring, "Understood. I want to provoke him." Zhen Changsheng responded with a grunt, wearily rising to head back to his bedroom, feeling utterly drained and in need of rest. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhen Zhu, saying, "Darling, although I have agreed to your divorce from Xiao Yan, I will absolutely not accept that Xiao Ji." Zhen Zhu's lips moved, as if to plead her case to her father. However, Zhen Changsheng interrupted, stating, "If you wish to remain my daughter, you must immediately sever ties with that person who has tempted you into infidelity. Should I catch you two together again, I will not hesitate to throw you out." His expression was unusually solemn. "This time, I'm not trying to frighten you. I am weary, and I can no longer manage your affairs. If you wish to continue living recklessly, so be it. I will first publish a notice to sever our father-daughter relationship, and thereafter you may associate with whomever you please and indulge in whatever activities you desire. I shall not interfere any longer." Zhen Zhu immediately burst into tears, rushing over to embrace Zhen Changsheng's arm and shaking it fervently. "Father, what are you saying? Please take back those words. I want to be your daughter. I want to be your daughter forever. You cannot cast me out. I do not wish to leave you and mother." She sobbed. Zhen Changsheng remained unmoved by his daughter's tears, withdrawing his arm and calmly stating, "Over the past 20-plus years, your mother and I have done our utmost. Yet we have still failed to guide you properly. I thought perhaps Lin Yan could help, but look at how things have turned out. You nearly implicated his parents as well. We truly have no other options. My mind is made up. You must take care of yourself from now on." With that, he resolutely ascended the stairs. Zhen Zhu, confronted with her father's indifference, cried even harder. Zhao Xiaofan attempted to comfort her, but to no avail. As her sobs intensified, she suddenly began to gag. Zhao Xiaofan hurriedly assisted her to the bathroom, where Zhen Zhu retched over the toilet for an extended period, producing nothing. Zhao Xiaofan urged, "Stop crying, it's making you nauseous. From now on, be more obedient, and your father will not neglect you." Zhen Zhu sniffled in response, allowing her mother to guide her back to the room. Once inside, she refused to let go of her mother's hand, terrified that she would no longer care for her. Zhao Xiaofan permitted her to cling on, playfully tapping her nose with her other hand and smiling. Are you scared? You must promise not to be naughty anymore. Do you understand? Zhen Zhu blinked her large eyes and nodded vigorously. Zhao Xiaofan tucked her into bed, saying, from now on, listen to your father. He cares for you deeply. As long as you refrain from being willful and reckless, he will not abandon you. Zhen Zhu pressed her lips together, wrestling with her inner turmoil for a while before slowly nodding in agreement. All right, you rest here. I will go check on your father. Zhao Xiaofan kissed Zhen Zhu's forehead and turned to leave. Chapter 90. Signing the divorce agreement at 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yan received an electronic copy of the divorce agreement from his lawyer. While the other terms were unproblematic, he was taken aback to find that one of the compensations included a property. He promptly called Zhen Changsheng. At that moment, Zhen Changsheng, wearing reading glasses and reclining against the headboard, was also reviewing the divorce agreement. Upon answering Lin Yan's call, he preempted any inquiry, stating, "You want to ask about that house, right?" Lin Yan replied, "Yes." Zhen Changsheng continued, "This is what your mother and I agreed upon, and the entire family is on board. Do not refuse it. How could the son-in-law of a prominent real estate mogul be left to rent a place after a divorce? That would be quite the embarrassment for me. Just accept it. The house is fully furnished, and you can move in with your parents without any hassle. The security in that community is excellent. Knowing you are there will ease my mind." His words warmed Lin Yan's heart. He sniffed and said, "All right, I will graciously accept it. Father, I will repay you both in the future." Zhen Changsheng smiled and said, "As long as you are well, that is our reward. Please do call me during festivals or whenever you feel like talking. I'm always willing to converse with you." "I will certainly do that," Lin Yan replied earnestly. The following morning, Lin Yan drove to the Zhen residence, where the family still referred to him as their son-in-law. Zhen Changsheng, Zhao Xiaofan, and Zhen Zhu were waiting for him in the study. Upon entering, Lin Yan greeted Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan, saying, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Both Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Please sit down." Lin Yan complied, and Zhen Changsheng produced the divorce agreement, stating, "Although you have seen it yesterday, let us review it once more just to be sure." Lin Yan stood up to take it, glanced through it, and affirmed, "No issues here." Zhen Changsheng nodded and handed a pen to both him and Zhen Zhu, saying, "Please sign." Thus, they each meticulously inscribed their names. Observing the scene, Zhen Changsheng couldn't help but reminisce about a few months prior when they had sat together to sign a marriage agreement. This time, however, it was a divorce agreement. How the tides of life can change. After they signed, Zhen Changsheng retrieved an envelope, saying, "All of baby's documents are here. Lin Yan, please go upstairs and fetch the household registration book, ID card, and marriage certificate." Lin Yan acknowledged, "Sure," and ascended the stairs. Zhen Changsheng, Zhao Xiaofan, and Zhen Zhu waited for him in the living room. Shortly, he returned with the documents. Zhen Changsheng stepped forward to adjust Lin Yan's collar and gently patted his shoulder, saying with reluctance, "Go on." Lin Yan felt a sudden sting in his nose, and, with tears welling in his eyes, bowed deeply to Zhen Changsheng and Zhao Xiaofan, expressing, "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. I apologize for the worry and trouble I have caused you during this time. Your immense kindness will forever be etched in my heart, and I shall repay you in the future when the opportunity arises." With both hands, Zhen Changsheng assisted Lin Yan to his feet, his own eyes glistening with tears, saying, "Xiao Yan, we must also thank you for coming into our lives as our son-in-law and for your sincere contributions to us and the company. Please remember to visit us often." Zhao Xiaofan, wiping her eyes, added, "Indeed, do come by frequently. Our home will always welcome you." Lin Yan bowed once more to them, saying, "All right, thank you, Dad and Mom." Zhen Changsheng affectionately responded, "Very well, go on." It was then that Lin Yan left with Zhen Zhu. He had assumed Zhen Zhu would take Uncle Li's car, but to his surprise, she walked directly to his vehicle, opened the front passenger door, and climbed in. How remarkable! Zhen Zhu had taken the initiative to ride with him. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised, as he entered the car. Throughout the journey, they exchanged no words. After obtaining the receipt for the divorce application, Zhen Zhu inquired, "Where are you headed?" Lin Yan replied, "Back to your house. I need to pack some things." "All right," she said, settling back into the car. The return journey encountered some traffic, and suddenly, Lin Yan recalled something. He asked Zhen Zhu, "You didn't delete that photo you received yesterday, did you? Could you send it to me?" Zhen Zhu retorted, "What? Do you want to keep it for your own enjoyment?" Lin Yan, taken aback, responded, "No, I'm not that trivial. I have been framed in this affair. That day, as I indulged in drink, I lost all awareness and was utterly oblivious to the events that followed. The hotel does not provide surveillance footage, and I wish to examine the photograph for any clues." Zhen Zhu curled her lips and remarked, "Who knows if you are lying?" Nevertheless, she ultimately sent the photo to Lin Yan. Upon hearing the sound of his phone, Lin Yan, at that moment, noticed the vehicle ahead had begun to move. With no time to check his phone, he swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel to catch up and replied, "I certainly did not lie. I will prove it to you in due time." Zhen Zhu turned her head aside, choosing silence thereafter. Upon returning home, Lin Yan requested several suitcases from the housekeeper and packed all his clothes. He then went to Zhen Zhu's bedroom to retrieve his computer, completing these tasks with a sense of surrealism, as if the past few months had been but a dream. Now awakened, he felt it was time to return to his rightful path in life. Just before leaving, he noticed an inverted photo frame on the bedside table. Approaching it, he flipped it over and discovered it was a picture from their honeymoon. In the photograph, he was crouched down while Zhen Zhu affectionately embraced his neck from behind, both of them smiling radiantly. This was the only photograph of the two of them in his room. All others resided in Zhen Zhu's quarters. Gently caressing the faces captured in the image, he unknowingly smiled. After gazing at it for a prolonged moment, he reluctantly opened the suitcase and placed the frame inside. The housekeepers assisted him in transporting all his luggage, neatly arranging it in his car. Lin Yan expressed his gratitude to the housekeeper and embraced Zhen Changsheng, who stood nearby to see him off. Zhen Changsheng patted his back, encouraging him with, "The sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to soar. Go forth and showcase your talents. I await the good news of your company going public." Lin Yan responded with a smile, "Certainly. Thank you, Dad. I will strive for success, and please take care of your health." Zhen Changsheng replied affirmatively, "Yes, rest assured." Zhao Xiaofan also waved warmly, saying, "Xiaoyan, take care, and come over for dinner another day." "Of course, Mom. You too take care," Lin Yan replied. Zhen Zhu stood silently nearby, her expression complex as she gazed at Lin Yan, her eyes betraying a mixture of disdain and reluctance. For a long time, she had convinced herself that she was thoroughly weary of Lin Yan and wished for his immediate departure from the Zhen household, never wanting to see him again. Yet, at this very moment of his impending departure, she felt not relief but an overwhelming sense of loss. In that instant, memories of Lin Yan's kindness flooded her mind, his patience in trimming her nails, his eventual compliance with her seemingly unreasonable requests, and his unwavering companionship during their travels to New Zealand and Tahiti, where he stayed awake throughout to keep her company, among countless other memories. Despite their frequent quarrels and lack of meaningful conversations, the thought of no longer having someone to argue with felt profoundly lonely. What exactly were her feelings for him? Was it love? It seemed not. Was it hatred? That too appeared untrue. Zhen Zhu found herself in a state of confusion, her heart swelling with a bittersweet ache, even feeling a twinge of reluctance to see Lin Yan depart. Lin Yan maintained a steady gaze, locking eyes with Zhen Zhu. In this moment of farewell, all the resentment within him seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only the image of Zhen Zhu smiling at him etched in his mind. Looking at her, Lin Yan felt a pang of sadness. Their beginning had been a mistake, regardless of right or wrong, since they had already divorced. There was no need to dwell on the past. He resolved to be magnanimous and smiled radiantly at Zhen Zhu, saying, "Take care." Zhen Zhu responded with a subtle nod. Remaining silent, Lin Yan scoffed softly, taken aback by her coldness even in parting. She truly lived up to her character. Well, this would be the last time he would offer warmth to someone so indifferent. From now on, whoever wished to endure such treatment could do so. With that thought, he chose not to linger, turning to drive away. Chapter 91. Lin Yan discovers the truth behind the scandalous photos as Lin Yan had anticipated. His parents expressed their desire to leave the nursing home the day after he went to finalize the divorce. Although their son was now capable of supporting himself, they could not comfortably reside in such an upscale place, knowing it had come at the expense of their son's marriage. It was too much to bear. Understanding their feelings, Lin Yan promptly arranged for their discharge and moved them into a 3-bedroom apartment that his secretary had found for him. Only then did Lin Yan's mother find solace. Since arriving in Shenzhen, she had been preoccupied with concerns about expenses. Even though the Zhen family covered all costs, she remained anxious, unable to feel at ease for even a day. Now that they were finally back in their own home, her smile began to blossom. That very day, she sent Lin Yan's father to buy a bag of flour, and in the evening, she prepared a large bowl of fragrant handmade noodles. Lin Yan devoured 3 hearty bowls, continuously praising the deliciousness of the meal. His mother felt a deep sense of fulfillment watching her son enjoy the food, and she smilingly said, Yan, eat slowly. There's plenty more. If you love it, I'll make it for you often. Lin Yan replied, that would be wonderful. I've been looking forward to this day, and I'm so glad it has finally arrived. His mother agreed. Indeed, since you started university, you haven't spent much time at home. You worked through the summer, and during winter break, you only returned for a few days. I wanted to prepare something delicious for you, but I couldn't. She continued, I've decided that neither your father nor I will return home anymore. You're busy with work every day, so I'll just cook for you, while your father takes on odd jobs. What do you think? Lin Yan put down his chopsticks, joyfully exclaiming, Mom, you finally come around. Previously, during their time at the nursing home, he had pleaded with his parents to stay, but they had refused. His mother nodded, saying, yes, I've come to terms with it. I don't know how many years my kidney will last, so I want to spend as much time with you as I can while I'm still healthy. Initially, she had hesitated, believing that their son was well taken care of by his in-laws and that their presence might complicate matters. However, now that her son was divorced and living alone, with a demanding job, she could not help but worry. Lin Yan, disapproving, said, Mom, don't think that way. The attending physician said that if you take good care of yourself, you could live for decades. You need to maintain a positive outlook. His mother quickly replied, all right, I will be more optimistic. Lin Yan then smiled, saying, I'm very happy that you and Dad want to stay here with me. I had already inquired about my father's job. Our building happens to need a doorman. This position is particularly relaxed, as it only involves daytime shifts without the burden of night work. The location is also conveniently close to our home, just a left turn and a short distance beyond intersection. He looked at his father with bright eyes and asked, Dad, what do you think? Lin's father swallowed the noodles in his mouth and nodded. I have no particular preferences. If you think it's good, then it's fine. Lin Yan replied, great. Then you can come to work with me tomorrow. The joy he felt at that moment was beyond words. His greatest dream was to bring his parents to live together as a family of 3. Now, that dream was finally within reach. Although he had made many sacrifices, it was all worth it. The next day, after arriving at the company, Lin Yan spent the first half of the day addressing the backlog of tasks accumulated during his absence, and the latter half organizing upcoming work. Half an hour before the end of the day, he finally found himself with some leisure time. He meticulously examined the photo that Zhen Zhu had sent him the day before, magnifying it significantly in an attempt to uncover any traces, but regrettably found none. However, seeking a professional to authenticate such a photograph was too risky. Instead, he decided to visit the club. Upon arriving at the club, the receptionist was startled when she heard he wanted to see the manager and promptly summoned him. The club manager invited Lin Yan into his office. After listening to the account of the events, he rested his chin in contemplation. He certainly could not admit to any management flaws within the club, and he was acutely aware that there was virtually no precedent for the club to offer clients complimentary alcohol, let alone such expensive whiskey. He found himself in a dilemma, remaining silent as he pondered how to handle the situation without offending anyone. Lin Yan could discern the manager's thoughts from his expression. He would not easily allow them to deflect responsibility. I hope you understand that my private visit to negotiate is to avoid making this situation too embarrassing. The occurrence of this incident places a significant amount of responsibility on your club, and you cannot deny that. The club manager raised his eyes to meet Lin Yan's gaze, his expression carrying a hint of menace. Lin Yan crossed his legs and smirked. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lin Yan, the son-in-law of the chairman of Zhen Corporation. Zhen Corporation, you must have heard of it, right? The manager's demeanor shifted instantly, and he quickly rose to his feet, respectfully stating, Mr. Lin, I apologize for the oversight. Lin Yan shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. At least you know how to be sensible. I'll tell you this. You need to retrieve the surveillance footage from that day immediately and identify who entered my private room frame by frame. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to go directly to your boss. The thought of Lin Yan approaching the owner would certainly jeopardize the manager's position. Please do not do that, the manager implored, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Allow me half an hour to personally check the surveillance. That is more like it, Lin Yan replied, waving his hand with an expressionless demeanor. You had just half an hour ago. The club manager bowed deeply and hurriedly exited. This individual possesses remarkable managerial acumen. He initially instructed an employee to review the surveillance footage at the entrance of Lin Yan's private room, focusing specifically on who followed him into the lobby. Subsequently, he directed another employee to examine the footage leading up to the billing time in Lin Yan's room to ascertain if any unexpected incidents occurred during that interval. His thought process was exceptionally lucid, leading to swift results. The high-definition surveillance video clearly captured Xiao Kiki loitering in front of Lin Yan's room, her peculiar entrance with a drink, and the entire sequence of events in which she assisted Lin Yan in exiting to settle the bill. As the club manager observed this footage, a growing sense of dread enveloped him. Such audacity was intolerable. Someone like her could not be allowed to remain. However, the matter of dismissing an employee would have to be deferred, for he first needed to provide an explanation to the esteemed guest. When Lin Yan viewed the surveillance video, his anger reached a boiling point. It was Xiao Kiki once again. Was this woman deranged? Or did she believe he was devoid of temper? Her repeated transgressions against him would not go unpunished this time. With a dark